The secret realm known as the Thousand Spider Nest is a medium-sized trial space located within the heart of the Nine States Federation. This area is divided and managed by 7 bustling major central metropolises. Among them, Silver Scale City has emerged as an extremely luxurious megacity, where land is so expensive that every inch is literally worth its weight in gold. Yet right in the heart of that prime location city stands a private mansion nestled against the mountains and facing the ward of the majestic City Lord's manor. And our young man is the noble young City Lord, who is actually a transmigrator from another world. In his past life, Bai Zion was a brave soldier who fell in the line of duty, but it seemed the king of hell was not yet ready to cross out his name. Thanks to that, his soul had the opportunity to be reincarnated on a mysterious continent full of spirit beasts and powerful beast tamers. The difference was that Bai Zion did not possess or take over someone's body like the usual tropes. He chose to be born legitimately, growing up with the full memories of his previous life. At this moment, Bai Zion had just finished bathing in the early morning. He was admiring himself in the mirror. His mind drifted into idle thoughts. In this life, although he had looked at this face for over 10 years, he couldn't help but be impressed every time he faced it. It truly was a peak, inescapable handsomeness. Suddenly, a spatial rift tore open right in the middle of the room. A strange creature then leisurely stepped out from within. Bai Zion turned his head around. His expression showed that he was all too familiar with his presence. It was an extremely powerful gold-tier red-eyed silverfish. The little fish swam close to Bai Zion and spoke, "Little one, come down for breakfast quickly." "I know, just go down and tell Dad that I'll be down right after I tidy up a bit more," Bai Zion replied with a smile. The little fish didn't forget to remind him not to keep the family waiting too long before turning back to dive deep into the spatial rift and disappearing. That red-eyed silverfish pet possessed formidable gold-tier power. It was also the guardian beast of Bai Zion's father, the figure who reigned supreme in this land. Stepping down into the lower hall, he saw everyone sitting and waiting for him. The gentle beauty over there was his kind mother in this life, and sitting next to her was his younger sister, Bai Ziyu. The man sitting nearby grumbling was his dear father. As for the elder with hair as white as frost but with a majestic aura sitting in the head seat, that was Bai Jingsheng, the current city lord of Silver Scale and Bai Zion's beloved grandfather. "BunRv, when did you come over?" Bai Zion asked politely while pulling out a chair to sit at the table. "Today is the day of the annual awakening ceremony. I'm going in my capacity as the head of the city, so I need to be present at the podium to give a speech and provide motivation to the young people. Little one, you are also on the list this time and must participate in the potential awakening ceremony today. It's perfect timing. Later, the two of us will head to the awakening square together." "Yes, sir," Bai Zion replied softly. The young boy had been eager for this ceremony for a very long time. The full name of this important ceremony is the annual Beast Awakening Ceremony of the Nine States Federation. Every year, at exactly this time, the Federation holds the awakening ritual to help young people unlock their potential. Those who are lucky enough to succeed will enter the Beast Tamer Academy, where knowledge in this field is taught. As for those who do not succeed, they can only attend regular secondary schools. That is why it is said that the ceremony is no different from the college entrance exam in his previous life, a pivotal moment that decides his entire future. Beast taming talent determines a person's status in this world. Without it, even an ant on the street wouldn't spare you a glance. But then, the god of travel visited and reassured Bai Zion that he did not need to worry, because a month ago, he had already awakened an A-rank beast taming talent called intuition on his own. Belonging to the mental system, it grants its owner extremely sharp combat senses, sometimes even allowing them to perceive special vibrations and understand the thoughts of spirit beasts. This is truly an extraordinary talent with diverse uses. Not only does it provide sharp senses, but it also helps in avoiding danger, discerning right from wrong, and even communicating with spirit beasts, making it extremely useful in combat and for taming them. For Bai Zion, this awakening ritual no longer seemed very important. That was why he appeared so calm. Self-awakening a prominent A-rank mental system talent was definitely no easy feat. His grandfather also understood this, so even in the old world, Bai Zion would have been a genius that all the great families wanted to recruit. He was not capable of doing this, but his grandson was able to reach that future. However, Bai Jingsheng was slightly worried that his grandson was still too young if he truly entered that circle. Those old monsters might devour him whole. For that reason, he wanted to personally forge his grandson, so that Bai Zion would truly become a mature and composed individual. Don't look down on the awakening ritual. The awakening stone used by the Nine States Federation is an extremely precious and special treasure. There is only one in the entire Nine States Federation. Bai Jingsheng advised. The awakening stone he mentioned carried within it a very special origin. At the dawn of the year, fierce monsters had swarmed into their world, posing an immeasurable threat to humanity. Mankind stood on the brink of extinction, and in those dire circumstances, the first generations of humans discovered this awakening stone. Subsequently, the first beast tamers relied on it to unlock their talents, helping humanity to survive, opening a new era for beast tamers. It can be said that this special awakening stone is the foundation of the beast taming civilization of the Nine States Federation. To officially become a beastmaster, anyone must pass through 3 important turning points, including awakening the talent, establishing their own space, and signing a contract with the first spirit beast. Science from prestigious families or elite disciples of major sects often possess prodigies capable of awakening at a very early age. However, they still allow their disciples and descendants to participate in the awakening ceremony held periodically every year. The main intention of this is to borrow the abundant energy from the awakening stone to accelerate the progress of developing the beastmaster space. After chatting back and forth for a while, Bai Jingsheng firmly concluded that the gemstone was extremely valuable and that its energy would be of great benefit to Bai Zion. Therefore, he needed to devote all his efforts to the ceremony. Understanding his grandfather's intentions and expectations, Bai Zion could only obediently comply. Because he had been preoccupied with beast taming theories and unlocking his innate talent, he hadn't paid much attention to the awakening stone, but now that he understood its miracle, he was determined to seize this opportunity. As a man, stop overthinking things. Focusing all your strength on passing the ceremony and expanding your beast taming territory is what matters. Bai Zion's father suddenly slammed the table and shouted. This caused both him and the girl, Bai Ziyu, to jump in fright. Why do you have to be so aggressive? His mother immediately put her hands on her hips and blared majestically at her husband, forcing Mr. Bai to suddenly deflate and explain that he was just speaking a bit loudly, not being fierce. Right after finishing the meal, the family driver quickly took Bai Jingsheng and Bai Xian straight toward the central square. Bai Jingsheng told his grandson to head inside the Great Hall first, while he himself needed to prepare a few opening remarks. By the time Bai Xian arrived, the area was already packed with people moving about. The moment his figure appeared, the surrounding girls' eyes immediately lit up as if they had struck gold, and they chirped their greetings to young Master Bai. It's been so long since we last met. Their eagerness made Bai Xian a bit awkward, so he could only scratch his head and force a polite smile. Young Master Bai has been away for a whole month, so he must have prepared very thoroughly. Though young Master Bai, after not seeing you for just a month, you've truly become more handsome and dashing. In reality, these people were all Bai Xian's schoolmates, at the academy affiliated with White Scale City. Naturally, as the young city lord, Bai Xian was always the leading figure with the greatest influence in the group. Suddenly, from behind the bustling crowd, a figure squeezed through and rushed headlong toward Bai Xian. Brother-in. It was a chubby fellow with a belly that jiggled as he ran, panting heavily while shouting at the top of his lungs. Bai Xian swiftly dodged to the side, causing the fat guy to miss and stumble memorably. Immediately after, he turned back to him and whined, Brother-in, I've missed you to death after not seeing you for a whole month. Don't you miss me at all, Fatty Yuan? Can you stop talking to me in that resentful tone? Outsiders who don't know better might think we're a couple, Bai Xian said with disgust. How can you be so heartless? We've been best friends since childhood. Fatty Yuan, you're truly too narcissistic. What a waste of the imposing name Yuan Potion given to you. They were childhood best friends, and because of the name Yuan Potion, Bai Xian used to think he was the main protagonist. However, as the years passed and Yuan Potion's physique became increasingly round like a ball, this thought was gradually completely dismissed. While Bark Tuan was feeling nostalgic about Yuan Potion's former tall and slender physique, an extremely arrogant voice suddenly rang out in his ears. Bark Tuan, you haven't been to school for a whole month. I thought you were scared. If you bow your head and concede defeat now, I might let you off this time. The owner of this voice was Feng Tianwu, the daughter of Deputy City Lord Feng Yanyan. She was incredibly beautiful and highly talented, but unfortunately, she was overly arrogant and extremely competitive. The bet on who would have the superior talent during this awakening ceremony was Feng Tianwu's own idea, yet she was still acting so aggressively. She wasn't afraid of being slapped in the face, but Bark Tuan was already feeling embarrassed for her. What's wrong? By the look on your face, are you planning to Welsh on the bet? Feng Tianwu asked arrogantly. Come on, little phoenix, the bet is still on. I'm really looking forward to seeing you defeated and forced to fulfill the terms of the wager after you lose. A month ago, Feng Tianwu had declared that the loser would have to fulfill one request from the winner, though of course, she assumed she could never lose, while Bark Tuan was 90% sure of his victory in this bet. Then again, an A-rank talent is second only to an S-rank talent, and people with S-rank talents are extremely rare throughout the Jishu Federation, not to mention that the Wonju Secret Realm is just a small secret realm under the jurisdiction of the Jishu Federation. After Bark Tuan left, Yuan Potion hurriedly followed him, cautiously reminding him to be careful because Feng Tianwu had prepared extremely thoroughly before coming. He had heard this from his father. Apparently, the Feng family had just acquired a special treasure that significantly assists in talent awakening, which is why Feng Tianwu was being so arrogant and bossy. It doesn't matter. The Feng family's background is unique and their influence is deep, so it's normal for them to use some special methods. Bark Tuan replied with a calm smile. He didn't dislike or feel overly guarded against Feng Tianwu, because his intuition told him that she posed no threat and harbored no ill will toward him. She was simply a headstrong young girl who always wanted to prove she was better than Bark Tuan. Before long, all the students had gathered in the plaza. Bark Hansung stood on the podium in his capacity as the Sea Lord of Balan City to offer them some words of encouragement. After this passionate speech concluded, all the candidates were led into the awakening hall, where awakening stones were floating in midair. They were guided to sit down, cross their legs, focus their minds, and begin the talent awakening process. Bark Tuan knew exactly what would happen next. After the Jeju Federation activated the awakening stones, they would use a spatial projection method to distribute the energy of the divine stones to all parts of this awakening hall. This was truly a miraculous sight. From the very beginning, Bark Tuan entered the process with the confidence of a true warrior. He could clearly feel the talent energy churning and burning fiercely inside his body. But then, a variable appeared. As the awakening energy began to spiral out of control, it felt as though Bark Tuan had fallen into an endless abyss. His entire body was in extreme pain. The surging energy spread throughout his body and then suddenly rushed straight to his head. Bark Tuan tried his best to suppress that aggressive energy. The brain is the most important organ in the body, and if it were damaged by this awakening energy, he might end up a fool, so he had to immediately pull himself out of this frenzied awakening state. However, at that very moment, his intuition talent provided Bark Tuan with new guidance. Perhaps this was not a bad omen, but on the contrary, a great opportunity. As an A-rank talent, it is very difficult for intuition to provide incorrect guidance, let alone betray its owner. Therefore, Bark Tuan chose to trust it, gritting his teeth to hold his position in the awakening state and trying to control the maddening energy, until the energy around Bark Tuan began to fluctuate extremely violently. Bark Tuan had inadvertently alerted the ritual supervisors, realizing that the candidate was the city lord's favorite grandson. They became extremely panicked. We must report this to the city lord and Elder Wu immediately. If anything happens to him, none of us will be able to bear the consequences. Someone rushed over to inform Bai Jingsheng that Bai Xin's talent awakening process was experiencing some issues. More specifically, the giant eyeball suddenly appeared above the boy's head. No one knew what the strange phenomenon signified. Seeing that eyeball, Bai Jingsheng's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Ordinary people can only summon such a special phenomenon when awakening an S-rank talent or higher. How could this happen when Bai Xin had clearly already awakened an A-rank talent before? Only one speculation flashed through Bai Jingsheng's mind. Could it be that the boy's intuition talent had mutated and reached S-rank? In the world of beast tamers, mutant soul beasts with extraordinary abilities or constitutions occasionally appear, and humans, being a type of living being in this universe, can naturally possess the ability to mutate as well. Human mutation is mainly related to beast taming talent. However, in the history of ancient human beast taming, the number of beast tamers with mutant talents was extremely rare, few enough to count on one's fingers. And all those individuals later became legendary figures whose names were recorded in history for eternity. Thinking of this, Bai Jingsheng felt more uneasy than joyful. If Bai Xin truly possessed a mutant talent, then this awakening would surely be extremely dangerous, so Bai Jingsheng wanted to rush into the awakening hall to stop his grandson. However, old Wu, who was in charge of the ceremony, firmly refused. Mr. Bai, please don't make it difficult for me. The awakening hall is directly under the Kyushu Federation, and you, as a city lord of White Scale City, are absolutely not allowed to step inside. After saying that, he even reached out his hand to comfort Bai Jingsheng. He explained that there were Kyushu Federation protection mechanisms in place and that Bai Xin would surely not face any danger. A talented youth from an illustrious family. Old Bai, your family is truly blessed, old Wu praised, but Bai Jingsheng still felt as if his heart were on fire. At this moment, Bai Xin was still struggling with his own awakening process. In front of Bai Xin, a line of text suddenly appeared. Heaven and earth naturally have three forms of existence: heavenly knowledge, earthly knowledge, human knowledge. It was unclear how much time had passed, but after seeing that text, Bai Xin instinctively let out a cry of pain and slowly opened his eyes. What greeted his eyes was a vast space of the palace. The awakening stone was still hovering above his head. Bai Xin had not yet regulated his breathing. His mind was filled with thoughts of that text: heavenly knowledge, earthly knowledge, human knowledge. It was truly beyond imagination. Even crazier was that afterward, Bai Xin received another notification. The notification stated that he had acquired a mythical great mysterious dark talent called the Eye of Apocalypse, granting him an extraordinary ability to see through all things and the power of prophecy to see the origin of the heavenly Tao and recognize everything within a certain range. Bai Xin was so shocked that he almost couldn't stay standing. In the world of beast tamers, talents are divided into a total of 9 ranks, from low to high, including F, E, D, and C, B, A, S, SS, and the highest peak, SSS. SSS rank talent was already the highest level among ancient beast tamers, yet now he had received a superior mythical grade talent. Bai Xin had never heard of this grade before, unless it was a rank even higher than SSS, and furthermore, it was a talent belonging to the mysterious type. This notification seemed like it was trying to scare him half to death. At this time, in the main hall, most of the candidates had completed their awakening process. Some were lucky enough to awaken an A-rank talent, some were overjoyed just to awaken a D-rank talent, while others were subbing uncontrollably because they had received no awakening notification at all. Everything happening was within Bai Xin's line of sight, so this was a power of his gifted eyes. If so, he truly possessed an unparalleled ability. With this ability alone, nothing within a certain range could escape his observation. Suppose from the very beginning of a battle, Bai Xin clearly understood his opponent's talents, the monster's strength, its strengths and weaknesses, as well as how to defeat it. Surely his chances of winning would be extremely high. The more Bai Xin thought, the more excited he became. He was eager to test his abilities by seeing what talents the other candidates had awakened. Most of them possessed D and C rank talents, but some were lucky enough to awaken A rank talents. It seems this generation still produces exceptional talents. Suddenly, Bai Xin remembered something. That's right, he should try to see what that awakening stone was like. Bai Xin looked up and fixed his eyes on it. The amount of information he received left Bai Xin in a state of severe cultural shock. It turned out that the stone was actually a life-type spirit beast, possessing an SS rank life transference talent, along with primary divine grade aptitude and gold rank talent skills like life steal, as well as an orange rank skill like spring returns to withered wood. It was essentially the sprout of an ancient tree of life, but due to a lack of nutrients, it could not develop and had fallen into a state of hibernation. Bai Xin was extremely astonished. He never expected that in this world, he could witness a mythical beast of divine rank. At that moment, a voice echoed throughout the great hall, requesting all candidates to line up according to the student ID numbers to record their awakening results. Bai Xin was still lost in thought. The awakening stone had helped countless beast tamers unlock the talents and created the glorious era of beast taming, serving as a foundation for the 9 provinces federation. Yet, it was a divine beast. He was not sure if the leaders of the federation knew this. If they did, it would be good, at least they would have preparations, but if they did not know, it was truly worrying. That awakening stone possessed 3 skills, 1 gold rank skill that was god tier and 2 orange rank skills that were peak tier. If it were to break out of its hibernation state and have its vitality restored, that event would surely shake the entire 9 provinces. It seems this beast taming world holds many more mysteries than he had previously thought. After a moment of reflection, it was finally Bai Xin's turn to be examined. He placed his hand on the testing device, just like the others, to see the results. However, the machine displayed that Bai Xin had awakened an A-rank mental type talent of orange quality. The A-rank, Bai Xin exclaimed aloud. Clearly, my talent has mutated. The machine seemed to sense his thoughts and immediately issued a series of error notifications. Beep, beep, unable to identify, exceeds A rank, beyond the scope of identification, unable to identify. The continuous beeping made both Bai Xin and the staff in charge of the inspection impatient. Not until an elderly man appeared and looked at him with a kind gaze did he say, this identification device can only measure beast taming talents below S rank. It has been a long time since someone with an S rank talent appeared in White Scale City. It is understandable that you do not know, because just a moment ago, during the process of Bai Xin awakening his talent, strange phenomena occurred, and his talent was initially assessed as A-rank intuition. Therefore, the elderly man instructed the staff to record that Bai Xin had awakened an S-rank super intuition talent, but S-rank was still not enough to fully describe Bai Xin's talent, but he also thought that it should stay that way. Hiding some of his strength might be better. After announcing that Bai Xin had awakened an S-rank talent, his classmates immediately surrounded him to congratulate him. A legendary S-rank talent is here. This is truly extraordinary. Bai Xin will surely soar in the future. His grandfather is a diamond-rank beast tamer, and his grandson has awakened an S-rank beast taming talent. He was truly born with a silver spoon in his mouth. I'm just a little luckier than everyone else, Bark Tuan said with an awkward, embarrassed smile. They are already making such a fuss just by reaching S-level talent. Imagine if they knew he possessed mythical level talent. The power, far exceeding SSS level, would surely create a shocking sensation. Fortunately, mythical talent lies beyond the current system's appraisal scope, making it a fresh unknown. As soon as he stepped out of the appraisal area, Bark Tuan saw his grandfather waiting. Bark Kandung immediately asked eagerly, Tuan, how does the mutated talent feel? Is there anything unusual? Bark Tuan felt a little uneasy. He lowered his head and replied, Grandfather, I feel fine. I'm just a bit regretful that I haven't had time to establish my beast taming space yet. Bark Kandung smiled kindly and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Tuan, that's nothing to worry about. The breakthrough from A-level to S-level talent is the real cause for celebration. As long as you're safe, that's more than enough. Bark Kandung continued, saying that resources from the City Lord's mansion would help Bark Tuan complete his beast taming space soon, so he shouldn't worry. Originally, Bark Tuan had intended to reveal the secret of his mythical talent to his grandfather. However, at that very moment, the Eye of Heavenly Awakening sent out a warning signal, forbidding him to say a word. So Bark Tuan had to remain silent. It seemed that the secret of his mythical talent couldn't even be known by his own family. I must be more cautious from now on, he thought. Bark Tuan was eager to test the abilities of the Eye of Heavenly Awakening. First, he activated the intelligence inquiry function, making himself the focal point. He scanned data within a 10-meter radius around him, no matter the target, whether human or spirit beast. None could escape Bark Tuan's keen eye. This made him feel extremely exhilarated. He thought to himself that when his strength was further enhanced, he would definitely be able to increase the coverage range of this ability, perhaps even observe the entire world, and then he would become an omniscient being. Lost in thought, Bark Tuan felt unusually exhilarated and intended to go with his grandfather to a resting room to relax for a while, when suddenly he saw a strange phenomenon. Inside the Grand Awakening Hall, a dazzling light shot up into the sky. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a phoenix spreading its wings and soaring. Its majestic aura was breathtaking. Phoenix. Could it be the sound of a phoenix singing in flames taking the form of a phoenix? Bark Kandung looked up into the sky, observing the strange phenomenon. Then he confirmed it was indeed an S-level talent phenomenon called Phoenix Blaze. The person capable of awakening this peak-level ability must be a descendant of the Feng family. Bark Tuan suddenly felt a little uneasy. He had initially planned to go before Feng Thien Vu to show off a bit, and had even imagined her embarrassed expression upon losing. Unfortunately, both Feng Thien Vu's and his displayed talents were at S-level. Although Bark Tuan's true level was mythical, in the eyes of outsiders, they were still evenly matched. Thinking about this, Bai Xin didn't feel very happy. Since Feng Tianwu had finished her awakening, there probably wouldn't be any more good shows to watch afterward. Bai Xin immediately asked his grandfather for permission to head back first, but he had only taken a few steps when Bai Jing'an immediately called over two trusted aides, Bai Zhai and Bai Shi. This pair of twins possessed formidable abilities. Bai Jing'an was concerned that his grandson would become a thorn in others' eyes after awakening an S-grade talent, so he ordered them to always follow closely to protect him and never leave him alone. They looked up at Bai Zhai and Bai Shi. Facing these two gold-level beast masters, Bai Xin understood his grandfather had arranged everything thoroughly. Although he wasn't very comfortable being closely chaperoned, he couldn't go against Bai Jing'an's wishes. Immediately after that, his grandfather gave Bai Xin a key. He said it was the key to open the entrance to the treasury. After returning home, he was to use the spirit wall crystals inside to construct his beast space. Seeing this key, his face relaxed slightly. The City Lord's mansion was indeed filthy rich. The spirit wall crystals he mentioned were a type of stone containing pure crystal power, providing extremely effective support for the development of beast spaces. Normally, beast masters only used them when attempting to break through to a new realm. Because they were so rare, the minimum market price was around 19,000 Ju coins, and it wasn't easy even for the wealthy to buy them. Yet, the City Lord's mansion had them stored ready like that. As soon as Bai Xin returned home, he headed straight for the treasury. He instructed Bai Zhai and Bai Shi to stand guard outside carefully. Under no circumstances should anyone be allowed to disturb him during this time. Both respectfully obeyed his orders as Bai Xin inserted the key into the lock. Afterward, he still had to pass through extremely strict identity verification steps using his pupils and blood. When all procedures were complete, the massive treasury door finally began to slowly open. This place stored items accumulated over hundreds of years by the Bai family, ever peace being a rare treasure difficult to find in the world. Picking anything at random would yield a treasure, like the phantom colorful spider hardcore that caused many families to shed blood in a bidding war 5 years ago, only for the Feng family to spend 150 million Ju coins in the end for it to end up in the Bai family's hands. Bai Xin didn't beat around the bush and went straight to where the spirit wall crystals were kept in tightly sealed boxes. Normally, one piece was enough for someone to show off, but in this box, there were 300 pieces worth 300 million Ju coins. There were more than a dozen identical boxes nearby, meaning Bai Xin was standing in the middle of a massive fortune. Reincarnating in this life was truly delightful. Some people couldn't reach his starting point even if they were given a massive head start. It should be known that spatial power and individual talent are always linked. Simply put, an F-grade beast master only needs one spirit wall crystal to build this space. An S-grade would need about 30 pieces, so a mythical grade genius like Bai Xin might potentially consume up to several hundred pieces. Bai Xin had only briefly thought about that, before he even had the chance to ask the question. The status panel appeared before his eyes containing all the necessary information. Bai Xin couldn't help but be amazed. Could it be that whenever a doubt arose in his mind, the Eye of Genesis would automatically provide the results instantly? This function was more dominant than any search engine. The Eye of Genesis and his mythical talent seemed to have countless unexplored potentials, which alone was exciting. But for now, He had to focus on building his space thus, with the air of a wealthy person. Bai Zine decided to immediately choose a perfect mythical grade beast space with a cost of up to 999 spirit wall crystals, while Bai Zine was busy establishing his beast space inside the treasury. Outside, this father was exulting while looking at the steady stream of congratulatory cards arriving. It seemed that after the news of Bai Zine awakening an S-grade talent, the status of the Bai family was no longer what it used to be. All the nobles and officials in the city are currying favor with the city lord's mansion, with the main focus being to build a connection with Bai Zine. Yesterday, even Lady Fun was hanging around asking if Libelin was betrothed to anyone yet. It was laughable to hear. Bai Zin's mother was so overjoyed she couldn't stop smiling. In her eyes, her son was still a little boy, yet after the awakening period, he suddenly seemed much more mature. Mentioning this, Bai Zin's father began to pace back and forth, unable to sit still. Counting the time, he had been submerged in the treasure vault for a whole week. Although he kept a stern expression, he was extremely worried about his son's safety. Conversely, Bai Ken's son, in his capacity as the grandfather, appeared extremely calm, reassuring his son that Little N's S-tier talent was unique, and that creating a pet taming space naturally required more effort than for an ordinary person. But as soon as he finished speaking, he sensed a strange aura. That energy was so powerful that it made him jump out of his chair, even though he had been trying to maintain a calm demeanor until now. Bai Ken's son understood clearly that his grandson had successfully established a pet taming space, at the cost of exactly 999 spirit jade crystals. In the end, he had created a space that was astonishingly large. Even Bai Zin himself, after opening his eyes to admire his achievement, was startled. The area of this space was truly terrifying. Textbooks once recorded that an initial pet taming space was just a white void of about 10 square meters, but Bai Zin's place looked like it contained thousands of those spaces, not to mention mountains, rivers, and water, just like the real world. Just then, the system sent a new notification. Thanks to his special talent trait, his mythical grade pet taming space had been supplemented with features, the first being the ability to shorten the growth cycle for pets. Next was the ability to cleanse all negative status effects, and finally, the ability to activate hidden potential for pets. Bai Zin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise because the concept of these supplementary effects was so strange. Usually, a pet taming space never has secondary effects, and if they occur, it is only in rare cases, yet his had 3 heaven-defying effects as soon as it was created. The pet taming world has always had an immutable rule. The higher a spirit beast's potential, the longer it takes to grow. Many pet tamers have had to watch helplessly as the pets passed away from exhaustion before reaching the peak of their power. Yet, inside Bai Zin's pet taming space, spirit beasts possessing enormous potential can shorten their growth time easily. Just these 3 supplementary effects alone are enough to make him the most outstanding and genius pet tamer in the history of the Ku Chao Federation. Next is a function of neutralizing negative effects. Normally, once a pet is hit by crowd control move or poison during battle, being frozen or burned means they have lost all power to resist, and the owner must spend a lot of effort nursing them back to health. But Bai Zin only needs to bring them into the pet taming space, wait a moment, and release them, and they are as energetic as before, without any lasting consequences. Finally, there is the ability to stimulate hidden talents. This is the most heaven-defying effect because talents are usually determined at birth and only legendary artifacts can change them, yet his pet taming space can replace them all without limiting the number of uses. It seems that spending 999 spirit jade crystals to build a mythical space was a very worthwhile investment. Bai Zin was extremely satisfied, because for an average family, this amount of money, over 1 billion Xiao coins, is unthinkable. Thinking that he was lucky to be born in the right place, Bai Zin smiled to himself and stepped out of the treasure vault. All 4 members of the Bai family were still waiting patiently outside the door. As soon as they saw him appear, everyone surrounded him, asking anxiously about his health, because a whole week of not eating or drinking had made him look quite thin. Bai Zin returned to his normal daily life. His highest priority was to make up for his meals, even though he was normally bored of seeing so many daily delicacies. However, today he wasn't picky at all, devouring everything as if he had been starving for 5 years. Across from him, Bai Jingsheng and his parents were intently watching the precious son, until his stomach was full and round. He suddenly remembered an important matter. He quickly reported, "Grandfather, I've just spent 999 spirit jade crystals to set up my beast tame space." The precious son's words were like a bolt of lightning to their ears. Those 999 spirit jade crystals were calculated to exceed 1 billion Ju coins. His father seemed to be the most stunned. He slumped into his chair as his legs lost all strength, muttering that Bai Zin was truly a money-grinding machine. Even grandfather Bai Jingsheng, though not reacting as dramatically as his son, was secretly breaking into a cold sweat. Luckily, the Bai family's assets were enormous, otherwise they would never be able to support this precious grandson. Bai Jingsheng sighed while wiping away sweat, not expecting that the S-grade mutated talent would consume so much money. Bai Zin really wanted to explain that it was actually because he possessed a mythical grade talent that it was so expensive, but since he could not reveal it, he just kept eating to finish his task. Only when his stomach had no room left did he stop his chopsticks. At that moment, Bai Jingsheng also suddenly remembered an important matter. Just recently, his guardian spirit beast, the red-eyed goldfish, had laid a new batch of eggs. He wanted to take his grandson to see them, and if he liked one, he could directly enter into a contract with it. Upon hearing the red-eyed goldfish mentioned, Bai Zin was so excited that he jumped up immediately, but because he had just consumed too much food, he almost returned his entire meal to the floor. Waiting until his stomach had settled down, Bai Jingsheng led him to the egg storage area, where secret breeding methods were used to maintain the war-detect species sustainably. Additionally, they prepared all the necessary resources for them to grow strong. Because of this, the first beast that the descendants of the Bai family chose would usually belong to the water system. By utilizing the family's abundant financial resources, they could quickly increase their strength to enter the ranks of the top beast tamers. Although Bai Zin had long heard of this treasure trove, he couldn't help but gape in amazement at its grandeur when seeing it with his own eyes. Most of the eggs here were low-level silver rank, some potentially evolving to gold level upon maturity. However, for someone with a mythical great talent like him, that was still far from enough. The spirit beast he chose definitely had to be among the finest and most excellent. For that reason, Bai Jinsheng took him straight to the diamond rank red-eyed goldfish. Although called a fish, its appearance exuded an aura no different from a dragon's. Bai Zine focused his gaze on the mystical creature before him. At that moment, the Eye of Apocalypse automatically activated, displaying all the detailed parameters related to the spirit beast. Its species was precisely the water-type red-eyed goldfish, currently at the peak of diamond rank, possessing an S-grade burning current talent and premium diamond quality. However, its core source of energy was damaged. The spirit beast possessed 3 main skills. These included purple grade burning current, along with blue grade spouting jet and surging waves. Overall, this was a spirit beast with immense potential, unfortunately hindered by its slightly damaged core. Bai Zine felt quite curious, wondering what could have caused such damage to the creature's power source. Bai Jinsheng signaled slightly, and the red-eyed goldfish quickly swam toward him. Old friend, Livelan has awakened his talent. I hope you can allow your offspring to follow him. Upon hearing this, the creature nodded in agreement. At this time, Bai Zine was trying to use the Eye of Apocalypse to see if there was a method to help it recover from its internal injuries. When he shifted his gaze to the side, he discovered 2 more spirit beast eggs lying next to the red-eyed goldfish. The first one was a water-type white-scale fish egg, possessing an A-grade destructive current talent with the potential to reach low-level diamond rank. All 3 accompanying skills were blue-grade destructive current, along with the water spear strike and foam lay skills. They are all of green quality. Zaroen, take a look and see which one catches your eye, Bark Hansun urged, while Bark Tuan focused on the remaining egg. Although it was also a white-scaled water fish, this individual seemed more special. For some reason, it possessed 2 innate talents. In addition to the A-grade water flow fracture, it also had the S-grade rapid water control. In terms of aptitude, it was 1 step above its sibling, reaching the peak purple tier. In total, it had 4 skills, including 2 purple grade moves, rapid water control and water flow fracture, and 2 green grade skills, water spear strike and foam layer. Furthermore, the Eye of Origin revealed that because it possessed 2 innate talents, it was severely malnourished due to excessive energy consumption, a condition extremely dangerous to its life. Bark Tuan stared thoughtfully at the egg, never expecting that the descendant of the red-eyed goldfish would produce such an anomaly with peak purple aptitude and 2 innate talents. Without hesitation, he decided to choose it immediately. Seeing this, Bark Hansun found it strange and advised Zaroen that the egg's shell was withered, lacked vitality, and was clearly born with defects. Fearing that even hatching would be difficult, Bark Hansun spoke at length, then silently apologized to the red-eyed goldfish. Although he intended to criticize its offspring, it was ultimately only out of concern for his grandson's safety. Nevertheless, Bark Tuan held firm in his choice of the sickle-looking egg, as his intuition told him this was the most ideal partner. Perhaps in the entire world of myriad beasts, it would be difficult to find any water-type spirit beast with more outstanding potential. Seeing that his grandson was so determined, Bark Hansun no longer had the heart to stop him. However, to form a contract with either egg, he had to obtain the mother's approval. That was the red-eyed goldfish. Originally, Bark Tuan had prepared himself to use every means necessary to win over the red-eyed goldfish, but when he turned around, the grandfather and grandson were astonished to witness it use its mouth to pull a scale from its own belly and attach it to the egg Bark Tuan had chosen. Does this mean it wants to give it to me? He could not hide his shock. Tuan, that is the origin scale of the red-eyed goldfish, the treasure that helps strengthen the essence of water-type spirit beasts. If carried with you, a water-type spirit beast will gain a 10% increase in effectiveness when using moves, Bark Hansun explained. Perhaps they no longer needed to ask for permission, as that scale served as the red-eyed goldfish's way of saying thank you. Because Bark Tuan had chosen the sickly egg, his chances of survival had now increased significantly. He promised his grandfather and the red-eyed goldfish that he would take great care of it, this tone extremely firm as he held the white-scaled fish egg and the pure gold scale in his hands. Once finished, he returned to his room and placed the white-scaled fish egg and its mother's scale into a tank filled with clean water. Next, he added a nutritional solution refined from precious herbs such as 9-heart flower, dragon beardroot, blood lotus seed, spirit dew grass, purple scale leaf grass, snake eye fruit, red blood ginseng fruit, and blood product grass into the tank. At a glance, this mixture looked no different from poison, but as soon as it affected the white-scaled fish, it caused the previously withered and weak egg to suddenly become full of vitality. The Eye of Origin is indeed powerful. It could turn a white-scaled fish egg from a state of exhaustion into something so healthy and perfect. Since that is the case, Bark Tuan could completely rest assured in signing a contract with the white-scaled fish. He thought, then acted immediately. He quickly formed a contract with the spirit beast and immediately reaped perfect results. It was instantly affected by the support effect, thereby awakening a completely new talent, bearing the name S-rank Netherworld power. Along with it came the formidable Netherweight erosion skill. Its aptitude also shot straight up to mid-tier Monarch level. It seems this fish also carries a protogonosaur, just like its owner. It was only a small, newborn spirit beast, yet the Bailan fish could already defeat an unranked spirit beast. Its future is truly too bright. Bai Zine was very satisfied. His fish was truly one of a kind. None of the water-type spirit beasts of the same rank at home were a match for it. However, if it didn't encounter stronger spirit beasts, it would likely be difficult for it to break through from unranked to black iron. The spirit beast ranking system includes unranked, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and violet star, followed by monarch, epic, legend, and the highest peak is divine. Unranked is the stage where spirit beasts are not yet mature and not yet divided into distinct levels. Only when they reach the black iron threshold after maturity do they begin to define their evolutionary path. Going out to hone its skills is a mandatory action. With that thought, Bai Zine immediately summoned the Bailan fish. After that, he asked Bai Jai and Bai Shi to quickly prepare to depart with him for Bamboo Town. The Myriad Star Secret Realm has a total of 7 main cities. Each main city is surrounded by 7 satellite-like small cities, and the place Bai Zine is heading to is Bamboo Town. located within Bailan City's territory, one of the 7 small cities located in that area. There is a volcano there where a species of phi-type spider spirit beast lives, commonly called bamboo fey spiders, which usually only reach the unranked level. Even those with decent aptitude only reach the black iron threshold, making them perfectly suitable for the Bailan fish to train against. So, the 3 of them headed to Bailan high-speed rail station. While preparing to go through the gate procedures, Bai Zion unexpectedly heard someone loudly calling his name. Bai Zion, how dare you ignore me? It turned out to be Miss Feng. Bai Zion didn't even bother to turn his head. He calmly replied that since both of them had awakened S-rank talents, it was a draw, and that bet was officially cancelled. However, Feng Tianwu was still furious. She said that it was indeed a draw, but after the awakening ceremony, he disappeared without a trace. Was he not worthy of his attention? Bai Zion didn't expect the other party to take this issue so seriously. Feng Tianwu explained that she had searched for him everywhere, and now seeing him at the train station heading elsewhere, she was convinced that he was deliberately avoiding her. You heartless person, traitor. Feng Tianwu screamed, putting Bai Zion in an awkward position. What is this woman doing? He thought. Outsiders would think he was a scoundrel playing with feelings. He intended to ignore her and get on the train, but she reached out and grabbed him, demanding he listen to the whole story, otherwise he wouldn't let him go. Unfortunately, Feng Tianwu's hand had not even touched his clothes when it was coldly blocked by Bai Zion. Miss Feng, please have some self-respect. Feng Tianwu was startled, looking at Bai Th led 1B0 led 1E3C. She was completely overwhelmed by the aura. Before a gold-rank beast tamer, even someone with an S-rank talent like Feng Tianwu could do nothing more than dejectedly withdraw her hand in shame. Nevertheless, she still insisted on stating the purpose of this trip. After all the trouble of coming here, Feng Tianwu wanted to challenge Bai Zion to another battle. Specifically, after enrolling in school, she wanted to see whose pet would truly have the upper hand. As you wish, barked Tuan replied perfunctorily to get it over with, then boarded the train, his face remaining nonchalant as if nothing had happened. However, inside, he truly wanted to explode. This little Phoenix girl's temper was genuinely unbearable. If it weren't for the pre-existing close relationship between their parents, he would surely have given her a few unforgettable head knocks. The loudspeaker announced that the train heading for Truck Horse City was preparing to dock. Bark Tuan immediately cast aside the image of the troublesome girl to focus on the task at hand. The boundary separating the central urban area and the small towns was a wilderness area fraught with danger, where ferocious monsters lurked everywhere. Apart from professional hunting groups, few dared to venture there alone. Nevertheless, the demand for trade and travel between regions was immense, leading to the creation of a very special type of transportation designed to cross this deadline. That was a train crafted from the body of a spirit beast called the Thousand-Legged Centipede, with an outer shell as hard as diamond, capable of withstanding immense force. Its length, spanning hundreds of meters, was divided into segments according to the centipede's body sections to form cabins. The higher the rank of this monster, the greater the safety of the passengers was guaranteed. Naturally, the ticket price would be directly proportional to its luxury. Of course, that amount of money was nothing compared to Bark Tuan's formidable family background. For a young master born with a silver spoon in his mouth like him, booking the entire train trip was as easy as turning over his hand. However, this habit of saving from his previous life made him reluctant to show off like that. However, man proposes, dead disposes. When Bark Tuan confidently strode into the first-class seating area to scan his code, the system cruelly reported that he only possessed an economy-class ticket. The ticket inspector politely invited him to move to the economy-class cabin at the rear, causing the young master to blush. It seemed his beloved grandfather had secretly arranged this prank. At the time of departure, Bark Kandun had advised his grandson to experience the life of an ordinary person when venturing into the world, to taste a bit of bitterness and hardship, even to be trekked a few times to grow wiser. Yet, he never expected his grandfather to push him into a crowded economy-class cabin, and even forbade his guard, Bark Kai, from accompanying him for protection. The surrounding space was chaotic and noisy. Nord, Bark Tuan immediately activated his heavenly eye technique to investigate. It turned out that the noisy youths were students from a little-known beast-taming school from the Quarry region, under the jurisdiction of Barkland City. He could easily see through all the statistics of their beasts. They were said to have been studying for a whole year already. Yet, their pets were still lagging, having not even reached the black iron threshold. What a bunch of weaklings. Witnessing this, Bark Tuan secretly felt smug and complacent. This was truly a world of difference between mere mortals and a born genius like him, possessing a golden hand. They were indeed too green and immature. However, the young man's arrogance was quickly doused with cold water when his gaze met a girl named Tiu Kobar. This female student also possessed an S-rank innate talent belonging to the mysterious psychic lineage, capable of stripping an opponent of all their luck in an instant. Ever since boarding the vehicle, Tiu Kobar had quietly kept to herself in a hidden corner. Suddenly, another girl walked past her. This person had initially been working very steadily. Just as she reached Tiu Kobar, she suddenly stumbled, falling backward onto the floor of the vehicle. It was clearly due to her own carelessness that she slipped and fell head over heels, but as soon as she crawled up, she began to loudly curse and make a scene. You broom. Why are you blocking my way? How unlucky. If anything happens to me, can you bear the responsibility? Tiu Bark seemed to be all too familiar with these troubles falling from the sky, so even though she was not at fault, she still bowed her head and softly apologized. Unexpectedly, the other party, emboldened, immediately shrieked with disgust. Shut your mouth and get away from me right now. Bark Tuan secretly observed Tiu Bar. This girl was indeed exactly like him, possessing an S-rank outstanding talent and belonging to the mysterious psychic lineage. Such a valuable raw gem should her cores to stir during the ability test. Why did the leaders of the Quarry region conceal her without reporting it to Barkland City, leaving such an outstanding talent to struggle in a tiny, lacking beast taming school? He vaguely sensed a very shady secret behind it all, and promised himself that he would definitely uncover this truth. The high-speed train sped away rapidly. Soon, it was nearing the boundary of Truck Horse City. As soon as the train stopped, Tiu barked quietly and dejectedly stepped onto the platform. Bai Zian quietly followed the girl for a distance and then spoke up. Bai Shuo, What is it that the young master, called you for? Bai Shuo flickered in and out of sight like a ghost right behind Bai Zin's back. It seemed that even though his grandfather did not allow direct tailing, Bai Shuo was still arranged to monitor Bai Zin from afar to be ready to assist when needed. He jerked his chin to order an investigation into the files of the girl named Zyro Bu working ahead, which made the normally cold Bai Shuo break into a meaningful smile and tease whether the young master had fallen in love at first sight. Bai Zin hardly denied it and affirmed that she was just a special case. If she could be recruited before she became powerful, the Bai family's strength in the future would certainly advance significantly. Right after that, Bai Zin returned to his main goal for this trip. In the current city, fly-wishing spiders appeared everywhere. Bai Zin immediately summoned his silverfish to have it directly confront the aggressive spider swarm. Although these spiders did not possess very high levels, but thanks to the large numbers and innate aggressiveness, the silverfish needed to spend a little more time to deal with them. However, the outcome of the battle still did not change. In just over a minute, it had easily wiped out 4 level 5 fly-wishing spiders. This combat power was even more impressive than when at the arena. Bai Zin noticed that under normal conditions, the water spear was only sufficient to pierce a small hole in those spiders' bodies. However, this time, the silverfish's move caused the spiders' corpses to explode completely. He felt extremely confused. It turned out that water current destructive force could increase the damage tower of water system skills. Bai Zin's talent immediately spoke up to explain, making him exclaim in surprise that he didn't expect the silverfish to harbor such a powerful capability, and it seemed he would have a hunt for stronger fly-wishing spiders, cause only when confronting spirit beasts stronger than oneself can pressure be created to push for growth. Skill training also needs focus. Based on proficiency level, they are divided into entry, proficient, skilled, great success, and the highest is perfection. Currently, the silverfish possesses 5 skills. If he is lazy and does not cultivate them, the skills will remain stagnant and fail to exert maximum power, like a swordsman / for example. A swordsman at only the entry or proficient level can only cut down a tree. However, after years of continuous accumulation and tempering, when the level reaches perfection, a single sword strike is enough to split a mountain in half. That is a huge difference in skill proficiency levels. The same type of skill in the hands of different spirit beasts will bring about completely different effects and power. While lost in wondering thoughts, Bai Zin was besieged by the fire-wishing spiders once again. Things continued like that. He and the white scalefish had been battling in this place for a full week. After 7 long days, the white scalefish's strength had improved significantly. There were moments it was unfortunately hit by the silk of the candle fire spiders. However, that did not make the white scalefish flinch. Instead, it made its attacks even more ferocious. Its power also increased significantly, while Bai Zin watched every development of the spirit beast intently. Judging by the current progress, it would likely take only 1 more week for the white scalefish to be strong enough to reach level 9. Just then, Bai Zai appeared from behind with a report on little Dubai, stating that she and Bai Xiao had gathered information that little Dubai's parents had died in a tragic car accident when she was very young. It seemed as though fate had turned her into a calamity for everyone around her. Because of that, no relatives dared to step forward to adopt little Dubai anymore, her parents passing left behind a massive debt. If her talent hadn't awakened in time under the protection of the Great Hall, she might have been sold off by creditors, and although she made a few friends at the academy, they all met with bad luck, causing her to be gradually shunned and excluded by everyone. Fortunately, she was extremely resilient and didn't collapse due to her bad luck. Outside of class, she worked hard at part-time jobs to cover living expenses and pay off her debts bit by bit, even though any place she worked ended up either closing down or going bankrupt. Bai Zin mused that little Dubai's talent was truly strange, as it constantly brought misfortune. But since her background was clean and her character was steadfast and respectable, he asked Bai Zai if anything unusual happened on the day little Dubai's talent awakened. Bai Zai nodded, confirming that the appraisal machine suddenly broke right after she finished, and the staff members involved all faced trouble, forcing them to use another machine for her test. As a result, her talent was recorded as only F rank, though only Bai Zai realized it was actually S rank. He grew even more curious since little Dubai's talent even affected physical objects. He immediately instructed Bai Zai to send someone to Southern Mineral City to settle little Dubai's debts properly and then bring her to the Beast Taming Academy in White Scale City. Upon hearing the order, Bai Zai wore a knowing smile just like Bai Xiao had before, thinking that the young master's springtime had indeed arrived. It was truly a domineering display. Using money to solve someone's school transfer issue was indeed the romantic style of the wealthy. Bai Zai knew immediately that Bai Zai was overthinking nonsense again. He was about to speak up to correct her when he suddenly heard someone screaming. Immediately after, they saw with their own eyes that little Dubai was being relentlessly pursued by Candle 5 Spider. He promptly ordered the white scalefish to strike immediately, saving her life just in time. Seeing the scene, Bai Zai automatically labeled it as a hero saving the beauty situation. So, Bai Zai quickly slipped away to leave some private space for the two of them. Bai Zai sighed, as she hadn't given him any chance to explain. Over there, Zyro Dubai was lying sprawled on the ground. Bai Zai thought he couldn't ignore her because a man shouldn't let a woman suffer, so he immediately rushed over to help her up, perhaps fearing that her own bad luck would rub off on him. Zyro Dubai gently struggled to get up on her own instead of letting him help. At that moment, she also realized that he was the same person who had been in the same train carriage as her earlier. As the two inquired about and introduced themselves, Zyro Dubai secretly evaluated him. It was truly impressive that he had single-handedly defeated a black iron rank Candle 5 Spider. Seeing her dazed, Bai Zai took the initiative to ask what she was doing there and where her classmates were. Upon hearing her friends mentioned, Zyro Dubai's face clearly showed an awkwardness that was hard to put into words. She confessed that she had just lost her group of friends after encountering a swarm of mutated Candle 5 spiders, which was inherently an extremely unlucky situation. However, as soon as Bai Zai heard this, he became visibly excited and grabbed Zyro Dubai's hand. He urged her to lead him to the place immediately. Blushing deeply at this action, she hurriedly pulled her hand back and whispered that the place was very dangerous. Furthermore, she feared her bad luck would cause trouble for him. Nevertheless, Bai Zine didn't care about those things in the slightest. He proceeded to grab Zyra Bai's hand once again. He asked her to lead the way to the mutated spiders and confidently promised that his white scale fish would leave her in awe. His face at this moment was full of extreme excitement. This was truly killing two birds with one stone. It was an opportunity for the white scale fish to train its skills. It was also an occasion for Zyra Bai to witness his strength, making it easier to recruit her to the Bai family. From the start of the journey, Bai Zhai had been silently watching the young master from above. Seeing him hold Zyra Bai's hand, she was as excited as a young girl watching a romance movie. But upon seeing Bai Zine's smile, she suddenly felt a chill from the dangerous murderous intent hidden within. Zyra Bai quickly led Bai Zine to the mutated spider's nest. Although this spider possessed an aggressive nature, it carried two types of talents, so he should cautiously observe the situation before acting. For a low-level spirit beast to possess two talents, it seemed that the cave must be hiding some kind of precious treasure. Thinking of this, Bai Zine summoned his white-scale fish and prepared for battle. Zyra Bai still advised him to leave because the mutated spiders were not an opponent new students could handle, but Bai Zine firmly replied that she should just stand back and watch, and not to worry. Afterward, Bai Zine ordered the white-scale fish to use Warda's spear impact to clear out some of the candle fire spiders first. He planned to wait for the mutated spider leader to appear and then use Warda torrent burst to finish it off. The white-scale fish nodded in obedience and valiantly charged into the fray. The mutated spider sensed the disturbance. It immediately jolted awake, upon confirming that its opponent was just an unknown level 8 spirit beast. It flew into a rage. It was furious that a weakling dared to intrude upon its territory. The mutated spider immediately ordered its subordinates to charge and tear the enemy apart. However, Bai Zine's white-scale fish was no pushover either. The power it displayed while clearing the swarm of candle fire spiders left the spider leader stunned and terrified. With just one move, the white-scale fish had wiped out almost the entire spider swarm under its command. That mutated spider was in a state of extreme rage. It also mustered all its strength to deliver a lethal death blow. Without a hint of mercy, it wanted to tear the white-scale fish apart as intense firepower rained down fiercely. All the water utilized by the white-scale fish was heated by the high temperature until it completely evaporated. Recognizing the imminent danger, Bai Zine quickly ordered it to employ Godspeed Flow maneuver to evade the opponent's attacks. The white-scale fish obeyed perfectly and successfully escaped the encirclement, as Godspeed Flow maneuver is a wide-range acceleration skill combined with peak-level surface control, allowing it to dodge the mutated spider's strikes with ease. Seeing this, the monster became even more frantic and aggressive. It continuously unleashed a relentless and ceaseless barrage of attacks. Nevertheless, the white-scale fish still skillfully maneuvered to dodge before suddenly closing in right above the enemy's head. Bai Zine immediately spoke up to warn his spirit beast. Don't let its provocation distract you. Just focus on clearing out the minions around you. The real confrontation will wait for us afterward. Hearing its master's reminder, the white-scale fish seemed to snap back to its senses, quickly shifting its focus to pour all its strength into the remaining 5 spiders. Witnessing its subordinates being killed one by one, the Spider Queen's rage reached a breaking point. Bai Zine secretly guessed that they had forced the monster to reveal its strongest trump card, and indeed, the strike was far more powerful than before. The white-scale fish maintained its composure, using its Godspeed Flow maneuver to move fluidly. Then, it suddenly launched a ripping water stream strike aimed directly at the spider's legs. Bai Zine watched the battle tensely. The power of the ripping water stream was no less than that of the water spear strike. In this confrontation between the two elements of water and fire, the white-scale fish clearly held the advantage. Judging by the current temperature, victory would surely belong to them. However, the smooth progress began to make Bai Zine uneasy, and those fears were realized as the spider had been calculating from the start. Each time the white-scale fish dodged, it was brewing a separate scheme. Each of the mutated spider's attacks left behind silk strands hanging in the air. The longer the dodging lasted, the more the cave became tightly surrounded by spider webs, significantly hindering the white-scale fish's movements. If the situation continued, the ones who would ultimately suffer would be the white-scale fish and Bai Zine. Therefore, he ordered the spirit beast to use abyssal water erosion to finish off the enemy, and the little fish complied immediately. It urgently unleashed its fatal blow. The offensive surge exploded like a tsunami, splitting into multiple directions to strike relentlessly from all sides, leaving the mutated spider with no time to react. The victory was officially handed to the white-scale fish. However, due to having sustained several injuries earlier, after putting everything into the abyssal water erosion, the white-scale fish had also completely depleted its energy. B-led-1-EA-1-CH T-led-1-EED and quickly helped it up. Right now, the system reported good news. B-led-1-EA-1-CH landfish had successfully upgraded to the 9th rank, Immortal Ninefold. The objective of this trip was now complete. Now, all that's left is to bring it into the beast taming space to rest and recover. Little C-led-1-ED-1 B-led-1-EA-1-CH shyly approached, asking about B-led-1-EA-1-CH landfish's condition. Don't worry, it's just a bit exhausted. It'll recover after some rest. After that, he approached the corpse of the anomalous spider. He was about to harvest the spoils, but as soon as he drew his knife, Little C-led-1-ED-1 B-led-1-EA-1-CH snatched it away. She seemed very familiar with dissecting dead spirit beasts, performing the actions with great skill. B-led-1-EA-1-CH T-led-1-ED and had no choice but to let Little C-led-1-ED-1 B-led-1-EA-1-CH do it herself, while he used his heavenly Argent eye to scan the cave for any other treasures. But before he could finish his inspection, he heard Little C-led-1-ED-1 B-led-1-EA-1-CH excitedly call out to him. T-led-1-ED-N, T-led-1-ED-N, look at this, I found it inside the leader spider. In Little C-led-1-ED-1 B-led-1-EA-1-CH's hand was a handful of awakening primal stones, rare gems that contained the energy to unlock innate talents in living beings. Before B-led-1-EA-1-CH T-led-1-ED-N could even examine them with his eyes, Little C-led-1-ED-1 B-led-1-EA-1-CH had already discovered the most precious treasure in the mountain cave. It seemed her luck-gathering ability was quite useful. Previously, B-led-1-EA-1-CH T-led-1-ED-N had only encountered 2 things with the potential for awakening talents. One was the awakening stone from the 9 Continents Federation at the wedding hall. The other was his own beast taming space. Yet now, little C-LED-1ED-1 B-LED-1EA-1CH had found something with a similar function truly astonishing. Although items that can awaken innate talents like these are extremely rare in the 9 continents Federation, little C-LED-1ED-1 B-LED-1EA-1CH couldn't appraise it, and B-LED-1EA-1CH T-LED-1ED and couldn't tell her about it either, because he knew she had a good character, but he feared that with such a great temptation, she might develop ill intentions. Therefore, B-LED-1EA-1CH T-LED-1ED and said, I'm not sure what it is either. I'll ask the seniors at home when we get back. Little C-LED-1ED-1 B-LED-1EA-1CH nodded happily. Her hands were still busy dissecting the spider. Seeing her like this, B-LED-1EA-1CH T-LED-1ED and guessed it was time and invited her to his home. Little C-LED-1ED-1 B-LED-1EA-1CH's actions suddenly paused. She turned her head, looking at him in confusion. Were you inviting me over? B-LED-1EA-1CH T-LED-1ED and nodded. Little C-LED-1ED-1 B-LED-1EA-1CH turned away again, her hands continuing to delve deep into the mutated spider's corpse. She felt that B-LED-1EA-1CH T-LED-1ED and was so powerful. As for herself, she had always been an unlucky omen since she was little, ostracized by everyone. She was a true monster, so she didn't dare to believe, let alone accept, the invitation. No, you're not a monster. You're just a little special. B-LED-1EA-1CH T-LED-1ED and took the knife from her hand, preventing her from venting her frustration on the spider any further. Then, he continued to invite her to work for the young master of the B-LED-1EA-1CH family in B-LED-1EA-1CH Land City. At that time, B-LED-1EA-1CH T-LED-1ED and would definitely take her to see the beautiful scenery of Lingxi City, which was even more advanced. The B-LED-1EA-1CH family. Do you mean the family of the diamond-level beast tamer? B-LED-1EA-1CH C-LED-1EA-3NH. Little C-LED-1ED-1 B-LED-1EA-1CH asked blankly. That's right. So, do you agree to come to our B-LED-1EA-1CH family? B-LED-1EA-1CH T-LED-1ED and replied, extending his hand. Observing her hands, Du Zairabai suddenly came up with a bold idea to try again, thinking that luck might smile upon her with a different result. Acting on the thought, she immediately reached out her hand, grasping Bai Xian's hand and agreeing. Du Zairabai promised herself she would work twice as hard to repay the benefactor who had saved her in her time of need. After everything was settled, Bai Xian said he had a surprise gift for Du Zairabai. He took out the bundle of spider silk, revealing a cluster of eggs from the mutated torchfly spider. Naturally, the offspring of mutated spiders also carried inherent genetic mutations. This was essentially like creating a completely new species of spider. If they knew how to take advantage of this opportunity, establishing a rare line of spirit beasts would surely bring huge profits to the Bai family. So, he urged Du Zairabai to pick an egg to take back. Consider this a ticket to join the Bai family. Upon hearing the conditions for joining, Du Zairabai timidly asked if he wanted her to sign a new contract. Bai Xian nodded, confirming that the contract between a master and a spirit beast could be completely cancelled. As beast tamers progressed, low-level pets could no longer keep up with battles, so replacing them with stronger species was common practice. There were 2 methods to carry out the new agreement. One was to actively terminate the old contract. The second was to destroy the current pet. Du Zairabai hesitated to step forward, but her intuition told her to pick the egg with the most potential. Indeed, she was very sharp. Her natural talent was truly effective for treasure hunting, and it was time to proceed with cancelling the old contract. The first method carried a risk of severe backlash that could kill the beast tamer, while the second was far too cruel. She wondered which solution he would choose, but Du Zairabai did not have to hesitate for long. She decided to choose the option of cancelling the contract with the beetle that had been her long-time companion. As soon as the process ended, she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Bai Xian rushed over in alarm to check on her, asking if she was okay. She only softly replied that she was fine. Even though her body was enduring bone-searing pain, Du Zairabai still tried to sit up. She offered sincere goodbyes to the beetle. After all, they had been together for a long time, and parting was truly hard, so she watched it until it flew out of sight into the void. As for Bai Xian, after this event, he became even more convinced that he had placed his trust in the right person. Once everything was done, both of them worked together to the black market in Juhuo City to search for items. The old spirit stone merchant got angry, pointed at the pile of spirit stones, and shouted, from the moment you opened your mouth to bargain down to 9 trillion, the zero already vanished. Don't expect to push the price any lower. But Xian was no amateur. He calmly responded with composure, Bus, don't think I'm young and try to cheat me. He even acted more irritable than the old man, criticizing the shattered crystal core with no energy as garbage. During this, the old man dropped his facade and stuttered that it contained an original mark that could help spirit beasts of the same element learn skills. Xian thought it made sense, so despite the extremely low success rate, he decided to finalize the purchase because of its attractive appearance. The system suddenly reported news about the crystal core of the Crimson Light Swift, a super monk-level spirit beast. Though severely cracked, it still held the purple celestial meteor skill. He thought to himself with a sinister smile that startled Du Zairabai, not expecting such a small black market to hide such a precious treasure. Du Zairabai's luck indeed did not disappoint him. The merchant started to act more sincere and suggested we just be direct, saying 90,000 yuan. However, Xian, having no patience left, cut him off and said, forget it. As expected, this tactic was extremely effective. It's no wonder aunts and mothers always use it when bargaining at the market. The merchant hardly tried to hold him back, saying, alright, 10,000, that's the cost price. If you agree, let's close the deal right now. Xian nodded in satisfaction and agreed immediately. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Hold on a second. The purple-haired man stepped forward. He intended to snatch the item right in front of him and declared arrogantly, I've been eyeing the spirit core as well. Looking at that insufferable demeanor, you could tell he was a troublemaker. The purple-haired guy affected a stylized hair flip and said, I'll pay 20,000 yuan. Zion brushed his hand away and thought to himself, you've got a lot of nerve trying to steal from me, then said irritably, my friend, this kind of underhanded pressure isn't a good look. The purple-haired man sneered, the stall owner hasn't agreed to sell to anyone yet, so I obviously have the right to make an offer, and he pointed at him mockingly, a proper beast tamer, yet you can't even pull out 20,000 yuan. He held his head high and said, I'm the nephew of the mayor of Juhuosi. If you need, I can arrange a job for you to make ends meet. So, he was just a spoiled brat relying on his family. Suddenly, the man's eyes were fixed on something behind Zion. The purple-haired man looked in that direction and greeted them. He noticed Dubai. Those slender hands and smooth, fair skin were enough to captivate anyone. The purple-haired man's face revealed an indescribable lewdness, and he blurted out, what a rare and stunning beauty. Zion truly could not take it anymore and provoked him. Since we both want it, why don't we have a life or death battle to settle who is superior? He stood in front of Dubai, thinking to himself, typical weak villain who loves to put on a show. Look at that despicable face, I'll just use you for target practice. He activated the Eye of Apocalypse. The purple-haired man growled in anger. Want to play the hero saving the beauty here? Were you tired of living? The spirit beast beside him began to exhale heat. The system notification came immediately. Scarlet Flame Tribe member, Phi Tech Dog species, peak Silver rank, innate talent, larva buddy, mid-level black iron quality, possesses the skills Flowing Fire and Flame Lash. He gestured with his chin and ordered, though, good duck, bite him to pieces for me. The sacrificial dog lunged as if to tear Zion apart, but he remained unperturbed, calmly embracing Dubai and gently sidestepping to avoid the attack. Zion found it quite interesting. For someone who had always been protected by his family, engaging in actual combat with a real beast tamer was a rare opportunity. The purple-haired man's spirit beast aggressively lunged again. Zion smiled slightly, thinking, I just took down a bronze rank one. I wonder what this black iron rank beast tamer tastes like. He still nimbly and easily dodged its attacks. The purple-haired man provoked him. If you're so good, stop running away like a coward. The audience began to gather in growing numbers, and whispers broke out. Isn't that the mayor's nephew, Chujaji? We're doomed. This guy is famous for abusing his power. I heard he always uses sneak attacks in solo fights. The spirit beast continued to charge frantically. Dubai called out wordly, be careful, Zion. The merchant also shook his head in resignation. This kid is truly courting death. Zion kept a relaxed expression, thinking, if you don't want me to dodge anymore, I'll face you head on. Seizing the moment when the beast lunged, he rotated his hand into a circle. Zion spun the spirit dog as if he were washing rice in the palms of his hands. Then, he delivered the finishing blow. With one palm, he sent the purple-haired man's spirit beast flying far away. It lay flat on the ground, whimpering like a frightened puppy, looking truly pathetic. The mayor's nephew, feeling humiliated, shouted in threat, you brat, pitting a dog requires respecting the owner. I will definitely make you regret this action. As soon as he finished speaking, he ignored his injured beast and continued to order, sacrificial dog, use Flowing Fire for me. The spiritual beast was also very obedient. It condensed a fireball and launched it toward Tuan in a spiral. Luckily, he evaded it just in time. He looked at the cratered ground and told himself it was time to call out his own spiritual beast. Scalefish joining the fray now was the most logical move. Fire and water have never shared the same path. Acting on his thought, Tuan immediately summoned his water-type spiritual beast. Appear quickly, Scalefish. As soon as Scalefish appeared, Tuan felt something was off. Behind him, the giant snake suddenly emerged from the void. It lunged forward, opening its wide maw to swallow Tuan whole, but he nimbly dodged to the side. It turned out the purple-haired guy was playing a dirty sneak attack. He still shamelessly boasted that he hadn't expected Tuan to evade such a stealthy strike. The system announced, Flame Chariot of the Insect Tribe, Phi type, intermediate silver rank, base talent, intermediate black iron quality, blue heavenly 5-star skill, beginner green toxicity. Scalefish also found the opponent too lowly, and Tuan knew this battle wouldn't be easy. He ordered, Scalefish, we need to finish this quickly, and Scalefish understood perfectly, beginning to coordinate. The purple-haired man didn't know his own limits. He laughed out loud, well done. Emperor Dog, Flame Split, attack. Despite it being 2 against 1, Scalefish was surrounded by a barrage of fireballs. He cried out in alarm when they suddenly exploded. Scalefish was engulfed in a brilliant crimson light, its condition inside completely unknown. The purple-haired guy sneered proudly, a mere apprentice beast tamer with a scrawny spiritual beast. How dare you challenge a black iron rank like me? What a waste of a spiritual beast with potential. He arrogantly declared the match decided, but Tuan remained perfectly calm. Sensing that Scalefish was fine, he replied, you're jumping to conclusions too early. From within the thick dust cloud, Scalefish lunged out, its body without a single scratch. Enraged, it used its powerful tail to whip the purple-haired man's spiritual beast directly in the face. The powerful blow sent Emperor Dog flying backward, rolling onto the ground and fainting instantly. With only Flame Slip remaining, it used its long, thin body to coil tightly, hoping to entrap Scalefish. Scalefish nimbly slipped out of the encirclement, concentrated a water sphere and fired it straight at Flame Split's head. The opponent was officially knocked out of the game. Seeing this, the purple-haired guy stammered in shock. Ow. How is this possible? It was clearly just an unranked common beast. Only now did Scalefish feel it had finally vented its internal frustration. Tuan recalled his spiritual beast. Honestly, your soul beast is quite strong. It's just a shame it picked the wrong master, he said, not forgetting to mock him. Provoked to this extent, an arrogant person like him couldn't stomach the anger. You damn brat. Once someone acts as a lowlife, they have no regard for honor. He immediately drew a dagger from his person. The purple-haired man lunged forward in a rage. How dare an unranked beast tamer act so smug? Suddenly, Baijai flew in from nowhere and kicked him in the head. Well done. He struck a stylish pose and smilingly delivered the news to Tuan. Greetings, young Master Zeroin. The city lord has just sent a secret letter. Stunned by the painful kick, the purple-haired man could only lie there and take it. Tuan ignored him and continued his transaction with the old shopkeeper. Here's 10,000 yuan. Give me the crystal core. The scene shifts to a city with towering skyscrapers. Inside a private room, Tuan was deep in thought. He stood silently before a block of rare medicinal herbs. The city lord's letter sounded with his voice. Zyro-N, the data on Scalefish's evolution you asked me to collect is ready. You didn't use the old secrets but chose super intuition to forge your own path. Your grandfather respects that, but this uncharted road is extremely dangerous. He quietly calculated. The Scalefish had indeed surpassed the black iron threshold and could undergo its first evolution. Instead of choosing the common white skin formula to evolve it into a red-eyed gold-patterned fish, this clairvoyant eye suggested an irresistible path, the Kampang. From the time it is a small fish in the sea, it is a kun, until it spreads its wings to soar into the sky, it becomes a pang. The transformation sequence goes from fish to whale, whale to kun, and finally, it metamorphoses into a pang. To reach this legendary state that rules both the ocean and the sky requires a total of 9 evolutions. Tuan was filled with excitement. He began to summon the white fish, and the little flying fish appeared right before him. It didn't look where it was going and slammed straight into his back. Damn it. Tuan felt like his spine was about to fall apart piece by piece. From outside, a voice suddenly called out, Tuan, are you alright? Tuan hurriedly grabbed the scalefish. Annoyed, he shook it. The scalefish was truly a handful. He pointed at it and declared that the evolution would begin, while the scalefish could only look at its master with a pitiful expression. Without further delay, Tuan began preparing all the materials necessary for the evolution. Everything merged together, marking the first step of the transformation process. The appearance of the scalefish began to undergo clear, significant changes. Its tail and fins gradually became sharper, indicating that the evolution had reached its final stage. The scalefish appeared in a brand new form, much like a child who had suddenly grown into an adult overnight. Species, White Shadow Ancient Scalefish Water Element, Rank Beginner Black Iron. Innate Talents, Rapid Water Control S, Sound Darkness Tower S, Water Flow Rupture L, Mysterious Shadow Tracelessness A. The system chirped. Quality, High Grade Monarch. Skills, Rapid Water Control Purple, Novice, Sound Water Devouring Purple, Novice, Water Flow Rupture Blue, Novice, Mysterious White Shadow Blue, Water Frost Strike Green, Intermediate, Bubble Layer Green, Intermediate. Its special talent far exceeds that of its peers, and the added Mysterious Shadow ability helps confuse enemies, significantly reducing the hit rate. Just as the words finished, a small explosion occurred. The scalefish's body suddenly grew so fast it was uncontrollable. Tuan was almost crushed. Damn it, why is it suddenly so huge? He hurriedly gave an order to avoid being turned into a meat patty. Brother, drink down right now. The scalefish obediently dove straight back into the beast space. Tuan let out a sigh of relief. He had almost been crushed to death by his own pet. It was just a pity the room was a bit of a mess. A knock on the door sounded again, catching his attention. Bai Jai heard the noise inside and asked worriedly, Young master, are you alright? They looked at the cluttered room and replied vaguely, It's nothing, I'm researching beast taming skills. You should prepare a new room for me. This place is no longer livable. Tuan worried privately, must solve this quickly, or it will be troublesome. He suddenly realized he had overlooked something important. It turned out there was one more letter. The few lines of text mentioned the clear source due in Red Wing City. He rejoiced secretly. His grandfather's news was truly fest. He had to obtain this item. His mood significantly improved. He thought he should take the opportunity to see if there were any treasures in Red Wing City. The scene shifted to Red Wing City. Porking voices rang out loudly. Spirit cores and spirit beast eggs. Red Wing spirit beast distribution maps. Adventurers Guild recruiting with room and board provided. Tuan felt a headache coming on. It was truly maddeningly noisy. He had wandered through almost the entire market in Red Wing without seeing a single decent item. He thought to himself, but as soon as the thought finished, Tuan immediately regretted it. The system suddenly announced the discovery of a black eye and 5-breath spirit beast core, bronze level fossil materials, and the feathers of revored wisdom eagle. It seemed Tuan was about to strike a great bargain. While observing the streets, a voice suddenly rose, discussing the upcoming auction. It turned out 2 young men were chatting. One said this auction would feature diamond-level resources, and the other added that even the old woman who specializes in hunting diamond-level items in Blue City would be attending. The more they talked, the more animated they became, claiming there was nothing left to look forward to in this round of resources. Tuan heard this and was terrified. Oh no, the clear source due is extremely important to me. If the Blue Main City gets involved, this is going to be difficult. The shop owner's gruff voice echoed behind him, making him freeze. HMPH, are you buying or not? If not, move aside so others can do business. Ko Bark held the item in his hand and hesitantly asked, Chefkeeper, how much does this stone cost? Ducking you immediately flared up upon hearing this. What stones and pebbles are you talking about? This is a rare treasure. Do you even have enough money to buy it? Get out of my sight before you hinder my business. Just then, the system unexpectedly issued a notification. High Quank fruit detected, diamond grade item. Tuan was stunned, unable to believe his ears. He stammered, Ko Bark is holding that item, and it's diamond grade. Without a second's hesitation, he rushed over and placed a hand on his shoulder. He excitedly proposed, Chefkeeper, just name your price. I'm determined to get this item. He shouted a sky-high number, 30 million coins. He was secretly pleased, thinking he was about to trick another rich fool. Seeing him tremble with anger, Ko Bark tried to dissuade him. Tuan, it's so expensive, maybe let's just forget about it. Duck and Do sneered, Youngster, if you want to impress girls, you have to be willing to spend. Tuan didn't bother to argue. He held out his card and yelled, swipe the card quickly. He muttered to himself, 30 million for a diamond grade resource. That's definitely a bargain. The shop owner was delighted upon receiving the money. Thank you very much, esteemed customer. High above, a spirit beast spread its wings. The crowd below was abuzz with discussion. What kind of majestic spirit beast is that? It looks so much like a crane. The man standing on the crane's back loudly shouted, Phoenix Crown Radiant Crane, speed up. The system scanned the spirit beast, displaying its information. Insectwood Phoenix Crown Radiant Crane, intermediate class. Realm, Diamond Intermediate. Talent, Storm Call A. Aptitude, Diamond High Grade. Skills, Storm Call Blue, Radiant Blade Blue, Radiant Dance Green. Kanzun looked down and spoke up to remind, Tell old ghost Sifs that we have arrived. The crane continued to glide through the air, leaving behind sparkling trails of brilliant pinkish-purple dust. On the other side, the one called Red Radiant laughed loudly. So it's the renowned city lord of Silver Scale City. He bowed respectfully. The esteemed guest has arrived. Old man barked. Please come in. Below, Tuan gasped in surprise. He hadn't expected his grandfather to personally show up just for him to obtain the Than Van Du. Under the sunset glow, two bird silhouettes spread their wings forward together. The next day, the scene shifted to a magnificent and splendid palace. The old man anxiously asked his grandson, Tuan, were you sure you really want to do that? He firmly replied, yes, grandfather, I'm determined to get the Than Van Du. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Old man barked, what do you want with me? Dunlai replied in a stern voice, if we're talking about the Than Van Du, there's no need for lengthy discussions. Whoever offers a high price gets it. She was a city lord of Lam Lam City, with her granddaughter, Pakai, huddled close to her. She gazed intently towards the grandfather and grandson. He seemed to recognize the girl. Tenzin laughed loudly. Isn't this your granddaughter? I heard you're busy collecting diamond grade resources to save the child. She looked annoyed. Were you beating around the bush like this to threaten me? An astonishing surge of power emanated from her body. Both you and I are diamond grade beast masters. Why should I be afraid of you? Tuan raised his hand to block the blue pressure that just surged towards him, finding it truly suffocating to face the power of a diamond grade beast master for the first time. In contrast, Kenzun calmly replied, City Lord Lam, you misunderstood. You and I are merely bidding for the Than Van Du. It's a willing buyer, willing seller situation. Kenzun created a protective shield. I see you're not too particular about diamond grade resources. How about we make a small transaction? He stood there marveling. Indeed, only beast masters from silver grade and above can create barriers. Dunlai's anger gradually subsided. Frowning, she asked, what exactly is the transaction? He took out a box. I have a diamond grade high corn fruit. If I win the Than Van Du, I will sell it back to you at a corresponding price. Tuan quickly stepped forward. Grandpa, wait a minute. He looked at Kai Kai and smiled. This little sister is so pitifully ill. How about we just give this high corn fruit to her? The old man froze, his mouth agape in surprise at his grandson's suggestion. He thought to himself, give it away. From selling to giving it away. The plan changed too quickly. She looked disbelieving. Man, such a rare diamond grade resource. Why give it to us? Her eyes still showed a hint of worry. Tuan merely gave a radiant smile. Didn't you say the little girl needed diamond grade resources to cure her illness? Kai Kai's face turned beet red when she heard him say that. I like this little girl very much, so why not just give her the light of hope fruit? Tenzin looked at his grandson with a skeptical gaze. After all, Tuan was never a womanizer, and even if he did like her, this child looked so frail and weak that she didn't seem like a suitable daughter-in-law for this family at all. He could only manage a forced smile as he handed over the bucks, making the little girl giggle behind her hand. He told her that his grandson's temperament was a bit blunt, so if he offered a gift, she should just accept it, while inwardly he speculated that perhaps this bluntness was because Tuan had seen something special, which made him suddenly change his mind. Then Wai lowered her head to gaze at the buck she was holding in her hands. She led the child away, turning back to say, City Lord Bai, since I have accepted this gift, the grudge between us is considered settled. As Kanzan watched them work away and replied, Thank you, City Lord Lam. Pakai shyly turned back and asked, Big brother, what is your name? Tuan looked at her with a bright smile and said, I'm Tuan, currently staying in White Scale City. Once you've recovered, remember to come visit me. The little girl etched the name into her heart, turning to leave while still lingeringly murmuring, Brother Tuan. Tuan looked straight ahead and told himself, and just like that, the diamond grade resource is gone. His face took on a stern expression, as if to say he wasn't the type of person to waste money recklessly. The system then sent a notification, Spatial Insect, Spatial Type, Unranked Level 9, SS Grade Spatial Void Talent, Beginner Epic Quality, Beginner Orange Grade Spatial Void Skill. The Spatial Spirit Beast has extremely high potential when mature, but in its early stages, it consumes a massive amount of energy, otherwise it will drain the Beastmaster's strength, becoming a heavy burden. He continued to watch the girl intently and thought to himself, an Epic Grade Spatial Spirit Beast and an SS Grade Enhancement Talent. If this girl grows up safely, she will surely become a great talent in the future. The system notification continued, Power Enhancement Talent, an SS Grade Support Talent that can double the abilities of all selected pets. Tuan smiled meaningfully. Exchanging this 30 million new light of hope fruit for the girl's gratitude was truly a bargain, as the auction hall was now packed with people. The female host stepped onto the stage and loudly declared, Power that reaches the peak of glory. She began the event, saying, Distinguished guests, welcome everyone to today's auction. The lights focused on the first item as the auction officially began. Without further ado, we have item number 1, a gold braid spirit beast egg, the purple core hork, with a starting price of 1 million, causing the crowd below to whisper incessantly, as the purple core hork was rumored to be difficult to care for and even harder to train. Tuan and his grandfather were also watching from inside the private room. He was extremely surprised when he saw that item. This thing is, the girl raised her gavel high, a genuine gold braid spirit beast egg at a great price. Is there anyone bidding? And from a guest room, a voice replied, 1 million, prompting the surrounding audience to marvel that they must be a tycoon, probably just buying it for fun, as the world of the wealthy was truly hard to understand. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. The first item was usually not easy to sell, so this was quite lucky. Kenzun looked at him with concern. Tuan, do you want to reconsider? The purple core hork is not an easy species to raise. He glanced at the system notification. Purple core hork species, wind and lightning attributes, thunder talent, amethyst epic quality. Skills include lightning flash, chucking thunder, and wind/cyclone. Tuan spoke up to reassure him. Grandfather, just trust me, this egg is not as ordinary as it looks. He smirked triumphantly, not expecting the auction house's high-end appraisal machine to misidentify it. Gold grade versus amethyst grade. The difference between these two levels was like heaven and earth. The girl slammed the gavel onto the table. Congratulations to the guest in room number 3 for successfully acquiring the purple core hork egg. Now for the next item. The entire hall erupted in applause. An hour later, the host looked over the catalog and announced, "This is the final auction item, the clear distant dew." The light once again shone on the sparkling stone. There is no floor price. Everyone is welcome to compete freely, with a minimum bid increment of 1 million Kyushu coins. The audience in the hall immediately became rowdy. "I'll bid 10 million Kyushu coins. 10 million to own a diamond grade material." "You're dreaming." "I'll bid 30 million. 50 million Kyushu coins. Everyone give me some face." Asking for face in front of a diamond grade material. "I bid 100 million. He immediately stepped to N. Little N, say calm. It's not time yet. Wait for them to drive the price up further before we put down the money to take it." As Tuan frowned slightly. The clear distant dew was a key for him to unlock his second talent. He held the blue tinted stones in his hand, which were awakening stones obtained from the mutated 5-candle spider leader, wondering what the proper way to use them was. He looked at the system notification and fell into thought. "You are currently researching how to use awakening stones. You have received a heavenly revelation. The first method, carry the awakening stone with you. After a period of influence, there is a certain chance to awaken an F to D grade talent, usable once per year. The second method, directly embed the awakening stone into your body, which gives a certain chance to awaken a C to A grade talent, usable once per year." Perhaps the mutated 5-candle spider leader had accidentally swallowed an awakening stone before, thus forming a mechanism similar to the second method. The third method, use the awakening stone as the main ingredient combined with flame's secret essence, clear distant dew, and other items to create an awakening solution. Soak in it for a day and a night for a chance to awaken an S to SSS grade talent. This is currently possible, and this method allows for awakening talents up to SSS grade, though the ingredients to concoct this solution are extremely hard to find. Regarding the Yuanli and the Engare Habai Di Led 1EC7P, I recall that both are available in the Back family's warehouse, while the Than and Gai and Led 189 will require the assistance of the Back family's search network. Just then, someone raised the price to 500 million, and Ducking Yu smiled triumphantly, thinking that with the Than and Gai and Led 189, he would soon break through to the diamond rank. However, from the room above, a more shocking figure was announced, 700 million Led 1 EED Chow coins. He hurriedly pleaded that he was a first-class gold rank beastmaster and that this material was extremely important to him, so he hoped the gentleman would yield. He shouted the price up to 800 million Led 1 EED Chow coins, causing a stir in the entire hall. Boss Duan was only one step away from the diamond rank, so this desire was understandable, but the person sitting in room No. 3 was clearly no ordinary character, as even City Lord Lam and Seat No. 2 hadn't spoken yet while Duan ducked Dave to provoke others, and a terrifying pressure immediately radiated from that room. The other person mocked him, saying that being a first-class gold rank beastmaster was nothing special, causing him to tremble in fear upon realizing that he was dealing with a diamond rank expert. Even the woman hosting the auction trembled, wondering who on earth this guest, whom the city lord had personally greeted since yesterday, really was. A soft cough echoed from the room, making the girl even more anxious. 900 million Led 1 EED Chow coins for the first time. Does anyone else wish to bid? Ducking Yu hurriedly and respectfully apologized, admitting that he, as a junior, had been rude, while the crowd whispered and mocked him, saying that for someone only at the gold rank to dare compete with a diamond rank master was no different than seeking his own death. The young woman continued the process. 900 million for the second time. If no one else bids, this will be your last chance. She seemed very excited while calling out 900 million for the third time, and even the city lord, who was usually fascinated by diamond rank materials, did not bother to participate. All eyes were fixed on that window. The girl in red gestured toward the room, congratulating the guest in seat No. 3 for successfully winning the auction for the Than and Gai and Led 189. Old Demon Sitch suddenly burst in and shouted, "Old man back, how did you get Lady Lam to let go of this dispute?" Kenzun didn't seem very pleased and replied, "That was my grandson's plan," then looked at the boy and criticized him for having such pale skin and thin limbs, asking how he could possibly be worthy of being a beastmaster. However, he just stayed intently at the item, murmuring that it was his second innate talent. The old man patted Kenzun hard and concluded, "All right, let's decide it that way." Tuan asked in surprise, "Decide what?" To which she announced that in 3 days, he would have a match against the Grand Order of City Lord Sitch. Tuan uttered a confused huh. In bewilderment, the sunset gradually fell over the City Lord's residence in Sitch Duck City. The girl kicked the door open furiously but kept a cheerful face, saying, "Damn old man, I'm back." She grabbed his beard and threatened him, "Old man, why did you call me back? If it's nothing important, I'll shave your beard clean," forcing him to cry out in pain and beg his little treasure to let go before his beard was completely ripped out. Old Demon Sitch laughed awkwardly and said, "You are about to advance to the bronze rank, so I found you an opportunity to possess a diamond rank potential spirit beast." The girl asked in surprise, "What opportunity?" He pointed at the boy and said, "Just defeat him, and it's done." And Kenzun, standing nearby, also encouraged Tuan to seize the opportunity to find a spirit beast for himself in the Sitch family valley. The two sides began to test each other. "Old man back, you arrived quite early. Settling this quickly is good, as I don't want to waste time. I still have to go to the Sitch family valley to choose a spirit beast." Old Demon Sitch had barely finished speaking before adding his hope that his granddaughter would lose early. And Hanengi looked at him excitedly, saying, "Handsome brother in, my name is Hanengi. What is your name?" Her overwhelming enthusiasm left him flustered as he replied, "Tuan." Old Demon Sitch impatiently cut them off, telling both of them to start quickly. And Hanengi got into a fighting stance and reminded him gently, "Little brother, remember to take this seriously." The system panel displayed Hanengi's character information, innate talent, spirit transformation A, realm, Pi level black iron, spirit beast, Pi level black iron wing fang, still, tier 9 physical technique. A spirit beast immediately appeared, and she shouted, "Attack, Wing Fang." The Wing Fang is of the fire and wind element, Pi level black iron realm. With the attack talent blue gunpowder and the skill blue firestorm, she commanded her spirit beast, D-1EF1CNHA, to quickly spread its wings and take control of the sky. But Ngai pointed directly at him. Hurry up and summon your pet. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Zion didn't keep her waiting line. He raised his hand to the sky and shouted, Bia, B-1EA1CH 1EA3NHC 1EED landing do. A massive, colossal figure appeared. The landing do. As soon as it appeared, face planted on the ground. Oops, it looked at him and smiled sheepishly. I've been dieting, but I slipped. But Ngai couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Your pet is really adorable. Zion felt like he was about to shatter into pieces. He was also getting a headache from the spirit beast. He had even spent money to bid for an elasticity seed to teach it all sorts of skills. Who knew that when it transformed into a small size, it would become so clumsy? D-1EF1CNHA immediately swooped down. He chuckled gleefully and commanded, D-1EF1CNHA, attack. Use wing slash. The bird was preparing to unleash its attack. Both Zion and his pet easily dodged, but a gust of the attack grazed his hair. For the next attack, Zion had to twist his buddy sharply to avoid it. Zion started to get annoyed. Use water cannon. Attack. Make it eat dirt. The lightning dew then unleashed its water lightning, and the high-pressure water jets made the bird cry out miserably. But Ngai immediately shouted a command to D-1EF1CNHA. D-1EF1CNHA, quickly get out of the water cannon's range. The bird hurriedly flapped its wings and flew away. Zion didn't forget to praise his Ted. Well done. After evolving, the speed and power of water cannon have increased significantly. Suddenly, something was rushing towards them. The system provided information. Species, Kim-Chish-D-Stroke-I-1EC3U. Element, Fire and Wind. Realm, Level 9. Low Tier. Talent, 5 Vortex A rank. Quality, Mid-Tier Diamond. Skill, Blue Fire Arrow. Extremely fast movement speed. Zion watched the Kim-Chish-D-Stroke-I-1EC3U spitting fire and blamed himself. I forgot she still had another pet. Fortunately, Zion's landing dew managed to absorb the flames. It was also only level 9 low tier, so the damage was negligible. He gently petted the landing dew. I'm sorry, as a beast master, I still lack practical combat experience. You've been run so much, my brother. But Ngai continued to press the attack. Your defense is quite good. Let's see how you handle the next move. Both birds charged forward with all their might. He used telepathy to ask the system, how many times can A-rank talent increase a pet's combat power? The system immediately replied, 3 times. The two beasts began to fly in circles. Zion looked at the lightning dew in astonishment. They're playing a simultaneous attack from both sides. Wait a minute, this is dangerous. Elder Dewey was extremely smug. Old man Bai, your grandson is finished. How can he possibly withstand the consecutive attacks from Ngai's bronze deer pet? Elder Zhang remained very calm. Don't celebrate too soon. You might get a heart attack from too much joy. D-1EF1CNHA was charging forward with terrifying speed. At the same time, the Kim-Chish-D-Stroke-I-1EC3U unleashed a fierce torrent of fire. A dense cloud of smoke and dust enveloped the area. Elder Zhang was quite worried. Why haven't we seen Zion actively attack yet? Seeing this, he taunted, Old man Bai, don't worry, I won't let your grandson get hurt. In reality, Zion had already managed to erect a barrier. All three of them stared in disbelief. It was hard to imagine that someone only at the Black Iron level could do this. A rolling wave of order enveloped his body. At this moment, Zion smiled faintly, realizing that the protective shield wasn't exclusive to Silva tier individuals. Anyone with enough power could use it, especially when his space was filled with spiritual energy. With a stern expression, he commanded his spirit beast to quickly end the match according to the plan. White Shadow Great Scaled Fish, let's finish this plan. The Great Scaled Fish immediately unleashed its ocean as you wish technique, firing a fierce stream of water. It immediately transformed into a giant whale, astonishing the old demon who stayed wide-eyed and asked Old Man Bai what kind of monster his grandson was. Even Jing Zhang shuddered. I truly can't handle this. The Great Scaled Fish was stirring the water currents. The colossal torrent of water shot directly towards the enemy, completely engulfing Runairo within the raging waves. Crimson Hork also could not escape its fate, fell straight down to the ground right at the girl's feet. Rennak completely lost her composure and shouted, ordering Runairo to use its blazing fire attack to knock Zion away. The bird immediately shot towards him like an arrow. As it approached, Runairo's eyes burned with killing intent like fire, and its sharp beak darted forward as if to tear through the very space in front of it. A fiercely burning smoke enveloped its body. Witnessing this, old Ghost Kai couldn't help but be stunned and curse inwardly, thinking the girl had been mad. Stubbornly refusing to admit defeat and resorting to dangerous moves would only lead to more severe consequences. In front of her was the small whale with its deep blue energy charging directly, while Runairo was also rushing forward. And below, Zion watched with bated breath and an extremely tense expression. Seeing the small whale still aggressively charging and refusing to stop, Zion broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, don't hurt it. In just a blink of an eye, the two spirit beasts collided in a fiery clash. A surging blue light swept forward, directly confronting the raging flames that were heating the air to a sweltering temperature. Immediately after, the small whale continued to charge straight at Ren Nai, causing her face to drain of all color and fear. Seeing this, Jing Zhang quickly patted old Ghost Kai's shoulder to reassure him, who was restlessly pacing. Don't worry, young Zion knows his limits and will never hurt your beloved granddaughter. Hovering in mid-air, Ren Nai, feeling wronged, raised her hand in surrender and shouted, I surrender. Hurry and bring me down. Zion smiled brightly, quickly formed a hand seal, and said softly, thank you for showing mercy. Then, the four of them walked inside together. Old Ghost Kai finally spoke, the gentleman's word is his bond. My grandson is allowed to go inside and choose a treasure, but I am absolutely forbidden from entering. He smugly thought to himself, this brat definitely doesn't have the discerning eye to tell the good from the bad. On the contrary, Jing Zhang mused, Zion's innate intuition is even sharper than that old man's appraisal skills. Just then, old Ghost Kai raised his hand, condensing a fiery red energy in his palm. He pressed down hard on the green button. The dazzling ore suddenly flashed, forcing both Zion and Ren Nai to raise their hands to shield their eyes from the brilliant light emanating from the Crimson Hork Grotto. Bold Ghost Kai placed his hands on his hips, looked at both of them, and reminded them, "Kid, I'm only giving you an hour. Whether you've chosen or not, you must come out when time's up." He then turned to instruct Ren Nai, "Nai, go supervise this kid. Don't let him cause trouble." Zion quickly agreed, "Senior Kai, I understand." Ren Nai, standing behind, simply crossed her arms and grudgingly replied, "Ash Mph." With that, Old Ghost Kai stepped aside, making way for Zion to leisurely stride deeper into the Crimson Hork Grotto. The moment he stepped inside, observing the surroundings, he immediately understood that the Crimson Hork Grotto was a fragment of a long-extinct planet, refined by the ancestors of the Kai family using secret techniques into a miniaturized secret realm. Although rich in fire energy, it was constantly depleting. Zion was extremely excited. He raised his hand, examined it, and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's miraculous." Ren Nai, standing beside him, sniffed proudly and replied, "Of course. My Kai family is famous for this fire element spider life secret realm. Without it, how could we reign supreme?" The space was dyed a stifling fiery red, and parched, spindly tree trunks appeared before his eyes as Tuan hurried after Enhanangdi. As he walked, he asked if the young lady could introduce him to some species of spirit beasts in Crimson Wing Valley. Enhanangdi came to a halt and pointed toward the sky. Tuan looked up in the direction she was gesturing. In the distance was a flock of winged ravens, large birds with vibrant orange feathers and piercing eyes surrounded by 4 pitch black birds. She explained that this species possessed both wind and fire elements, but they certainly wouldn't take a liking to him. Tuan turned away, sweat dripping down his face, yet he still casually replied that not only did they dislike him, but they also blazed at him with pure hatred, which Enhanangdi found utterly baffling. As soon as he finished his sentence, a flock of birds with shimmering golden feathers surged out from nowhere, obscuring the entire sky. One of them suddenly lunged straight toward them. Tuan instinctively retreated as energy began to gather within him, while Enhanangdi swiftly stood in front to block it, holding a card high as if she were shouting a command. A brilliantly glowing red card appeared in her hand. The blinding light emitted from the card, immediately repelling the birds and leaving them looking at her with expressions of extreme shock. Once it was over, Enhanangdi spun around, pointing her index finger at Tuan, and haughtily stated that a water element user like him being there was like a drop of water falling into a frying pan. He was lucky they hadn't joined forces to attack him. Tuan could only nod in agreement, continuing to look around as if he had just realized something. Tuan approached the bird nests, his eyes never leaving them as he gathered the necessary information. Having assessed the situation, Tuan reached out and touched the head of the bird in front of him, infuriating it. He calmly said that this was quite normal and suggested they keep looking. Tuan nimbly jumped to another nest, his wide eyes observing closely, which gave the bird inside a continuous fright. And so, he persistently moved from one nest to another, while the golden orange sky around them remained quietly peaceful. An hour passed while Tuan was still engrossed in his search. Enhanangdi, sitting on a rocky ledge, gradually lost her patience. She rested her chin on her hand and groaned, asking if he hadn't finished choosing yet since time was running out. Tuan didn't bother to reply, remaining lost in thought. Even though nothing truly caught his eye, not even the diamond drank beasts, the highest tier Enhanangdi, feeling ignored, grew furious and shouted, asking if he heard her at all. Tuan still didn't care. He rested his chin in his hand and seriously decided to just settle for the diamond rank 1 for now. Even without a contract, he could leave it for Barkdar. Behind him, Enhanangdi seemed to be going crazy as she screamed incessantly. While deep in contemplation, Tuan was suddenly attracted by a strange bird with gold and orange feathers. He gasped in surprise. Tuan innocently stepped closer, his eyes shimmering with delight as he looked at the bird. Its plumage was truly distinct, featuring sleek orange feathers, golden wings, and half-open blue eyes. A mutated fire element winged raven belonging to the winged raven race, possessing the SS rank talent Radiant Sun like fire, high tier bronze quality with a severely damaged core, along with the skills Radiant Sun's mark orange, raging flame charge purple, dense smoke impact blue, and residual red ember pick blue. Tuan was staggered. He told himself, my goodness, this is a mutated spirit beast that even has an SS rank talent and an orange rank skill. Why haven't I noticed it until now? Tuan looked up to hear more. This mutated fire element spirit beast had abandoned all other attributes to remain purely fire element, thereby gaining the favor of the soul of flame. Although it matured very quickly, due to the unique nature of that fire, it required a massive amount of fire energy, leading to its core being seriously damaged. If restored, it could reach epic rank. Otherwise, wouldn't he have missed out on a bargain better than a diamond rank? Tuan picked up the winged raven to inspect it closely, ignoring the astonished stares from the nearby blackbirds, and softly asked, "Hey kid, will you come with me?" It sat on his hand and coldly shook its head, its eyes showing no trace of interest in Tuan. Recognizing this, he understood the issue immediately and told himself that without a little temptation, it would be difficult to lure it. Instantly, Tuan pulled out a shimmering, bright pink crystal. Its radiant light made the winged raven unable to resist, peering curiously a few times. Upon seeing the crystal clearly, it snapped its head around and stared with an utterly shocked expression. The winged raven observed for a long while. Although slightly hesitant inside, it still boldly retorted, "I am the incarnation of the sun. You think a tiny soul core can seduce me?" Tuan wore a sinister smile and tempted it, saying, "Follow me, and I guarantee you'll be able to eat fire element cores until you're full." The winged raven began to sweat as it wavered before this irresistible temptation, its eyes constantly glancing back at the crystal, with one hand supporting the winged raven and the other gently waving the crystal to entice it. The bird hesitated, thinking to itself, "Glory cannot dazzle me, and poverty cannot change me. I shall never become a slave to these soul cores." It lowered its head, troubling to restrain itself, firmly believing that no one could sway its resolve. The blue sky remained as peaceful as ever. After a long while, the winged raven finally could not resist and tightly embraced the crystal. Its eyes became infatuated, and it told itself, "It's not that I didn't stand my ground, but rather that he gave far more than I could possibly withstand." Enhanangdi watched the scene with her eyes bulging. Tuan, holding the winged raven in one hand, turned to look at her with surprise. Tuan glanced at Enhan Engi and thought to himself that since the Crimson City Lord was an expert at raising winged ravens, it would be a huge problem if he discovered that he was taking this mutated winged raven away. In the blink of an eye, he decided to form a contract with the winged beast right then and there, telling himself to just get it done. Seeing that reckless move, Enhan Engi was startled. What was wrong with him? She never expected he would dare to sign a contract right in this place. The brilliant red and blue light enveloped the contract and the winged beast. Sich Engi was dazzled by the intense light and had to quickly cover her face with her hand. Tuan felt like he was falling into a state of frenzy. His eyes became cold and sharp, and the blue energy around him erupted intensely. He worried to himself that he was truly done for this time. The winged beast bowed its head in silence and quietly retracted its wings. Tuan's eyes widened in pain, his mouth opening as if to scream. Before him, the winged beast was emitting an extremely intense red aura. He guessed it was draining his water type energy. Witnessing that terrifying scene, Enhan Engi could not sit still. She rushed over to save him, though she couldn't help but retort, "What a lunatic." She waved her hand and fired a hot streak of flame straight ahead. Flame streak shot toward the spot where Tuan was kneeling. He was still trembling after what had just happened, his face drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Indeed, signing a contract with a mutant spirit beast was dangerous. It had almost drained his vitality completely. The winged beast beside him sighed softly. Tuan waved his hand to cast a spell, sending the winged beast back to his own private space. The winged beast hugged the crystal and closed its eyes as it landed. A notification popped up, "Your mutant winged beast, the winged beast larva, has activated the mythical beast attribute. The newly awakened innate talent is the S-rank Phi spirit body." While tucking itself into the crystal, the winged beast suddenly noticed something unusual. An eye hidden in the water suddenly appeared in midair. It lifted the winged beast high up, and more information about the winged beast was displayed. The Phi spirit body has the ability to reduce horde attack damage and can also absorb the opponent's Phi type moves to enhance its own attacks. The winged beast unleashed a brilliant red light, completely dispelling the silence of the night around them. Under the water, a creature was poking its head out to observe. It was a whale child. It looked around curiously but did not understand what was happening. The scene shifted to Enhan Engi standing with her arms crossed, her face thoughtful as she listened to Tuan gasping for air. "Thank you, Miss Sich, for your timely assistance. If you ever need anything in the future, I will definitely remember to repay you," he told himself with gratitude. If it weren't for the Phi spirit power appearing just in time, the contract today wouldn't have been so easy. Both logically and emotionally, he owed her one. Upon hearing the thanks, Enhan Engi was a bit flustered. She turned her head away, blushing, and explained awkwardly, "I didn't do it for you. If you died here, how would the Zich family explain it to the Bark family?" She hesitated and added, "The Zich family isn't afraid of the Bark family, but I just don't want to cause a meaningless war." Hearing this, Tuan replied, "Thank you for your concern, miss." Enhan Engi immediately denied it. "I already told you, I wasn't worried about you." Tuan could only manage a wry smile. At this moment, Kinsung and Old Man Zich were waiting for the two outside. Seeing them emerge from the Zich Nha valley, both turned to watch. Kinsung supported his still trembling grandson and asked gently, "Little Ein, are you okay? Are you hurt anyway?" Tuan waved his hand to signal he was fine and smiled at his grandfather. "I'm fine. It was just a bit draining to sign a contract with a second spirit beast." Hearing this, his grandfather was astonished. "What? Signing a contract without proper preparation is life-threatening. Didn't you know that?" Tuan looked up and held up his finger to open another space. The winged beast, hugging its crystal, slowly descended, causing Kinsung to follow it with his gaze. Tuan looked up at the winged beast sitting on his head and continued, "You see, I'm still fine. I thought it was very special in the Zich Nha valley, so I chose to sign a contract with it." Instantly, not only was Kinsung shocked, but even Old Man Zich was stunned into silence. Kinsung thought to himself, no wonder Tuan was so reckless. One look is enough to tell the spirit beast has extraordinary potential. Old Man Zich realized this too, and panicked, thinking, this is a mutant winged beast. Kinsung took his grandson's hand and turned to bid farewell to Old Man Zich. "Everything is done now. We won't bother you any further. Goodbye." Enhan Engi stood behind, narrowing her eyes as she watched them. Old Man Zich could only offer a forced smile in response. "Travel safely." Enhan Engi was unwilling to let it go. She pointed and shouted, "Tuan, so what if you have high talent? The true powerhouse must be forged through countless battles. Just you wait. I will definitely catch up to you on the long road ahead." Tuan fell silent for a moment, then he laughed and replied, "I won't be waiting for you. If you're good enough, try chasing me and see." As he set off, he told himself, "See you at the pinnacle of glory." Returning to Barkline City, the link beast gently landed on the ground, creating a gentle swirl of wind on the grass. Kinsung carefully instructed Tuan to quickly return and absorb the fire element spirit stone to replenish his lost energy. The boy obediently replied, "I understand, sir." As Tuan's silhouette gradually faded into the distance, someone suddenly called Kinsung from behind. It was Thoithan, the old city lord. Hearing the call, he turned his head to see Thoithan panting and saying he had finally arrived. Kinsung frowned sternly, reminding him that he was no longer a child and should pay attention to his appearance. Thoithan leaned in and whispered a report on the situation. As soon as he finished listening, he angrily shouted, "These brats!" The scene shifts outside, where Barkthuk and Barkai were standing guard. Barkai raised a finger and said the young master was truly diligent, purring into seclusion immediately upon his return. Barkthuk remained silent while she continued to wonder why he forbade her from interacting with the Bark family members, even though the young lady had passed inspection. Tuan stood in the room, hearing everything with a perplexed expression. Barkai even joked, asking if this counted as a domineering CEO-style imprisonment. It was then that Barkthuk spoke up, forbidding her from discussing the young master. Tuan began pouring 5 vials of medicine into the basin. He stirred steadily with his hand while earnestly crushing the emerald spirit stone into a fine powder. After finishing, he wiped his sweat and told himself that the awakening solution base had been processed. Now it was time to refine the main ingredient. Tuan carried the bowl of powder to the basin of water, covering his nose tightly because the foul smell was even worse than sewage water after rain. He secretly thought, surely the Eye of Origin isn't playing a trick on me, right? Pouring the bowl of powder into the black water made them blend together. The water gradually turned green, accompanied by tiny bubbles rising to the surface. Tuan frowned, waved his hand, and felt the change. The strong, a pleasant stench had completely vanished. A sudden notification appeared, confirming that the awakening solution base was ready. Tuan smiled, looking at his toned body and six-pack abs, then told himself that if this $9 billion potion wasn't effective, it would be a huge waste. As soon as he finished speaking, he plunged into the water, forcing the surface to ripple. He exclaimed with satisfaction, "What a refreshing feeling." Tuan lay relaxed in the medicinal water, as blue currents of electricity ran from his brain throughout his skeleton, creating a mysterious glow. From the void, large, interconnected golden chains appeared, firmly piercing Tuan's body. Outside, the sky echoed with a lightning strike, illuminating the entire dark area. The violent thunderclap and lightning flash startled even the person who was half drunk and in a daze awake. He squinted, looking out the window, holding his aching head, and was astonished to see golden chains merging from the high-rise building, stretching straight up into the sky to form a vortex. Witnessing that bizarre sight, his mind became even more muddled. Is it truly someone in the city who has just awakened their powers? The thought that just flashed was immediately extinguished because the distance was too great. Energy waves from an awakening of that level could not possibly reach here. He still clutched the wine bottle tightly, plumped into the chair, and let out a sigh, reassuring himself that it must be due to his drunkenness causing hallucinations. The long chains continued to sway in midair. They coiled around Tuan, then gradually broke apart into thousands of tiny fragments. 2 days passed. Tuan woke up from a deep sleep. He stretched to relax his body after a long period of activity. He rubbed his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, an unusual image of golden chains had appeared in his pupils. The system sent a notification about the heavenly Tao chains and the rules of innate talent. Spirit users cannot fully integrate, but the power of heavenly Tao can forcibly break through and resonate with the essence of all living beings. Tuan observed the system and muttered about the resonance between living beings and primordial power. He then burst into laughter, drawing the attention of the servants below. An idea suddenly struck him, and he decided he had to find someone to test it on immediately. As soon as he pulled it out, he loudly called for Bark Thuok. Bark Thuok stood outside the door, anxious about Tuan's unusual behavior today. She gestured to Bark Kai, asking what strange whim the young master was indulging in now. Bark Kai could only shake her head in defeat. Bark Thuok gently pushed open the door and stepped inside, only to freeze at an inappropriate sight she shouldn't have witnessed. Tuan was unconcerned, still enthusiastically directing, "I need you to do this urgently. Don't just stand there. Come here quickly." Bark Thuok's face turned crimson with embarrassment. She rushed out, not forgetting to explain, "I'm sorry, young master, I can't do that." It was only then that Tuan realized the situation. He froze and then recoiled, trying to hide his embarrassment. His face turned bright red as he crouched down in the bathtub, stammering that it was all a misunderstanding. After regaining his composure and dressing neatly, Tuan hurried to find Bark Thuok to discuss serious matters. He told her to stand still and relax without resisting. Golden chains suddenly appeared in his eyes. Thin Dao Trillian slowly materialized, its metal chains wrapping tightly around Tuan's hands. Following his command, they lunged forward and coiled around Bark Thuok, leaving her utterly bewildered. Before she could even react, the sharp tip of the chain shot upwards and plunged directly into her sternum, penetrating deep inside her body. Brilliant golden streams of energy began to circulate through the chain connecting the two of them. Tuan focused all his concentration, sending out blue beams resembling electric currents running along her body. "Success!" he exclaimed triumphantly. Thin Dao Trillian is successfully linked with the host, Bark Thuok, obtaining the B-grade water element talent. The golden chains remained firmly connected between them. Tuan immediately ordered the next step. "Bark Thuok, deactivate your defenses." Bark Thuok complied without hesitation. She entered a state of deep concentration and formed a gesture with her hands. In the blink of an eye, Tuan appeared directly in front of Bark Thuok. He propped his chin on his hand, staring intently at her, his face drawing closer to observe the chain still tightly wrapped around her body. Bark Thuok trembled under Tuan's intense gaze. She wondered what bizarre game the young master was playing now, and why he kept staring at her like this. Ignoring Bark Thuok's worries, Tuan continued to contemplate the next step, telling her to deactivate her defenses, which only made her more uneasy due to these baffling actions. Shifting the scene to West City, in a deserted alley, Bark Thuok called Tuan to report that she had arrived. He answered with a worried expression and replied, "Understood, Bark Thuok." The golden chain still followed Bark Thuok through the doorway. Tuan watched the direction of the chain and told her, "You can go back now," but it still didn't disappear. Bark Thuok hesitated and stammered, making Tuan feel very strange. She didn't dare speak directly, cautiously gauging his reaction, and confessed that the young master's actions today were truly too abnormal. From allowing his subordinate to see a sensitive scene, performing strange tricks, and then staring at her body, she anxiously suggested that if the young master was under pressure, he should confide in everyone. But Tuan suddenly froze, wondering if he had caused a great disaster. Tuan asked directly, "Bark Thuok, don't you see anything on yourself?" She firmly asserted that there was nothing. Understanding the principle of the chain, he became stern and told her to go home before hanging up. Bark Thuok couldn't see the locking chains at all. She stood there, dazed and bewildered in this ironic situation. Meanwhile, Tuan continued to ponder the rules, realizing that as long as there was a connection, it would not be affected by other factors. Holding a pen, he continuously crossed things out to find a solution. Thin Dao Trillian actually possesses 3 basic characteristics. He calculated the functions. First was the ability to remain hidden. No matter what he did, Bai Xiao would not be able to detect its presence, almost as if he were teasing her. Second was control by using the heavenly path chain. He could force a connection with Bai Xiao and resonate with her talent. Thinking of the great benefits the chain offered, his face could not hide a smug smile. Third was the initiative. Normally resonance does not require mutual consent, but with this channel, he was completely in command when performing the resonance, so it could be summarized like this. Currently, the chain possessed 3 properties. With these 3 chains, he could link 3 different beast tamers in addition to his own Eye of Revelation. Zion rested his chin on his hand and thought. That meant he could possess up to 4 beast taming talents. Within the beast taming space, he stood in the middle of a vast grassland where 3 sharp stones like strange claws stood out, and the night sky was illuminated by the stars above. He suddenly noticed something unusual. His beast space seemed to have expanded significantly as he observed the surroundings. In the coastal region, there was a rock in the middle of the water, with lush green stone formations rising and falling. In the volcanic terrain, boiling lava was everywhere. Zion fell in a deep thought. It seemed that with every level up, the space transformed and more new terrains appeared, when suddenly a strange object flew past at an incredible speed. Yu flapped its wings, burning with intense heat, and charged straight forward. The strike just now hit the water surface hard, creating a series of continuous explosions. Responding to that attack, the scaled fish beneath the water grew furious. It surged up from the lake, roaring that it was its turn, then spat a stream of power, firing a water pillar directly at Yu flying high above. Seeing this, Zion shouted loudly, "You green shark, stop it right now." The scaled fish hardly defended itself. "It's not what you think, master." Zion didn't care to listen and continued lecturing them. "You are partners. You'll have to stand together in the future. How can you be at each other's throats?" The scaled fish's eyes welled with tears of resentment, replying that Yu had attacked it first. Yu chimed in, saying the scaled fish kept spitting water and making everything wet, which it disliked, complaining while flapping its wings to splash water everywhere. Zion understood the situation and fell silent. So that was it. The scaled fish was diligently training skills according to the plan, while Yu didn't like the damp environment at all. An idea suddenly flashed in his mind. That would be perfect then. Zion extended his hand toward the scaled fish as a stream of water enveloped it. He told it to move to a more spacious home so it wouldn't have to feel resentful in this tiny pond, and then Zion teleported directly to the coastal terrain. He marveled internally. To go anywhere in this beast space required only a snap of his fingers. It truly was convenient. Seeing the scene before it, the scaled fish was overjoyed, its round eyes sparkling with excitement. It dove into the deep water, returning to its naturally massive form, thrashed around and surged out of the water, sending droplets flying in all directions. Seeing the scaled fish so happy, he also felt relieved. It must have been very uncomfortable having to strain to keep its body small like that. Glancing at Yu perched on his arm and is for you. Who won't stay still? Zion continued to teleport to the volcanic terrain. A notification popped up stating that the Phoenix Blood Phi Wooten was a resting place for divine level spirit beasts, carrying the Phoenix bloodline and able to enhance Phi system talents. Teleporting in front of the massive tree, Zion said that the volcano was a home meant for it. Zion observed while working, holding a spirit stone from the tree with a look of concern. The abundant Phi type energy here could quickly replenish the essence Yu was lacking. Yu comfortably found a place with many stones and lay back contentedly with its legs up. Seeing its laziness, Zion glared and asked if it intended to practice the skills he had ordered it to train. Sensing the killing intent directed toward it, Yu could only stare at Zion in silence. Then it quickly changed its attitude to one of arrogance, declaring it would become an entity like the sun to make a mortal like him gap with surprise. Annoyed by its arrogance, Tuan pointed straight ahead, ordering Duck Nha to use the Yan flame to blow away that rock formation. Duck Nha soared high into the air, not making its master wait, and immediately spat out a fierce torrent of fire. Flapping its wings powerfully, it propelled the stream of fire at incredible speed toward the target. The power of the attack created a jarring tremor, with clouds of dust and debris obscuring the view. The rock faced with that terrifying power only chipped a small fragment. Regardless of the outcome, Duck Nha proudly flapped its wings and puffed out its chest as if asking if the human had finally seen its prowess. Tuan tried to suppress his anger, forcing a smile as he asked if Duck Nha needed him to teach it a thing or two, assuring it that under his guidance, its abilities would advance significantly. However, it only closed its eyes and turned up its nose in refusal, as it was destined to become a presence as dazzling as the sun. Its tail wagged excitedly, and Tuan looked at the stone in his hand, secretly thinking that he had guessed right. If he couldn't even handle the small matter, how could he ever tame it? He brought the stone closer, making it impossible for Duck Nha to hide the line clearly visible on its face. It muttered the words Monic Spirit Core under its breath. Its feet hopped up and down and its wings flapped incessantly, just waiting to lunge and seize the treasure for itself. Duck Nha lunged forward but missed the stone because Tuan had quickly pulled it back. His face at that moment looked no different from a villain setting a trap as he calmly said there was no rush, and if it wanted the stone, it had to listen first. Duck Nha looked at him with trembling suspicion, and Tuan immediately suggested a wager between the two. It circled in the air and then nodded repeatedly, agreeing instantly. Tuan laughed while setting the terms. If it practiced according to his method and found it effective, he would win, and conversely, he would win. Duck Nha was secretly happy, thinking that no matter the outcome, it could deny the results to claim the stone. Under Tuan's meaningful smile, Duck Nha nodded in agreement without a second thought. After the agreement, Tuan focused energy into his hands while patiently explaining it to the creature, telling it to wush. When unleashing an attack, one needs to condense energy, but Duck Nha did not seem to care much, resting its chin on its hand with a bored expression. Ignoring that indifferent attitude, he continued to demonstrate the technique while explaining that compressing energy increases power. He pressed a water sphere between his hands as much as he could, and Duck Nhar's eyes widened in confusion, as this was the first time it had seen such a strange way to fight. Before it could compose itself, he used all his strength to thrust the energy sphere forward. The energy stream shot off like a silver bullet, slamming directly into the massive boulder and shattering it into 100 pieces in the blink of an eye. Witnessing that terrifying sight, Duck Nha trembled, never expecting that a tiny water sphere would be far more powerful than its own fireball. Seeing the spirit beast stunned and sweating coldly, Tuan couldn't help but laugh to himself in triumph. It had no idea that the performance had been carefully orchestrated. Tuan smirked behind its back, knowing that because the boulder had already been heated by Duck Nha, it shattered easily when it met the sudden cold water. Refusing to be outdone, Duck Nha immediately imitated his technique, soaring high into the air and gathering energy to form a giant fireball in its mouth. It launched the chucking torrent of energy, and its legs even kicked off the air to increase the destructive force. The fireball shot forward like a bright red bolt of lightning. In a split second, the terrifying power drilled through a mountain cliff. Debris scattered everywhere, and the once majestic, sharp-peaked mountain was now devastated, leaving only a round hole that matched the shape of the energy sphere. The sphere flew so fast that it created gale force winds that made Tuan's hair stand on end. He watched in astonishment, and when the sphere hit the ground, a massive explosion erupted with thick dust, looking like a nuclear mushroom cloud. Not to mention that the excess energy was so great it brightly illuminated the entire sky. Witnessing that horrific scene, he couldn't help but admire Duck Enhar's natural talent. After only a rough demonstration, it had already grasped the basics, and Tuan did not forget to signal for it to land. A few seconds later, he regained his composure and boasted to the little beast, asking if it had seen the results of the training, and continued to lure it by saying that by following his methods, it would mature tremendously. How could it possibly refuse such a great deal? As expected, Duck Nha didn't need to think and hurriedly agreed, even chirping a few times in complete submission. The little spirit beast had no idea it had fallen into a trap, still innocently happy with the spirit cores it had just acquired. Without the slightest concern for the malicious gaze of the beast tamer behind him, he smugly thought to himself that he had caught his prey. However, the sight that greeted Tuan as he stepped into the house was alive with sound of Tuangu and Farthine chatting in the dining room. Recognizing that her beloved brother had returned home, little Tuangu's eyes lit up with excitement. She instantly pointed straight at him and cheered that her brother was finally home. Farthine was also startled as he turned, and by natural instinct, he immediately blurted out two words, brother, and he approached Tuangu, gently patted her head, and asked about the situation at home. Tuangu happily replied that the parents and grandfather had not yet returned, while Fuck maintained his usual professional demeanor, quietly serving dishes to the young master. She seemed quite upset, her eyes welling up with tears as she turned to tug at her brother's shirt to tell on someone. Witnessing that painful scene, Farthine also felt a pang of sympathy and sighed heavily, saying that her father had not returned home for days either. Hearing that, a sense of unease welled up in his heart. Could it be that Uncle Veen had also vanished without a trace, and had something gone wrong in Barkland City? While speculating about the situation, he cast his eyes toward the system board. The lines of text regarding the demon incantation sect appeared clearly, but they provided no specific information. Seeing him dazed, Farthine waved his hand, calling, brother in, brother in. When the food was fully served, he looked directly at the person across from him and asked in surprise why the chubby guy had come here. Farthine appeared completely confused. Even with a bunch of question marks hovering over his head, he honestly replied that today was the opening day, so he had come to find him to go to the Beast Taming Academy together. He scratched his head, muttering about the opening day right. He was still a student. Seeing his confusion, the boy spoke up to remind him, brother in, you didn't forget the opening day, did you? He was truly at his wits' end with this person. Tuan quickly made a mental plan and waved for a Fuck to prepare the car. The old man respectfully accepted the order and quickly retreated. The magnificent scenery of the bustling city in the distance gradually appeared against the vast, clear blue sky. Nearby, a beautiful girl had been waiting outside the car for some time. Seeing him approach, Ko-Bark respectfully greeted him, saying, long time no see, Lord Tuan. Her delicate face, shoulder-length emerald towel, and sparkling golden eyes left him unable to keep his composure. The space before his eyes seemed to be covered in a lovely pink-tinted glass, beautiful enough to captivate anyone. He shyly scratched his head and asked the girl in front of him, Ko-Bark, is life in Barkland City going well lately? She shyly blushed, smoothing her hair as she replied, thanks to your help, I'm doing very well in Barkland City. The blue Rolls-Royce sped down the street. Before long, both of them had arrived at the Beast Taming Academy. Tuan and Farthine walked along the hallway toward the classroom, followed by Ko-Bark, who was quietly trailing behind. He couldn't help but wonder, so he whispered to Tuan while looking back warily, who is the lady behind us? How come I have never seen her before? Even though they had reached the classroom door, he kept babbling that there were many people from the dependent cities in the class, telling him to wait a moment. The moment the two stepped into the door, the atmosphere suddenly turned strangely silent, and everyone turned to stare at him in unison. The group with blue and red hair showed extreme disgust, clicking their tongues and looking at him with a disdainful gaze as if they were looking at an enemy. Another group clamored like fanatical fans meeting an idol, continuously greeting young Master Bar, young Master Tuan, and brother in. Witnessing the scene, he was speechless and lamented to himself that a bunch of kids who didn't focus on training and only knew how to form cliques were truly insane. Farthine kept looking around and whispered a reminder, you are the top freshman from the main city, don't let them bully you. Trapped in a crowded circle, Tuan was forced to offer a polite greeting, hello, everyone. He seriously looked for a way to escape this awkward situation. It seemed that after today, he definitely had to find his grandfather to discuss asking for a leave of absence from school. Upon reflection, he felt something was off. The school environment was too comfortable, and its effectiveness was far inferior to the life and death struggles outside. In his mind, he envisioned the brutal survival in the wild. In a corner at the back of the class, there was someone who kept silent to observe the noisy crowd from beginning to end. The character was Ngalthine, who possessed an SS rank obsession contract talent, was at the unranked stage, but had not yet contracted a pet beast. Behind him were an S rank talent and an A rank talent. A guy with a mushroom haircut whispered into his ear, Brother Lon, it seems he's the leader from the main city side. Do you want to probe him a bit? I'm sure these noble types only rely on connections to get in here. He looks no different from a silver-spoon rich kid. Hearing this, Ngalthine's anger erupted violently, causing the two S-rank and A-rank guys behind him to be startled and terrified. Sensing an invisible murder sore spreading, he turned and immediately saw Ngalthine seething with rage. He smirked mischievously, making Ko-Bark startle and wonder if he was testing her. The two stayed each other down, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder, a fire type and a water type locked in a stalemate. Ngalthine was still burning with wild fury and an overwhelming awe. Tuan, on the other hand, appeared much more relaxed, silently assessing that his opponent possessed decent natural talent, but unfortunately lacked a stirred beast. Far from being his equal, the two kept glaring at each other until Ko-Bark suddenly rushed out to stand between them, leaving both stunned. She stood there, gathering all of her courage to scold him, demanding that he stop these absurd tests, otherwise, she wouldn't show any mercy. That beautiful face captured the teenager's heart once again, making Gauthier tremble, his heart racing and his face turning bright red. He scratched his head and apologized profusely, begging for forgiveness, which left his two subordinates confused, wondering why the boss was so quick to admit defeat. Suddenly, a loud call from a girl rang out from the classroom door. "Tuan, don't you dare forget the promise you made to me." Thien Vu stood imposingly at the door, challenging Tuan to a duel to see who was superior. He felt as if he had struck gold, secretly rejoicing that the little phoenix had arrived at the perfect time. He could use this opportunity to broaden the horizons of these brats, no longer needing to worry about the petty classroom fighting, he thought to himself while glancing at the chaotic scene around him. Happily, he put his hands into his pockets and calmly accepted the challenge. "I agree, little phoenix," he quickly suggested, using the school courtyard as a fighting arena, and she did not object. Thien Vu, even more eager, loudly agreed at once. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, confidently telling herself that she had trained hard for the past 2 months specifically for this decisive moment. She stared intently into Tuan's eyes and urged, "Let's go." He agreed with a gentle smile, followed by a crowd of onlookers rushing toward them. They gossiped noisily. Some were surprised to see the young Master Bark and the young Miss Fuan wanting to compare the spirit beasts. Others hurried to follow for fear of missing out, while others were eager to witness this rare battle. And Gauthien's two subordinates also whispered about the deep-seated grudge between the two, all viewing this as a valuable opportunity to assess the strength of the students at Barkland Academy. And Gauthier nodded in agreement and followed a line. The brilliant sun illuminated the lively arena, where two figures stood in the middle of the large field, ready to kick off the fight. Tuan waved his hand, signaling his opponent to begin quickly. "Come on, little phoenix," as he did not want to waste any more time. She confidently declared that she would defeat him in front of everyone so that all would respect her, then began to focus her energy, creating a fiery ball of flame. Afterward, she summoned her spirit beast. Bright red flame wings rose behind her, making her appearance even more alluring. The purple phoenix appeared, its gaze emitting a murder sword that made anyone who looked at it tremble. The system immediately displayed information about the purple-red phoenix: Phi attack, black eye and initial braid, natural talent phoenix cry S, aptitude for spirits initial braid, and the skill phoenix cry that shakes the world. It was described as a rare bird from primordial times, carrying the bloodline of a phoenix capable of striking terror into enemies. Amidst the heat of the flames and the blinding sun, he wiped sweat from his forehead, shielding his eyes while silently marveling that a primordial spirit beast could evolve to this level. In the air, Thien Vu flapped her powerful flaming wings even harder. Seeing this, Tuan couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. Interesting. It seems the House of Fuan holds quite a few secrets. She was very confident, taunting her opponent with a sharp tone. "Tuan, my spirit beast looks strange to you, doesn't it?" Then she looked at him arrogantly, like a superior showing off a precious item the other person had never seen before. He remained unruffled, calmly resting his chin on his hand as he analyzed that the House of Fuan's ability was truly impressive, having signed a contract with the purple-red phoenix, which was not found in the Van Truzau secret realm. Then, he looked up, wearing a mysterious smile, and firmly asserted that the outcome of this match would not change. She was slightly surprised that he had seen through the identity of her spirit beast so quickly. Tuan continued to provoke the fired-up girl. "Little phoenix, hurry up and make your move, or else when I summon my spirit beast, you won't have another chance," making Thien Vu scream in anger that he was too arrogant. She ordered the phoenix to fire a beam of flame. He just sighed softly. Another stale trick. He gently dodged, avoiding the fierce flow of fire rushing toward his feet. Phoenix gathered energy again and suddenly launched a fireball from behind his back. He turned around while muttering, "As expected, she is still using this tactic." A deafening boom echoed as the massive fireball descended, engulfing Tuan's position, leaving him with nowhere to escape. The audience in the stands couldn't help but be stunned by the sea of blazing red fire. While NG led 1EA1 Othayan calmly observed the developments to see if the outcome was truly settled, and Thien Vu gloatingly watched his opponent imprisoned in the fireball. Suddenly, an arm leisurely reached out from the mass of fire and forcefully brushed away the remains, while he didn't forget to toss a provocative remark at his opponent. "If that's all you got, it's not enough. Hurry up and unleash Cody's most powerful technique." She broke into a cold sweat out of terror. She truly couldn't accept this scenario, causing the stands to buzz again with talk about how a freshman like her could use beast taming so skillfully, though others countered, asking if they hadn't seen the young man use his bare hands to stop the spiritual beast skill. Little C led 1ED1C B led 1EA1CH was gleeful and full of pride. Young Master T led 1ED and was truly incredibly cool. She gnashed her teeth and cursed under her breath, "Damn it," then quickly decided to launch her finishing move. H led 1ED3 and G led 1EBFT led 1ED Vu Lun. Used that technique, she soared into the air to channel energy into the phoenix, accumulating a terrifying sonic wave. The resounding roar shook the entire arena and created terrific gales. The spectators who were watching the scene also had to hurriedly cover their ears to protect themselves. T led 1ED and erected a barrier around himself to try and withstand the threatening sonic wave. He gritted his teeth and endured the suppression, leaving those in the stands feeling both astonished and anxious. Taking advantage of the situation, Thien Vu rushed forward and ordered the phoenix to attack relentlessly. "Hurry up, he must be exhausted by now. Teach him a lesson he'll never forget." He tremblingly stepped out from the protective shield and remarked sarcastically, "I didn't expect this move to actually be able to pierce through my defense." The phoenix lunged like a beast pouncing on its prey. T led 1ED and immediately summoned his spiritual beast. B led 1EA1CH led 1EA3 and HC led 1ED landing due. Peer now. The giant whale suddenly emerged in midair, leaving everyone in astonishment. In terms of size, its mouth alone was large enough to swallow hundreds of phoenixes. Although the H led 1ED3 and G led 1EBFT led 1ED Vu Lun was no pushover, it trembled uncontrollably when facing such a giant monster. The proud whale flicked its tail, instantly sending the once mighty phoenix flying. It landed with a thud on the ground right next to where Thien Vu was standing. Proud phoenix that had been her pride and joy had now suffered a pathetic defeat right before her eyes. T led 1ED and his spiritual beast looked down coldly at the chaotic scene. She collapsed amidst the thick dust, stifling her tears and lifting her head to admit that she had lost. T led 1ED and looked directly at her and questioned. TI led 1EC3 UPH led 1B0 led 1E3NG. Have you forgotten something? Her whole body trembled with eyes full of resentment. You hateful jerk. She was extremely anxious, sweat trickling down her cheeks. The winner takes all. Just say what you want in the end. T led 1ED and smirked and whispered into her ear, causing her to freeze up. Dainvu was startled, her cheeks turning bright red as if she were about to burst into tears. Just you wait. T led 1ED and burst out laughing and waved his hand. The show's over. Everyone, disperse. Suddenly, all the surrounding high-rise buildings began to shake violently. T led 1ED and put his hands in his pockets and frowned slightly as he heard the frantic voices of people asking what was happening. Everyone around was screaming in panic, signaling that there was an earthquake. Just as he looked up, he saw something plunging straight down from high above toward the ground. Rocks and debris sprayed everywhere, leaving T led 1ED and frozen and unable to react in time. B led 1EA1CH TH led 1EF1C and B led 1EA1CH CH led 1EC9 suddenly appeared and unleashed a move to block it. They created a barrier to stop the falling bricks and stones, standing steadfastly beside him to ensure T led 1ED in safety. He frowned and looked up. B led 1EA1CH TH led 1EF1C urged, young master T led 1ED in. This place is too dangerous. B led 1EA1CH CH led 1EC9 added, please return to the main mansion immediately. He asked Bai Jai about the current situation, to which she replied that she did not know what was happening either. The ground beneath their feet shook violently, sending bricks and stones flying everywhere, and a bad premonition suddenly crept into his mind. Thick clouds of dust billowed high into the air, while the sky above Balin City also changed abnormally. A fleet of strange spaceships appeared, blotting out a vast expanse of the sky. Purple ships bearing a spider emblem hovered overhead, manned by terrorists with green and red hair alongside hideous monsters piloting the vessels. Arda looked at the empty space and grumbled, asking why his subordinates had not yet taken their defensive positions. The blonde-haired man hurriedly approached and reported to Arda that number 2 had just sent word that the approach was somewhat hindered due to the earthquake. Arda observed the data on the screen and smiled with satisfaction, noting that this earthquake had come at the perfect time. He ordered the blonde-haired man to prepare the blazing fiend spider immediately, and he respectfully obeyed. The streets in the city center cracked open, and the surrounding high-rise buildings collapsed one after another. Zion, Bai Jai, and Bai Yuo were still traveling inside the vehicle. Zion looked outside anxiously, wondering what on earth was happening to the Eye of Heaven's revelation, as a deep blue pupil emitting a mystical glow appeared before his eyes. The system sent a notification stating that he was investigating the cause of the earthquake in Balin City and had received the revelation of the heavenly Tao. Two globes colliding with each other appeared right on the screen, clearly illustrating what the system was analyzing. The two worlds were gradually drawing closer. The spatial conflict triggered a chain reaction that shook the entire ground. Zion frowned in astonishment at the news of the clash between the two worlds. He rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought, his gaze drifting as he speculated on the prospect of the secret realms merging with one another. He sank deep into his subconscious, watching the Eye of Heaven's revelation gradually open. The system announced that he was tracing the myriad spider nest world and an unnamed land. The screen displayed crumbling buildings colliding with the globe 3 months before the day of the merger. Some areas in the myriad spider nest secret realm had already begun to experience aftershocks along with the violent roars of exotic beasts. After 3 months, the conflict between the two worlds subsided, and spatial rifts began to form, marking the first stage of the integration process. A year later, the myriad spider nest and the other world would completely merge into a high-level secret realm. He curled his lips into a calculating smile, viewing this not as a disaster but as a massive opportunity. Zion was cruising along the highway when he heard booming explosions, and several surrounding buildings had already begun to burn fiercely. It appeared the defensive shield had been breached. The terrorist spaceships continuously dropped bombs, tearing the protective shields of the buildings apart in a sea of fire. Arda laughed gleefully as he directed his subordinates. Everything is going wonderfully. Let the operation begin. Arda used the strength of his legs to kick the giant spiders far away. They fell continuously like balls, while a barrage of bombs poured from the sky, covering the entire heavens. The car carrying Zion was still speeding along the road. An alarm rang out dangerously. Zion widened his eyes as he heard the rapid, urgent warning signal. He hurriedly shouted to Bai Jai and Bai Yuo to activate the shield. As soon as he finished speaking, a protective barrier enveloped the entire car. The mechanical spiders fell and exploded, sending thick white smoke mixed with a bluish glow billowing up. The atmosphere in the City Lord's Manor's operations room was extremely tense as officials hastily issued emergency announcements, and Balin City officially entered a state of level 1 wartime readiness. A soldier ran in frantically to report to his superior about the earthquake measuring over magnitude 8. The shield's energy had been heavily damaged by the bombing of the demon spider sect, and the defenders were struggling to fight off the violent onslaughts of the monsters. Commander Kanjin's expression didn't falter. On the contrary, he calmly issued orders, urgently relaying instructions to repair the central energy core, while simultaneously commanding all beast masters in the city to immediately assist in the defense. His stern voice echoed, the Public Security Bureau and all government personnel must quickly join the earthquake relief efforts. The soldiers, upon hearing the order, complied without hesitation. Understood, City Lord. Commander Kanjin's face darkened. The magical, which had always lurked in the shadows, had emerged at this very moment. Was there a conspiracy? The Vice City Lord beside him chuckled heartily upon hearing this. Old Bai, you worry too much. How could that bunch of cult vermin cause an earthquake? It's just a coincidence. Just then, the monitoring screen suddenly displayed an emergency alert from patrolling soldiers. The Awaken representative area is under attack, requiring immediate reinforcement. Kanjin slammed the table in panic and exclaimed, we're doomed. The match's target is to destroy the Awaken representative and eradicate the foundation of Balin City. He growled, quickly dispatch troops to the Awaken representative. Old Wu can't hold out much longer. Inside the city, successive explosions reverberated, and Zion's figure appeared. He was quietly observing the side of vehicle. Bai Jai approached to inspect it. After examining the vehicle's condition, she said, Master, this carriage is completely damaged. It cannot be repaired anymore, she reported to Zine. It seems we'll have to work. A deafening explosion occurred, and smoke and dust obscured all vision. Towards the center of the explosion, Zine exclaimed in horror, that direction is. He was stunned to realize that the place under attack was the city's focal point. Someone was targeting the awakened representative. While Zine was still worried, a aircraft suddenly swooped in. Seeing the approaching object, a notification appeared in his eyes. Machicult, Zine exclaimed in surprise. Machicult. Baijai beside him responded sternly. It's real of them. Countless aircraft were heading directly for the awakened representative, where fire and smoke were billowing. Someone in the crowd shouted, focus on putting out the fire. Our comrades are still injured inside. However, at the same time, something was descending from the sky. As the dark shadows enveloped a patrolling soldier, the soldier's face contorted in extreme fear as something was falling from the sky. They landed heavily on the ground, creating clouds of smoke and dust. From within the hazy dust, a hand began to emerge. As the smoke cleared, a swarm of spiders rushed forward. The patrolling soldier was horrified by the gruesome sight. They were all spider-faced demon cats. The spider-faced demon cats attacked en masse, quickly breaking through the perimeter and causing the soldiers to retreat in fear, only able to yell, maintain formation, fall back quickly. Hearing the commotion outside, Jinghan wondered, what exactly is happening outside? At this moment, the soldier next to him immediately contacted outside, Ben Yao de Dunguari, please respond if received. But before receiving a reply, the door was repeatedly struck. Seeing the critical situation, Jinghan immediately ordered, prepare to fight. The door was under such intense attack from something that it was about to give way. The shock caused Jinghan's expression to darken. Immediately, the door exploded, and the spider-faced demon cats rushed straight in. The soldiers hadn't even had time to compose themselves. Then the spider-faced demon cats attacked immediately. Jinghan suddenly realized that his armor was completely ineffective against these spider-faced demon cats. He did not hesitate and summoned his spirit beast. Killen appeared as he roared, flay them. Tinhan gave the order, and all the soldiers quickly set up a defensive barrier. Immediately, the unit of soldiers rushed forward, propping up shields in front of him. The shields were lined up side by side, creating a solid front with no gaps. At that moment, Tinhan used his signature ability, Guardian Crystal. Large boulders rose instantly, surrounding the outside of the shield line. He shouted core defense pillar, and a solid stone wall was formed. After finishing the protective layer, he quietly instructed the soldiers to be careful later, not to risk their lives too much, and just to hold out. Tinhan sighed deeply. It had been years since anyone dared to disturb an awakener. Could they not just let someone retire in peace? Behind the wall, Tinhan roared for the temple, while outside, the Shadowcat demon-faced spiders were not to be outdone and began to take action. They accelerated and charged straight ahead. The sound of wheels screeching against the road echoed piercingly throughout the area. The swarm of Shadowcat demon-faced spiders rushed like lightning. Their collision made Tinhan's barrier shake violently as thick dust and smoke rose. Behind the barrier, Tinhan calmly reassured the troops, telling them not to worry as the enemy could not break through this defense. However, on the outside, cracks had begun to appear on the wall. From a crack, a part of a shield was exposed, and the monster seized the opportunity to spray webbing directly at it. The silk threads clung tightly, as if wanting to fuse into one with the shield. Then, it gave a sudden, violent yank. The soldier holding the shield lost his balance, was pulled away, and fell unconscious, creating a gap. Tinhan's face suddenly turned pale as he thought it was all over. Instantly, the swarm of Shadowcat demon-faced spiders rushed in like a fierce flood. They crushed the solid wall that Tinhan had painstakingly built, turning everything into a pile of rubble in an instant. Tinhan became serious, his gaze cold and sharp. He shouted for everyone to concentrate their fear to suppress them. Gunfire crackled like rain as the soldiers fought back fiercely. Bullets flew everywhere, lighting up the area, but the monsters were unbelievably fast. Their spider legs glided like demons, weaving and dodging each volley of bullets skillfully, leaving Tinhan stunned by their terrifying speed. Suddenly, a spider appeared right in front of his face, but Tinhan did not panic. Instead, his eyes lit up as if he had been waiting a long time, and he shouted that the moment had arrived. As the spear in his hand slammed into the ground, the earth shook violently, and sharp stone pillars erupted from the depths like wolf fangs. The stone slabs pierced right through the bodies of the Shadowcat demon-faced spiders. Tinhan sighed in relief, his hand tightly loosening its grip on the spear. He thought it was finally peaceful for now, but still grumbled about why old Bark hadn't arrived yet when his trump card was spent. Suddenly, a figure silently stepped out from the body of the giant spider. Everyone was stunned. Even Tinhan's eyes widened in shock. It was a terrorist. She just worked out of the monster's body, and Tinhan immediately shouted a warning that there was a person inside the spider. Without giving anyone time to react, the terrorist and her accomplices charged into battle carrying cannons. Her voice echoed like thunder across the battlefield, declaring that demons had invaded this world and must face punishment. With that, she raised her arm, and a fireball from the device attached to her hand whistled through the air, hurtling straight towards Tinhan. The deafening explosion resonated, and the tremendous force sent the soldiers flying, but he held his ground, activating his body protection technique in time to create a barrier that stopped the aftershocks from the blast. Taking advantage of the fog covering everything, the terrorist and his accomplices began their scheme. While the soldiers were still stunned from the shock, they charged in, attacking like a pack of wild beasts. However, the defenders were not easily subdued. The conscious soldiers immediately opened fire in retaliation, bullets raining down. Amidst the smoke, the female terrorist unexpectedly appeared right in front of them and screamed a challenge. At that critical moment, a spear flew in, blocking her path. Tinhan appeared, and the spear in his hand suddenly transformed into a solid shield. He blocked her fierce attack, and seeing this, she quickly retreated. Tinhan turned his head to look back at the ranks of soldiers behind him. He loudly commanded, all who are alive, quickly evacuate the injured now. Tinhan gravely bowed his head and whispered to his spirit beast, for this battle, we can only rely on ourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his head, the surrounding space trembled, and gigantic stone blocks appeared from nothingness, rotating after his resounding call for the space of spirit stones. They shot forth, hurtling straight towards the enemy with incredible speed. In an instant, the rocks interlocked, gradually closing into a circle, trapping Tin Harn and his enemies. They stared blankly upwards at the stone wall slowly closing in. The giant stone cage was complete. The battlefield suddenly fell silent, and the soldiers seized the opportunity to lead their comrades out of the death zone. Inside the stone cage, the leader still sneered, looking at Tin Harn mockingly. "Old man, you're just a mercenary who sells the life for hire," she taunted loudly. "Such a measly salary, why risk your life for nothing?" Tin Harn remained unfazed, a slight curl of his lip his only reply. His gaze was fixed on his opponent. "How would you understand?" Enraged, she yelled, ordering her subordinates, "Attack, all of you." The blunt-haired individuals continuously charged forward to attack, their swords flashing brightly. Tin Harn and his battle beast immediately met the assault. Both sides fought fiercely, the incessant clang of metal on metal echoing. No one gave way. As soon as Tin Harn attacked, the blonde-haired individual dodged and immediately counterattacked. Amidst the chaotic battle, the leader had, unbeknownst to them, ready to crossbow. The purple light from the arrow was aimed directly at the back of the warrior, who was still busy with the blonde-haired group. She pulled the trigger. An arrow carrying tremendous power shot forth. Just then, Tin Harn froze. A sense of danger washed over him. He turned his head and was stunned to see the arrow hurtling towards him at terrifying speed, thinking to himself, "This time, it's really dangerous." The Killen suddenly roared fiercely. A stone wall rose from the ground, blocking Tin Harn's back, stopping the arrow that had just been fired by the enemy. Immediately, he swung his sword, forcing the blonde-haired group to retreat. Not giving the opponent a chance to react, the Killen appeared behind her just in time. The blonde-haired individual flinched and turned to look, but it was too late. The Killen flung her into the air. She slammed down against the wall behind her. Seeing the opportunity, the spear in Tin Harn's hand blazed with intense energy. He powerfully swung his arm, and a sharp, potent force ripped through the air, surging straight forward. The lightning-fast attack sent the crossbow flying from the terrorist's hand, but unexpectedly, from behind him, the blonde figure rushed forward. It was Arda, his hands gripping two shining scythes. Despite that, Tin Harn maintained his calm demeanor. He immediately summoned a glowing shield, blocking the sudden onslaught. The violent crash echoed as Arda's scythe struck the shield hard. Tin Harn smiled and thought to himself, just as predicted. Every slash from the blonde man made him increasingly overjoyed. He told himself to keep going. Then suddenly, a triumphant smile appeared on his lips as he whispered, "It is time." At that exact moment, a surge of terrifying power erupted, violently lashing out from Tin Harn's spear. It was a stardust break. A massive, heavy boulder crashed directly into the blonde man's abdomen. Arda was thrown back mercilessly, hitting the wall near the terrorist. Tin Harn smiled sarcastically and said, "It has been many years, yet you Marchu people truly have not changed at all." He roared, "As long as Tin Harn, I'm still here, I will absolutely not let you Marchu people step into the central core, not even half a step." His words angered the terrorist. Arda shouted furiously, "You damned old man, you talk too much." Arda drew his sword covered in blue lightning. With just one slash, the sword easily destroyed Tin Harn's boulder, leaving him in shock. Wincing that sight, he turned pale and thought, "Kun and Jen belong to earth, Sun and Jen belong to wood. In the cycle of the five elements, wood overcomes earth, not good. I am being suppressed." A Killen quickly appeared to protect Tin Harn. Seeing this, the terrorist swiftly evaded. Arda retreated, while Tin Harn nodded slightly and whispered, "Thank you, brother." The Killen roared, forcing a series of rocks to spring up from the ground, forming a protective shield. But Arda did not flinch. He immediately unleashed a volley of sharp darts toward Tin Harn. The dart struck the ground right next to his feet. Inside that dart was a bomb. He turned pale and cried out, "It is over." A earth-shattering explosion rang out. Tin Harn leaned on the Killen. He was panting but still tried to speak. "As long as I live, the Starstone Wall will not disappear." He was severely injured but still tried to speak. "But if you kill a council member of the Awakening representation, you will face an all-out manhunt." The terrorist interrupted mockingly, "Stop acting so tough." Arda grabbed Tin Harn by the collar, pulled him close, and said sarcastically, "An old man like you, we investigated everything about you a long time ago." Arda leaned close to his ear and growled, "Your beast taming space has a very strong defense, but it also has its limits." Arda said leisurely, "And we came prepared this time, bringing the Shadow Cat Demon Face Spider specifically to break your Starstone space." As soon as he finished speaking, dull sounds echoed from outside. Arda jeered, "Listen, they have already started." Outside, the Shadow Cat Demon Face Spider was vigorously attacking the structure beneath the stone. Each of its legs dug deep, clawing at the ground and eroding the solid layers of the stone wall. Just like that, the boulder prison was completely destroyed. Tin Harn coughed and collapsed to his knees, his eyes filled with despair as he cursed under his breath. "Damn it." He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Old barked, I cannot hold on anymore." A terrifying, blood-curdling sound rang out from the central area. From the distance, a massive fist descended like a meteorite. The giant gorilla had appeared. It tore through the stone prison as easily as shredding scrap paper. The terrorist looked up in a panic, wondering what was happening. The chimpanzee let out a roar and roared its fist down hard on the enemy's head, but the ghost-faced spider cat lunged forward to block the blow. A figure jumped down from the chimpanzee's back. It was Qiu Cheng. He approached Xinghan and called out, "Old Wu." Helping him up, Qiu Cheng asked, "Old Wu, are you okay?" To which he replied in a deep, gravelly voice, "Do I look like I'm doing okay?" Seeing the chimpanzee overpower the ghost-faced spider cat, Qiu Cheng cut off Xinghan's complaining about old Bai, saying, "We're almost there. Why are you still whining?" As soon as he finished, a large bird swooped down. Qiu Cheng smiled and said, "Old Bai's here." Xinghan smiled back, remarking, "Still as arrogant as ever." Just then, Jingchang arrived with his pet. In the blink of an eye, the divine crane lifted the giant spider monster into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Jingchang quickly took action and shouted, "Patch it, Old Feng." The divine crane immediately dropped the spider monster. "Hello, Old Feng." riding a horse with a majestic air, arrived to receive the order. With his powerful staff and the Phi Kirin by his side, Old Feng dashed forward like a knight and commanded, "Use that move, Phi Kirin." Old Feng raced toward the spot where the giant spider was about to land. Upon approaching, he swung his staff, creating a powerful wall of fire. Once everyone had gathered, Jing Chun spoke up mockingly, "You bandits of the demon spider sect." His eyes widened, an aura of murderous intent radiated from him, and he firmly ordered, "Your conspiracy has failed. Surrender immediately." The underlings panicked. Seeing this, the blonde-haired leader ordered, "Plan B. I will hold them off. You guys get out of here." Hearing this, the masked man who was emitting smoke suggested, "Bess, don't be rash. Let me handle this suicide mission." Removing his mask, he revealed a delicate face with tan skin. He said, "Bess, you still have a sister to take care of. I've been alone since I was a child, so I have nothing to worry about." Seeing his subordinate charge straight onto the giant spider's back, the leader exclaimed, "What are you doing?" The masked man just gently replied, "Let me handle this one." Saying that, the leader tossed a gun to him and said, "Patch." He contemplated the gun in his hand for a moment. It was a weapon with a faint energy glow, and they shouted their determination together. For the sacred spear, the terrorist quickly regained his composure, pulled out some small orbs, and said, "I bid you farewell here." A dense cloud of smoke erupted from the bumps. Jing Chun immediately created a shield to protect everyone behind him, but he soon realized it was just a smokescreen. Looking at the thick fog before him, Jing Chun shouted, "Spread out immediately." At the same time, relying on his agile control, he ordered the divine crane, "Div chase, quickly." Following the order, the divine crane darted through the dust to pursue the spider carrying the masked blonde man, as the terrorists had quickly escaped toward the core. Seeing this, the giant gorilla and Old Feng immediately gave close chase. The terrorists were quite cunning, constantly leaping over obstacles. From behind, the gorilla roared, "There are still 2 left. They are approaching the core." From a distance, sticky orbs launched by the spider hit the gorilla squarely in the back. At the same time, the Phi Kirin flying high above suddenly lost its balance. The vile slime had bound both the gorilla and the Phi unicorn tightly, leaving them unable to move or struggle. Seeing Old Feng and the soldier with him also submerged in the pile of slime, the soldier angrily cursed in bitterness. While sitting on the back of the divine crane, Kinzun could not help but be amazed by the terrifying speed of the spider. In the distance, Old Feng shouted loudly for Old Bark to hurry and chase them, telling him to leave the spiders to him. At the core location, the terrorist duo had arrived at the destination. Close behind, Kinzun also commanded the divine crane to land, and one terrorist hurriedly reported to his leader that the enemy had caught up to them. The spider also appeared in time, but it seemed to be a step too late. The blonde, masked man panicked as he realized his leader was in a dangerous situation. At the same time, the gorilla and Old Feng had just arrived as well. The 3 of them, the gorilla, the red unicorn, and Old Feng, charged forward simultaneously, determined to finish off the spider monster. The gorilla struck first, delivering a powerful blow that sent the spider monster flying into the air, and Old Feng appeared above it immediately, giving it no chance to react. He struck immediately with the power of his staff, plunging it deep into the monster's body. The force of the blow cracked the spider's body open, revealing the terrorist hiding inside. Old Feng delivered another strike that pierced through the spider's body and pinned it to the ground, creating a powerful tremor and a cloud of dust, leaving the monster completely exhausted. Witnessing the scene, Old Feng advised them to surrender. Little devil, and the soldier echoed that the plan had completely failed. Facing the threat of death, the terrorist could only remain silent and endure the situation. At the core area, the divine crane landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kinzun stepped down and growled, reproaching the demon spider sect for being so stubborn and constantly opposing them. With a cold gaze, Kinzun slowly raised the wooden staff in his hand. The wooden rod instantly transformed into a long whip. Kinzun calmly worked forward, swinging the whip powerfully, and said sternly that dying would not be a pity. Each lash of his whip tore the flesh of the 2 terrorists, causing them intense pain. While Kinzun ordered his army to attack, the divine crane lunged forward like a whirlwind toward the 2 enemies, who saw this and drew their weapons to resist. The aggressive terrorist swung his sword straight at the divine crane. Seeing the sword emitting a strange glow, Kinzun secretly thought it was a wind-sealing lightning element. He wordly calculated how to neutralize it, as he could not counter this attribute. The terrorist quickly ordered his accomplice to hold off the enemy while he went to retrieve the core. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 coordinated and charged toward Kinzun, determined to seize the core at all costs. They coordinated perfectly as she jumped high and struck at Kinzun with her sword, helping the blonde man approach the core. Seeing this, Kinzun quickly ordered the crane to stop him. The divine crane immediately used its large body to block the terrorist's path. However, the blonde man suddenly threw his sickle up toward the ceiling. The sickle bit stuck in the ceiling, and just as the divine crane delivered a kick, the blonde man cleverly swung on the rope attached to the sickle to dodge the attack spectacularly. The terrorist continued to charge forward aggressively. Having just passed the divine crane, he did not hesitate to swing another sickle and throw it forward. He lunged into a fierce battle with his opponent. Kinzun glanced at the situation behind him, his expression darkening as he thought to himself, "This is the end." Breaking into the energy core center, the blonde-haired terrorist approached the power outlet with lightning speed. Skillfully operating the system, he caused the core to emit eerie blue rays of light. He looked at those rays, his heart filled with excitement at last. This moment had arrived. Placing his hand on the control panel, he thought to himself, "That was a close call." With that, the blonde-haired terrorist raised his hands high, attempting to press the core activation button, and shouted, "For the Holy Church." Suddenly, his hands trembled and went limp as if he were trying to exert all his strength but failing. It turned out that an iron chain had tightly bound his neck. It appeared that from afar, Kinzun had used his long whip to simultaneously restrain both of them. The blonde-haired terrorist couldn't hide his anger. "Damn old man," glaring sharply at the enemy, he gritted out, "The game is over, you wretched invaders." Shifting to the other side, the white-haired terrorist, who was being held in check by Old Feng and accused of being in their territory, retorted aggressively, "You are the invaders. By what authority do you do this?" Her right hand was secretly hiding a gun muzzle. She shouted agitatedly, "On what grounds do you consider yourselves the pathetic victims?" Finishing her sentence, she fired the gun immediately. catching everyone off guard. The shot went straight forward, leaving old Fu no time to react, but fortunately, he managed to tilt his body and dodge it. The bullet tore through the air, streaking directly toward the red-haired terrorist, who was busy fighting, aiming at Kanzun, and faced with this dilemma, Kanzun panicked and thought, too fast, I can't dodge in time. Unexpectedly, a pair of large wings shielded him. Seeing this, Kanzun was shocked to realize, the immortal crane shielded me. The high-impact bullet embedded itself directly into the crane's body. In an instant, the crane's limbs were destroyed from within as if a high-voltage current were surging through its body, causing it to convulse violently. Witnessing the scene, Kanzun was stunned and screamed, "Crane and HI." In the blink of an eye, the immortal crane vanished into thin air, and with it, Kanzun's whip disappeared as well. He realized in shock, this is real bad. That was the moment the blonde-haired terrorist broke free from the chains, and the red-haired terrorist seized the opportunity to rush over and support his accomplice. Together, they pressed the button. With everything done, they told each other, the plan succeeded, let's retreat quickly. Both escaped before Kanzun could regain his composure. They left coldly, abandoning a bomb set with a deadly timer. A horrific explosion erupted right before Kanzun's eyes. Cutting to the scene, the TV station reported a 7.8 magnitude earthquake in Backland City with a casualty toll of 213 people and 235 missing. They announced that the city's shield had been sabotaged by terrorists, leading to a grade 3 monster tide influx, and soldiers were fighting to the death on the front lines. The anchor stated that the terrorists had launched simultaneous attacks on neighboring provinces, and City Lord Kanzun was personally commanding departments to carry out a counterattack against the enemy. The meteor also reported that one of the terrorists had been captured and the situation was basically under control. At this point, Tuan suddenly thought of his grandfather. The news continued, stating that after the raid, Deputy City Lord Bark Thukai, the son of Kanzun, would make a statement regarding the incident. Meanwhile, the number of casualties soared. Doctors kept shouting, "Clear the way." Bark Thukai appeared on screen with a message, "We will get through this tragedy together," but no one had the heart to listen. Doctors and nurses were still rushing to transport patients with words of encouragement, "Hang in there, stay strong." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Everyone, our Backland City has beast-taming soldiers who fought selflessly for the people. They are currently conducting rescue operations on the front lines." Facing soldiers who were so severely wounded they might be permanently blinded, doctors could only encourage them, "Please hang on." Witnessing that scene, Tuan could not help but feel indescribably pained. Walking past another patient room, a similar plea echoed, "Stay strong, Avi." The person sitting next to him kept reassuring him, "The doctor is coming." The soldier lay on the bed with crisscrossing wounds and amputated legs, blankly staring up at his comrade. Seeing this, the person next to him could only squeeze his hand, conveying a sliver of hope, and whispered, "Hang in there." The image of two hands tightly clasped together made Tuan instinctively remember a memory from his previous life, when an old comrade also held his hand and whispered weakly, "Tuan." In the midst of a blinding hail of bullets, the fatally wounded comrade leaned against a crumbling wall and confessed, "I didn't expect you would come to save me." Witnessing that scene, Tuan wordly exclaimed, "Captain." Captain still tried to maintain his resolute demeanor, flashing a confident smile and teasing, "You stinky brat, I usually thought you were a cold, partless fellow, but it turns out you have such loyalty," he said, smiling as he took off his military cap. He placed the cap on Tuan's head while the boy looked on in a daze. It truly was a surprise. Tuan could only stand there in silence, and the captain gently adjusted the cap for him. Along with it came a piece of advice, "If you have a chance to go back, don't forget." But before he could finish his words, he drew his last breath right before Tuan's eyes. Seeing Tuan clenching his hands until they trembled, Bark Thuk and Bark Kai spoke up with concern, Master." Bark Thuk stepped closer and asked gently, "Were you okay?" At this moment, Tuan's face darkened, looking exactly like someone who had just escaped a terrifying nightmare. With a pale complexion, he still forced a reply, "No problem, I'm still fine." In the deathly silent corridor, he softly said, "During this entire work, please, everyone, don't say a word." Tuan wondered what had happened to his grandfather. Just then, the hospital room door slowly creaked open. A low call rang out. Tuan. In the vast, white hospital room, under the watch of Elder Fuing, Thoithan, and Tuan's mother, they all appeared extremely awkward. She stammered, "Tuan, your grandfather." Behind them, Kanzung, whose body had lost an arm and was covered in crisscrossing scars, suddenly gave a light smile, took off his oxygen mask, and greeted, "Is that you, Tuan?" He signaled to everyone, "You guys go outside first. I'm alright. I want to have a private chat with Tuan for a few moments." Left alone in the room with his grandson, Kanzung asked anxiously, "Tuan, are you injured anywhere?" Seeing this, Tuan sat down close to him and politely replied, "I'm fine, grandfather." Looking at the brutal marks of battle still imprinted on Kanzung's body, Tuan added with concern, "But," he raised his empty sleeve, and Kanzung replied calmly, "As for this matter, it's nothing worth worrying about." But then he said sternly, "Compared to this arm of mine, what I'm about to say is much more serious." Tuan felt a flash of alarm, thinking to himself, grandfather is a diamond-level powerhouse, yet now he's distressed. This is the first time I've seen this. Kanzung asked, "Tuan, do you know anything about the Matcha cult?" Hearing that, Tuan replied, "I only know it's a heretical terrorist organization of the Tame D-led 1EA7 Utah religion." Kanzung explained, "Correct. Previously, their actions were limited to sending silver-level spirit masters, but this time, the fact that they can materialize spiritual energy shows the Matcha followers involved in this incident have all reached diamond level." He continued, "Not to mention that compared to previous raids, this time they appeared far more aggressive and proactive, as if the plan had been systematically orchestrated for a long time." In the quiet room, Tuan speculated, could this earthquake also be part of the calculations? At this point, Kanzung could no longer hold out and had to put on his oxygen mask. He said, "Not exactly, the situation is much worse." Simultaneously, a notification displayed. Kanzung knew a secret realm was approaching the Vanshu world, predicting that this world was about to be destroyed. Placing his hand on Kanzung's remaining withered hand, Tuan asserted. My superhuman intuition tells me the Vanchu secret realm will not be destroyed. It is starting to merge with another space. Hearing this, Kanzung asked with a bit of surprise, "Is what you say true?" Tuan then affirmed, "I'm sure. It's a vision I saw beforehand. The two worlds are colliding and merging, which is what caused the earthquake." Seeing this, Kanzung breathed a partial sigh of relief. Suddenly Kanzung revealed, "Tuan, actually, I originally came from the back dark line on the Argent planet," causing Tuan to exclaim in shock. What? For Tuan, this news came far too abruptly. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Argent planet. Kanzung reminisced that while on the Argent planet, he was once highly valued by the Backdar family head, but due to his arrogant and conceited personality, looking down on everything, he said, "Later, because I made a mistake, I was banished." Kanzung recounted further that eventually he was exiled to the Vanchu secret realm, but they still showed some leniency by giving him one more chance. Kanzung related, "I only needed to destroy the Spider Mother Ring, an amethyst-level spirit beast, then I would be allowed to return to the Argent planet." He admitted, "I was too hasty and underestimated the power of the amethyst-level ferocious beast, the Crimson Mother Golden Pattern Spider, leading to a crushing defeat. My Argent was severely damaged, and I'm no longer capable of leveling up." Do you recall the scene when his spirit grain was destroyed? Kanzung spoke thoughtfully. "Currently, my phoenix-crested veined-wing crane has also died," he sadly admitted. "In this lifetime, I consider any hope of reaching the amethyst level to be gone." Seeing that vision, Zion hardly stepped forward, insisting that he still had a chance to turn things around, but Kanzung just sighed and said, "My son, you don't understand anything." He placed his hand on Zion's shoulder, entrusting him with the belief that he was the future of the Bai family. "Didn't he once swear to become the strongest spirit master?" Kanzung suggested going to the Argent planet, which left Zion feeling more than surprised. He glazed sternly, urging him to participate in the secret realm selection in a year. As long as he made the top 10, he would earn a ticket to the Argent planet, the only place that could help him become the strongest. He then patted his shoulder firmly, and moved Zion grabbed his hand and called him grandfather. Removing the necklace, Kanzung confided that he knew full well that Zion had exceptional talent and lofty ambitions, so the resources of the Bai family would be devoted entirely to him. He gave Zion a power card and instructed him that if he knew how to manage the resources in the treasury, he would be fully capable of advancing straight to the diamond rank. Kanzung further advised Zion not to follow in his footsteps from his youth. The image of the captain he once was flickered across his face before he smiled, firmly asserting that the bonds between people are the most precious thing in the world. Witnessing that scene, Zion was suddenly stirred, remembering that captain from long ago. He accepted the necklace from his hand and replied, "Yes, grandfather." At the Bai family residence, Ziyu sat listlessly on the porch, asking anxiously if her older brother was sick like grandfather and why he hadn't returned yet. Two maids comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, miss, young master Zion will be perfectly fine." Just then, Zion pushed the door open and walked in. Gazing at the pendant in his hand, he remained silent for a long time, his heart lingering on the teachings about the bonds between people. As soon as she saw him, Ziyu cheered and rushed toward him, shouting, "Big brother." She threw herself into Zion's arms before he could even react. In an instant, Ziyu was clinging to his head, causing him to stumble, leaving Bai Zhai, Bai Shuo, and the two maids speechless at her mischief. Ziyu smiled radiantly and said that her big brother had finally returned. She was still worried and insisted on asking if he was alright. Looking at the little sister in his arms, Zion told himself that he had a precious family in this world. He affectionately patted Ziyu's head and replied, "I'm fine." Recalling his death in his previous life, he secretly thought that he had once feared weakness, which was why he craved to become the strongest spirit beast master. Now, he realized there were things even more important than power. Memories of the little family that had reached out to pull him from the quagmire flooded back. Zion whispered to himself that this was a bond between relatives. Then the scene shifted to the room where Zion was busy preparing everything. He put on the necklace from his grandfather and donned a very sharp-looking outfit, taking out the box containing arsenic, the letter, and the pendant. Zion instructed Ziyu, "Mom and Dad will be back soon. Please give this box to them for me." Ziyu obediently nodded in agreement. Zion gently patted his sister's head and added, "Big brother has something important to do and must go out. Stay home and listen to everyone." Dubai approached as well, shyly calling out, "Young Master Zion." He looked at her and smiled gently. "Dubai, are you ready to join me on this adventure?" Dubai shyly replied, "I will follow wherever the young master goes." As he walked beside her, he asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Dubai confidently asserted that with the young master here, there was nothing to fear. Zion turned and told her not to call him young master anymore, to which Dubai immediately replied, "Yes, young master Zion." The two headed toward a building that was under construction. Dubai turned to look and asked if he had decided on a direction yet. Zion cast his eyes over the space in front of him and replied that he hadn't thought of a specific destination yet. He already had a goal in mind. This trip was primarily to improve his strength and search for materials. He opened the system interface to look up information and asked the power eye seriously, "Eye of Origin, how can I heal the severed arm of my grandfather?" The system immediately provided him with a potion called Water of Life. Zion then continued to contemplate ways to heal his grandfather's pet, the crimson-eyed golden pattern fish. The system immediately causes holy water to appear for stabilization. The Argent gem, marked with a red horn pattern of a dangerous spectacle, has been damaged and needs to be calmed by the holy water. This type of holy water requires high-grade ingredients and contains 4 pure, excellent elemental waters, which are extremely beneficial for holy aquatic creatures. You gently touch a system screen. Water of Life, a type of holy water capable of stabilization. Suddenly, something startles Zion. What is going on? The information regarding the Water of Life is still there, but any trace of the stabilization holy water has completely vanished. Zion uses divine power to communicate with the central processor. How should the main control core be repaired? An encrypted device appears. The central processor needs to be awakened and rebuilt, and it cannot be repaired at this time. You suddenly recall the evidence you left behind. After the battle, your grandfather clearly lost faith. He had left evidence of the Thunder Eagle's high-level evolution specifically to give him some hope that he could truly save Bai Lin and turn him into a son of the original planet. You also feel confused and ask yourself, what should I do now? The clues to the stabilization holy water have been cut off. Where should I go now? You feel your whole body trembling as you look down at your arm. What is this? Your body can't move. Zion quietly watches the hand placed on his shoulder. His divine eyes are still functional. The hand points to a spot on the system screen. Go to this place. Yu Bao also notices something. Zion, have you discovered something? But you still seem hesitant. Let's leave the city first. The east gate is the closest place. We will go out that way. However, she expresses her worry. Do we have to pass through the wasteland? I have a bad feeling about this. You hardly smiled to reassure her. We are both beast tamers. There's nothing to be afraid of. Besides, we can hitch a ride with an expedition team. The two of them continue working on the ruined road. Expedition team. Who are they? Those are mercenaries leaving the city to explore the wilderness. The sky above is still clear, and cars are lining up on the road. East City Gate. Please follow the inspection procedures. Please line up to leave the city. The scene before your eyes startles you. What is this? You point ahead to where many people are gathered. Dubai, your premonition was right, but just at this moment, a car comes rushing toward them. You hurriedly pull Dubai away. Be careful. They manage to jump out of the way just as the car zooms past. The driver of the car also manages to stop in time. The two of them look at each other awkwardly with the hands still tightly gripped. Zion feels too embarrassed and looks away. Were you okay? Dubai, not daring to look directly at you either, says, I'm fine. She looks at the scene in front of her with surprise. The tide monsters have just retreated. Why are so many people leaving the city? You look straight ahead and begin to analyze. Some wealthy people must feel that Bailin City is in danger and want to take this opportunity to escape, but they aren't strong enough to survive in the wilderness, so they have to hire expedition teams for protection. In front of them is a convoy. When a wealthy person hires a group of people, it's natural for there to be this many people. The East Gate is a very large area. A girl from the military steps out and warns, be careful of wild beast attacks. Pay attention to vehicle inspections when leaving the city. Keep the lane clear for military vehicles. You watch the very serious girl. All personnel leaving the city. Please discard all weapons and equipment, and present personal information for inspection. The police dog is also checking Zion. There was just a disaster and an attack. If they haven't closed the city for search, perhaps they want to give the outside world an illusion of safety. Your personal information has appeared on the system. The two of them are working into a long, narrow corridor. Those leaving the city, please remember to wear protective masks. Zion also follows the instructions and puts on a mask. Kobark naturally dared not disobey, and both quietly moved towards an open, deserted area. The two sides quickly separated and simultaneously broke into a sprint. Tuan continued to dart his eyes around, observing the surroundings. He stared intently at the scene before him, as if this battle line had buried countless monsters. He raised binoculars to scan for the explorer team's outpost. Before Tuan's eyes was a scorching scene, as if incinerated by an invisible flame. Yet, this very location was where he had been diligently searching. He had finally found it. The sky was a deep, clear blue. They passed by figures still diligently at work. Tuan blushed when he accidentally encountered women dressed in very revealing outfits. Both of them had now arrived at the main camp area. He directed his gaze forward and stated that the explorer team's guard post was right there, with a tattered flag fluttering in the wind, which was the base of the Red Monkey mercenary group. At that moment, Fun Lang of the Red Monkey group called out to Old Duan, telling him to look at the two amateurs who had just arrived. Old Duan appeared amused, assessed them, and commented that the quality was quite good. Old Duan smiled meaningfully and greeted the two little friends in a seemingly friendly manner. The man's eyes glinted cunningly as he asked if they were lost. Fun Lang whistled from behind, making Kobark tremble, while Tuan felt they were not decent people at all. Tuan glanced at Kobark and secretly wondered what mechanism she had activated since arriving here. Kobark's entire body trembled as she witnessed the group approaching, her appearance always attracting others' gazes. Tuan immediately unleashed his power. Old Tuan lunged, whizzing past and saying, the outside is very dangerous. Let me protect you. The man moved at breakneck speed, blocking the space directly between the two of them. Old Tuan had closed in, standing right in front of Tuan. He gently lifted Tuan's chin and called him little one, making Tuan shudder. Kobark, on the other hand, froze for a few seconds at the awkward scene. Old Tuan seemed delighted by Tuan's reaction and teased him, asking if the little darling was angry yet. Tuan immediately slammed him to the ground. Old Tuan's head hit the hard ground. Not stopping there, Tuan also twisted the man's hand. In extreme pain, Old Tuan repeatedly called for his teammates to rescue him. Fun Lang quickly drew his weapon, knowing the situation was beyond saving. At this moment, Tuan's entire body was ablaze with a threatening blue flame. He challenged Old Tuan to come forward and try. Fun Lang was stunned by the sight of the overwhelming killing intent, while sunlight shone on the high-mounted speakers. All eyes were fixed on the direction ahead. Jisar asked in a dismissive tone, Vice Captain, what's all the commotion about? Vice Captain Kaiman lightly ran his fingers through his hair and replied, the beasts are approaching. Tu Jing immediately accessed the thermal sensor system and detected about 200 to 300 targets. From the high platform, a voice called down to Fun Lang, asking about the situation. He was squinting, aiming at his target, and replied, Vice Captain, were you done? The situation isn't looking too good right now. A thick cloud of dust was rolling towards them. The eastern beasts had been near the guard post for about 5 minutes. Old Don kept pleading with me, saying, them men, untie us. We are now in the same boat. Don't let those monsters rush in while we're still unable to move. Yet, there was not the slightest trace of emotion on his face. Tuan decisively pushed his hand away and stepped back, keeping a certain distance from me. He hastily contacted the vice commander to report that outside was in extreme chaos. In the sky, enemies were spewing fire, causing all roads to be blocked. Zishman shouted, announcing that the way back to the city was blocked. Everyone must work together to defend and wait for reinforcements to arrive to have any hope of survival. The crowd standing below still seemed bewildered by Zishman's command. After observing the situation, Tuan secretly admitted that he was farsighted. Dishman stepped forward and called out to everyone, stating that he was a silver rank beast tamer vice captain of the Red Monkey mercenary group. He would defend the main front, but the other side needed someone in charge who could take on that responsibility. He glanced over the iron rank individuals and sighed because all the capable ones were already terrified. Suddenly, a blonde girl stepped out from the crowd, declaring that she was also silver rank. The young man standing beside her also raised his hand to volunteer. This action caught him off guard because he had just snatched the initiative from him. The rich man stepped out to the astonished gaze of the crowd and demanded Vipar to commit to holding the position. It turned out to be young masterman of the Min Corporation, who had already reached silver rank. Dishman looked annoyed upon seeing the rich kid. He wondered if such a young master could actually achieve anything. He turned and ordered his subordinates, Boss and Fun Lang, to lead troops to retrieve heavy weapons. Both immediately responded and quickly carried out the order. Dishman called out, encouraging everyone to try and survive. Tuan stared intently at that young man, then turned to instruct Ko Bark to stick close to him later to protect herself. That person would surely cause trouble and mess things up. The surrounding space seemed scorched under the harsh sunlight. He bravely advanced and loudly summoned the Crimson Fey Monkey to battle because there was no more time for hesitation. The sky remained deep blue as usual while everyone was rushing about, busy with their work, and Far was sincerely praying, asking God to be by his side and enlighten him, granting him enough courage to overcome this terrifying ordeal. Pan intently read the scriptures, praying for the Lord's Spirit to protect all brothers. We humbly ask to receive guidance from you, the rich man mumbled as he activated his mechanical arm that God's word was a power to save from arrogance. Meanwhile, Old Don gripped his weapon tightly, praying for courage and humility. Ko Bark watched everything with worried eyes, praying to be freed from despair and all suffering and weakness. Old Don carried his gun on his shoulder and walked closer to the young man to ask if he was also a beast tamer. He stared at Tuan's calm demeanor, concluding that his strength was far from ordinary. He saw that Tuan was even more capable than that young master. Tuan's attitude was also more moderate. As it turned out, he wasn't the type of person who was all brawn and no brains. Old Don glanced at the two of them and then teased that the young girl accompanying him seemed very scared. Ko Bark's entire body was trembling uncontrollably. He patted her shoulder, startling her. Tuan asked if she was okay, and she replied with a pale face that she was just a little nervous. He looked at her seriously and told her that when the beasts arrived later, she just needed to stick close to him, and nothing would happen. Both stood shoulder to shoulder, patiently waiting for the decisive moment. Old Don checked his weapons, then shouted loudly, signaling that the beasts were about to attack. Everyone, prepare for battle. The horde of beasts was rushing in. A voice from the observation deck called out, asking them not to flee yet because the beasts were not yet within range. Dishman pointed his weapon directly at the horde of monsters. They began to conceal themselves, disappearing into the thick, hazy smoke. Witnessing the scene, he was also astonished. The fireworks on Zijing's side were truly intense, and a few surviving monsters charged forward again. Feng Lang observed them through a long-range lens. These creatures were still quite stubborn. The young man tightened his finger on the trigger. Take a taste of this. The beast's head splattered as another bullet exited the barrel. Yet another fierce beast was sent to its death. Feng Lang prepared to reload. Old Duan, several of them are heading straight for you guys. The automatic gun battery roared continuously. However, the monsters still managed to dodge them. Little Zijing, I see one that just slipped past your machine gun. Hearing this, Zijing became furious. If you saw it, why didn't you deal with it? So annoying. Old Duan rushed over to the turret. I told you before, how can you expect to get things done with such a tiny rotating barrel? He turned the barrel toward the enemy. A barrel this large is true love, and Old Duan used both hands to fire without stopping. One by one, the heads of the fierce beasts were blown away. The remaining ones continued to frantically cling to the wall and climb upward. Diane's face was very pensive. Copper-rank beasts were about to charge, and Brother Rich chuckled. Finally, it was his time to show off, with his hand still on the trigger. Old Duan shouted loudly, it's not time yet. Quickly throw some old barrels down below. The remaining people hardly pushed several old barrels, rolling them down. The monsters were hindered by the old barrels. Feng Lang maintained his steady firing pace. The young man's target was those very old barrels. The oil caught fire and erupted into flames, incinerating the entire pack of fierce beasts. He watched the scene and gave endless praise. Your adventure party has some skill after all. Old Duan swelled with pride. Obviously, our scouter's reputation is second to none in this region. The aggressive wall of fire forced the monsters to stop hesitantly. A strange figure appeared, slowly standing up straight. It was flaunting its powerful authority. Old Duan narrowed his eyes to observe it. The final boss is about to show its face. Zion quickly activated the system interface, opening the Eye of Revelation. Detailed parameters began to be displayed clearly by the system. A steel-tier alchemy monster, high-level silver rank, named the Scrap Metal Lady. Its innate qualities and combat skills were all top-notch. A dangerous enemy had revealed itself. They fixed the cold eyes directly on the target. Through the lens, Feng Lang saw clearly that it was howling in fury. The guy's expression began to harden. Old Duan, there are nearly a dozen silver rank ones near us. He asked back in panic. 7 or 8 of them. Were you serious or joking? He hurriedly pointed toward the rear. Brother Rich is over there, so holding the defensive position at the back will have to depend on him. Brother Rich maintained his imposing manner. Just leave everything to me. He summoned his pet with the command, come out, Golden Horn Frog, causing a giant frog to appear. A metal attribute, Golden Horn Frog at the intermediate Silver Realm, possessing a grade B flexible body talent and high-grade gold aptitude. Its skills include Green Frog Multishot, Blue Giant Ton, and Blue Metallic Skin. Kaiming also summoned his battle beast, sensing that too many silver-tier beasts had appeared and needed to be dealt with as a priority. He ordered the Scarlet Fire Monkey to use 5-fist gun strike, causing it to unleash 5 flaming punches at the target. With just one simple move, the fierce beast's head was severed from its body. At that moment, another fierce beast charged forward to attack. Both sides immediately engaged in close combat, simultaneously unleashing fierce strikes. Kai Ming stood behind to observe and ordered, Scarlet Fire Monkey, it's time to deliver the finishing blow. The battle beast nimbly dodged the enemy's attack. Its arms flared up again as the Scarlet Fire Monkey delivered successive Red Lotus explosive flame punches to the fierce beast. The monster's body was no longer intact. After the barrage of blows, as the Scarlet Fire Monkey bared its teeth in an aggressive grin, a report came in. Vice Captain, the army is advancing here and is expected to arrive in about 8 minutes. Hearing this, his face darkened with a troubled look. Behind the city walls, people were celebrating together as Kai Ming turned around to advise carefully, brothers, just push a bit further and everything will be fine. In the midst of the lively atmosphere, a flash of red light suddenly streaked past someone's head in the group. That person let his gun drop to his side. The man next to him, seeing the horrific scene, turned pale and stammered, Bold Tuing. While he was still dazed and confused, a giant shadow suddenly appeared behind him. He turned his head in panic and asked, what on earth is this? Just then, the creature behind struck, and the red light severed his head, sending debris flying everywhere. On Zion's side, his face had grown tense as he gathered energy in his hands, ready to dive into the battle. Zion moved as fast as lightning, unleashing powerful techniques as a brilliant beam of blue light struck the lunging monster with immense power. However, from afar, countless monsters were still watching, making him think, I'm dead. Just as Zion was struggling, giant spider threads descended from the air and bound the monster tightly. Stunned by the sight, he quickly raised his hands to protect his head. Soon after, he regained his composure, immediately kneeling down and raising his hands to concentrate and channel his energy. Zion threw his hand toward the monsters, and the surrounding energy surged forward to attack the enemies. Once it was over, Zion turned to look at the person who had saved him. Recognizing the familiar figure, he exclaimed, Dubai, and couldn't help but ask, does your pet reach the bronze level? Dubai tucked her head behind her ear and shyly replied, I just bought some materials for it from the black market, so it leveled up. Beside her stood a looming purple spider, looking menacing, a fire attribute larva spider at the beginning of bronze realm, possessing a grade A larva body talent and high-grade gold potential. Its skills include molten spider silk and burning fire clusters. Zion looked on, breaking into a cold sweat, full of astonishment as he thought, what kind of luck is this? Switching scenes, near the city wall, the gun barrels had been smashed by monsters, which frantically lifted them up and threw them down until they shattered. The scene was filled with thick white smoke. Old Duan observed and urged Brother Jairu behind him, the firepower is depleted. Quickly send out your soul beast to fight. Instantly, Brother Jairu pointed forward and commanded the Golden Horn Frog. Golden Horn Frog, use giant tongue. It nimbly shot out its giant tongue, sweeping across in a path that caused the defenseless monsters to tumble backward. Zion clenched his fist over his chest, his face stern as he told himself, everyone is doing so well. I can't become a burden to them. He immediately swung his arm to summon Medicine Bud to battle. Come out, Medicine Bud. Duck Nha soared ahead, launching 3 streaks of fire that struck the ground like lightning. Seeing this, Tuan shouted in alarm, Duck Nha, don't act recklessly. The sparks pinned the target, precisely sweeping across the creature's bizarre form. Furious, Tuan punched the air and scolded loudly, I hadn't even given the order, yet you acted on your own. As soon as he finished, Duck Nha swooped down near him, played at the person in front, and replied arrogantly, I'm the embodiment of the sun. I don't need to wait for your orders. Hearing this, Tuan dealt a blow to its head, causing it to stumble and sprout a swollen bump on its crown. In the distance, Go Bark and the others witnessed the scene in shock. Scene shift to another area. Tishman, Tish Hor Hao, and a teammate were hiding behind a pile of crates. Outside, the massive monster lurked endlessly. Tishman recalled the moment the man was attacked by the creature, his expression darkening. He gritted his teeth and thought, this monster moves too fast. I'm no match for it. Right now, the most important thing is to stay calm. While lost in thought, Tishman turned to see the teammate beside him clutching a gun, and he couldn't help but scold him. Pei, what the hell are you doing? Seeing the guy about to rush out, Tishman quickly grabbed him. Voice urgent, Pei, stay there. Outside, the man tensed up and pulled the trigger repeatedly, shouting, I'll risk my life to fight you. Unsurprisingly, the monster swung its arm and struck the man's head. This freak was a Tridauzar, a giant humanoid wearing black armor covered in sharp spikes, with terrifying purple light threads emitting from its body. The razor-sharp claws on its hands were clutching the unfortunate man's head. Hiding behind the crates, cold sweat poured down Zichman's body. He panicked, thinking, what kind of monster is this? Could it be a gold level 1? Just then, the transmission came through. Deputy Captain, the eastern defense line has been breached. The beasts are flooding into the base. Hearing this, he clicked his tongue. Misfortunes never come singular. Tishman quickly ordered, Fun line, retreat. At your 6 o'clock position. Fun line, nearby, replied immediately. Understood. He turned his barrel towards 6 o'clock as instructed, which was where the monster was located. Then right beside him was Zich Hor Hao, who didn't forget to joke, Deputy Captain, remember you owe me a proper meal. After aiming precisely, he decided to pull the trigger. The bullet struck the Tridauzar in the head, causing it to fall backward. Seizing the opportunity, Tishman poked his head out and shouted, now is the time. Zich Hor Hao ripped off his eye patch, his left eye glowing with fire, and he gritted his teeth in fury, putting all his strength into it. He fired a massive blast of flames from his left eye toward the opponent, shouting, Five-face gun strike. However, the Tridauzar was incredibly agile. It glided like flight, easily dodging the attack. A massive explosion shook the entire site. Laudon, Funline, and Tuan were all shocked, and all three wondered, what on earth is happening? Tuan turned to Duck Nha and ordered, Duck Nha, go provide reinforcements immediately. Duck Nha obeyed, flapping its wings and flying off without hesitation. Scene shift. Tishman's situation was dire. The Tridauzar advanced on him step by step, swinging its sharp claws downward and creating deadly purple light trails. Tishman hastily erected a protective shield, temporarily blocking its attack. However, the immense force of the attack caused the shield to crack. He glanced at Zich Hor Hao, who was sitting and grimacing behind him, and ordered, Zich Hor Hao, you retreat first. Immediately, The Tri-Dowsar smashed the shield, fragments scattering everywhere. It aggressively grabbed Zichman's neck, and he painfully used both hands to try to pry the claws off. Duck and HA arrived just in time. The Tri-Dowsar, holding Zichman, noticed its arrival. It threw him madly toward Duck and HA, but fortunately, the bird dodged just in time. On another side, Lao Don appeared just in time to catch him. The force of the impact was so strong it created a large hole in the wall behind them. Lao Don asked anxiously, "Deputy Captain, are you okay?" He grimaced, scratches already covering his face, and gritted his teeth in response. "I'm fine, but..." Duck and HA repeatedly spat fire from above. Below, the Tri-Dowsar managed to erect a purple shield to block those attacks. Seeing this, Zichman continued, "If we don't destroy it, we're all dead. Someone has to pin it down for us to have a chance to win." Zichman quickly ordered Funlang, "Take out the alchemy bullet Tulin gave you and use it." His face was extremely serious and focused, but his tone still held a hint of humor. "Alright, Deputy Captain, you owe me 2 meals, don't think about escaping that." As he spoke, Funlang loaded the bullet into the chamber, not forgetting to mutter, "I hope this thing doesn't destroy my precious gun." But the result wasn't as expected. The immense energy destroyed the barrel. He panicked and thought, "Damn it, I'm done for." The bullet and the surging energy shot straight toward the Tri-Dowsar, completely blinding its vision. Seeing the situation was unstable, Funline reported, "Zichman, my sniper rifle is broken. I only have the scope left." At this moment, Tuan was running over from afar. In front of him, Lao Don and Zichman were squinting at the Tri-Dowsar, and he replied, "That belongs to Tulin. Go ask her for it yourself." Tuan quickly approached the two, his winged goose having already flown back to perch on his hand. Old Don spoke first, saying that this time the target surely could not get back up, but Zichman, despite observing closely, immediately disagreed, telling him to look, but the tri-headed beast was still standing there as if completely unscathed, as if neither the shot nor that terrible surge of energy had caused her any harm. From the opposite side, Funlang continued to persistently aim at the target, yet, at the very next moment, the figure of the tri-headed beast completely vanished from his sight. Witnessing that scene, Funlang could not help but be shocked, murmuring in surprise that the tri-headed beast had sensed his hiding spot early on. She shot into the air like a rocket, her razor-sharp claws ready to deliver a decisive blow, leaving Funline only able to grip his gun tightly. Immediately, the sniper position high above erupted in a violent explosion, the brilliant purple light seemingly tearing through the entire sky. Tuan looked up, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief, thinking to himself that such terrifying speed was truly worthy of the golden rank. When the smoke cleared, the tri-headed beast stood silently, holding only a few scraps of wire in her hand instead of Funline's head as everyone had feared. The tri-headed beast looked down at the area below, where 4 lights of purple, blue, white, and red were shining brightly. Their existence made her furious. She smashed the sniper post, causing thick white smoke to obstruct the view, while Tuan below continued to watch. The tri-headed beast moved in and out of sight, and in the blink of an eye, she was right behind Tuan, causing him to freeze as he felt a chilling murderous horror. She lunged frantically but only grabbed the shield he had just erected, and Tuan whispered to himself that the naked eye really could not keep up with such terrifying speed. The monster used both her head and sharp claws to scratch at the protective layer, and feeling the shield about to shatter, he worriedly told himself that he could not hold out much longer. Just as expected, a second later the shield disintegrated under her vicious strikes, and the giant figure of the tri-headed beast stood looming right in front of Tuan, who was covering his head. Just at that critical moment, a massive sticky silk shot forward, latching onto Tuan's waist as he stared in amazement amidst dozens of flying fragments. The tri-headed beast was about to deliver the finishing blow when the spider silk quickly pulled him away from the danger zone, successfully saving Tuan. Tuan's buddy, eyes squeezed shut, crashed straight into Kobark's chest. Both their faces turned bright red. Tuan awkwardly thanked her and then hurriedly apologized, while Kobark did not dare to look him in the eye, replying shyly that it was fine, and then Kobark supported him with one hand while ordering the 5 bamboo spider to attack with larva. The 5 bamboo spider slammed into the ground, creating intricate, blowing cracks. The scene became more chaotic than ever as the tri-headed beast continuously dodged the attacks from the 5 bamboo spider. Tuan and Kobark sweated as they watched the battle, and he exclaimed tensely that it dodged again. Tuan recalled the moment it dodged the bullets. Clearly, its speed was high, but it didn't avoid normal gunfire, leading him to think about its ability to easily dodge spirit power attacks. He continued to reason and concluded that this monster could only sense fluctuations in spirit power and was completely blind to physical phenomena. Tuan turned to the mercenary group and shouted that he had found a way to counter it and now desperately needed everyone's support. Before he could finish, Old Don and Zichman had already scurried away. Tuan yelled, asking what they were doing, to which Zichman only replied that they should run. And seeing that, he could only rely on Kobark, but then someone sitting on a spirit beast from behind suddenly called out to wait. It was Rich Guy. He adjusted his glasses and smiled, saying that everyone might have forgotten the true power of a beast master of this rank. Behind him was a golden horned frog, and Rich Guy arrogantly ordered it to perform its protection skill. The golden horned frog obeyed and swallowed its master whole under the wide-eyed gaze of the other two. Inside the frog's body, Rich Guy braced himself, emitting a brilliant white and yellow aura. This is a rank-rich state, allowing for the fusion of beast and master, helping to upgrade all attributes and unlock new skills. Seeing this, Tuan rested his chin on his hand and thought, although it was a bit strange, it was indeed a useful skill, while Kobark stood behind him, frowning and complaining that it looked disgusting. The golden horned frog landed on the ground, creating a green energy wave, and bared its teeth at the tri-headed beast to show off the power of young masterman. It lunged forward with a mucking, challenging attitude. Yet, the tri-headed beast still nimbly dodged, causing the golden horned frog to lunge straight forward into empty space. It curled up in pain and surprise, and Tuan, watching from behind, confirmed firmly that as expected, this monster only saw targets with spirit power and always used them to judge its actions. He continued with determination, Dubai, our plan might just work after all. Dubai hesitated, her eyes showing clear unease. I'm worried I can't handle this task. Zion squeezed her hand to reassure her. Don't worry, I believe in you. And you need to believe in yourself too. Didn't you do great just now? Hearing this, Dubai's cheeks flushed slightly. She smiled and turned to D-1EF1CNHA, who was surging with fighting spirit. Let's head out. I have victory firmly in my grasp. From behind, Dubai hurriedly reached out as if to stop him. Zion looked straight at his opponent and shouted loudly, "Bang, Plubbed Spider." His eyes glowed intensely as the surrounding ore flayed up more violently than ever. He called out firmly, "Come here quickly." Noticing that the Clubbed Spider was already behind him, he thought to himself, as expected, it's playing the sneak attack game again. He narrowed his eyes, calculating. No matter how fast it moved, it always paused for a beat before attacking. This time was no exception, so he only needed to. He brought his arms around, blue energy burning like flames, lighting up the surrounding space. He observed the stunned Clubbed Spider and thought, the time is now. His power grew increasingly violent, coiling around his opponent and forcing her to shield her eyes. Seeing this, Zion thought to himself, I guess those eyes are only used to bright light like the sun. Then he shouted, right now, D-1EF1CNHA, taking the command. D-1EF1CNHA immediately spat out a column of blazing fire directly at the Clubbed Spider, knocking her backward with the momentum. D-1EF1CNHA's firepower violently bombarded the Clubbed Spider's position. The surrounding scene was devastated, with spider webs hanging everywhere. Zion pointed forward and signaled, "Stop it right there for me." With those words, D-1EF1CNHA soared high. It unleashed a swirling vortex of fire like a tornado from hell to surround the target. This was a phase surface declaration move. In an instant, the ambient temperature rose to a terrifying level. The swirling fire towered high above the Clubbed Spider. Despite her massive form, standing in the middle of that sea of flames, she had to look up with deep trepidation. As for Dubai, she immediately controlled the bamboo fires. They shot out tough threads quickly, efficiently sticking to giant shipping crates and stacking them on top of one another. Zion seized the opportunity to deliver the final blow. D-1EF1CNHA, use your ultimate move. D-1EF1CNHA's eyes glowed as it concentrated all its power into this finishing strike. This was a nuclear ray. Its wings spread wide like two razor-sharp blades, firing a powerful red-hot column of fire. The blast slammed into the ground, creating a thunderous explosion as dust and shattered crate pieces flew through the air. Scene changed. A pair of binoculars from afar was observing the entire incident. At the outpost on the border of White Scale City, a stranger held the binoculars, watching with admiration. He exclaimed, "Incredible." The person standing next to him was extremely surprised at this reaction. A faint blue light shimmered within a crack in the ground. Zion looked down into the hole and asked, "Dubai, are you okay?" Dubai softly replied, "I'm fine." Suddenly, a hand with sharp claws appeared on the ground. Dubai grew tense, sensing something wrong, and called out hesitantly, "Zion, it hasn't been destroyed yet." Zion's expression gradually turned to utter panic. Could I have misjudged the situation? From underground, the Clubbed Spider rose powerfully. Although a large piece of her chest armor was destroyed, her terrifying presence had not diminished. Dubai washed from behind as Zion, standing on a rocky ledge, calmly snapped his fingers and said, "Then I have no choice but to use that method." He summoned the spirit beast Scalefish and used the Devour skill. It quickly opened its wide mouth and swallowed the Clubbed Spider whole. As soon as Scalefish closed its jaws, its eyes suddenly rolled back, and glowing red thorny rays appeared right before it. It was being attacked from within. Thorns like blood-red threads appeared in its eyes and all over its body. It froze in excruciating pain. Zion was horrified at the sight. "Retreat quickly, Scalefish." He panicked to the point of breaking into a cold sweat, completely unable to understand what was happening. He suddenly collapsed. Deep red thorny vines were tightly wrapping around his body. He thought, what on earth is this? It feels like something is infiltrating me. Dubai ran over in worry. He pushed them aside with his hand and silently commanded his spirit beast, "You return first." At that moment, old Duan sat up in the underground base, looked around, and said, "I guess it's all settled then, right?" Fishman followed close behind, then looked over and said, "Let me scout around to see if any of those monsters are still breathing." White smoke blanketed everything, and Lao Duan suddenly picked up King's leg. Its mouth was also crushed to a pulp, and it seemed no one could have escaped. Hearing this, Fishman pointed toward the tunnel and said, "Look over there." Tuan is trudging up. Kobark was helping Tuan work over and reported that there were only 2 bronze-ranked people. While Tuan was exhausted, the other 4 gathered around to observe. Lao Duan threw away the body part and sneered, "It looks like that arrogant young master is really done for." Everything before Tuan's eyes faded and went dark. Fishman urged, "Hey Lao Duan, don't just stand there like a statue. Come over and give a hand, quickly." He shook the boy and panicked as he told the group, "This is bad, the kid has passed out." By then, the boy had completely blacked out and was unaware of anything. When he lost consciousness, Tuan's mind seemed to drift to the bottom of the ocean. The cry echoed incessantly in his ears, and in his dazed state, he quietly wondered who on earth was calling his name. A deep blue eyeball streaked with horrifying blood vessels suddenly appeared right before his eyes once again. That image terrified Tuan. He startled awake and sat straight up on the hospital bed. Daitzar and Kobark were standing nearby with worried expressions. Kobark cried out, "Doctor, he's awake." Daitzar stood with hands on hips, looked at Tuan, and said, "It's probably nothing serious. It's just from overusing your spiritual energy." Tuan held his head and wondered why he was so easily exhausted, and Kobark reassured him, "Maybe you're just mistaken." Lao Duan pulled back the curtain and entered the tent, pausing both to turn and look. The old man called out, "Hello kid, feeling better? Our boss wants to meet you to discuss something." Tuan followed Lao Duan outside and saw Zichman busy by a fire. The man looked up and asked sarcastically, "Oh, look, the bronze-ranked soldier is awake." He flashed a cunning smile and said, "To be honest, I was quite surprised that someone as lowly as you could be so capable." Standing face to face with him, Tuan retorted, "So that's how it is that why you guys heartlessly abandoned us to save yourselves." Fishman clicked his tongue. "You've got a sharp tongue, kid." He scratched his head, looking embarrassed, and argued, "You're right to blame me, but as a deputy captain, My top priority must be keeping my subordinates alive. He curled his lips lightly and gave a faint smile. If I had known you were that talented, I wouldn't have done that. Enough beating around the bush. Would you like to join our team? Tuan laughed sarcastically upon hearing this. Join your team? You think I'd believe these sweet words so easily? Deep down, he thought that since this guy had abandoned him once, he would do it again. Tishman looked away in embarrassment and admitted, our numbers are severely depleted, and our combat strength has dropped while we still need to escort guests to Tu Lam Town. We are real short on manpower. Tuan crossed his arms and thought about the name Tu Lam Town. Wasn't that the mandatory junction to get to Kumuk City? Getting a ride with them was convenient. Tishman quickly added, don't be so quick to refuse. You'll get full benefits if you join. Nobody will let you lose out. We pay fair wages. He grinned, held up 3 fingers as a signal, and asked, how about a 3% commission for you? Deal. Tuan smiled and nodded, agreeing to seal the deal. Looking at the guy's scruffy face, he thought to himself, I'm only clicking my tongue and agreeing for the benefit. There's no way I'm working like a horse for you. Seeing that he agreed, the man teased him cheerfully. Indeed, even a gentleman can hardly resist the allure of money, right? Night fell, still cast in the same gloomy color. In another scene at the Red Adventure Base in Tu Lam Town, right in the middle of a narrow forest, 3 armored vehicles were slowly rolling deeper inside. Lao Duan looked at the bumpy road with annoyance inside. The machines keep breaking down. It's impossible to keep up with the repairs. Tuan Sorko barked blushing and realized her talent was starting to take effect. Lao Duan reminded the group to stay there for the night before heading to the town tomorrow. Tuan asked, why not just drive straight into town for convenience? In the quiet night under the dim moonlight, Lao Duan explained in detail that Tu Lam Town was extremely terrifying after dark, and even a gold-ranked expert could easily lose a life in this Tu forest, so it was best to play it safe. Suddenly, someone yelled loudly, how much longer are we going to crawl to get to that place? The group turned around in confusion and spotted a blonde lady in a tight blue dress with a white shawl, screaming. She angrily scolded her entourage for being useless and making her suffer on the road. Beside her was a man in glasses who was exercising restraint, and another blonde man leaning near the vehicle. The Tsar glanced at the spoiled lady with half an eye and snapped, if you want to keep your life, shut your mouth. Your screaming is going to attract the whole pack of monsters to surround this place. The woman was stunned speechless by this. She turned bright red, pointed her finger, and shouted, who do you think you're being insolent to? My brother is the town leader here and a gold-ranked expert. The Tsar ignored her, making her even more furious, despite her boyfriend trying to intervene. Calm down, Pani, the Emperor. The lady continued to wail, I spend a fortune to enjoy myself, not to be treated like this. Tuan and Zichman could only click their tongues in annoyance, witnessing the scene truly unbelievable. Zichman twisted his neck and cursed internally. To be stupid enough to offend the guards in this desolate place is beyond words. Tuan, beside him, also looked visibly exhausted but didn't bother to speak up. Zichman walked away, pointed at some tree huts, and shouted, everyone sleep here for the night and we'll figure things out tomorrow. When the group had gathered around the crackling fire, Tuan inspected the hut and quietly commented, it's certainly poor, but why do I feel like something's run here? He observed the plume of blue smoke rising from the fire and felt a sense of unease. This smell. Trouble. C letter 181 B letter 1EA1 CH felt dizzy. He raised a hand to his forehead and whispered to T letter 1EDN, T letter 1EDN, I feel so lightheaded. Tishman's group before entered, led by Thish G I letter 1EA3, T letter 1ED Kin, and Lao D stroke O letter 1EA1N, who were wearing gas masks. They pushed aside the curtain and went in. Lao D stroke O letter 1EA1N asked, how is it? Are they all down? T letter 1ED Kin replied, see for yourself. He scanned the 4 people lying motionless on the floor and concluded, they're all unconscious. The sedative's effectiveness is truly impressive. They looked at T-Led-1ED-N with doubtful eyes. T-Led-1ED-Kin sat down and poked him. Loud D-Stroke-O-Led-1EA-1N, while busy, wondered aloud, but seriously, why are we only acting now? Tishman put his hands on his hips and explained, this kid's strength isn't bad. If we capture him, he can fill Funline's position. Moreover, if we make him trust us first, it'll be easier to seize what he possesses. They used ropes to tie his hands tightly. Tishman sat cleaning his gun, scrutinizing C-Led-1ED-1 B-Led-1EA-1CH and T-Led-1ED-N. He thought they must be descendants of some prominent family out for training, which explained the high price they commanded. But if this mission succeeded when White Scales City was in trouble, they could all retire early without needing to fight with swords and blades anymore. Lao D-Stroke-O-Led-1EA-1 and counted the people and panicked. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why is one missing? Just then, resounding applause attracted the full attention of Thich Gi-Led-1EA3's group. Ampher appeared with an eerie smile and spoke, the Lord said, let there be light, and there was light. The Lord said, let there be land, and there was land. The Lord's wisdom and grace always protect his most loyal servant, wishes I. Tishman looked at Thish Gi-Led-1EA3 in bewilderment and asked, what's he babbling about? Is he crazy? Thish Gi-Led-1EA3 also frowned in confusion. No way. My sedative dosage is enough to knock out an elephant. Lao D-Stroke-O-Led-1EA1N angrily raised his gun. Who the hell are you calling Lord here? He pointed the gun barrel at Ampher and yelled, who the hell are you? Don't call yourself Lord in front of me. Ampher raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, his face still holding that strange smile. Calm down, everyone. Let's discuss this. When they saw the symbol on Ampher's palm, Thich Gi-Led-1EA3's entire group immediately became vigilant and took a defensive stance. Tishman exclaimed, I can't believe you're from the demon curse cult. Sitting in a corner, T-Led-1ED and secretly observed and thought to himself, I never expected that crazy guy to belong to the demon curse cult. He had already put on his gas mask and was squinting to observe, so this truly was an unexpected gain. It turned out that the iron armor eye had detected the sedative early and alerted him, allowing him to play along with the plan and activate his mask. He thought to himself, I thought it was just a normal kidnapping, but who knew it also involved the demon curse cult. It's best to stay quiet and watch the show. Ditchman signaled loud D-stroke OLED1EA1N to lower his gun and asked, so, what does the demon curse cult want to negotiate with me about? Anfer adjusted his glasses and smiled, I am a special agent of the demon curse cult's outer gate priests, codenamed Anfer, an expert in recruiting geniuses for the organization. He pointed towards TLED1ED and NCLED1ED1BLED1EA1CH. I apologize for disturbing your work, but I only need those two beast tamers. Such talents, capable of defeating golden tier fierce beasts, are precisely the targets I'm looking for. Ditchman put his hands on his hips and sneered at Anfer. Well, that's too bad for you. These two are our property. If you want to buy them, consider us friends and name your price. Anfer waved his hand in refusal and mocked, friends? I think you're mistaken. Our demon curse cult never engages in trade or business. As soon as he finished speaking, two more blonde individuals, full of killing intent, suddenly appeared behind Ditchman. He angrily shouted, do you mean you want to steal people without paying? The system suddenly signaled a three-dimensional image, making him think in surprise, what is this? How did two more people suddenly appear? He looked at the notification about the three-dimensional projection device and then realized that from a distance, someone was aiming a sniper rifle at the demon curse cult members. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed loudly. The bullet tore through the air and embedded itself directly into the demon curse cult member's arm, severing it from his body. Ditchman was stunned. Who shot that? Immediately, the transmitted voice rang out. It's me, Captain. He responded. Funline. You're still alive. Funline, hiding in the bushes with a large gun, replied, that's right. So, how many meals are you going to treat me to this time? Anfer collapsed to his knees in pain, tears streaming down as he clutched his severed arm. Ditchman transmitted to Funline. Stop babbling. The kid isn't dead yet. You missed. Funline explained. My gun is broken. It's a miracle I hit anything at all. At this moment, Loud D-stroke OLED1EA1N picked up the projection device to examine it and reported, Boss, those two were just projections. This guy is alone. The force surrounded Anfer with disdainful eyes. Ditchman smirked. Brat, you dare challenge me with such pathetic skills? Anfer's whole body trembled from pain and fear. The high priest is on his way here. If you lay a hand on me, you're all dead. Loud D-stroke OLED1EA1N's group rushed in, kicking and punching him indiscriminately. Die without a barrel place, you little brat. I'll send you on your way right now, and I'll start by taking one of your kidneys. Amidst the forest under the night sky, a group of people rode spirit beasts, flying swiftly forward. A person dressed in black approached Arthur. High priest, we have arrived at Terulam City. He replied, get ready. I hope Anfer isn't lying this time. Then, they continued to urge the spirit beast to rush directly towards the house. The strange noise made Loudon look around nervously, and Ditchman also curiously asked what that sound was. Anfer heard the scream and became excited. He laughed cruelly and yelled, you brats are done for. The sacrificial lord has arrived in person. The strange object crashed directly into the roof, causing a massive tremor. Tuan opened his eyes slightly to observe and wondered, what on earth is happening? It turned out that Arthur and his spirit beast had broken through the roof. Seeing this, Anfer reached out his remaining arm toward him and exclaimed, Sacrificial lord, you have finally arrived. Behind him, the system panel appeared. Race, pale beast. Realm, golden peak. Talent, terrifying gaze. Aptitude, golden peak. Skills, netherfire, horrifying mirage, obsessive attachment. Arthur stepped down from his spirit beast, holding a scepter, and spoke coldly, where are they? The system continued to display, Arthur talent, other gate spirit domain, realm, golden peak, for spirit beasts. Anfer knelt on the floor, bowed his head, and replied, back there, those are the two young people who passed out. The dark purple, eerie aura radiated from behind Arthur. Witnessing this, Tuan broke out in a cold sweat. His power was truly terrifying. Arthur released pressure to intimidate Loudon's group. You people, get out of my way. Loudon vigilantly pointed his gun at him. What are you planning to do? Ditchman cursed angrily. Damn you. The power of Arthur surrounded him, making him panic and think, what's happening? Why can't I move? It turned out Arthur had unleashed his aura, rendering the snake group unable to move. He casually worked past them as if they didn't exist. Arthur approached Tuan and Kobar, muttering a prayer. Oh, Mother of 10,000 worlds, please save these two lost souls. Tuan opened his eyes to wash. Suddenly, Arthur pulled out a purple bottle containing a strange liquid. The system notified, spirit twinning poisonous extract, a spiritual medicine made from spirit marrow combined with phantom demon extract and various herbs, capable of manipulating others while upgrading their realm. While praying, Arthur brought the bottle with the attached syringe toward Tuan. May your spirit guide these children out of the fog and toward the promised land. Seeing this, the boy sweated in fear. Damn it, he wants to use that to control me. Unable to pretend to be unconscious any longer, he decided to break the handcuffs. He reached out, grabbed his hand to stop the action, and said, I'm sorry, I have no interest in your man warming the bed service, then blasted him with water power. Arthur raised his hand to create a defensive wall to block the attack and said disdainfully, just some child's play. Taking advantage of this, Tuan helped the unconscious Kobark stand up, calling out repeatedly, Kobarks, wake up. He assessed the situation and decided, it's better to retreat first. Tuan swung his hand, pouring a thick cloud of smoke toward Arthur, but Arthur just flicked his hand, and his aura swept the fuck away. Tuan seized the spittoon to shatter the wooden wall behind him to find a way to escape. Arthur immediately ordered his henchmen, chase after them right now. In the dark, eerie forest, Tuan helped Kobark go deeper inside. He tried to wake her up again. Kobarks, do you feel any better? Getting no response, he thought to himself, damn it, the effect of this anesthetic is real strong. He looked up into the distance and ordered the system, Eye of Revelation, scan the surrounding environment. The system began scanning, spreading out over every tree and blade of grass nearby. The system detected a massive ancient tree with clusters of strange yellow fruits hanging from it and issued a notification. Race, green banana tree, wood type hunting. Realm, Pi tier. Talent, banana aroma. Aptitude, mid-golden level. Skills, blue banana aroma, green hunting banana vine, and binding green banana fruit vine. 2 and helped Ko bark to the base of that tree and mused, this green banana tree is blocking the path, and I'm limited in my movements because I have to carry the unconscious Ko bar. He looked up at the sky and saw many people riding spirit beasts in pursuit, part full of anxiety. There are even soldiers hunting from the air like this. What should I do? He had no choice but to use his imperial cooking space to hide Ko bark inside for safety. He recalled the past. He had used this trick before to survive a nuclear explosion. He stood leaning against a large rock and thought, I have moved Ko bark to a safe place. Now there's only the group of soldiers chasing me. His gaze turned toward the green banana tree and this entire strange banana forest. He gave a meaningful smell. At night, in the green banana forest, the advantage had shifted entirely in his favor. Meanwhile, at the warden house, the 4 of Lao Dun's group stood paralyzed, watching and Far whispering to Artho, my lord, and Far felt death approaching and reached out toward him, begging, please, save me. Arthur silently observed without uttering a single word. He began to murmur a prayer, asking Mother Van Shu to guide the person's soul to eternal rest, which left Alfred dumbfounded with confusion, causing him to blurt out, As soon as the incantation ended, Arthur immediately raised his staff high, and a brilliant stream of purple light shot straight at Alpha, incinerating them. Old Don witnessed this horrific scene and couldn't believe his eyes, never expecting him to so cruelly kill his own subordinate. Just then, Tishman hastily contacted Fun Lang, asking about his situation. Fun Lang looked down at his taped-up gun and could only reply, the gun is completely ruined. I have no way to provide support for everyone anymore. Upon hearing the bad news, Tishman was so scared that sweat poured off him like a shower. He thought to himself, could it be that we're all going to die here today? Above, a subordinate riding a spirit beast reported, Lord High Priest, we found it. Sure enough, from above, they saw 2 and trudging through the tall grass. The subordinate added, but we don't see that woman anywhere. Arthur immediately ordered his henchmen, bring it back here to me at once. They urged the spirit beast to fly swiftly in Tuan's direction. Tuan ran while looking back with delight. The fish has taken the bait. The spirit beast swung its sharp claws to attack, but he quickly created a defensive shield. Surprisingly, countless long tentacles sprouted from the green banana trees. They tightly wrapped around the spirit beasts and wouldn't let go. The demon cultists, tied up tightly, screamed in panic. What is this? Vines. One person yelled in alarm. It's a wood element spirit beast. Before they could react further, they were swallowed whole by the green banana tree's vines. Seeing this, Tuan triumphantly thought to himself, just as I predicted, this species of green banana tree only attacks those who invade its territory. Because these trees are so large, even if I only stand on the outer edge, they will still target me as an enemy. Once designated as an enemy by the green banana tree, they will suffer the most brutal punishment. The system announced that the green banana tree had reached a perfect state. The green banana tree transformed into a human and seized the 2 men, draining the spiritual energy until they were nothing but dry skeletons. Inside the tree trunk, bananas were gradually growing. The system displayed that the green bananas were a silver-grade ingredient, filled with life essence, capable of healing all injuries. Tuan pondered deeply. If there's such an abundant source of energy like this, it's more than enough to replace many precious medicinal ingredients. He swung his arm, channeling his water element internal energy, and a stream of water shot out, severing the fruit branch. Tuan grabbed it and inhaled with satisfaction. Excellent. This aroma is truly captivating. Suddenly, he flinched. Oh no. I was so engrossed that I forgot I had accidentally stepped past the dangerous boundary. He glanced at the green banana tree, which was busy absorbing spiritual energy and hadn't noticed him. Tuan was secretly pleased and immediately took off running. Well then, if you'll excuse me, I'll be escaping now. The moment he set foot on the ground, Tuan immediately stepped on a green frog. He lost his balance and slipped, falling with a thud. He fell backward into the green banana tree's territory. Looking at the strange object stuck to him, he thought, it's a frog again. Why do I have such a strange connection with them? Behind him, the menacing face with glowing green eyes of the banana tree loomed closer, sending shivers down his spine. Tuan turned his head back, looking in terror. Oh boy, he silently blamed himself for pushing his luck too far. In another location amidst the dense forest, a flock of white birds soared through the vast night sky. Arthur raised his hand to transmit a message, asking his subordinates about the situation. A murmur rose and then died down. He stood tall and gestured. All right. Oh, Almighty One, we need more manpower. He stayed intently at the glass left behind where Alpha had just been incinerated, a spirit commander who was supposed to be an important component of the Great Queen. Then, he swung his staff forcefully, creating a strange purple flame burning fiercely in the palm of his left hand. From that flame, several hideous, multi-eyed spider-like entities began to crawl out. Tishman thought in shock, we're doomed. What on earth is that monster appearing over there? Arthur commanded the small monsters in an authoritative voice. Go, my children. And they immediately obeyed, sluggishly crawling forward. The monster slowly approached the assassin. Old Juing, Saijing and Zishman were surrounded by them, as they grabbed the necks of all 4 of them, making everyone tremble in panic. Pinned to the ground, Arthur growled, from now on, you must absolutely obey me. Otherwise, the spider bombs attached to your necks will explode. Zishman gritted his teeth in annoyance as he felt the foreign object tightening around his neck. Dusk, switching over to Zion. The green man-eating banana tree was still trying its best to stretch out its giant arm to grab him. Terrified, Zion could only run for his life to escape. He looked back and lamented to himself, I'm really done for this time. Although the banana tree slammed its arm down hard, luckily, he still managed to jump and escape in time. Even so, the shockwave from the extremely powerful slam sent Zion flying so high it was as if he were about to touch the moon, looking just like he had boarded the Ron flight to a faraway place. Right after that, he fell straight down into a dense forest, scrambling to his feet with his hair full of leaves. He looked back at the green banana tree and muttered, my luck is actually pretty good, landing right in an escape route. Scratching his head, he opened his subspace to store the newly harvested bunch of bananas inside, his mind full of calculations. The ability of a plant spirit beast is so strong. I wonder if I have a chance to sign a contract with it. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, startling him. He immediately scanned his surroundings, thinking, someone is here. Zion swiftly hid behind the trunk of a giant tree, thinking to himself that the demon spider sect people were truly persistent like leeches. The group of assassins began to search around, and old Duan grumbled, damn it, how are we supposed to search in this pitch blackness? Arthur then chanted an incantation, O mother of 10,000 spiders, my supreme lord, please guide your loyal follower, and the staff in his hand instantly burst into a purple flame. He slammed his staff hard on the ground, and the purple aura from the flame spread in all directions. The system suddenly sounded a notification, warning, master has been detected, and his face turned pale as he tried to calm himself. Oh no, I'm done for. The purple beams of light from the staff led straight to his hiding place. Arthur pointed in that direction and roared, over there. Zion looked at Zishman's group following behind Arthur and wondered, why is the adventure team allied with the demon spider sect like this? From behind, Zijing suddenly appeared, pointing a gun at him and shouting, freeze, you've been surrounded by us. He had no choice but to raise his hands and surrender, feeling gloomy. What is wrong with today? Why is my luck so terribly bad in every way? Suddenly, spiritual energy flickered on his hand. With no choice but to use the old trick, he flicked his hand to release a dense screen of white smoke towards Zijing, sighing wearily, how many times has this been today? Taking advantage of that opportunity, he leaped onto a high tree branch as fast as lightning to escape. As the smoke gradually cleared, old Duan asked anxiously, Zijing, were you okay? Zijing narrowed her eyes, looking in the direction he ran, and replied, I'm fine, but the kid managed to escape. Arthur roared furiously, what are you standing there for? Chase after him immediately. Annoyed by this, Dishman pointed directly at his face and scolded, except for the two of us, no one here is a beast tamer. How can ordinary people catch up? Arthur calmly replied, do I need to remind you that your necks still have spider bombs attached? Hearing this, the group was bitter but had to remain silent, turning their faces away in helplessness. As Arthur added, what right do you have to bargain with me? Dishman was choked with rage, never expecting to be so looked down upon. Just then, Feng Lang contacted him via walkie-talkie. Dishman, is everyone okay? Dishman quickly replied, Feng Lang, we are okay, but our necks have been rigged with bumps. Hiding nearby with gun in hand, Feng Lang observed the situation and asked, I'm close by, do you need any help? Dishman stopped him, wait, don't act rashly before we understand the bomb's mechanism. Just bear with it. Feng Lang looked at Arthur's group and nodded. Understood. Under a large tree deep in the forest, Zion painfully clutched his wrist, where bizarre red tentacles were tightly wrapped around it. Looking at the thorny tentacles, he sighed, not again. The system displayed a notification, warning, origin damaged. Spiritual energy recovery speed has decreased, and spiritual energy limit has been cut in half. Using his willpower to disperse the tentacles, he stood up, supporting his left arm. The situation is indeed very bad. I've used too much spiritual energy today, and I don't know how much longer I can hold out. The system's continuous alarms frustrated him, making him snap, would you just cut it out? Lao Juan and Kai Men moved forward leisurely, followed by a fierce one-eyed monkey beast. He shouted loudly for Tuan to hear, telling the bronze rank brat to show himself. The system board displayed information about Kai Men, including his C-rank strength enhancement talent and intermediate level cultivation, along with his spirit beasts, the red fire ape and the colorful earth fire armored beetle. Tuan hid behind a tree, observing the movements of Lao Juan's group. He wondered why a group of adventurers would join hands with a magic curse cult, suspecting something sinister was hidden underneath. He suddenly noticed something clinging to the back of Kai Men's neck. The system explained that it was a spider mite. Realizing they were being controlled, Tuan called the firebird, Rukan to land on his arm. He leaned down and whispered instructions into its ear to deal with them but warned it not to take their lives, as he still wanted to settle a few things with them. Rukan arrogantly tapped Tuan's face with its wing and replied that it understood, teasing that he had probably just come up with another plan he considered effective. Rukan flapped its wings and flew off with great momentum. Tuan hurriedly warned it not to repeat the previous mistake, to which the bird grumbled about him being long-winded before diving straight toward the area where Lao Juan's group was hiding. Iron Snake looked up at the sky, scanned the area, and signaled his companions to look up as well. No one could discern the shape of the incoming object because Rukan was moving too fast. Lao Juan asked in confusion what it was, then added doubtfully that he thought he might know what it was. He widened his eyes in shock and cursed. From a blinding flash of light, a massive flame erupted, blasting both men away. The brilliant fiber passed through the hazy smoke, gliding past the field of vision. Kaiman was still tied to the tree, with the red fire ape waiting for his orders right in front of him. The beast rushed forward aggressively and swung its fist at Rukan, but the bird was no amateur and easily dodged the powerful blows. It tilted its head and opened its beak to release roaring flames, chanting a spell to summon the Yang Pool fire. As soon as it finished chanting, it spread its wings, hovered above the enemy, and unleashed intense streams of fire, causing the gorilla to scream in pain. The opponent was knocked to the ground face down. Kaiman escaped and thought with terror that the brat's spirit beast was so formidable. He hid behind a bush, observing the cloaked figure wearing an iron mask and guessing that he wouldn't lift a finger to help him. Watching the gorilla beast struggling under the fire attacks, he silently calculated that he needed to find a strategy to counter them soon. Just then, Lao Juan raised his gun and began firing continuously. Rukan expertly flapped its wings to dodge the barrage of bullets. Frustrated, Lao Juan kept pulling the trigger while complaining that even ammunition was useless, when suddenly the Phi Phoenix spread its wings and dived straight at him. It unleashed its Phi power, causing Lao Juan to fall backward. In his panic, he accidentally hit his head hard against the hard ground. The attack ended, and the bird returned to its original form, landing on Tuan's shoulder. He patted its head and sighed at the fallen man, noting that Rukan was being destructive again. Just then, the gorilla suddenly lunged forward, gnashing its teeth and throwing a massive punch at him. Tuan panicked, raised his hand to block, and shouted for it to wait. saying they could sit down and negotiate. The creature ignored the request, forcing him to immediately put up a defensive shield. The monster's incredible strength sent Tuan's shield crashing into a tree, at which point Kaiman spoke up, saying they had nothing to negotiate with him. In the middle of the deep forest, the two sides faced off. Kaiman issued a demand that sounded like an order, stating that he had a mandatory proposal for his own private reasons. Therefore, he was determined to take him away. Tuan gave a cold laugh at the ridiculous proposal and immediately retorted, "Do you really think I will cooperate?" Kaiman wore a sinister smile and declared that it seemed a battle was unavoidable, to which Tuan responded with a confident smile. Beneath the dense canopy, sparks began to erupt violently. Wakanha engaged in battle with a giant gorilla. That eye was not a defect but its weapon, and the two created a scene glowing red with fire. Meanwhile, Tuan struggled to fend off the fire attacks from Kaiman. He raised his hand to maintain his shield, but the opponent's continuous attacks caused him to frown and think to himself, "Here we go again." While launching a flurry of attacks, Chishman mocked, "Hey, Brun's kid, why on earth do you have such a damn shield?" Tuan ignored the provocations, wondering if this was some high-tech gear for the rich. He was panicking because his spiritual energy wouldn't last much longer. Suddenly struck by an idea, he used all his mental focus to shove the shield outward, forcing Chishman, who was gripping it tightly, to stumble back. He sneered, "Not bad, the bronze kid has quite the imagination." As soon as he finished speaking, his body erupted in fierce flames, and he warned Tuan, who was right in his line of sight, that this was no school practice. Muttering that he had no more restraints, he recited a power-up incantation, causing the flames to engulf him. Tuan gritted his teeth, worried as his opponent closed in during this critical moment. He couldn't dodge in time and took a punch to the stomach. While Chishman boasted about being a street fighter since childhood, the force of the blow slammed his back onto the ground. He suppressed the pain, teeth clenched in anger. Still not satisfied, Chishman continued to rain punches down on where Tuan was covering his face, mocking him by saying that defending the cult wouldn't end well. Tuan scrambled to his feet with a bruised face and snapped, "What the hell do you know, you pampered brat?" To the opponent's utter surprise, Tuan suddenly grabbed Chishman by both temples and squeezed hard. He gathered momentum and slammed his head into the man's forehead, gritting out, "I know plenty about this." Exploiting the opening, he pinned Chishman to the ground and whispered, "I also know you're being controlled. If you want to get rid of the spider on your neck, come find me." Chishman remained skeptical, grinning mockingly, "You talk a good game, but why should I trust you?" Pinning him down, Tuan glanced toward the bushes behind them and replied, "Because I know your accomplices are lying in wait there." In the bushes, Funline was aiming his gun with murderous intent, shouting an order for his comrades to hold fire, before a smoke bomb was thrown directly at the two. The gas canister exploded on the ground, creating a wall of white mist that obscured their vision. Funline appeared in a flash behind Tuan, pressed a gun to his neck, and ordered, "Stand still, don't try anything." Chishman squinted with a smirk, "Hey, Brun's kid, that's not enough to make me trust you." Outside the smoke, Arthur stood leaning on his cane, watching with a calculating look. The voice called out, "Hey, you." Tuan had passed out and was dragged before Arthur. The henchman reported that they had brought the captive. Chishman led the group, frowning as he asked if they could be released, but Arthur looked at Tuan and replied he wasn't satisfied yet, ordering them to go capture the girl as well. Upon hearing this, Chishman flew into a rage, shouting his opposition because the man had broken the original agreement. Arthur's eyes flashed with a purple light, warning them that they seemed to have forgotten about the spider bomb resting on their necks. Chishman could only smirk in resignation, as there was nothing left to lose. At that moment, Funline behind him opened fire. However, Arthur promptly summoned a purple shield, blocking his bullet. Seizing the opportunity, Chishman signaled his comrades behind him. This is the moment. Arthur was stunned. He never expected that this plan had been quietly discussed by Tuan minutes earlier, when he convinced them that cooperation was their only way out. In the white smoke, Chishman held a finger to his lips, signaling everyone to remain absolutely silent. Afraid Tuan didn't understand, Funline whispered that the boss was worried about eavesdropping, so he should speak softly. Tuan suddenly realized the smoke bomb was used to avoid the watchful eyes of the spider cult. Then, he stood with his hands on his hips and laughed heartily at Funline's panic. "Don't worry, I've investigated thoroughly. They are just ordinary mutant spirit beasts and can't eavesdrop, otherwise why would I shout and tire myself out?" Chishman immediately urged, "Then tell us your plan quickly." Scene transition. Present time. Arthur has fallen into Tuan's hands. He is mentally reciting the strategy Tuan mentioned, noting that the intelligence of the explosive spiders worn on everyone's necks is quite poor. They only obey commands from his handheld staff, so they must lock down his actions and prevent him from using it. Just as Tuan plotted, he intends to thrust the staff at Tuan's legs. He secretly calculates that breaking that object will save everyone. At that exact moment, Dishsar leaps high, baring her claws and aiming straight for the treasure. Everything proceeds as planned. However, since he is a master of controlling spirit beasts at the gold rank, he will certainly resist. Arthur rise, and a mystical purple light surrounding his body terrifies Tuan. The purple energy blast sends Tuan flying away, and he escapes in an instant. Now is the time to implement the second contingency plan. The villain is furious, looking up and roaring that they are audacious pests. He grabs Dishsar by the neck and lifts the poor girl into midair. The girl grimaces, struggling repeatedly to pry his hand off, but to no avail. Arthur then uses force to slam Dishsar to one side, his voice gravelly with threats. "It seems I have been too lenient with you small fries." Dishsar crushes into Tuan. The young man frowns slightly, struggling to swallow his pain to proceed with the next crucial step after the target escapes. Arthur now holds the purple glowing weapon high, shouting, "Prepare to receive your punishment." According to the established script, his next move must be to activate the explosive spiders. Chishman glances at the vicious red spider behind his neck with caution. Tuan is startled as the spider's legs gradually swell, but the detonation command requires time to accumulate and does not fire immediately. Dishsar bows her head to carefully observe the condition of the spiders clinging to her neck. This moment is when he is most vulnerable. As planned, Tuan will use a dagger to attack from behind, while Arthur continues to mutter prayers about cleansing sins. However, as if he has eyes in the back of his head, he suddenly turns and grabs Tuan by the throat, leaving her stunned. Tukin bites her lip, eyes looking downward. He shakes his head with a look of regret. It's futile. The Supreme One has foreseen the entire plan long ago. The dame continues. Tukin gives a faint smile and wraps her arm around his, her eyes fixed on the staff. Although his shield is extremely strong, in close quarters combat, that protection is useless. She drops the knife and uses her other hand to grab it quickly. Tukin maneuvers with great finesse, slightly rotating the hilt of the knife and swinging her arm, intending to throw it and break Arthur's treasure. She smiles triumphantly. Let's see who is actually the one in need of purging this since. She swings her arm with force, the dagger tip embedding itself right into the middle of the purple spirit jade before Arthur's eyes. Standing next to Duin and Thishsar, Tuin clenches his fists and cheers, as the mission is a success. Tukin checks the spider on her neck, sighing with relief when she sees a red light fade. Duin and Thishsar also quickly remove the monsters. Duin takes a deep, relieved breath, glad to have gotten rid of this detestable thing. Tishman angrily throws it to the ground, not forgetting to stomp on it while cursing. However, the joy is short-lived. Arthur grabs Tukin and throws her straight at him. Her buddy crashes into Zichman, causing a chain reaction that knocks Duin, who was standing behind them, down as well. The group of four rushes forward menacingly. Tishman shouts threats, demanding he run away. Tuin, standing in the back, clicks his tongue as he observes, his face darkening because he knows something bad is coming. Arthur interlaces his fingers to form a triangle, and purple flames burn around it, the purple hue spreading to his fingertips and forming very strange shapes. The purple aura pours out violently, tearing open the gateway to the spirit realm. He drifts in midair amidst the mysterious purple waves. That strange energy spreads to where Zichman and the others are. The whole group is stunned. Zichman holds Tukin tightly, and they look at each other, wondering if this is the spirit realm of a gold-rank war god. Below, a silhouette silently watches the purple flames flickering like eyes. From within, a voice calls out, Funlang, go find the captain quickly. Funlang, trembling, connects his radio to urgently call Duin. He quickly pulls out the radio antenna to notify everyone. The signal is heavily interfered with, and now they can only rely on this crude tool. Funlang moves while pressing the radio to his ear, struggling to shout, Captain, do you hear me? Please relay a message to the commander for me. At the command center, the girl wearing a white cap receives the message and reports back to the red-haired person resting his feet on the table. Captain, Funlang reports an urgent secret message. At that moment, Tiuhar snaps irritably, I'm in the middle of a meeting. What the hell is it now? A piercing scream echoed from the walkie-talkie. We were trapped by the ghost cultists in the middle of the green banana forest. Chishman and his teammates were about to be finished. Tiuhar was startled, and even the audience in the front row was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. She stood up abruptly and sternly questioned, What is wrong with you ghost cultists? How dare you lay a hand on my people? The person sitting at the front table argued that there must be a misunderstanding. Tiuhar propped her baseball bat on her shoulder and retorted, Is that so? She was fuming with anger, causing red bolts of electricity to swirl around her, and declared that anyone who dared to touch the Crimson Hue core would already be pushing up daisies by now. Scene changed to a spiritual realm. This place was covered in a bizarre violet hue, with hundreds of eyes from below looking up at the newcomer. That guy called out in adoration, Praise the Great Mother, the Almighty Lord. Praise the Great Mother, the Almighty Lord. A series of strange creatures lunged out from the portal Arthur had just summoned. Mid-tier gold-rank parasitic void insects possessing the innate talent of ear-piercing demonic sound along with a sonic shockwave skill, plus a pack of mid-tier gold-rank three-headed corpse spirit beasts with a devastating bone-crushing and explosive roar techniques. They darted as fast as lightning, hastily ordering each other, catch him. Among them were high-tier gold-rank void terror spiders with a bizarre light innate talent and the skills of poisonous stings and dark maneuver. Tuin silently observed from above. He looked down, frowned, and remarked, Are these all spirit beasts? They actually look quite impressive. Finishing his sentence, he turned to Ruck Nha, smirked, and ordered, You've eaten plenty of my spirit crystals. Now it's time to pay me back. It looked at him coldly without even a glance and asked bluntly, What do you want me to do? Suddenly, the blinding flame engulfed both master and servant. The clothes on his body transformed completely, and he shouted, Fusion. The flames flared up, forming sturdy iron armor to protect Tuin's body. Shiny pieces of armor began to appear on his hands. His entire body was enveloped in red fire, and even his face was hidden behind an armored mask. Once the transformation process was complete, Tuin admired the flaming armor and exclaimed, Even my attributes have shifted to the fire element. Now I no longer have to worry about damage from the origin. The fusion innate talent is truly top tier. He then felt a pang of pity for that fool Minthiu, thinking it was a shame that someone possessing such a beautiful talent didn't know how to utilize it. He considered the victory already tilted in his favor. Arthur, looking down from the back of his spirit beast, said dismissively, Fusion is indeed a rare talent, but, he mucked, you are still too young and inexperienced. Tuin didn't bother arguing and responded immediately. A terrifying flash of light from the terror decision strike suddenly echoed from behind, making him jump and turn around sharply. Tuin froze for a moment and gasped, What? My buddy. In his destruction, he had been ambushed from behind and bound tightly. Tuin's body went rigid no matter how hard he struggled. Thousands of eyes began to open around him. Arthur was also stunned for a moment, muttering to himself, What the hell is that thing? Those bizarre eyes kept opening wider, looking truly strange and horning. Arthur was still completely clueless about what kind of ability that was, while Tuin had already broken free from the confinement. Even he was surprised at how easily he had escaped. The feeling of being controlled was truly unpleasant. He looked down at the swarming monsters with curiosity. It seemed as if they were afraid of something. Arthur suddenly lunged forward with his dark shockwave technique. Tuin was not intimidated in the slightest and countered with a smoke gun shockwave. The two streams of red and purple light collided violently, with neither side willing to yield. Tuin confidently asserted, That last bit was just to warm up. Now it's time to make you pay. Hearing this, Arthur didn't hold back either and roared, Don't you dare be arrogant, you brat. Those standing outside the battle could only watch the two powerhouses clash, exclaiming, This is just, it's truly a case of when gods fight, mortals get hurt. If we can't escape, we might as well just stand here and watch the show. They didn't even have a chance to intervene. Suddenly, Old Don felt a strange aura behind him and was terrified. The group curiously turned their heads back to look, wondering, what's going on behind us? The scene before their eyes made Old Don's group curse. Damn it, a horde of hideous monsters appeared out of thin air. Old Don yelled, Bus, tell your monkey to hurry up and handle them. Chishman, while carrying Toucan, complained, there are too many of them. The person sacrificing himself at that moment was speechless at these two. They were about to die, yet they still had the leisure to talk nonsense. Just focus on running. Meanwhile, above them, Toucan and Arthur were still locked in an extremely intense struggle. A series of thunderous sounds echoed, followed by a blazing inferno ready to consume everything in its path. Arthur's summoned beast suddenly channeled its power, forming a mystical purple sphere right at its mouth. Witnessing this, Toucan was incredibly excited because that guy Arthur was finally willing to fight seriously. Soon he could unleash his spiritual energy without any restraint, a perfect opportunity to let loose with his fists, and with that thought, he channeled all his force into his clenched hand. Toucan darted toward Arthur, ready to let his opponent get a taste of this heaven-shattering punch. Two powerful blows collided head-on, creating a terrifying explosion that threatened to tear the space apart. Toucan continued to pump more force into his punch, pushing the aura of spiritual energy outward, while on the other side, Arthur did not back down, frantically pouring more power into the orb of light he had just unleashed. The ground shook violently as the two massive energy sources collided, resulting in a deafening bang. Toucan stared intently at his own blazing arm. As his spiritual power surged, the pressure weighing down on his body increased, causing him a moment of hesitation. Arthur's face was marked with several wounds, leaving him stunned that he had been outmatched. A surge of humiliation drove him into a frenzy, and as he brushed away the fragments of his shattered mask, he offered Toucan a mocking compliment. You clever little brat, it turns out you were hiding so many interesting things. Arthur's true appearance was gradually revealed. He glared at the boy and declared that he was finding this opponent more and more interesting. Toucan breathed a sigh of relief that after all his hard-fought efforts, he had finally stripped away the guy's disguise. However, Arthur maintained his obnoxious arrogance, loudly challenging him by saying he was now qualified to witness his true power. Next, he muttered strange incantations, praising the Supreme Mother and the Almighty Lord, begging for everything to blend into one and merge as one. The moment Arthur finished his sentence, the body of the beast covered in ice suddenly cracked violently. They lunged at each other like mimemen, and hideous tentacles reached out, constantly devouring those around them. Crowd stood frozen at the gruesome sight unfolding before them, wondering what kind of nightmare was descending upon them. Toucan also shuddered and shouted, what kind of farce is this? Suddenly, a rough hand covered in sharp claws emerged from the battlefield. After consuming its cohorts, Arthur spoke triumphantly. Now, the time has come. A hideous, bizarre creature was officially revealed, letting out a hoarse roar as if from the realm of the dead. In that powerful, giant form, he laughed loudly and invited him to start the second round. Arthur suddenly reached out, attempting to grab Toucan. Caught off guard, he was snatched into the creature's palm and could only curse to himself that things were going poorly. The creature laughed gleefully, repeating its previous claim that the boy was still far too green. Arthur raised his clawed hand high, aiming for the ground, intending to hurl Toucan down and crush him into 100 pieces. A world-shaking crash echoed everywhere as his giant hand slammed the boy directly into the hard ground. When Arthur slowly lifted his massive hand, he saw Toucan lying motionless and battered below. It seemed he had completely lost consciousness. Arthur was extremely gloating, looking smug like an absolute victor, and asked him how he felt, claiming this was a vast gap in strength between the two of them. Nevertheless, he was far-sighted enough to consider recruiting the strong to his side, ordering, submit to me. Toucan only replied with a cold huff, and instantly, a deafening explosion erupted right beside Arthur's head. Infuriated, he spun around, wanting to see which bold soul dared to ruin his fun. Standing below, Dishman, despite his racing heart and trembling legs, managed to raise his voice in defiance, telling the creature that they had already declared the kid was theirs to deal with, while the earth armor bug beside him was also constantly spitting fierce flames. He pointed angrily at the sky and shouted that the old debt between the two sides had yet to be settled. Upon finishing, at Zishman's command, the earth armor bug immediately spat out bright red fireballs, urging it to pound the guy hard for him. Even if he were made of iron and steel, those bullets would be nothing more than mosquitoes biting stainless steel. They wouldn't make a dent in Arthur. The old man realized with a start that the situation didn't look good at all, and he whispered into Chishman's ear, Boss, your trump card seems to be having some trouble. He added regretfully, this is my first spirit beast. How could I bear to break the contract? Plus, his expression twisted, becoming unpleasantly cunning. I have more than one trump card. While Arthur was distracted by Chishman, Toucan seized the opportunity. He whispered to himself, Self, chameleon earth-file lizard. As soon as he finished speaking, a spirit beast appeared behind Toucan. He really deserved it. Arthur also realized it. Where on earth did this kid pop out from? Toucan concealed himself with the help of his spirit beast, appearing and disappearing, which distracted Arthur even more. I wished I could launch an attack in anger, but Toucan was one step faster and ran away. By now, he was safely standing behind Arthur, blending in with Chishman's group. He hurriedly turned to give instructions to Thishsar. Thishsar, go and deal with the flamboyant kid. I don't know where Chishman got the confidence to declare boldly, leave this guy to me. Thishsar turned to Toucan. Toucan, help me check this. Toucan was bewildered. Why do you need to help me? Chishman shrugged and replied coolly. Why? Because I don't want to owe anyone anything. Seeing himself being ignored, Arthur became enraged. He raised his hulking foot, intending to stomp the whole group flat, but just as his foot was lifted, ready to come crashing down, he was attacked from behind by the spirit beast that had been shielding Toucan. With a crisp, snapping sound, Arthur shrieked in pain. Toucan looked at the diagnostic board, her voice filled with disbelief. How strange. Can his body really transform like this? Thishsar, hearing this, curiously approached. Let me see. Looking at the board, Toucan explained the anomaly in Toucan's body to Thishsar. It must be his innate talent, allowing him to fuse with his spirit beast, but his current state is still incomplete or simply put, not yet fully integrated. At this moment, Arthur, who had been so aggressive just a moment ago, was now struggling to deal with the agility of Chichman's spirit beast, as Toucan added from below. In other words, he was only injured because his spiritual energy wasn't fully flowing. Thishar realized the course. As long as we get his spiritual energy flowing, everything will be fine. Later, we just need to figure out how to achieve his perfect form. Saying this, she excitedly bared her shark claws. Then, let's begin the surgery now. Toucan beside her also wore an equally cunning smile. Hearing this, Tuan turned pale with fright. Wait, surgery. Before he knew it, Thishar had leaned close to his ear. Don't worry, it won't hurt. But why couldn't Tuan feel at ease at all? Thishar suddenly plunged her claws into Tuan's back. A stream of energy flowed into his body. So this was a painless surgery she mentioned. You really can't trust the words of a woman. Tuan felt his body was strange, like a chaotic mess that had been neatly rearranged. His personal strength increased significantly, and Tuan's body changed along with it. When he regained his senses, his spirit beast's armor had been enhanced another step. Tuan felt a bit unfamiliar with this newfound power. This is true fusion. This is a state of complete control. This feeling is so strange. The system's voice echoed, heard only by him. Phoenix Flame is now available for use. What is Phoenix Flame? Tuan wondered. Phoenix Flame. It sounds like the talent of the little phoenix. Who would have thought that the Eye of God would remind him of this? Suddenly, the voice replied, You're welcome, which left Tuan stunned. What? Is the Eye of God not just a system? How can it answer like a sentient being? Arthur, by now, was driven into a frenzy. He gathered energy into a ball in his mouth, preparing to fire. The power was identical to when he fought Tuan. He was holding nothing back. The earth armor worm used all its might to try and withstand it. Chishman, both worried and reassuring his spirit beast, said, Try to hold on to the very end, earth armor worm. Just as Chishman prepared to rush into battle, Tuan stopped him, saying with full confidence, Leave this responsibility to me. Let me handle it. Without waiting for Zichman to respond, he decisively moved forward, standing tall and ready for battle, leaving the other man stunned. Turning around, he said in a firm tone, Find a place to hide. I will definitely make him regret daring to show his face here. Seeing this, Zichman did not bother to stop him. He could only smirk at the boy's bravado, thinking that this kid certainly knew how to put on a show. Tuan took a deep breath, focusing all his energy to activate his special technique, and in the blink of an eye, a blazing red flame swirled around his body like a magnificent whirlwind. He shouted, Phoenix Flame. And instantly, the fire around him erupted violently, gathering behind his back to form a pair of giant, majestic, flaming wings. Just as expected, the system displayed a notification confirming that the Phoenix Flame talent had officially been activated, and he had successfully entered the state of fiery sacrifice. Consequently, every time Tuan used a Phi-type skill, the expended spiritual energy would accumulate toward the sacrifice ratio. Upon reaching different milestones, the sacrifice would trigger corresponding special effects across 3 stages, and in the first stage, the Yang Flame effect would enhance the power of all his Phi-type skills. The system continued its detailed analysis of the stages, specifically noting that at the second stage, the user would enter a nirvana state, which significantly mitigates critical hits. Upon hearing these explanations, he realized the meaning and couldn't help but marvel at the immense power. It was clearly just one talent, yet it possessed so many amazing effects, truly living up to the S-rank classification. However, his newfound joy was short-lived as he realized a portion remained undisclosed. He turned to the system and asked inquisitively, Wait a minute, didn't it say there were a total of 3 stages? So, what is the effect of the final stage? Unexpectedly, a series of very strange, complex symbols appeared on the information panel that no one could possibly decipher, and he couldn't help but wonder to himself, truly surprised that they were symbols with such special significance. Seeing this, the hybrid monster scoffed, showing off with all the flash. Do you think that makes you so great? Without waiting for Tuan to respond, he immediately launched an attack with his obsessive strike and fierce flame charge from the void. Dozens of transparent arrows, looking like pure ice, suddenly appeared and simultaneously flew straight toward Tuan, leaving him no room to escape. Without a word, Tuan suddenly dashed forward like a lightning bolt, his body skillfully gliding through the narrow gaps in the torrential rain of arrows, and in an instant, he had closed the distance to the aggressive enemy. Tuan's entire body now burned like a giant fire phoenix as he soared high, moving well above the enemy's head, his eyes locked on his target, ready to unleash a lethal counterattack. Without hesitation, Tuan dove straight down like a burning meteorite, pouring all his violent strength into his fist. He threw a direct punch at the monster's face while activating the clear smoke charge skill, and at the same time, the system displayed a notification indicating that the energy charge for the sacrifice had reached 73%. The powerful punch landed squarely in the middle of the monster's face, forcing his head to snap back in pain as blood sprayed violently into midair. Without giving the monster a single moment to recover, Tuan lunged forward again, quickly locking onto his target, ready to unleash his next burst of firepower. Tuan roared and activated Setting Sun Karmic Fire. Instantly, a brilliant red stream of fire shot straight at the monster's face, catching him completely off guard, and simultaneously, the information panel popped up, confirming that the energy charge for the sacrifice had reached 100%, officially activating the first stage Yang Flame effect. Tuan clenched his fist, silently assessing this new power. He was surprised, thinking, the skills have been enhanced, and even the names have changed. Shortly after, the system displayed a series of notifications regarding the new skills he had just acquired. He had received new skills, specifically, Yang Flame Clear Smoke Charge, Yang Flame Setting Sun Karmic Fire, Yang Flame Fierce Flame Charge, and Yang Flame Nuclear Death Ray. The monster finally regained his senses and snarled, It seems I truly underestimated you. At the center of the monster's body, a mysterious purple light began to gather, preparing for a brutal act of vengeance. He roared crazily, Very well, let's see how you handle this. However, contrary to the monster's expectations, Tuan showed neither surprise nor hesitation for a second. He gathered all his speed and quickly charged at him, and with a single powerful wave of his hand, he easily extinguished the purple light, saying with disdain, Shut your mouth. Afterward, Tuan backed away to maintain a safe distance, while the monster seemed to be in a daze, not yet realizing what had just happened. Not giving the monster any chance to catch his breath, Tuan continued his assault. In a flash, he focused all his strength into his right hand, the fire surrounding his body surging violently before swirling and condensing into a brilliantly glowing fireball. He coldly declared, "Your evil deeds end here." As a fireball was launched, it immediately emitted a beam of bright red light. That intense red light illuminated the entire surrounding space. When the fireball collided forcefully with the monster's massive body, his entire form was immediately engulfed and completely consumed by the fierce, cruel flames. This was the Yang Flame nuclear death ray that Tuan had unleashed. The terrifying power of the fireball not only caused the monster's massive body to burn violently but also blew him to pieces like a bomb, completely incinerating his entire form until his flesh melted into disgusting, breezy sludge. The thunderous explosion was so intense that it caused an earthquake, shaking the entire forest so violently that even the combat helicopters did not dare to approach. From above, Tishtaihar opened the helicopter door, observing and constantly making surprised remarks about the battle. There's a new powerhouse just arrived in Thantiu town. She wondered, destructive power of this magnitude must surely be diamond level, but why is that kid Zichman caught up in the battle of such a formidable expert? By the time everything returned to normal, the helicopter slowly landed. Tishtaihar and another comrade stepped out leisurely and worked toward a person waiting there. Upon seeing her, the person called out loudly, "Captain." She ordered the person to report the entire situation, what exactly happened and where Zichman was currently. The person hurriedly explained, "A lot has happened. We encountered a madman from the demon curse sect, and Zichman and the others are currently being held on the other side of the forest." Upon hearing this, she glanced toward the site of the fierce battle and speculated, causing a disturbance this massive must have surely alarmed the Lord of the Mist. The place where the explosion occurred was now just a vast, desolate area. Smoke and dust still hung heavy in the air, and the ground around it was torn apart, leaving large patches of devastation. Zichman and his other comrades stepped forward to scout the area, and he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "It's truly unbelievable that I could witness such a terrifying sight twice in a single day." Suddenly, from behind the clearing smoke, Baklam slowly emerged. Zichman and Old Don saw him and cried out in surprise in unison, "Look, it's that bronze-rank kid." They quickly approached and hurriedly asked about his condition. "Tuan, were you okay?" Tuan turned around, trying to maintain a normal, indifferent expression, but deep down he was completely bewildered. What the hell just happened? At the same time, the system immediately displayed a special warning about drug overdose. The negative effects of abusing medication excessively include a sharp spike in blood pressure, leading to hemorrhaging, dizziness, and a loss of sensation in the limbs. Barklam clutched his stomach while looking up at Zichsar with an unpleasant expression, complaining about why the doctor hadn't warned them about these side effects beforehand. The person opposite him appeared restless and hurriedly avoided eye contact, frantically finding an excuse that in such a critical, life-or-death situation, there wasn't a moment to explain. Amidst the ruins still clouded in dust and the sweltering heat following the battle, pitch-black plant tentacles began to emerge through the cracks, and as these roots tightly encircled them, everyone panicked and shouted that they were back again. The group immediately focused their attention on observing the surroundings. Zichman assumed a combat-ready stance and loudly ordered the team, "The current target is the Lord of the Rainforest. Lao Dan, take the young bronze kid, and everyone, hurry and find a way out of here." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately mobilized the firepower in his hands to incinerate the roots blocking the path, cursing uncomfortably while clearing away. He was frustrated by one annoyance after another, then glanced at Tuan and scolded him, questioning if he was a jinx who brought bad luck. At this moment, Tuan and Lao Dan were being squeezed tightly by the giant roots, the immense pressure making the air around them more suffocating than ever. The boy immediately retorted that this couldn't be blamed entirely on him, as he had, after all, saved everyone's lives. Tukin and Zichsar struggled just as much as the roots grew like mushrooms and couldn't be eradicated at the source. Tukin drew his weapon, fired repeatedly, and snapped that if they were stuck, they should just leave the kid behind and go. The group was finally cornered, yet those bizarre tree roots kept extending to surround the prey, and the sound of them moving and rustling right next to them made one person shout, "Stop arguing. Everyone is stuck here now." Those black vines not only bound them tightly but also began to interlink, weaving themselves into a giant wooden cocoon that trapped Tuan and his teammates inside. From the core of the tree, the wooden blocks twisted and deformed, combining into shapes of limbs that looked just like a human body. Finally, the distorted face slowly emerged with eyes emitting a magical glow and a bizarre smile revealing shark teeth. The system interface quickly displayed information about this bizarre creature. It was the Lord of the Rainforest, the tyrant of the woods. The people trapped inside had to give up because there was no way to resist. Zichman sighed and realized that the whole group was currently imprisoned within the creature's very own body. He turned to ask Tukin to check for any new developments. "What is our radio signal situation right now?" Tukin looked at the screen of the device in her hand and hurriedly replied, "All attempts to connect with Fon Lang are still at a dead end." She stood up abruptly to check the surrounding oxygen levels and issued a grave warning to the group. "This space is too confined, so the remaining oxygen is only enough for us to hold out for less than half an hour." Upon hearing the bad news, Zichman angrily used all his strength to punch the wooden wall, desperate to find a way to survive. He gritted his teeth with a look of self-reproach, his voice dropping as he thought he was useless for getting his teammates into such a dangerous predicament. Seeing Zichman losing control, Tuan spoke firmly instead of offering comfort, "You should save your energy. The more agitated you are, the faster we will consume the oxygen." The remark made Zichman flush with anger, and he turned to shout, "What does a young master like you know about lecturing me?" Despite the other's irritability, Tuan remained calm and reminded him that he was the leader of this squad. He continued, "If you keep acting so discouraged, how will those who put their faith in you feel?" This left him stunned, looking back without being able to utter a word. Tuan recalled the principles that he himself had once taught. "Have you forgotten what you said? Those who have come through as much as you have must remain level-headed in the most dangerous of times." He wiped the dirt off his face and looked straight into his eyes with determination. "Most importantly, you need to trust your teammates. Outside, the helicopter carrying Tuhar was circling around, keeping the aircraft at a distance sufficient to observe the monster. Seeing the captain deep in thought, Fan Lang asked, "Are you real planning to charge in and attack the Lord of the Rainforest all by yourself?" She immediately replied with displeasure, "What do you mean by that? Do you doubt my capabilities?" After careful consideration, Tuhar explained that the whereabouts of Zichman's group were still unknown, but all trails led to this area. To find them, this massive obstacle in front of them had to be cleared. Suddenly, the communication device emitted static and intermittent noises, and Fan Lang reported that they had heard cries for help from inside the monster. With important information in hand, she stood up and prepared to raid the creature to rescue everyone. "Great, just split it in half and everything will be over." Immediately after, Tuhar shouted to summon her spirit beast, "Come out and fight." Tidwavern. She ordered the spirit possession move, and the spirit beast shrank down and clung to her weapon, turning the ordinary iron staff into one glowing with red flames. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped from the aircraft and aimed straight for the ancient tree's roots in the heart of the forest. The giant creature seemed to sense the threat and began to hide in its defenses. On the lawn roots attached to its body, a small figure was moving as fast as the wind, closing in on the target in the blink of an eye. Tuhar appeared right before it with a fierce expression. She swung her staff hard and yelled, "Tyrant's crushing blow, take this." She raised her weapon high and exerted all her strength to deliver a fatal blow to the top of its head, striking with such force that it split the monster's head in two. Not stopping there, she continued to push the slash downward, causing its entire wooden body to begin cracking in half. Zichman and those trapped inside suddenly saw a flash of red light cutting through the darkness. The violent impact startled him, and he cursed out loud. Sensing a familiar sign, Zichman skeptically asked, "This red lightning, could it be that person?" Then, Tuhar's silhouette appeared, making him cheer excitedly. "Is that you, sister?" Contrary to her brother's joy, she just calmly teased him. "Good heavens, so it turns out my rotten little brother is wallowing in here." Faced with Chishman's strange, clinging behavior, he rushed over, choking back tears as he cried, "Big sister." Realizing her younger brother was overacting, her face hardened, and she let out a frustrated, helpless sigh. Ignoring everything else, Chishman still pushed forward and opened his arms to hug her, but before he could get close, he took a punch to the head, forcing him to stop that bizarre behavior immediately. A large, swollen lump rose on Zichman's forehead. Seeing this, Tuhar felt slightly less annoyed but still scolded him. "How old are you, and you still call me sister every time you open your mouth? Aren't you ashamed? It's a brat like you only capable of this much." The people around were stunned by the scene. Tuan curiously asked the old man next to him, "Is your leader usually like this?" Hearing this, the man could only sigh and reply, "That's right, we're already too used to this personality." Enough playing around, Tuhar urged everyone to find a way to escape. "Pari, the recovery speed of the Forest Lord is terrifying. We must seize this opportunity." She turned to yell at Fan Lang, "Pull them up," and he replied respectfully, "Understood." Having said that, he immediately operated the device to lift everyone up. Seeing that the group was quite large, he called out, "Is everyone up?" "Hold down." "Having just climbed up," replied, "The captain is still below." Tuhar followed close behind. As she climbed, she urged, "Don't stop, we have to get out of here now." Her eyes never left the Forest Lord, and seeing its body slowly knitting back together, she shouted, "It's about to recover its original form." No sooner had she spoken than the enemy had quickly finished regenerating at an astonishing speed. Tuhar was terrified, her face showing pure shock, thinking to herself, "It's over, this recovery speed is much faster than expected." The monster roared in anger, preparing to counterattack. It spewed a beam of blue light that incinerated the rope ladder, forcing Tuhar to lose her footing and fall freely. The surprise attack left her stunned. In the moment she was falling, she only had time to think, "We're really done for." Seeing his sister in danger, Fishman screamed in panic, "Big sister," but she quickly regained her composure, tucked into a roll, and took a defensive stance. She shouted at her panicked brother, "Shut up. I'm not dying yet." Seeing that his sister was fine, he obediently complied. She skillfully slid down the trunk of the Forest Lord to reduce the impact. After that, she clung tightly to the tree trunk and said, "This should do for now." With that, Tuhar pressed her feet hard against the bark to gain momentum. Red lightning surrounded her body, and she shouted, "Thunderstrike." Without hesitation, she pushed off and vaulted into the air. At that moment, a column of fire flared violently beneath her feet, twisting like a tornado and propelling her upward. In the blink of an eye, Tuhar was standing on the helicopter without a single scratch. The scene left Tuan and Zichman gaping. He exclaimed, "Your sister is really cool." Zichman couldn't hide his pride either. "Yeah, I think so too." As soon as he landed, she turned back to the enemy, raised her middle finger, and challenged, "Goodbye, you idiot." Seeing the Forest Lord vanish, the helicopter immediately left. Tuhar breathed a sigh of relief and turned to ask her brother, "So this young man saved you guys, right?" He could only nod, "Yes, that's right." She smiled and thanked him, introducing herself, "Thank you for stepping in. I'm Zich Tuhar the Crimson Hun, a gold-rank beastmaster. May I ask your name?" He politely replied, "Tuan, a bronze-rank beastmaster." Despite his calm appearance, he was secretly assessing her in his mind. "Great strength, and she carries the surname Zich. I wonder if she has any connection to the Zich family in Zich City." Tuhar was also curious about his background. "Your surname is Bark. Were you from the Bark family in Barkland City?" "That's right, the city lord is my grandfather." Hearing this, she exclaimed in surprise, "City Lord Bark." In a flash, she had moved close to Tuan, lifted his chin, and said, "Listen, kid, I've been a mercenary for many years and have crossed paths with plenty of city lords." Suddenly, Tuhar gave a strange smile that made Tuan shudder. She threatened, "Don't lie to me. We've worked with Elder Bark many times. He's a regular customer. But there are countless brats who like to impersonate the Bark family to deceive people." She leaned in closer, her gaze filled with menace. "You're the first person who has dared to claim to be the young master of the Bark family. Do you know that the previous imposters were all thrown to the beasts to be eaten?" She squeezed Tuan's chin tightly. Let's see if you're just blowing hot air. Having said that, she brought her nose close to his face as if to sniff him. After a few seconds of inspection, Tihar suddenly burst into laughter. It seems you really are the young master of the Bark family. Tuan could only curse to himself. What is wrong with this lady? Seeing this, Tishman stood behind her and yelled, Big sister, behave yourself. She turned back, looking confused. Oh, really? After settling back into her seat, Tishman asked, by the way, where did the friend who was with you go? The question startled Tuan. I was so busy fighting, I completely forgot about her. Finishing his sentence, he jumped up, summoned his beast taming space, and said urgently, I'm sorry, I have something urgent to attend to. Stepping inside, Tuan was startled to see purple crystal blocks appearing. He wondered, purple crystals, the scene before his eyes left him stunned. What the hell is this? Right in the middle of his beast taming space, Bark was encased by purple crystals, completely immobile. Without hesitation, Tuan immediately brought her out. Seeing that scene, Dishman snapped, why did you let someone into your beast taming space? Tihar also spoke up reproachfully, who taught you to do that? Putting Bark down, he hurriedly asked for help. Please, help me. What's wrong with Bark? Tishman looked over and froze. Damn it, what is this? He growled, kid, where is your head at? Tihar leaned down to observe closely. There has never been a precedent for letting an outsider into one's beast taming space like this. She picked up a few crystal fragments that had fallen from Bark, examined them, and continued, but these crystals look a lot like spirit stones. I suspect this is her self-defense mechanism, possibly caused by her beast taming space's spirit energy being too dense. Tihar stepped forward and asked Thishsar, what do you think? You are the only doctor here. Thishsar agreed with that view. I also think that is highly likely. However, to ensure her survival, a careful examination is still needed. It's just that the current equipment is insufficient for testing, so we have to go back to the base. Hearing this, Tihar immediately made a decision. Then let's return to Teolam town quickly. Meanwhile, in a meeting room floating in the middle of a calm lake, the surroundings were shrouded in a faint purple mist. In the center of the room stood a woman with a grave expression. Her aura made the air feel frozen. She was surrounded by 9 other figures, each in a position forming a concentric circle. The calm female voice broke the silence. I have summoned you all today for 2 matters. The person who just spoke was High Priestess Solaris. Her demeanor caused the whole room to become extremely tense. No one dared to mutter as Solaris continued coldly. First, it has been confirmed that Priest Arthur is dead. The location of the incident was between Backland City and Kukmuk City. It is Teolam town. She continued, I want to hear your opinions on this matter. Immediately, the second priest, Lilith, spoke in a low voice. Although Arthur was ranked 6th, his strength was very close to the diamond level. Next, the third priest, Dagobaro, added, could it be that a certain city lord took action? Hearing this, Solaris responded coldly. The guards were neutralized in the recent battle. The only one capable of taking down someone on the verge of the diamond level is the city lord of Kukmuk City. The dark male voice echoed from behind. The fourth priest, Mephisto, suggested, it is also possible that the Moon Shadow faction caused this, as the Thanti forced as their territory. Besides, the fifth priest, Swadan, remained silent. Solaris issued an order in a voice devoid of emotion. Regardless of who it is, we will make them pay a heavy price. She commanded, Swadan, this task is assigned to you. Remember, the opponent is formidable. You must proceed with caution. Swadan, who had been silent all this time, finally bowed and replied briefly, as ordered. Solaris changed the subject. As for the second matter, it concerns the fate of our race directly. Recently, the celestial phenomena have shifted, making me feel uneasy. She paused for a moment before saying loudly, this is a sign that the Spider Queen is waking up from her lung sleep. Her body is entering the Moon Shadow period. Lilith nodded, her voice lowering with the story. 25 spirit calendar years have passed since the great massacre at Sekka's marker. The Spider Queen's body has always been in the sun-brilliant state. It is strange that she suddenly wants to sleep. Solaris agreed. I also find it strange. According to the old rules, the Moon Shadow period only occurs every 90 spirit calendar years, but there must be some clues. Her voice resonated as 3 planets appeared to illustrate the explanation. Perhaps it is related to the celestial anomaly. Perhaps the Spider Queen needs to evolve, or perhaps there is another course. Solaris cut in, her voice growing colder. Regardless, this affects the survival of the Sun-Brilliant sect. There is no room for negligence. Dago spoke up, High Priestess, the people of the Moon Shadow sect will surely follow the guidance to find the Spider Queen. Should we send people to monitor them and prevent them from seizing the Spider Queen's blessings? Solaris smirked, offering a look of approval. A good idea, but one must be clever. The Moon Shadow faction is not simple. Dago bowed respectfully. Yes, my lady. Rest assured, without the Spider Queen's blessings, that group's strength is nothing. Amidst the mysterious purple space, a silent chant echoed throughout the room. Mother of 10,000 spiders, eternal and immortal. Mother of 10,000 spiders, eternal and immortal. A while after everyone had withdrawn, only 2 remained. Dago smirked and said, all right, now it's just the 2 of us. Little Jang, were you busy today? I mean, were you free? Swadan turned away coldly, her voice frigid. Not free. Besides, I have no interest in you. Dago retorted arrogantly. You misunderstood me. I only have a few things I want to discuss with you. Also, don't give me that look of contempt when you speak to me. Swadan did not bother to turn back, only saying to the monster beside her, let's go, Benthine. Seeing this, he called after her, little Jang, listen to me. And why can I still hear you when you are speaking to Henthine? Helpless, Dago sighed and changed his tone. All right, I know. After all, the High Priestess has personally designated you. You must feel very honored, right? But have you ever thought that Arthur was, after all, the one executing the High Priestess's mission? The kid was famous for having 9 lives. Swadan paused at these words. His voice sank, becoming sharper, but precisely because Arthur was like that, now there isn't even any dust left. It's not that the High Priestess doesn't know your strength. Sending you at this time is no different than sending you to your death. He was interrupted before he could finish. Her eyes began to grow cold. Wash your tongue. Dago did not flinch, only brushing past her. If it were me, I absolutely would not take that as the high priestess's trust in me. After all, as the old sorcerer said, the celestial phenomena are starting to change. The world is in chaos. Only the strong have a chance of surviving completely. Looking at his departing back, Swatin asked, were you not afraid that I will report this to the high priestess? He was not afraid at all and warned, I believe you are a smart person, not just a tool that knows only how to follow orders. Looking at the knife plunged into the ground at her feet, Swatin stood rooted to the spot. Just as dawn broke, the early morning light had not yet managed to dispel the fog when a hurried sound rang out as if to tear through the quiet space. Hurry, get her into the emergency room right now. Kobark lay motionless on the stretcher with a deathly pale face as the gurney was pushed along at high speed. The clattering of the wheels echoed piercingly throughout the hospital corridor while a man ran and shouted to clear the way. Pari, move aside from me. She was taken into the examination room. Outside, Tuan asked with deep anxiety, what is the situation now? Deep Sar, standing nearby, gently explained, her life is currently stable and she is no longer in danger, but it is unclear when she will wake up. Hearing this, he became even more anxious, his eyes glued to Kobar's figure inside the emergency room, his voice choked with emotion. But what should I do? How can I get her to wake up now? Deep Sar stood by helplessly and said, to be honest, I am not sure either. Her spirit veins are currently too chaotic, like two ropes twisted tightly together. After all, no one has ever tried to put a human into a spirit beast dimension, let alone for so long. Tiuhar whispered comfortingly, young man, don't worry too much. Deep Sar is a skilled doctor. If she says it's okay, then it surely will be. Besides, I just met someone who might be able to help her. As soon as he finished speaking, Tuan excitedly replied, who is it? I want to meet that person immediately. On the way to find the person who could save Kobark, he kept asking himself why this incident occurred when he had clearly used this method before. Could it be because of the long duration of the stay? Up ahead, Tiuhar warned, hey young man, don't be too aggressive when you meet him. Suddenly, sharp thorns began to protrude from his clenched hand. He was startled and terrified. Damn it, why is it acting up at this moment? The thorny vines were gradually invading Tuan's mind. It hurts, kill them all. Seeing the person behind her silent, Tiuhar turned back and asked, hey young man, are you listening to me? Why are you not responding? He hurriedly hid his arm behind his back and spoke up, oh yes, okay, I understand. Upon arriving in front of a room, Tiuhar kicked the door open and shouted, Auri, big sister needs you to lend a hand. Inside the room, a man's grumpy voice rang out, sister how NHI, didn't I tell you I was busy? When he saw the symbol on the other person's cloak, Tuan's expression darkened, why is the demon spell cult here? Meanwhile, the bright red thorns were frantically manipulating him. Demon spell cult, kill him. Tiuhar looked at Auri, who was just sitting there eating noodles despite claiming to be busy, and angrily scolded, look at where you are busy. You are clearly just eating noodles. However, he calmly replied, what? Eating is the most important thing in life. You are not allowed to take it lightly. After saying that, he stood up and asked Tiuhar what exactly she wanted help with and if she hadn't learned it before. She turned to look at Tuan. It's this young man's friend who needs support. After all, this involves spirit beasts, and locals like you would understand it better. But at this moment, Tuan was struggling with his own thoughts. The dark idea was gradually taking over his mind. Asterisk the enemy. The demon spell cult. Asterisk he gritted his teeth. What the hell is this? The thoughts in his head kept appearing. Asterisk grand for the Barkline City. Asterisk, looking at Auri, his eyes were only glowing red with the intent to kill, yet the other man remained calm. Oh, I see this brother needs help more. The will to kill the enemy was controlling him. Kill. Suddenly, Tuan shouted, who needs help from you demon spell cult people? The bright red thorny vines shot out from his hands accompanied by a growl urging him, kill. The thorny vines grew at a dizzying speed, shattering the house from the inside out. Auri quickly launched himself to safety outside. He calmly commented while eating, it seems this brother's condition is quite bad. Looking at the pet that was gradually mutating on his house, Auri judged, the spirit power source is corroded, the divination is chaotic. He must have eaten something toxic. Is he evolving into a beast of disaster? But Tuan, in his violent state, was still trying to restrain himself using the spirit beast dimension. Witnessing the scene, Auri decided to intervene. Oh, stuck at the spirit beast dimension gate, were you? It seems he hasn't completely lost his mind yet. That's good, so I will lend a hand. He muttered a type of incantation. Mother of 10,000 spiders, compassionate one, please forgive all sins. Holding his sword, green light rings covered Auri. The sharp blade in my hand, slash away the evil pets, break the demons, absolutely do not harm living beings. The light rings converged, eliminate evil. Ever since compassion exists, all things are vanity. Please grant me the power to save all sentient beings. Let my hands help this brother. He drew a circle in the air and shouted loudly, sync invocation. The plump blue spirit pet appeared at his call. Wood spirit, come out. It landed neatly on Auri's head. Looking at the wood spirit's round appearance, he grumbled, hey kid, you've gotten fat lately. From now on, you are not allowed to sneak and eat spirit stones before bedtime. Just then, Tintiled1ED opened its large mouth and roared. Auri was not at all panicked and said loudly, don't be impatient. It's your turn right now. Pointing the tip of his sword forward, he ordered the wood spirit, use wind deployment on me now. Tintiled1ED did not just stand still and immediately counterattacked. From its mouth, the powerful stream of water sprayed out, eroding nether water. Auri immediately jumped to dodge the attack and lunged forward. Fleeing wind-suppressing thunderfall, the appeared in a flash right in front of Tintiled1ED. It suddenly closed its eyes as if it had accepted its fate when Auri launched his attack. A green whirlpool rushed toward it, but he suddenly changed his mind. I said I would save the world. How can I use such a high damage move? Dealing with a naughty child must be done like this. Saying that, he flicked hard at the horn on Kintialedwani's head. Pushing it backward, he immediately let out a loud scream and snapped his fingers, causing it to shatter into pieces. Shortly after, Aor was nowhere to be seen, leaving only Tuan lying motionless amidst the scattered rubble. Witnessing him lying now, Tuhar did not hesitate to badger Aor, asking if that last blow was a bit too much. He casually slurped his noodles and replied curtly that it was fine, just a few scratches, adding that he was more worried about the erosion of the primordial essence. Tuhar retorted irritably, asking if he could stop slurping noodles while discussing serious matters, then poked the pale, unconscious face, sighing that he seemed to have been quite heavy-handed. Aor turned to ask if she was worried about him. Tuhar snapped at him to drop it, saying her little brother was already enough trouble and she had no reason to care about a stranger. Hearing this, Aor teased that if she helped him bring the boy and his friends into the village, he would treat her to a bowl of noodles. She shouted angrily for him to shut up, demanding that he pay the transport fee and compensate for the damages properly, warning him not to try to get out of it. In another area, a stream of bright blue water was flowing turbulently into a large tank. Tuan was soaking in that water, his eyes gradually beginning to open. Just then, two strangers appeared before him. The girl turned to ask her friend if he had woken up yet, while the young man leaned his face close to Tuan and replied that he had not. No sooner had he finished speaking than he jabbed two fingers straight into Tuan's nose to wake him up. Immediately, he bolted upright, looked at himself, and wondered in confusion what on earth was happening and what the strange liquid on his body was. His eyes quickly analyzed it. Pure natural essence that helps restore physical strength and spiritual power, while also having an effective sedative effect. The girl standing there scolded Josh for behaving so rudely toward the high priest's guest, but Josh continued to tease Tuan, calling him a fool. Seeing the two whispering to each other, Tuan grew curious about what they were discussing. Suddenly, Aor appeared right behind him, slurping noodles as he asked if he had woken up. Brother. Tuan jumped in fright and screamed that he was the terrifying demon Wallach. Aor replied, asking what demon Wallach, explaining that they were the spider clan and that the guests were just making up names. Standing opposite Aor, Tuan asked loudly where he was and where Kobark was. Aor looked at him and sneered, asking if he was sure she wanted to see him again. The girl beside him shyly handed Tuan a set of clothes and told him to put them on quickly so he wouldn't catch a cold. He awkwardly accepted them and hesitated to say thank you. Then after changing clothes, he turned to question Aor about his true identity. But when he looked back, Aor had vanished into thin air. A rock flew in and hit him square on the head. Tuan turned around irritably and snapped, asking what he was doing. Josh didn't care about his angry expression and urged him to follow, calling him a fool. Tuan stood dazed, not understanding what they were saying, at which point the girl gently opened the door and smiled to welcome the strange guest. Looking at the scene behind the door, he couldn't help but gasp. This is... A strange city appeared in the dark space, with glowing blue patterns on the architecture being the most prominent feature. Tuan exclaimed in amazement that it was actually underground. Being dragged away by the girl, he asked in panic what they were planning to do. She pointed into the distance, saying the priests were waiting for him at the sacred site. Though completely in the dark, Tuan looked in that direction and hesitated, wanting to ask if she wanted him to go there. Looking up at the majestic temple before him, he asked if she meant he had to go inside. The girl gave Tuan an object called a six-star spider and said it was a gift for him. She pointed to the ring on her own hand to show him how to wear it. Tuan washed and muttered, "You want me to use this?" Feeling that it was quite strange. Just then, Dash, who couldn't wait any longer, rushed ahead. He didn't forget to look back and mock Tuan, telling him to hurry up, "You fool." Hearing this, the girl scolded Josh, saying he needed to know how to respect guests. Josh didn't pay any attention and shot webs from his six-star spider to move, leaping nimbly over the complex terrain like a monkey. Seeing how Josh moved, Tuan understood its function and raised his hand to command it to shoot, but the spider on his hand remained unresponsive, making him wonder why nothing was happening. The girl standing next to him explained gently that he needed to be in sync with it first before he could control its power. Placing her hand on his heart, she said that being in sync meant connecting his heartbeat to it and placing trust in each other, rather than just giving empty orders. Then she placed her hand on her own chest and continued to explain that, unlike using a contract to control a beast, they connected through the hearts to understand each other's thoughts. However, she forgot that Tuan didn't understand the language. He could only use body language and thought to himself, "You people sure talk a lot." A notification panel suddenly appeared, leaving him stunned. As it turned out, the Eye of God also functioned as a translator, summarizing everything the girl said, essentially explaining that to connect with a spirit beast, one must use spiritual power to communicate from the heart rather than using a contract. He murmured while reading, "Using spiritual power to talk, He slowly closed his eyes, deciding to give it a try. In the depths of his mind, a pair of azure eyes suddenly flickered, asking, "Who are you?" He calmly replied, "I'm Zion." It muttered his name back, "By Zion." Then he hardly reassured the dark shadow behind him, "I have no ill intentions." Softly touching the entity behind him, Zion said gently, "I really want to be friends with you." The six-star spider finally agreed to form an alliance, and the system immediately notified him of the good news. "You have learned a new skill called resonance." Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the skill and said, "Let's go," then darted swiftly through the city's bizarre alleys. Landing at the ancient temple, his eyes widened in amazement at the sheer scale of the place. Seen from afar, it didn't look like much, but standing close to its walls now, he saw how grand and magnificent it was. The girl biting him bowed and said, "The holy temple only welcomes those with official business. I will stop here." Entering inside, an arched bridge appeared over a clear lake, with sparkling light reflecting off the mystical carvings along the path and surrounding stone pillars. He glanced around and thought to himself, "This is clearly the lair of the demon curse cult. Why would the enemy suddenly be kind enough to invite me all the way in here?" As soon as Zion set foot inside the temple, Oral's voice echoed through the space, "You arrived faster than I expected. I thought you'd struggle for a while before figuring out how to achieve resonance." He turned to face him and began the introduction, "So let me clarify once more. I am Oral Van Hutzan, High Priest of the Moon Shadow Tribe of the Spider Queen Clan. Seeing Zion's tension, he smiled and said, "You must be wondering why we from the demon curse cult are being so kind as to help you, right?" He remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly, and as for the underlying course, he suddenly snapped his fingers. 3 giant screens appeared as Oral pointed and explained, "This is a vast millennium-long chronicle of the planet Kal Alon, or what you call the Thousand Curse Secret Realm. It is our ancestral homeland. For generations, our ancestors lived in harmony and mastered the secret art of conversing with spirit beasts." His voice was as soft as a bedtime story but suddenly turned harsh. "Then one day, you uninvited guests came here to invade." Footage of the encounter between the 2 planets gradually came into focus. At first, the friendship between our side and the outsiders was very close. Our side exchanged spirit stones and beast taming techniques for your technology. He continued the story in a calm tone. "We even led you to pay homage to the supreme mother goddess Spider Queen. Everything could have had a happy ending, but..." His voice suddenly dropped into gloom. "It was you strangers who ultimately and heartlessly stabbed us in the back. You secretly used the very beast control techniques we taught you to plot the capture of the Spider Queen to upgrade your own status. Unfortunately for you, the Spider Queen had almost reached godhood, so no one could put a leash on her." Oral continued by recounting how the Spider Queen had fiercely resisted, leading to her being wounded and downgraded all the way to the purple star rank. The planet's entire bloodline was disrupted, causing spiritual power to fluctuate erratically and stifling the potential of every creature the strongest could only reach the purple star threshold. "Since then, we indigenous people have been locked in a centuries-long war against you foreign colonizers." He kept dwelling on that endless, lingering war, but this extremely long struggle is still not over. Supported by advanced weaponry, the foreign faction always holds the upper hand, leaving countless native villages in ruins. Faced with a war where no future could be seen, internal rifts began to divide the Spider Queen clan into 2 factions. Then Oral mentioned the origin of the demon curse cult. The Soul of faction worshipped the Spider Queen's tower and wanted to use violence to avenge our enemies, which is the current cult, while the Moon Shadow faction desired peace above all else. Suddenly, Zion's voice rang out, cutting through the speech. He pointed and shouted, "Hold on, you've been rambling all this time without getting to the main point." Oral quickly justified that he was merely providing a thorough explanation, but Zion refused to listen, demanding again, "Tell me now, why did you rescue me?" In the blink of an eye, Oral was looming behind him and patted Zion's shoulder. "Hey kid, do you believe in something called destiny?" Startled, he backed away defensively. "What are you trying to pull?" "Pay no." He waved his hands to discourage Zion, telling him not to be hot-headed. With a stern look, Oral reminded him, "I'm telling you, that matter of your eroded origin still hasn't been resolved. You better not be foolish enough to channel spiritual power, or you'll truly turn into a fierce beast." Just then, as if to prove his words true, several bright red thorny vines began crawling in zigzags across his arm. Seeing this sight, Zion finally retracted his energy. Oral chuckled smugly and said, "Well, let me finish the story I started. To become a high priest, candidates must make periodic journeys to the Spider Queen's lair." His voice shifted to a new chapter, explaining the reason for helping Zion. "Back then, when I set foot in the sanctuary, there was no sign of the Spider Queen. Something must have happened to cause her to leave her nest." Or counted with relish his astonishing discovery that, near his lair, he had found a young man and his companion spirit beast. According to his account, both the teenager and the spirit beast were severely injured. The boy kept whispering apologies to his companion, full of sorrow. He calmly recounted the story of yesteryear, and I thought to myself that he was truly the first outsider I had seen who respected spirit beasts so much. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "I saved both the boy and the spirit beast and brought them back to the tribe." The young man stayed with the tribe for a while, and perhaps it was because of his kind heart that someone who was originally an enemy became our friend. It is truly hard to believe. Or suddenly lowered his voice and then shade that. Afterwards, the young man revealed his real name to us. As the story ended, he stood in front of Zion and asked softly, "Do you understand now why I helped you?" However, Zion immediately questioned him. "Wait, sir, wait," Zion asked skeptically. "If my grandfather knew you when he was young, then how old are you exactly? You only look to be about 30. Have you been waiting for me for a very long time?" Or calmly replied with information that left him completely astonished. "Did your grandfather not tell you that our race ages very slowly? Anyway, I will take you to see your companion now." Just as they stepped through the gate, he added, "By the way, now that I think of it, I'm truly curious. You little brat, didn't you know anything? The spirit beast space is a private dimension for each spirit beast master. If someone else enters, it will immediately trigger a very intense rejection reaction." Working deeper inside, Or explained as he went that Zion's companion could also be considered gifted. If it had been an ordinary person, they would certainly have been completely destroyed. She only suffered from chaotic spirit veins, which was already very fortunate. Arriving at the treatment area for Miss Bai, Or informed him that the crystallized spirit energy outside her body had now been completely removed, and her vital signs and spirit vein frequency had both recovered and stabilized. Watching Miss Bai lying motionless on the flowers, he continued to explain her condition. However, because the spirit beast space had caused a strong impact on her mind, her current situation was not very optimistic, and it was even possible that she would never wake up again. Zion frowned in doubt. "Never wake up?" Or replied gloomily, "But it is not completely without hope." He cautiously put forward a suggestion. "I know of a way. I just don't know if you are willing to take the gamble and try it." He squinted in scrutiny. "What kind of way?" Or explained, "When the queen transforms into her moon-hidden form, she secretes a mysterious liquid capable of healing all illnesses and suffering. Our ancestors once used this liquid to craft a divine artifact with similar effects." He specified how to find it, saying that due to the fierce battle with mysterious visitors who fell from the sky, in order to protect the safety of the divine artifact, it was hidden in the tomb containing all the fallen warriors. To obtain that artifact, one must bravely enter the tomb, or also warn of the lurking dangers, but the tomb is filled with traps and mechanisms. They say many grave robbers either died in pieces or were crippled for life. Zion let out a soft hum, showing a bit of hesitation. The problem didn't stop there. The most terrifying thing was not the deadly traps, but rumors of savage beasts that had accidentally wandered into the tomb during the war. They had revived all the corpses inside, creating a massive and terrifying zombie army, making him turn pale with fear. He chuckled slyly, put his arm around Zion, and asked cheerfully, "So, do you want to give it a try?" Although still trembling, he was determined to make amends. "The situation Miss Bison now is caused by me. This matter, I must take responsibility for. I will go." Or smiled to himself, "Not bad at all. The grandson of that old man truly has a sense of responsibility." The two worked side by side, and as he worked, Dean narrated, "This ancient city is very profound. According to our calendar, it certainly has over 1,400 years of history, and this tomb also dates back over 1,000 years. Or's knowledge was truly profound, and since this place was a cemetery of great warriors, it was always heavily guarded. On one hand, it was to stop greedy grave robbers, and on the other, as you already know, it was to prevent the horrific things inside from escaping." The guards hurriedly made way as soon as they saw him. "Great priest, you have arrived." Or signaled, "All right everyone, open the door." With his permission, Zion easily entered the tomb, and Or suddenly called out to him, "Oh, by the way, Zion." He drew out his words and mocked, "Actually, everything I told you earlier about the tomb was just to trick you." He was so shocked he wanted to curse, "Bah, this bastard tricked me." But it was too late. The heavy door had slammed shut, and Zion could only shout from inside, "Hey, what on earth are you trying to do?" Seeing only a terrifying silence all around, he had to explore the tomb. It seemed he had been locked in here. He had to look for another way out. Zion approached the object placed in the middle of the room. "Is this the divine artifact that Uncle was talking about? Didn't he say he was tricking me?" He understood less and less of what was going on. Just as he lifted it, white deathly fog billowed out. "Damn it, I forgot to scan it with the eye of God first." A large explosion engulfed Zion, completely obscuring his vision. He cuffed, trying to lift his head to observe the chaotic situation. What just happened? In stark contrast to the original ancient architecture, modern lamps and exquisite tiled floors suddenly appeared before Zion's eyes. Is this? Could it be? Is this? The person had collapsed next to a gun by the wall. This person was an enemy soldier from that year. I must have been the one who shot him, right? He quickly followed the familiar traces of himself. That's right, I still remember clearly. Tuan rushed forward, then hardly lifted his feet to climb the stairs quickly. Memories gradually emerged clearly. Encountering the enemy from years ago, he recalled the mission at that time was to send the enemy leader on his way. Back then, he was all alone. He stopped in front of a wall riddled with bullet holes. This was definitely the place, the room he had stepped into for the last time. Tuan began to doubt himself. What am I doing? This is something that should have faded into the past already. He still placed his hand on the doorknob and pushed. Why is my heart still burdened with old things? I should be worried about saving Dubai and my grandfather instead. The heavy iron door creaked with difficulty. Inside, the figure sat motionless. Tuan's corpse had been there for a very long time, his flesh decaying. What crazy thing am I doing? Clearly, everything ended a long time ago. He stared without blinking. Why is it so strange? A strange sound echoed in Tuan's mind. It seems you still cannot let go of your past self. He started in panic. What? Who is speaking? The corpse suddenly lunged to attack. It is I. Tuan struggled to defend himself in a panic. No way. Why, you should have been dead already. No, that's not right. I was the one who ended it all. Crimson vines from the corpse's mouth prepared to surround him. I'm you, and you are me. It maniacally rushed to attack Tuan. Ah, dive, you must die. He tried to reach for a nearby gun. Damn it, just a little bit more. Tuan quickly dodged the red branches piecing the solid concrete floor. You're me. No, you are not me. You are just a part of the past. Finally, he managed to grab the gun. Tuan did a quick check and fortunately, there were still bullets left inside. He aimed the gun directly at the corpse's face. That part of the past has nothing to do with me anymore. From now on, Tuan declared loudly. Tuan, I'm a beast tamer. I still have friends. I have loved ones waiting for me to save them. He pulled the trigger decisively. I am no longer the weakling of the past. The corpse immediately dissolved into magical green smoke. Tuan shed the burden in his heart. Rest in peace, my best self. From now on, there is only Tuan, the beast tamer Tuan. He stood up straight and the surrounding scenery shifted. Tuan returned to the room filled with artifacts, vaguely realizing that what had just happened was merely an illusion. He looked at the item in his hand and thought with a relieved heart, never mind, at least the divine artifact was obtained, and Dubai has been saved. Outside, Auri had been waiting for a long time. He clapped his hands in applause. Not bad, Tuan, you got out faster than I thought. Tuan annoyedly held out the item. Stop mucking me. You suddenly threw me in there, wasn't it to test me? You could have told me beforehand. Auri maintained a calm smile. If I told you straight out, where would the surprise be? He explained that this test was based on the participants' own experiences, which were essentially their own inner demons. Auri enthusiastically inquired, so what exactly was your inner demon? His expression immediately became very unpleasant. Tuan did not want to argue, only uttering one sentence. He's already dead. Auri suddenly pushed him into a dilemma. That's right, but besides the ability to heal your friend, this divine artifact can also restore your own eroding origin, but it can only be used once. The essence of the divine beast is limited. So, do you choose to save your friend or save yourself? Tuan could not hold back anymore, lunging to grab Auri by the collar and questioning him. Why did you only tell me this now? How many more things are you hiding from me? The response was only an annoying half smile. That's it, really. He knew Tuan could do nothing to him, then casually asked further, so how do you intend to choose? Tuan trembled with anger. After a moment of hesitation, he made his decision. Auri just stood to the side observing. Are you sure you want to do it that way? Tuan replied firmly. Yes, he reminded him. Remember, you must pierce the spiritual meridian accurately, which is a dancing position. Yubai was still lying motionless among the flowers, and Auri watched closely with anticipation. He tremblingly confirmed again, the danshin, it really is the danshin. Tuan moved the item close to his lower abdomen. This must be the spot. MS. Barked, you're about to recover soon. Suddenly she giggled. It was too ticklish. He froze and gaped in surprise, while the other guy was also looking at Tuan with a mocking laugh, realizing he had been badly pranked. He was so angry that he screamed. This is truly surreal, the man hardly explained. Calm down. I was just playing a little joke on you. MS. Tu has been awake for a long time. I just wanted to test you. After all, you're Kanson's nephew, so I couldn't help teasing you a bit. Or revealed further that this was actually orchestrated by MS. Tear. Tuan listened, unable to believe his ears. MS. Bark shyly confessed. I'm sorry, Aura is right. It was indeed my idea. If it made you unhappy, then confused, he avoided her gaze. How could I be unhappy? As long as you are okay, that's fine, he interrupted with a few huffs. It's not my place to interfere with the affairs of you youngsters. We have important work to do now. Or stated that the divine artifact in his hand was a universal therapeutic device. Although its internal restorative component could only be used once activated, it would continuously heal wounds. Furthermore, as long as he kept the divine artifact with him, the effect would last a lifetime. He warned that because Tuan's essence erosion was quite serious, he could use it to suppress it, but it wouldn't be completely cured for the time being. Tuan nodded. You mean I'll have to use it to control this erosion from now on? Or confirmed. Exactly. He knit his brows and thought, his hand trembling slightly from tension. Considering the current situation, this was perhaps the optimal treatment. Tuan decisively plunged the treasure straight into his stanchion point below the navel. Strange streaks of light appeared, enveloping his entire body. A mechanical voice sounded, signaling that the healing connection was being established. A magical source of power radiated around Tuan. He observed calmly. The Eye of God announced that the erosion rate was gradually decreasing, now at only about 13.8%. Before long, Tuan had gained control over the situation. The erosion level had returned to a safe threshold, and the divine artifact began switching to standby mode. He opened the space leading to the island. I must quickly go check on the fish. Standing before the Vasi, Tuan called out loudly, Fish. There was no reply. He frowned and looked around. What is this? Has something happened? Tuan commanded. Eye of God, help me scan the surrounding area immediately. It quickly responded. New device connection detected. Do you need to update the system? He wondered to himself, is a new device referring to this divine artifact? It seems the Eye of God is no different from a computer. Tuan decided. Update it. The Eye of God processed data at lightning speed, confirming content, changing interface, updating display parameters, completed and restarting. In the blink of an eye, the screen turned green, completing the update and successfully activating the new feature. He was surprised. The interface had completely changed. I don't know if it's the indigenous technique that's too powerful or if it's the Eye of God. Suddenly, from behind, the whale's howl echoed. It threshed frantically in the water, making Tuan jump. What's happening? He was swept away by the massive wave it created. Tuan couldn't understand. Wait, haven't I already dealt with the erosion problem? Why hasn't it recovered yet? It kept charging forward, its black shadow gradually looming over him. Hey fish, it's me, Tuan. The whale suddenly stuck its tongue out and licked Tuan's face. Tuan, good friend, so happy. He groaned from the itchiness. I feel like this fish has become silly. Could the illness have damaged its brain? Eyes wide, he commanded. Eye of God, check the whale's status for me. The screen displayed a question. Do you want to see the detailed diagnostic report? With two options, yes and no. Tuan was losing patience. Yes, show it quickly. A series of information appeared. Whale pet, name, Turk whale. Missed the evolution period due to origin erosion. After being treated by the artifact, it is mostly under control. Currently in normal status. Newborn silver level. Attributes, strength A+, speed B, physical attack A+, spirit attack A+, order essence attribute, health index 1400, attack intensity 403. This decline is due to missing the evolutionary stage, so it cannot be instantly cured. It can be improved through leveling up. He was a bit stunned by this amount of data. Your stats are way too detailed. Tuan wondered. It seems the divine artifact has enhanced the talent of the Eye of God. What about my own parameters? He immediately ordered. Eye of God, show my stats, as detailed as possible. A massive amount of information appeared again. Tuan, human, travel fallen from the sky, nephew of City Lord Kansung in Backline City. A new air beast tamer with innate talent. Disguised as a student, but actually a transmigrator. Former identity, senior sergeant of a mercenary group. Now aware of living a new life, carrying the desire to protect loved ones and obsessions that cannot be let go. After receiving support from the Moon Seal tribe, he had possessed the artifact Alanier and fully integrated it, helping to suppress the state of origin erosion to a certain extent. Tuan asked himself in surprise, what on earth is this? It didn't resemble any familiar interface, yet it persistently continued to measure and examine the eroding source. The measurement of the eroding source was underway, and once this index reached its peak, its state would become completely uncontrollable, leading to two terrifying possibilities, berserk transformation and brutal transformation. When the source is eroded, bodily functions are significantly enhanced, but this creates an enormous burden on spirit power skills. Notably, after a berserk transformation, the spirit power limit continuously drops while still intensity is pushed higher. As for the brutal transformation, once it occurs, it is irreversible. It is worth noting that currently, the source erosion process is being controlled by an artifact, allowing for free adjustment. He pondered it, so this artifact can be used as a powerful tool. When necessary, I can utilize the power from the eroded origin to enhance a certain aspect of myself, although the limits of this enhancement are immense. Tuan suddenly realized that with his upgraded Eye of God, he could easily check all detailed statistics of himself and his pets at any time. Thus, the eroding source was no longer something uncontrollable. On the contrary, it possessed great potential for practical combat. The star spirit still affectionately licked him. This time, not only had he saved his life, but he also possessed countless powers and brand new tactical options. However, the goal of leaving Silver Scale City had not yet been achieved, and all intelligence regarding the spirit taming heaven warder remained missing. More importantly, this fish was truly absurd beyond words, and everything kept changing so dizzyingly that it gave one a headache. Meanwhile, Swadin, an expert anatomist, recorded in experiment log 100-239 that the dissection of the sixth cultist, Offer Alucard, was complete. An astonishing discovery was made at the heart, which was wrapped in an object that looked exactly like a spirit stone. Initial speculations regarding this phenomenon suggest that the body had been subjected to an extremely powerful spirit power attack, leading to the compression of all the spirit power within the person. Based on the level of damage to the subject's body, it can be judged that the intensity of this fatal attack reached the gold rank, far exceeding Author's own strength. Now, they are preparing to take samples for further in-depth analysis. After separating the activity of the sample and finding no strange phenomena, it can be initially concluded that it is completely non-radioactive. Now, place the sample into a test tube, ready for the next inspection. Upon contact with the spirit power solution, the sample maintained a stable state without any violent reactions, even floating gently in the solution just like an ordinary spirit stone. She decisively ordered, Ding Tian, pause your observation of the master of the rainforest, and quickly help me take the remaining samples to Lab B. Swadin held the test tube in his hand, shook it slightly, and pondered, I have just discovered something extremely interesting. Perhaps this could be a breakthrough to continue previous research, and if this method is feasible, it could even replace some materials. She immediately turned to her headless subordinate, calculating something in her mind. By the way, bring a portion of the samples found at the scene here so we can conduct an experiment together. As soon as he finished speaking, she directed her sharp gaze at the sample block being carefully contained inside the giant test tube. She strode toward the control panel and quickly performed several sophisticated operations, wondering, what on earth is that immense tower that could compress spirit power and turn them into crystals? Having said that, she turned sharply to the headless subordinate and ordered loudly, hurry and bring the rest of the samples to me. The truth of the matter may lie hidden deep within them. Inside the test tube held by the monster, a strange fragment was being carefully preserved. Swadin silently calculated, this must be what the culprit intentionally left at the scene. Without hesitation, she immediately placed the sample into the testing machine. Ever-passing second major breathlessly nervous. Finally, when the process was complete, Swadin carefully read every line of the results displayed on the screen. This discovery left her utterly shocked. It was pure Yang spirit power. This discovery filled her with immense joy, as if she had just unlocked an invaluable mystery. She thought to herself, I only intended to analyze who killed Arthur, yet I found an important clue related to a pure Yang body, something I have longed for but could never find. This is wonderful. Swadin laughed gleefully, her smile stretching to her ears, containing both triumph and unspeakable fury. I never expected that the person who killed Arthur possessed such a rare pure Yang body. Arthur, this truly is a genius seen once in a century. Her entire face now displayed a look of extreme ferocity, revealing an unshakable determination. At any cost, she had to find the culprit. She had to find him by any means necessary. Having said that, she worked toward her child lying in the test tube, muttering incessantly, wait a moment, my dear. You are about to be awakened. As soon as Swadin finished speaking, she turned and decisively ordered her subordinate, Ding Tian, quickly expand the search radius. We must find more clues. Initially, it was just a simple hunt, but now her entire body was burning with a fierce desire, hoping to find that person as soon as possible. I have become extremely interested in this culprit now. In another place, the bright sun spread over a vast area, and white clouds drifted leisurely above, as if painting a strangely peaceful picture. He stood there, leaning against the car, complaining, it's so hot. Why haven't they arrived yet? As she finished, she heard footsteps approaching. She slowly lowered her sunglasses and whispered, oh, they're finally here. From afar, Tuan and Aor kept bickering throughout the entire journey. So why are you so insistent on following us? Tuan asked. Kid, don't be so overly sensitive. I'm just passing by the old target city on my way, Aor replied. You think I'll believe you? Tuan pouted. Pei, I'm your friend after all. What bad intentions could I have? Neither would concede to the other, bickering endlessly until Dubai could only sigh in frustration. You never had good intentions from the start. Although you saved me and Dubai, and I really should thank you. You keep lying and even using Dubai as a shield. To be honest, it is very hard for me to believe you. Tuan said. Pei, don't be like that. I helped you find a ride. Isn't that enough for you to forgive me? Aor argued. Hearing him say that, Tuan couldn't help but retort angrily. Do you even have the face to say that? You clearly wanted me to pay out of my own pocket while you got a free ride from Sister Zarohi, didn't you? Seeing Tuan guess perfectly, Aor could only smile it off. Pa, you're worthy of being Dubai's grandchild. Your guesses are top-notch. Zarohi stood there, witnessing the entire argument until she couldn't take it anymore. She lost patience and interrupted them. Have you two bickered enough? I can hear you clearly even from this far away. Dubai couldn't take it anymore either and shouted, the both of you, stop the damn bickering. Hearing her say that, the two couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. They immediately stopped arguing and turned to each other, asking quietly, did she just say damn? It seems so. Even Dubai herself couldn't believe she had just uttered those words, and her face flushed bright red. When it was all over, she shyly turned her face away and muttered, sorry. Zarohar gently worked over, patted her shoulder to reassure her, then ordered the two people to be quiet for a moment and get into the car quickly. Look, she said, everyone around is embarrassed by the two of you. Seeing that the two people finally agreed to leave, Zarohar proactively asked for their names, and Dubai shyly replied. As they worked towards the car, Zarohar skillfully praised her. Don't worry about it. I'm telling you honestly, your expression when you were scolding them was extremely impressive. She asked in surprise. Really? Zarohar nodded and continued. Have you seen the movie Thelma and Louise? Your aura is exactly like the female protagonist in it. Everyone finally settled into their seats. Zarohar took the wheel and, before setting off, asked hesitantly, let me ask you something. Why did you all choose to come to Kumukhthan at this time? Hearing this, or quickly replied, that kid Tuan wants to find something. This made Tuan angrily yell, don't steal my words, you bastard. The car began to depart, heading straight for Kumukthan as Tuan desired. Throughout the journey, he recounted past events. My spirit beast evolved to silver level due to a few incidents, so you could say there's a blessing in disguise. But that spirit beast hasn't broken through yet, so I need to go to Kumukthan to find supporting materials. Actually, I also want to go there because I need to find an extremely rare treasure. He mused, it's all to help my grandfather. Hearing this, Har immediately warned, looking for treasure. Then this time is not suitable at all, because Kumukthan is inherently the territory of many warring factions. As soon as he finished speaking, the car approached the gateway of Kumukthan, where various forces were struggling to maintain a fragile balance. It appeared peaceful on the surface, but recently, a series of unusual incidents had occurred. Har spoke about a strange individual who had recently appeared, committing cruel murders. Victims were often dismembered or had parts of their bodies eaten. People rumored that it was caused by monsters like zombies or vampires, but the factions in the city didn't believe such stories. They believed someone was plotting to seize territory, so now every corner of Kumukthan had mercenaries patrolling. The more she listened, the more Dubai trembled, exclaiming, zombies, vampires. Seeing this, Tuan immediately reassured her that those were just baseless rumors, but that trembling wasn't from fear. It was due to extreme excitement. She lifted her head and replied enthusiastically, no, I find it incredibly interesting. I want to go to Kumukthan immediately. Witnessing Dubai's excitement, he couldn't help but be surprised and secretly wondered with worry if some mysterious mechanism in Dubai's mind had been activated. In an instant, they arrived. Har announced that they had reached their destination. Tuan got out of the car, looked around, and then exclaimed in surprise, is this the place? Before him appeared a colossal ancient tree. Its canopy so vast that it obscured the entire sky above. This made Tuan exclaim in astonishment, Trulamthan. While he was engrossed in admiration, Or suddenly appeared and excitedly cheered, alright, now let's go find some upgrade materials. With that attitude, he frowned and said, hey, don't be overly enthusiastic like that. Har, standing behind them, helplessly spoke up, you two wait a bit before arguing. Pay me first. Har's words stunned them both. Seeing Or constantly glancing at him, he glared at him and asked, what are you looking at me for? Finally, he reluctantly took out his card to settle the payment. Turning to look at Or, he cursed under his breath, damn it, he's still but a free ride. After receiving the money, Har instructed, opposite is HUY level 1 EBFT level 1 EA3 NHT level 1 EDNH level 1 ECB, the largest business intelligence hub in the city. I won't go in there because I still have a mission to investigate the zombie incident. When you're done, just give me a call. Tuan turned to Dubai, about to say something, but seeing her eager eyes wanting to see zombies, he immediately had another idea. Dubai, he said, let me give you a hand. Thinking this, he continuously waved his hand, signaling to Har, but this only confused her further. Hey young man, what are you doing? Are you trying to wave a flag? What do you want to say? A moment later, she understood his intention and chuckled softly. Ah, I see, I understand. She then cooperated with Tuan and said, hey young man, I just remembered my younger brother was supposed to come today but he overslept. How about? Seeing this, he also played a line. I'm not very good at this, but Dubai is excellent. How about Dubai goes with you? Dubai, do you want to go? Hearing this, Dubai replied joyfully, okay, I'll go. Har and Dubai both left, leaving just the two of them. Or spoke up, it's just the two of us now. This is immense time. Seeing him excited, Tuan could only sigh. Yeah, how old are you? Still calling yourself a man? They both entered a nearby bar. Seeing him chattering behind him, Tuan irritably said, do you have to stick to me? He replied nonchalantly, you're still too young. How can I let you go into a bar alone? He continued rambling that he knew the area well. Hearing this, he sarcastically remarked, you're short on emergency funds, aren't you? Or quickly defended himself, pointing towards the girl at the bar counter. How can that be? The receptionist and I are very close here. Moreover, all the most reliable information comes from her. Finishing his words, he sat down and called out, hello, TI led 1EC3 you known. Long time no see. Do you have any good orders today? Hearing the familiar voice, she turned back and replied, Or, you still dare to show your face here. Seeing Or, she turned to her colleague and said, Kai Zion, settle his debt. Her colleague added, I'll do it right away. This made him turn pale. Wait a minute. He interjected, or hastily changed the subject to distract them. Today I came to introduce a new order to my dear Kainon. He turned his gaze towards Tuan to explain the situation, but Ti led 1 EC3 Yunon quickly refused. If that's all it is, then go find someone else. Tuan secretly thought, if it weren't for the limited probing ability of my divine eye, why would I need to waste time here? Suddenly, her phone rang. Ti led 1 EC3 Yunon sighed in frustration and said, oh no, not again. Or curiously leaned closer and asked, who is it? Do I know them? Looking at her phone, she replied, just someone I met online yesterday. Ti led 1 EC3 Yunon briefly summarized that he was a young master from some SM club but had a very arrogant personality. She showed him the message on her phone, wants to train abs, wants to be an overlord, wants loyalty, what's the point of raising for a lifetime anyway? He's truly a lunatic. She exclaimed, this kid just hits like and then forgets. She continued, after becoming friends, he kept sending me weird videos, and now he's constantly sending private messages too. A captivating voice suddenly rang out from afar, causing everyone to turn their heads. Young lady, a half-naked man, wearing an incredibly bizarre blindfold, approached. He smiled at me. Me and you, does life feel a bit more fun now? It took a lot of effort for me to find this place. He pressed close to Zyro Nguyen with strange movements and asked loudly, well, have you fought it through? Young lady, Kim Hang Tai lifted her chin, laughing crazily, let me be your master. Pa ha ha. Become my slave. I will make you beep beep beep. Witnessing this ridiculous farce, Zion cursed to himself, the rich people I've met, if they aren't stupid, they are perverts. Is it impossible to find a wealthier guy who is more normal, unable to hold back any longer? He prepared to stand up and teach the guy a lesson, thinking he might as well help her, but Auri saw this and quickly stopped him, advising, calm down, don't be impulsive, this is Jumu City. He explained to Zion that the people here were not like the ones in his Balin city, while Zyro knew and remained completely unfazed, staring straight at the guy who was revealing his true nature. He possessed power beyond just being a beast tamer. Kim Hang-tai, young master of the Kim Corporation and a tycoon in Jumu City, 19 years old, hated his stepmother, had tendencies toward abuse, was arrogant, and had recently lived a decadent life, changing 49 mistresses in just 1 month, all of whom were gold diggers from the internet. Hearing her say that, he was stunned and speechless. Zyro knew and ignored that attitude, thinking, does he think that just because I'm a woman, I'll volunteer to be his slave just by seeing his muscles and money? Her eyes brightened, and she said in a firm voice, but you haven't misunderstood one thing. Here in Jumu City, just because you have money doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. And with that, Zyro knew and lunged forward, plunging a needle into him before he could react. He didn't hold back at all and pumped all the medicine in the syringe into Hang-tai's body. This immediately froze him, as fragments of black glass appeared from nowhere, covering his body. Hang-tai could only scream in pain. What did you inject into me? Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed backward. Zyro knew and calmly replied, this is spirit-locking medicine. For an ordinary person like us, it's just like saline, but for a beast tamer like you, it's no different from pufferfish poison. Now, your spirit veins are effectively half destroyed. I'm sure you can't even stand up anymore. Auri and Zion, who had been watching everything, spoke up. Zyro knew and is famous as the bane of beast tamers. Her nickname is the Spirit Vein Assassin. Hearing this, he glanced at her and asked, does she know you're a beast tamer? He replied confidently, of course she knows. She's an intelligence broker I respect a lot. The reason she doesn't take action against me is that I'm very different. Suddenly, a new character appeared, interrupting the conversation. A strange man walked in and said, long time no see. I thought you would never dare to set foot in Jumu City again. He lowered his voice, especially after you angered the city lord of Jumu City. It turned out this person was Gentian, nicknamed All-Seeing Eye, an intelligence expert and a commoner without talent. Gentian mocked Auri. What kind of trouble are you playing to course today? Auri, meeting him after a long time, went forward to hug him. Oh my, it's Brother Gen. You speak so strangely. Today I only visited the Blood Shadow Bar to find some information. How would I dare to cause trouble at your place? Gentian replied nonchalantly, I don't think you need any intelligence. At the same time, Zyro Nguyen and her colleague were busy cleaning up the guy named Hang-tai. Throw him into the kitchen trash bin. The garbage truck will come to pick it up later. Throw this person somewhere out of sight. Gentian said this while glancing at Zion. The one who really needs intelligence must be this young man, or rather, the grandson of City Lord Bai from Balin City. He listed all of the boy's information, leaving him stunned. The prodigy capable of flattening King Sao Forest. How can his strength only be at the current silver level? And he is a gifted beast tamer. Zion wondered, you know everything. Gentian replied frankly, after all, I am the owner of this Blood Shadow Bar. In other words, I am the boss of the Jeju Federal Intelligence Trading Center. Having said that, he politely invited him to sit down and talk. We have been chatting for quite a while. You are an honored guest. Why not sit down first? We can discuss it slowly. All three sat down, and Gentian spoke first. Young Master Bai, a talent like you who wants to find the location of ingredients to break through the silver rank surely shouldn't have any difficulty, right? What you are really aiming for must be an extremely rare type of ingredient, just like the treasures you saw in the previous auction. Meanwhile, Auri casually ordered a drink. Hey, Sister Xuan, the same as usual. Tequila without salt. Charge this order to the young master here. Seeing that he knew everything, Zion couldn't help but admire him internally. He didn't expect him to even know about the auction. It seemed his influence wasn't just limited to Jumu City, and perhaps his eyes and ears were everywhere in the Jeju Federation. As he thought this, he replied, that's right. Then, Gentian started to state his price. Information about this ingredient isn't cheap. Which type are you looking for? Hearing this, he replied without hesitation, Heavenly Ward of Spirit Root, a star system level ingredient. Money is no object. Faced with that decisiveness, he made an inference. Is that so? As far as I know, your second spirit beast is Life Fire, which doesn't originally require water system ingredients. Could it be that this isn't for you, but for the heavily injured City Lord Bai? Seeing that Gentian was absolutely correct, Zion was both surprised and wondered, how is it possible? Why does he know about my grandfather's injury? Even such a secret, he is well aware of it. Why do you know this? He calmly explained, no matter how tightly Balin City seals the news, there is no wall in this world without cracks. Just by inferring from official information combined with the ingredients you are looking for, one can guess the condition of City Lord Bai. Gentian continued, by simply possessing a large amount of data, one can deduce thousands of other pieces of information. That is the beauty of an intelligence merchant. After finishing, he advised Zion, by the way, recently there have been some strangers lurking around, eavesdropping on matters concerning your Balin City. Consider this information a gift for you. Zion was surprised by the news and curiously asked, who are they? Who is ultimately targeting Balin City? Auri interjected, Brother Jin, wait a moment. Our purpose in coming here is to find the ingredients. So where exactly is that heavenly water? Upon hearing this, Gentian provided the information. 3 months ago, a group of mercenaries escorted the heavenly water spirit route through the Fenkyu mountain range, but since they entered, not a single one has returned. For the past 3 months, many people have gone there to search, but without exception, everyone who set foot there has vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Zion turned to ask the system, help me check on the Fenkyu mountain range. This was a mountain under the administration of Jumu City, once the largest original spirit mine area, but now the mineral veins had gradually dried up. Seeing his determination, Gentian tried to dissuade him. From my perspective, I still don't advise you to personally enter the Fenkyu mountain range. The terrain there is extremely complex, and it is very easy to get lost. Even if you don't encounter fierce beasts, it is still extremely dangerous. Seeing his good intentions, he bowed his head slightly. Thank you for your concern, but you also know that I have my own reasons for going. I absolutely must find the Heavenly Water Spirit route. Having said that, Diane took out his card to pay. As Tuan safely stepped away, Tranthine called out to warn him. Hey young man, there's something I think you must have heard whispers about when you first set foot in this city. His face stiffened with seriousness. Then he urged him to stay away from zombies, vampires, and the string of serial murders. This was a sincere warning, not mere intelligence, so he reminded him to be careful, especially at night, which left Tuan feeling restless and on guard. He stepped out of the shop, his heart heavy with concern for Kobar's group. Could those rumors actually be true? He wondered how they were doing right now. At the same time, at the location of Tiuhar and Kotbark, as they strolled and chatted, he said, back then, my younger brother and I lived like vagrants, even being chased for 3 blocks by a group of lunatics. Fortunately, we ran into a girl with a terrifying gaze, about my age, who seemed to be a student at the police academy. Because she looked so fierce, the lunatics mistook us for being on her side. After a frantic run for our lives, the two of us made it all the way from the east side to the west side of the old first city. The two turned into a dark alley, and Tiuhar continued. Later, we became best friends. I heard she is a police officer now, and a rare female officer in the old first city at that. Hearing this, Kotbark realized that this policeman was the one who had entrusted the mission to Tiuhar. Kotbark was quite surprised by this revelation, never expecting the police would need mercenaries. Tiuhar just laughed it off and replied, after all, we're old acquaintances, and since there are many things the police can't openly do, they have to ask us to do it for them. Think of it as a collaboration between official duty and the public. With that, she approached the group of guards and called out, hello, Old Tran, I'm here. Is there any trouble? Hearing Tiuhar's voice, Old Tran turned around, his face stern as he grumbled, you are 3 minutes and 41 seconds late according to our agreement, and furthermore, she glanced at Kotbark, making her jump, and asked, you even brought a stranger along. Tiuhar quickly explained, it's not that Sichman drove too slowly. I just happened to bring a newcomer along. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Tijo, by the way, Old Tran, have you noticed that the 3 of us all have eyelashes as tiny as beans? Kotbark was speechless, and Tiuhar sighed helplessly. Par, be serious. I called you here because none of my other colleagues have any sense of responsibility. She gestured toward the bodies lying around and reported the situation. This is the second victim today. I had hoped everything would be fine before you arrived. The time of death is approximately 20 hours and 23 minutes ago. If I had arrived sooner, I might have been able to contribute to the festivities. Old Tran continued with dissatisfaction. The forensics team still hasn't found out what attacked the victims, though I suspect they are just doing a sloppy job for the sake of it. Tiuhar comforted her. You should be a bit more understanding. In the city, you are the only passionate female police officer, and the others are just weaklings. Why bother calculating against them? She took photos of the scene with her phone and turned to tell Tiuhar, I've saved the evidence. I need to find someone to transport the bodies first. Tiuhar wondered, where are you taking them? Kotbark, who had been silent, approached to examine the corpse and suddenly said, wait a moment. Having said that, she took a small pair of tweezers from her pocket and asked Old Tran, pardon me, excuse the intrusion. As soon as he finished, Kotbark skillfully took a sample from the corpse lying there. She was stunned by what she had just collected, exclaiming, this is a human tooth. Hearing Kotbark say that, Old Tran was skeptical. Are you sure? Kotbark replied with a very decisive attitude, I am absolutely certain. She held up the tooth. Its shape looked bizarre, with the surface covered in cracks and a mysterious blue glow. Moreover, the tooth was heavily damaged, the cracks not resembling those of a living person's tooth. There was still lingering spiritual energy residue on it. Only those who frequently use spiritual energy devices suffer such consequences. After analyzing the specimen, Kotbark concluded the deceased did not have any aggressive traits. It seems the rumor is true, meaning the culprit is a living corpse with a pale, withered face, skin stretched over bones, and a jaw that is no longer intact. He also has to maintain a constant connection to a spiritual energy device, often known by the name Frankenstein. On the other side, Tuan and Auri were on their way to find items. He looked at him with skepticism regarding his ability to lead the way. Are you sure this is the shortest route? He stammered, well, I don't think it's this way. I remembered it wrong. At the same time, the figure of a strange man appeared behind them, standing there staring at their backs. Sensing the appearance of the other party, or immediately notified Tuan, hey, look behind you. Realizing he had been exposed, he immediately attacked, raising a withered arm to reveal a sharp sword, rushing toward them with a ferocious look, determined to kill them both. Or realized the critical situation and shouted, it's a spirit test subject. Behind them, they were ambushed by another spirit test subject as well. There was another one behind them. With 2 enemies charging at once, they found themselves in an extremely difficult situation. The spirit test subject did not hesitate to swing its sword toward Or. He quickly blocked the blow and shouted, these spirit test subjects are monsters created by the lunatics of the Enhatjar faction, combined with the advanced technology of those who fell from the sky like you. The other one also charged to attack Tuan, but its speed was quite slow, so he easily dodged it. He asked Or, what nonsense are you rambling about? He swung his sword to decapitate the spirit test subject to stop the attack, explaining while fighting, they use spiritual stones or release spiritual energy materials to replace biological signals, causing the dead to be resurrected. After saying this, Or did not let his guard down. He immediately took a defensive stance and said in a serious tone, hurry and find a way to run. Your current abilities are not enough to handle them. Hearing this, Tuan replied irritably, what? Are you looking down on me? Look, the heads are reattaching themselves. Even if you cut the heads off, they can still reconnect. Ultimately, you can't kill something that is already dead. Witnessing the scene before him, Tuan could not help but marvel. This regenerative ability is truly terrifying. Or turned back to look at him calmly, advising him to retreat immediately. Although his abilities were formidable, insisting on destroying them now would cause the whole city to suffer the consequences. It would be more effective for him to go out and find reinforcements, and besides, he shouldn't underestimate the power of the diamond rank. Tuan reluctantly agreed to give up and went to find reinforcements. I'm going to find Kobark and the others. If you manage to escape, I'll see you at the old cafe. Now, only Aura remained, facing the two spirit eaters. He didn't take his eyes off them for even a second and thought to himself, Thalars, is this how you treat the deceased in Matcham? Finishing his sentence, Aura activated his powers. Blue lightning bolts enveloped his body, and his gaze became sharp and determined. It seemed he would have to get truly serious this time. As for Tuan, he finally escaped the alleyway and rushed off to find help. A spiritus suddenly blocked his path. Its appearance was completely different from the previous ones, making a bewildered Tuan think, what? Is there another one left? The creature suddenly opened the eyes on its forehead, activating its target scanning mechanism. Tuan still didn't understand what was happening and could only utter a confused sound. The spirit eater's eye began focusing to identify Tuan, confirming the target and preparing to initiate the capture protocol. As soon as that was done, the flaps of flesh on both sides of its jaw separated like withered petals, looking incredibly horrific. They activated an ultrasonic device and launched a direct attack at Tuan. Dizzily, he raised his hands to cover his ears, but all efforts to resist were in vain. This sonic wave was so powerful that he had to helplessly give in. Sonic attack again, but this time it feels even more terrible than when I faced the little phoenix. Seeing that Tuan still had the strength to resist, the spirit eater increased the intensity of the sonic wave, causing him to collapse to the ground and clutch his head in pain. Tuan gritted his teeth, trying to maintain some clarity, but the relentless waves made everything gradually turn blurry. Damn it, I'm about to lose consciousness. Finally, he gave up as his eyes slowly closed and his consciousness sank into the void. Before drifting off completely, Tuan vaguely caught a glimpse of a girl appearing right before his eyes. Time slipped away quietly, the sun gradually hiding behind the distant mountains, yielding to the cold moonlight that blanketed the land. Lao Tran was waiting for Tiuhar and Kobark to come along. On the way, she turned to ask Kobark with interest about the recent performance. Little sister, where did you learn those things? You're almost catching up to us police officers. Tiuhar also chimed in. I'm very curious, too. I don't think the Barkline Academy teaches spirit power investigation, right? Kobark could only shyly reply that it was just a personal hobby. Suddenly, a shadow blocked the vision. Tiuhar turned to tell Lao Tran to look up and see if something was falling. The other woman didn't even bother to look, replying that in the middle of a highway like this, who would throw anything down? No sooner had she spoken than a figure from above slammed into the roof of the car, causing Tiuhar to scream in surprise. This sudden appearance caused Lao Tran to lose control of the steering wheel. The car swerved on the road before crashing straight into a roadside wall. It turned out that the one who had fallen was Or. Seeing this, Tiuhar angrily demanded, Orif, what are you doing? Lao Tran also helplessly spoke up, Sir, why don't you get down first? Or's face was drenched in sweat. He pinned his sword firmly onto the enemy beneath him and replied, I can't. If I let go, this guy will run away. This is the only clue I have. The spirit eater, being pinned down, struggled continuously to get free. Or suddenly remembered and turned to tell Lao Tran, Officer, I remember that for security reasons, you still use old electronic devices, right? Lend me one for a moment. I need to retrieve clues from it. Hearing this, she hurried to get it. Wait a moment. She connected a cable to the spirit eater's neck, analyzing it while admiringly praising the creator as truly cunning for utilizing old connection ports. Lao Tran turned to ask Or what he actually wanted to investigate. He replied that he wanted to extract data directly from its memory to find out where the lair was located. Tiuhar watched Or shyly covering his face and teased, what on earth are you trying to do? And where is the boy who was with you? Ko barked, beside her, had her eyes shining as she used her phone to take pictures incessantly, asking, is this a zombie? Meanwhile, Lao Tran looked at the information on the electronic board and frowned. This address is a Fanghu mountain range. That place has been abandoned for a long time. What on earth happened? Only then did Or snap out of it and announce in pain, Tuan has been captured by them. The moment the words were spoken, everyone present was shocked and stunned. On the other side, Tuan was unconscious with his hands locked and hanging against a wall. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated violently. The sudden vibration startled him awake. Tuan groggily tried to get his bearings on the situation. What is this? Where am I? And that phone? It must be Kobark calling me. The things locking his hands were anti-spirit power shackles that could not be broken by ordinary abilities. Tuan tried to move his hands and cursed to himself, damn it, a time like this. After determining the properties, he came up with an idea. If spiritual power couldn't break them, he would use physical strength to snap them. Tuan urged the system. I've got, help me remove the suppression of the corroded argent. Receiving a warning about the danger, he disregarded it. Don't hesitate any longer. Do it now. Upon accepting Xian's lines, he immediately felt an explosion of power, and the limit for dispelling the corrosion was also expanded. He forcefully broke the shackles on his wrists, feeling the surging energy in his veins. This berserk skill was indeed very effective, though the price to pay was not cheap. He hurriedly pulled his phone out of his leather pouch, needing to answer it immediately lest Dubai get anxious. The consequence of the burst of power was that with just a light touch from him, the phone screen shattered to pieces. What an irony. Dubai called repeatedly but only received a notification that the subscriber was out of service range. Zarohi, standing nearby, heard this and asked in a panic if Xian had perished, while he was holding his head, staring at the ruined device, and suddenly remembered in horror that he was still in the berserk state, with the system warning that there were only 5 seconds left before losing control. He frantically ordered the system to activate the suppression mode immediately. Once done, Xian finally began to assess his surroundings. At first glance, his place looked like an old quarry. A glimmer of hope flashed in his mind that this might be a spirit stone mine. He reached out to investigate and sure enough, there was still a bit of mineral vein left, and just using his spiritual power to detonate them could find him a way out. The wall in front of him suddenly shook violently and cracked open. What was happening? The powerful shockwave from the explosion rushed straight toward his position, choking on the thick smoke and dust. Zion wondered what had just happened since he hadn't even had time to use his spiritual power yet. Then he looked up to see the person who had just appeared with a highly familiar face. Ren Nai playfully greeted him. "Oh, isn't this the young man of the Bai family? Long time no see." Zion couldn't help but be astonished to see her. "Ren Nai, why are you right here?" She petulantly reproached him, asking if he wasn't happy to see her. Intimidated by her sassy attitude, Diane broke into a sweat, and Ren Nai quickly dropped her playful demeanor, looked behind, and told him to wait because other guests were arriving. Without him realizing it, several Shiling had already surrounded them. Without a trace of fear, Ren Nai excitedly snapped her fingers to call her little bird over to show off a few newly learned moves. The bird rushed in at a terrifying speed upon her call, peering from behind the crowd of Shiling. It flew over and perched on Ren Nai's shoulder, as if wanting this brat to witness how powerful this side was. She clasped her hands together and chanted, "Come forth, Phi Spirit Guardian." She then charged straight at the group of Shiling, causing Zai and to shout and hard to stop her, as he knew they had an extremely annoying recovery ability, making them hard to finish off with ordinary methods. Ignoring his words, she threw a punch forward, asserting that she knew that all too well. She quickly tapped light imprints onto the faces of the Shiling. Life Eye Curse Decree. Another one launched a surprise attack from behind, but Ren Nai flipped to dodge it as fast as lightning, almost falling into danger. Pressing her advantage, she declared that this was when the real match began. Swift as a shadow, she grabbed the monster's head, then she slammed it hard onto the ground, and Ren Nai, satisfied, delivered a blow to the motionless Shiling to punish it for daring to launch a sneak attack. A strange mark immediately appeared clearly on the enemy's head. Having dealt with it, she turned around to look and clicked her tongue because there was still one more left. As the last Shiling rushed forward, she pouted in disdain because their method of attack was simply too basic. With her bare hands, Ren Nai snapped the Shiling's weapon in the blink of an eye, continuing to turn and deliver a powerful kick. "Take a rest for a bit, you say?" Another flame symbol is inscribed. She spins and performs a somersault in mid-air before landing neatly beside Zion. She casts a smug, challenging glance at him, saying, "Hey kid, watch closely. The real battle starts now." Ren Nai looks triumphant and commends, "It's your turn to shine now." Fury. Instantly, a bright red canary darts forward, piercing 3 enemies in the blink of an eye before they can react. The monsters collapse on the spot, their bodies disintegrating into dust. Witnessing the scene, Zion is extremely astonished and wonders, what on earth kind of technique is this? Only the dry skeletons of the 3 enemies remain, and a notification appears. Like Hugh's strike, destroys the target's spirit veins by burning them from within. This method is completely different from conventional fire attacks, as it does not cause cumulative damage but leaves a single fatal wound that ends it all. Zion gradually understands that she used this method to prevent the corpse spirits from regenerating. Ren Nai, having her inner thoughts exposed, bristles and retorts, "You're quick to catch on. I've been diligently researching this in this dump for 3 months. Diane S. Wait, you said 3 months. She irritably recounts, mentioning it makes my blood boil. I came to Old Wood City for a trip and stopped at a gas station for supplies. Who would have guessed I'd be scammed, and when I woke up, I was already stuck here. Diane S. Then what have you been living on for the past 3 months? Ren Nai confidently boasts, "Luckily, I borrowed a bag of dry rations, enough to last half a year." The thought flashes through Zion's mind, it's better not to ask about how she's been bathing. "DS, do you know any way to escape this place?" Ren Nai sighs, "I've been trapped here for 3 months. This place is a real maze. Even I can't find the exit." Diane is stunned. "A maze?" Ren Nai nods. "Exactly. That's why I intended to break through the walls to see if I could find a way out." He replies, "And then you ran into me, right?" She confirms, "That's right. What a coincidence." She enters a large soup pipe and urges, "Stop blathering. Let's go this way." Diane wonders, "Didn't you just kick that spot over there? There's still a door on that side. Aren't you going to check it?" Ren Nai warns him quickly, "If you don't want to run into more of those corpse spirits, it's best not to open that door." Zion agrees. "Fair enough." While moving, Ren Nai asks, "So, how exactly did you end up in here?" Diane replies, "The same as you. I encountered a strange corpse spirit that knocked unconscious and was thrown in here." A sudden earthquake shakes the entire space, and he immediately realizes, an earthquake. The white path ahead now turns into a dead end. Diane is bewildered. What's going on? Just a moment ago, there was clearly a path. Ren Nai irritably pulls at her hair. This godforsaken place, what on earth is it playing at? Diane immediately commands, "Eye of God, scan this entire area for me. I want to know the structure of this place." The Eye of God analyzes the results. This place was originally an old quarry in Old Wood City, located in the mineral vein area of the Fenkyu mountain range. It was abandoned for unknown reasons, and the old mines have created an extremely complex terrain system. It continues, due to its complex structure, it has been renovated into a modular device. Each area is subdivided to operate autonomously. After a certain period or position, they shift, making the terrain even more chaotic. However, if the pattern is grasped, there is a way out. Zion realizes, that means this earthquake is just the area shifting. The wall in front of us is proof of a new area. We just need to find the pattern of movement to find the exit. Ren Nai, standing nearby, eager, if we get blocked again, we'll just smash our way through, which makes Zion startled and stop her. "Wait a second." Ren Nai, finishing her words, Ren Nai pulls out a giant, glowing red drill and shouts, "From a young age until now, nothing and no one has ever been able to block my path. Don't think this damn maze can stop me either." The terrifying destructive power of the drill, Ren Nai darts forward and calls out, "Kid, hurry up and follow me." Diane sighs, "Oh well, sometimes being a little reckless isn't such a bad thing." A loud crushing sound echoes, followed by a cloud of thick dust covering the space. Stepping out of the dust, Ren Nai has cleared the wall that was blocking the path and says refreshingly, "Clear at last. This must be the longest tunnel I've drilled through in the last 3 months." Diane follows the path and remarks, "Come to think of it, this place is completely different from the others. It's just like a laboratory. Looking through the glass window, he suddenly realizes what is inside. Death. A legion of corpse spirits lies dormant, occupying the entire room. The Eye of God announces, these are level 7 corpse spirits in a state of hibernation. Diane is shocked. They've created an entire army. I wonder what they are planning. A large gate suddenly appears. Ren Nai approaches to observe and wonders, this door is real strange. I've never seen it before. Let's open it and see. The door unexpectedly creaks open on its own. Diane, standing nearby, reprimands her. Ren Nai, are you tinkering with things again? But she quickly clarifies, I haven't even touched it. It opened by itself. Inside is a massive test tube, and inside it clearly shows the silhouette of a strange creature being shackled. Ren Nai exclaims in horror, look there, what is that thing? Diane prepares to speak. This is, he suddenly stops, realizing something. What is this? Through the Eye of God, Zion sees clearly, unidentified creature, created from many species of spirit beasts with a rubber monkey as the foundation. Through the elastic properties of the rubber monkey, it can fuse many types of innate talents. Prey to fusion, prey to free transformation, prey to weathering scale, prey to wisdom of the swamp, prey to tyrant's fury. Thanks to its special nature, it can absorb the essence cores of other spirit beast species to possess new abilities. Tuan was shocked and said to himself, I never expected it to possess 5 innate talents, and they are even incredibly versatile. It truly is a monster. I can't imagine what the spirit beast has had to endure. An unexpected sound rang out, startling Tuan and Nhanengi. They realized someone was hiding nearby. Smutton appeared with a bizarre appearance and a chilling tone, exclaiming, welcome, 2 new materials, thanks for stopping by. Smutton's worked. The fact that you 2 made it all the way here proves you passed Meckham's test. So, now is the time for me to evaluate which of you possesses the pure yang body I am searching for. Facing that situation, Nhanengi felt a chill down her spine and muttered, hey, that woman is talking without her mouth moving at all. It's so creepy. Tuan pondered, that's not important, but what on earth is a pure yang body? Smutton spoke up, regardless of who carries a pure yang body, you will eventually become one with this child. Let it play with you for now. Just then, the test tubes cracked, and the experimental spirit beast inside struggled free from its shackles, followed by a violent explosion that left them both stunned. The experimental spirit beast immediately lunged outward, its 2 sharp claws raised high, ready to attack. Tuan was secretly terrified. Its speed is truly horrifying. Just as it lunged, luckily he managed to put up a shield in time to block the attack. Taking this opportunity, Tuan commanded, Kintu, get out here now. And the spirit beast appeared instantly. As soon as it entered the fray, Kintu charged forward and rammed straight into the experimental spirit beast, but with its inherent agility, the spirit beast dodged the strike. Tuan secretly marveled, such fast reflexes. Then he suddenly paused, wait, its movements look real strange. Watching the experimental spirit beast clutching its head and riding in the surrounding energy, Tuan felt it looked like it was suffering immense pain. Forget it, now is not the time to worry about such things. Without a moment's hesitation, he ordered, Kintu, use tidal pressure. Kintu rushed forward like a whirlwind toward the dazed spirit beast. A terrifying collision occurred, creating a powerful shockwave. Kintu immediately returned to Tuan's side, and he wondered, is it over? As the dust settled, the experimental spirit beast appeared in a completely different form, causing Tuan to exclaim in shock. What? A shield? Tuan's eyes widened in amazement, thinking, so it's free transformation. I never expected it to be able to convert its body into a defensive shield. This innate talent is truly too formidable. After blocking the blow, the experimental spirit beast retracted its armor. Bundles of muscle on its arms churned violently like hundreds of squirming worms, then knit together into solid, firm blocks of flesh. Without delay, the experimental spirit beast swung a punch directly at Tuan. Seeing this, Nhanengi surged with energy and charged forward to retaliate, not forgetting to retort, don't think I'm invisible. She used her own fist to block the strike, and the force of the collision created a massive gust of wind. Tuan anxiously shouted, Nhanengi, don't fight it barehanded. It can shapeshift at will. Just then, the monster's muscle bundles began to slither forward, tightly wrapping around Nhanengi's arm. The muscles spread up to her shoulder to her shock, and Nhanengi cried out in horror, what the hell is this? In the blink of an eye, her body was tightly bound. Nhanengi panicked and screamed, so disgusting. Let me go. Seeing the critical situation, Tuan hurried to command, Kintu, use moon surface stiller reflection now. Kintu closed in on the target and unleashed the full moon blade technique, completely severing the muscles wrapping around Nhanengi. Tuan pulled the remaining muscle pieces off Nhanengi while grumbling, your fighting style is too reckless. She retorted, how was I supposed to know this monster had such a bizarre skill? Looking at the pieces of muscle wriggling on the ground, Tuan wondered, the severed parts are still alive. This vitality is so strange. As those muscle blocks began to crawl back toward the host, he thought to himself, this type of ability is too difficult to deal with. This time, I need a long-term plan. I can't be rash. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. That's it. Tuan speculated, if I'm not mistaken, it's enduring extreme pain. Perhaps that's the only way to test it. He cautiously advised, if brute force won't work, I'll have to negotiate with it. Nnd, whatever happens next, don't interfere. She asked, what are you planning to do? Tuan didn't answer but spoke sternly to Kintu, and you too, say that and don't make a move. The moment the shilling charged straight at Zion, he immediately shouted to deactivate the restricted state and activate Berserk to boost his reflexes. A notification appeared with a 999-second countdown. While blocking the enemy's attack, Zion calculated that although Berserk continuously consumed spiritual energy, precise defense was more energy efficient than normal guarding. As information from the Eye of God also began to appear, precise defense allows spiritual energy to condense into a high-density shield, neutralizing attacks by predicting the direction of the strike. If mastered, it consumes absolutely no physical strength. Watching from above, Smodden wondered why this kid had switched to a defensive stance, calling it a deeply disappointing choice. She contemptuously assessed that this kid probably didn't have a pure yang body. After all, his origin was water, so why did the shilling mistake him for pure yang? Looking toward the mermaid, Swatin pondered about the girl who possessed the life fire origin. Although she was still far from the pure Yang standard, could her previous data have been mistaken? The Shilling frantically and relentlessly charged to attack Zion. Seeing this, he quickly defended and thought to himself that everything was progressing smoothly, just as he had predicted. Its attack pattern was very simple. As the Shilling rushed forward, Zion confidently believed that strengthening himself was not just to simplify the precise defense process. He felt that the moment it struck was when it revealed its biggest opening, which was a golden opportunity to counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, Zion reached out toward the fiercely charging Shilling, telling himself that this was a decisive moment. Grabbing the Shilling's head, Zion tensed his body to the point where red veins stood out clearly on his arms and shouted, "Synchronize!" In the blink of an eye, Zion was pulled into a vast, desolate space enveloped only by cold, lonely shades of red. He thought to himself, "Mendeth, what is that?" Looking at the three crosses with the monkey imprisoned in the middle, the Eye of God provided information about the Zinjiao monkey, whose attribute was originally Dewy Swamp but had been converted to Zunwind, an extremely formidable species. To enhance its adaptability, it was forced to have a ferocious beast implanted into its core, causing its consciousness extreme pain. Zion felt deeply sympathetic. How pitiful. With a ferocious beast implanted into its core like this, the divine artifact should be able to help it. He gently reached out his hand, his eyes filled with empathy, and said, "I mean no harm. There's no reason for us to kill each other. You're suffering a lot of pain, aren't you?" The monkey in front of him looked surprised, and Zion sincerely proposed, "Form a contract with me, and I will share this pain with you." The monkey hesitantly replied, "Form a contract? Share the pain? Okay, I agree." Outside, after receiving agreement, Zion spoke, "Deactivate Berserk." Above, Smudden asked in shock, "Why did you stop attacking? What did you do to it?" Zion calmly chanted an incantation, "All things are void, all matters are equal, all things manifest spirit, all matters manifest cores." He summoned a magic circle with a Shilling and continued, "The path of beast controlling is the path of heaven. The path of spirit controlling is the supreme path. I form a contract with you. From now on, we shall share life, sickness, pain, and the path of origin." In the glowing red space, the crosses imprisoning the monkey gradually faded away, and the chains disappeared along with them. Finally, the monkey was freed in amazement. Zion reached out his hand and asked, "Do you feel any better?" The monkey stammered in reply, "Yeah." Zion introduced himself as Zion and then asked, "And what is your name?" Outside the red space, the Shiling's physical body gradually cracked and shattered. Seeing this, Swatin couldn't help but cry out. Zion realized that everything was successful. All those on the mermaid's side stayed in wide-eyed astonishment as a pure source of energy radiated from where the Shilling once stood. A figure appeared along with information from the Eye of God. This was a fusion beast Yuan of the Zinjiao monkey clan, a spirit beast created from experiments. It originally lived in the Qingxiao forest, but because it was implanted with the spirit cores of many other spirit beasts, it mutated and possessed countless talents. Its skills included Zunwind, Melt Cloud Precious Forest, Dewy Swamp, Clear Tar and Flowing Forest, Can Water, Wish Surface Pill Reversal Forest, and Gen Thunder, Archdragon Fist Forest. Zion couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "I didn't expect it to possess as many as 7 types of elemental skills." More information kept appearing, such as Gen Mountain, Diamond Arm Forest, Kun Earth, Iron Mountain Vast Forest, and Kind Heaven, Crossfall Forest. Smudden roared in anger, "Damn it. I can't believe you snatched away the strongest spirit beast I painstakingly created. It should have belonged to me." Summoning a headless monster even larger than before, Smudden flashed a sinister smile, "If that's the case, I will personally destroy this defective product myself." Seeing this, Zion glared and said, "Do you really think I will just let you do that?" The headless monster immediately rushed forward to attack Yuyan, but he only calmly uttered, "Free transformation." Instantly, Yuyan's hands were strengthened, easily blocking the punch of that headless monster. Seeing the situation, Tuan also intended to lend a hand. He shouted, "Fish, let's charge forward together." But Nguyen Van quickly stopped him and told him to wait. He instructed everyone not to intervene because this was his own personal battle, and while struggling to defend himself, Nguyen Van explained that they were the Zhangyao tribe residing in the Than Tiu forest. Seeing this scene, Tuan could not help but feel heartache. Nguyen Van choked up while recounting how his compatriots were captured to be used as test subjects for that woman, and countless brothers had become pathetic sacrifices. With seething hatred, Nguyen Van's eyes burned with murderous intent, and he swore that today, now that he held power in his hands, he would personally avenge all his people. Finishing his words, Nguyen Van transformed his arms into sharp spikes, plunged them straight into the monster's cells, and roared that anyone blocking his path would die, then swung his arms to hurl the giant high into the air in a fit of rage. The giant monster immediately collided violently with the barrier wall, closing in on his Smudden. Nguyen Van, with cold eyes, slowly spoke of the blood debt owed to his people. Facing such soaring murderous intent, Smudden still wore a scornful and arrogant smile, then said, "Do you think I only have that much ability? For I am the 5th high priest of the demon spider cult." Coursing Tuan, who was watching from below, to think to himself that they were in trouble this time. It turned out that the corpse spirits had spilled out from the gap in the headless monster. Tuan immediately realized they were hiding right inside the warehouse. In the blink of an eye, the group was surrounded by the corpse spirits. Tuan could not hide his panic and exclaimed that they were surrounded. Just then, Nguyen Van frantically rushed in to slaughter the corpse spirits and shouted that anyone who blocked him would pay with their lives, but Tuan warned him in time that using that method would not be enough to take them down. He turned to ask Enhan Engi if she could still use her previous technique. She replied while fighting that the enemy was too numerous and her spiritual energy was depleted, so she could not cast the command spell again. Tuan whispered to himself that Enhan Engi could not handle everything at once, so it seemed he had to take action himself. He decided to summon the power of violent transformation and the divine eye, receiving a notification of successful activation with a countdown of 99 seconds, while simultaneously proposing a coordinated tactic between the high-speed spirit control and the command spell. Immediately, Tintu lunged forward like a whirlwind, fueled by the power of evil karma and the high-speed spirit control skill. In an instant, Tintu wiped out the aggressive corpse spirits. The corpse spirits hit by the attack all had red marks appear on their foreheads. Tuan, the sharp, cold eyes, commanded the monsters to disappear. Subsequently, under the resonance of the power of evil karma and the command spell, the bodies of the corpse spirits were pierced one by sharp tree branches. Witnessing that scene, Smotin was so shocked that her face drained of color, wondering how he could have wiped out the corpse spirits in the blink of an eye. Tuan stroke Ken Tuan smugly explained that if they were controlled by spiritual energy, one should use the evil karma of a fierce beast to neutralize that energy. At that moment, Guide Van suddenly attacked from behind Smotin, hoping to deliver the finishing blow. However, the headless monster suddenly appeared to block him, making Guide Van gasp in surprise. What is this? He was shocked, wondering when the opponent had appeared. Seizing the opportunity, the giant dealt a lightning fast blow to Guide Van, causing him only enough time to think it's over, as a powerful punch sent him flying far away. Tuan immediately shouted loudly for everyone to come and help. Fortunately, Guide Van was caught in time by Kin Tu from behind. Smotin sat leisurely on the monster's hand like a queen and arrogantly said that their abilities were impressive, but defective test subjects had to be destroyed. She narrowed her eyes and declared that now was the time to begin the disposal process. As she finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently. Han and Yi cried out in alarm that it was an earthquake, and Tuan also realized she was altering the entire terrain. At a nearby mountain peak, the red car arrived, and the characters said that they had finally reached their destination. Tiohar, Kobart, and Auri were all wide-eyed with astonishment at the scene of devastation and collapse right before them. No one could utter a word. At the same time, Tuan exerted powerful force to pry the pipeline shield out of position. The group quickly landed and glanced around. He muttered to himself, as expected, she has relocated the module. Tuan turned his gaze toward the vehicle with its headlights on in the distance, wondering what on earth was going on, when the car suddenly rushed toward them. From a distance, Kobark came rushing over, subbing, and calling out Tuan's name. Meeting her, Tuan could not hide his surprise, thinking to himself, I really can't get a moment's rest. Kobark hugged him tightly and exclaimed, thank goodness, you're safe. I thought something had happened to you. Tuan's face turned beet red. He stammered, Pay, Kobark, you're hugging me so tight I can't breathe. Only then did Kobark snap out of it and utter a soft, oh. Tuan shyly asked if she was all right, and hearing this, Kobark flusteredly replied that she was fine. However, an irritable voice interrupted, I told you, it's that old alien hack. No wonder my eye kept twitching. Tuar added, what bad luck today. Didn't we check the calendar before heading out? To run into this brat from the planet's real ruined my mood. Aurelian immediately cut the four of them off and said anxiously, let me interrupt for a moment. No matter what grievances you have, we are in big trouble now. He continued, the spirit beasts underground are starting to emerge. In front of them, a whole legion of spirit beasts was surging toward them. The shadows were squirming and moving in a chaotic mass, there was no doubt about it. They were the spirit beasts. The group stood frozen, eyes glued to the horrifying sight, none daring to breathe. Tuan spoke up, this is nothing short of a literal zombie army. He quickly assessed the situation and silently asked, Gudring, is my current spiritual energy enough to finish off these spirit beasts? The system panel appeared. Tuan's current spiritual energy was not enough to wipe out all 591 spirit beasts. It displayed a repulsive-looking spirit beast with eerie green eyes, but since they inherently lacked self-regeneration, simple physical attacks would be enough to immobilize the targets. Old Don, high up above, gripped his heavy machine gun and shouted, the goods have been delivered right to your doorstep. He fired continuously into the formation of spirit beasts, tearing them apart from behind. Tiuhar looked up and gave a bewitching smile at her phone. What kind of delivery driver is this low? I might have to leave a 1-star rating. On the other end of the line, Titchman replied in a teasing tone, don't do that. I'm on a helicopter with Fun Lang, ready to aim downward. As he looked down, he laughed and said, we delivery drivers offer after-sales service and even vehicle transport. You should give us 5 stars instead. The helicopter dashed into the center, hovering right above Tuan's group, and dropped a rope ladder. Seeing this, Tiuhar shouted angrily, Pei, are you only lowering a ladder? What about my car? The voice rang out from the helicopter. Looks like we need to take care of more trash. Penthine, start the deep cleaning. From out of thin air, a pair of terrifying, glowing green eyes suddenly appeared, aligned with a huge green arm reaching toward the helicopter. The delivery driver soared in horror and shouted, get out of the way, quickly. Hearing this, the pilot quickly swerved the helicopter, avoiding the giant hand's grasp, but the tail of the vehicle was still clipped. Dust and smoke filled the air. Tiuhar watched and thought to herself, it's over. Dishman. She looked on with a smug expression. What's going on? Swatin appeared, standing on the shoulder of her pet, laughing as he said, now I will let you see the true power of Penthine with your own eyes. She then commanded the demon beast, Penthine, start punching them. Penthine appeared in the form of a headless monster, with its eyes and mouth growing right on its stomach. The system panel updated with information. Penthine, spirit climb, humanoid, intelligent species. Shares the same name as the legendary beast. A spirit beast refined from human corpses. Nearly indestructible, for how can one kill something that is already dead? Tuan stared at Penthine with a sneer, another giant enemy. They really are obsessed with oversized things. Soon after, Old Don's group climbed out of the damaged helicopter, weapons in hand, and approached Tuan's group. Tishman teased, don't let Tukin drive next time. You couldn't see anything. Tukin retorted indignantly, what? Are you blaming me for not knowing how to dodge? If I hadn't dodged, the 5 of us would have been wiped off the face of the earth long ago. Tuan said to Tiuhar in a serious tone, Sister Tiuhar, go check on them. Leave this to me. I have some experience dealing with this big guy. Suddenly, a hand slapped heavily onto his shoulder, and the person said, wait, it was Aurelian, who said with a grave expression, this isn't something you can handle alone. Don't be so arrogant, kid. Tuan felt strange and thought to himself, why is this guy suddenly so serious? That's right. Aurelian continued, Up until now, the strongest opponent you fought was only at the gold level, but the diamond level is nothing to joke about, especially when it's Iswaran. This Iswaran is one of two siblings, Sel and Iswaran. The brother was the strongest warrior of the Enhatu sect, while the younger sister possesses the best strategic mind in the sect. After her brother passed away, she used forbidden techniques to refine his corpse into its current form. That is Henthin. No sooner had he finished speaking than Henthin swung its massive hand to attack them. Tuan shouted in panic, "Faye, how can you still be lecturing me at a time like this?" Aurelian grabbed his shirt with one hand and shouted with the other, "Divine shield, come forth." A green protective shield suddenly appeared, timely blocking the attack from the Zinchen monster. However, the enemy was not discouraged. It poured all its strength into trying to break through the sturdy defense, creating a thick cloud of dust. Smudden observed the situation before her, thinking to herself, this defense, could it be? She no longer smells. Oral. Desk. Things are really complicated. Oral clenched his fist, emitting a stream of azure electric energy. He shouted, light technique, towards the Zinchen beast, which clearly manifested. However, Smudden quickly and skillfully controlled it to evade, forcing Oral to frown in annoyance and exclaim, "H.M.P.H." She managed to dodge it. Tuan saw the techniques that had just been unleashed and was utterly astonished. What kind of technique is this? A system panel appeared, explaining Spirit Beast Manifestation, a skill exclusive to the golden rank, capable of materializing a part of a Spirit Beast's power using spirit energy. The skill is born from the synchronization skill. The materialized body part, even if it takes an attack, will not harm the Spirit Beast. This consumes a significant amount of spirit energy for the beast tamer. Pay attention to the spirit energy consumption when using it. He frowned and thought, a skill born from the synchronization skill. Is this the wisdom of these natives? A skill exclusive to the golden rank, 10 being at the silver rank. Use it. Smodden stared down with terrifying eyes, a wide, ear-to-ear smile on her face, saying, Sensor will have to make them worry a bit now. Fission, spirit energy martialization. As soon as he finished speaking, a green vortex suddenly appeared from the Zinchen beast's mouth, and it put a hand into it. Then, it pulled out a saber enveloped in powerful spirit energy, letting out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. Tishman was completely stunned, to the point that even his spirit beast gaped in awe. He wondered and asked, what is that? The powerful beast swung its arm, slashing towards Tuan's group. Tishman screamed in fright. It means, a green hand emerged from the smoke, blocking the attack. Auri struggled to fend off the saber. Commenting, it truly lives up to its reputation, a spirit beast refined by humans. Then, his eyes flashed with blue lightning, and he loudly called out, but I am the dignified high priest of moon hiding. He shouted, manifestation. Countless gigantic arms suddenly appeared, lending strength to prevent the fatal attack. This astonished Iswaran greatly. She opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, what? How many arms does the thing he summoned actually have? Countless arms combined forces to lift Zinchen, and it floated in midair. Auri put all his strength into it and shouted, die. He glanced and loudly told Tuan, you rotten punk, now it's your turn. He pointed and loudly called his summoned beasts, Ngayan D Al at 1 EC7 and T Al at 1 E5 PH at 1 EA3N. They appeared and charged straight forward. They swiftly circled behind the saber, approaching the Zinchen beast. Both stretched their bodies, put strength into their legs, and then launched an attack, aiming directly at both shoulders of the Zinchen beast. They struck. Auri swung his sword and called out, Wood Spirit, Wind Expansion. A loud explosion rang out, and he shot up into the sky with terrifying speed, flashing directly at the beast, causing it to crash to the ground. He continued to dive straight down from above. Lun with the Wood Spirit. He delivered an additional powerful blow, flashing the Zinchen beast back, but heard an astonished exclamation, is this the battle of powerhouses? This terrifying destructive power. The girl next to him was equally shocked. That's at least golden rank power. The power of the technique utterly destroyed Zinchen. It slowly dissipated. Auri extended his hand forward, his mouth murmuring a prayer, rest in peace, Ryan. The space became silent. Tuan looked at the debris remaining after the battle, thinking to himself, is it over? The smoke and dust dispersed. Smudden worked heavily, her eyes cast down, her face clearly showing helplessness and frustration. She gritted her teeth, snarling, damn it. Is Mercury in retrograde today? Why did I have to encounter? A saber quickly swept across her neck, forcing her to freeze. Auri stood still, then looked up and said, enough, Celine, stop now, his gaze firmly fixed on her. I don't want to harm my clansmen, and neither do you. Smudden bowed her head, her hair falling down, and laughed loudly with contempt. Prahar, my clansmen. She seemed ruined, her eyes welled up with tears, and she looked at Auri with eyes full of hatred, shouting, when you beheaded my brother, you didn't say that. You traitor. The terrifying energy emanating from her forced him to retreat and then raise his sword to defend. She raised her hand to cover her eyes, full of hatred, gritted her teeth, and growled that ever since he joined the Hidden Wish sect, he had been a traitor to his own kind. Behind Iswaran, from the void filled with evil energy, Pinthin gradually took form. She declared firmly, brother, I won't fail again. Tuan was utterly shocked and bewildered. He thought to himself, what is happening? Clearly, I have. Why did she revive? Divine Eye. What is going on? After all, Swadden showed a grotesque smell. Well then, let's begin the second round. The system panel appeared. Thelini Swadden, Insectoid, Aboriginal. Talent, Necromancer Space. Necromancer Space is an Alta Beast taming space. Spirit beasts entering here will be stripped of their lives and reborn as undead spirits. After revival, the spirit beasts possess immortality. Even if destroyed, they can reform within that space. This ability is extremely dangerous to humanity. Tuan gritted his teeth, plundering, an Alta Beast taming space. So that's it. Perhaps he used this very ability to create Henthin and those experimental spirits. His eyes blazed with an indescribable, thoughtless determination. If she keeps using infinitely resurrecting beasts like this is clearly a battle of attrition, and I must find a way to counter it soon. Scene change. Thousands of bullets tore through the air, heading straight for the experimental spirits. Types are, holding a sniper rifle, opened fire on the experimental spirits and then spoke, "Hey, Bess, if we keep taking losses like this, we're in danger." Tishman glanced at him with an annoyed expression and replied, "H, of course I understand that." He looked at the giant monster Hinthine, which was raising its blade, ready to attack, and said, "These ugly monsters are definitely connected to her." Tishman frowned, gritted his teeth, and pondered. "Wait, up there." He seemed to notice something unusual and shouted, "That crazy woman. Quickly, eliminate the crazy woman standing next to that monster." The gun sight aimed directly at Asmodin's head. A voice echoed, "Understood." It turned out Funline was aiming a rifle at her. He pulled the trigger and yelled, "Die." Yet Asmodin didn't even turn around. She merely raised her hand slightly and effortlessly neutralized the bullet. She glanced over, her face full of disgust. "I can't believe these small fries haven't been torn to shreds by the experimental spirits yet," she muttered. She then ordered Penthine, deal with those small fries over there first. Its eyes suddenly widened. A surging current of energy gathered, forming a whirlwind. Tishman saw this. His face turned pale, and sweat poured off him. He yelled, "Crazy woman, you don't have to aim at us." Penthine focused all its power, unleashing a fierce shockwave forward. The terrifying destructive force flattened everything in its path. A thick cloud of dust rose, obscuring the entire area. Asmodin seemed to see something, her face full of delight. "Wait, what is that?" A figure flickered within the blue barrier. She shrieked in surprise. "A barrier? Or a shield?" The figure looked up, and Tuan's voice echoed, "Are you all right?" The vice captain was so stunned that he stumbled backward. He panicked. "Wait a minute, what is this? Who are you?" After calming down a bit, he realized, "Wait, this voice, this silhouette. It's Tuan." Asmodin showed a hint of worry. Her eyes widened. She shouted, "Penthine, tear it into 100 pieces." As soon as she finished speaking, Penthine immediately stomped its foot down on his position. The brilliant blue current of electricity erupted around his armored body. His eyes blazed with vigor. He swung his arm decisively, and with heroic grandeur, he roared, "Bring it on." Tuan unleashed lightning-fast strikes, each blow shaking the very space. The three people in the ore shields watched from afar, oddly astonished. One person spoke up, "Is that real Tuan?" The girl continued, "How could he appear here so quickly? His speed is incredible." He stared intently, full of speculation, and in a flash, as if he had figured it out, he thought, "The kid and the fish must have fused. That's probably why he possesses such superhuman speed." Tuan shot towards her, thinking to himself, "If Hinthine is immortal, then I'll just defeat this woman first." Then, he channeled all his strength into his arm. He threw a punch straight at her face. "Take this." She showed no fear. A scornful smile still played on her lips. She yelled, "Manifest." Asmodin seemed to be resonating with Hinthine as well. He was surprised. "What? She too?" She laughed loudly. "Indeed, I didn't expect that one day I would have to use this golden tear technique." An arm shot out from behind, gripping his limbs tightly. He struggled but exclaimed, "Damn it, I can't break free." She stood before Tuan, giving him an assessing look. "This is truly surprising. Soul fusion talent." Her hand brushed lightly over his face. "But I see that this appearance of yours must not just be limited to soul fusion, right? After all, this talent originally had no significant effect." A sinister smile appeared on her lips, and she sneered, "Ah, it seems you're not just trash. I'll have to study you carefully." The blade materialized from Asmodin's hand. She said dismissively, "Then die here. After that, I'll take your corpse back for dissection to find the answers." Then, she swung a powerful slash down onto Tuan's body. His body was flung far away. Tuan tumbled into a pile of rocks, propped himself up, rubbed his head, and sighed in frustration. After merging with the fish, his head was certainly hard, and fortunately, she hadn't been too ruthless. However, the immediate problem remained too difficult to solve, and he still wasn't accustomed to the new soul merging mechanism. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "I can assist you," making him startle and look around in confusion. Who is speaking?" Jingzai continued, "Yes, I, master." He was stunned. "Fish. Didn't you become foolish?" He explained, "Perhaps the soul merging has helped me temporarily recover my intelligence." He felt secretly relieved. "That's great then," but then paused, "Forget about that for now. We are currently facing a diamond rank priest from the magic curse sect." Tuan scratched his head in confusion. "Right now, both you and I are only at the silver rank. I'm afraid it's hard to deal with." He replied, "Master, perhaps you are underestimating our true power. As a human, it's hard for you to sense it, but as a spirit beast, in the merged state, I can clearly see our origin power surging. It seems the power of both is resonating." Tuan asked after hearing this, "Do you mean my rank has also increased?" He quickly replied, "Exactly. So, as long as we maintain the soul merging state, we are fully capable of executing special skills of the gold and even diamond ranks." He nodded in understanding. "So that's how it is. Let me try manifesting spirit energy into a weapon." He then twisted his wrist, creating a vortex of energy. BunRv once said this is a secret technique reserved only for those who reach the diamond realm. He straightened his arm, and a blue electric arrow with terrifying power erupted from it. He rejoiced. It worked. The ore was extremely shocked. "What? I can't believe it's spirit energy weapon manifestation." She looked at her opponent and wondered, could this kid have reached a diamond rank? Tuan, in his new form, was experimenting a bit, feeling a bit strange since it was his first time using a spirit weapon. "I've got to check my status immediately. I need a detailed report." The system instantly listed the information. Subject Tuan, Ming Kun has merged with the power of the beast gun Jingzai. Current rank, peak diamond, allowing for the execution of skills belonging to Jingzai and a diamond rank beast tamer. Attribute list includes physical strength B+, speed 5, physical attack A+, spirit power attack A+, origin attributes, divination, trap, spirit energy weapon manifestation, or severing blade. When using the spirit blade, or severing blade switches to its enhanced version, rapid beast control, surge, underworld water erosion, flowing slash, moon surface pill reflection, falling moon, along with new skills, Moon Mare Finger Order and Moon in the Lake, feeling the surge of energy in his body. Just as the fish had said, Ming had reached the diamond threshold, so what was there to fear anymore? Tuan immediately showcased his power, rapid spirit control. Lightning tore through the space. That was the power from Tuan's rapid spirit control and surge techniques. Smodin was also horrified and shouted, "What the hell is that? Ding Tan, kill him for me." The monster immediately launched a fierce attack. Tuan nimbly countered with underworld water erosion and flowing slash. His blade slashed straight into Xing Tan's body. She smiled triumphantly. Ding Tan's skin has been reinforced. Damage at this level is nothing. Smodin looked at her beast in confusion. What on earth have you done? Tuan was standing right on top of her head. This technique has extremely high corrosive properties. No matter how hard that skin is, it cannot withstand the decay from the underworld water. She then shrieked in a frenzy. You are just a lab rat. Don't get cocky. Obediently serve as a stepping stone for my brother's resurrection. Standing on the monster's back, he shouted, what is so good about your brother? Even if he is resurrected, he is just an extreme terrorist who brings disaster to the world. Smodin screamed in anger. I forbid you from insulting Ryan like that. The monster's skull rushed forward. What do you know, you brat? Tuan dodged gently. At least I understand that I need to cast off the past. I understand that I shouldn't live forever in the shadow of things that have already passed. The two techniques collided, creating electric sparks. He continued to dodge the skull. You are just like her, stubborn and cold-blooded, willing to sacrifice countless lives, even if success is possible in the end. Tuan aimed straight at his opponent. Then what you are resurrecting is nothing more than a cage for a monster named Smodin Ryan. Smodin could no longer maintain her composure. Shut your mouth. She poured all her strength into her attack. If it weren't for those uninvited guests who fell from the sky and invaded my family, if it weren't for you people causing such tragedy. The woman's eyes were filled with hatred. Then Ryan wouldn't have died. It's all because of those people who fell from the sky. It's all caused by the Moon Shadow sect. She attacked incessantly as if she had gone insane. What is wrong with me using colonists and traitors for experiments? Tuan unfortunately took the full brunt of the blow. This is bad. His body was in free fall, with no foothold to push off from, meaning he could no longer activate rapid spirit control. Tuan's body plummeted straight down through the air. He immediately deployed his techniques, unleashing both wind erosion and violent current protection. Smodin wore a bizarre smile, saying, I will collect your body for careful study. After speaking, she immediately countered, what is this? Spirit speed peace and flow. The spiritual energy can actually be used as a foothold. Tuan moved fluidly through the air. She felt extremely frustrated, wondering how on earth she could finish off this brat. Tuan's entire body glowed with power. I have already died once. Someone like you can never kill a person who has crossed the threshold of the underworld, he declared, drawing upon the moonlight to unleash Moonface Pillar Counter and Moon Chaser. Tuan delivered a powerful kick straight into her defensive layer. He raised his weapon and said, it's not over yet, you maniac. Tuan put all his strength into a powerful forward thrust, and the Xing Tan took the full force of the blow. Tuan landed firmly on the ground. After the slash, he stood tall, saying, even if your brother were to come back to life, he would only be mired in tragedy. His death is a reality. Living while having to witness your own demise is the most painful thing, Tuan said, taking a defensive stance. I understand this well. Moon Mirror, still water. The sword in his hand created a surging flow. Xing Tan was slowly sinking into the water with Moon Mirror, still water and Moon in the lake. He swung his sword, flashing across its mouth. Listen closely, this is a secret technique from the water element. As Smodin gradually exhausted her strength, she remarked, Isra, in all these years, you are the only exception to have made me suffer like this. She still refused to give up, saying, this fun game hasn't reached its conclusion yet. Tuan held his sword to her throat. That's enough. Your spiritual power to restore Xing Tan is depleted. Smodin looked surprised. What? Restore Xing Tan? She began to lose control. I am not some weak little sister who only knows how to rely on her brother to survive. Smodin pointed her weapon directly at him and shouted, go to hell. Tuan closed the distance to her position. He forced her to use her own weapon to stab herself. Tuan stared intently at his opponent. Hey, why are you suddenly taking control of the body? The voice rang out. Apologies, master, but I am terrified of her. Smodin's body contorted repeatedly. Damn it, I didn't expect I would still let him do this. The outer shell cracked open. A man stepped out from inside the corpse. Dagobaro revealed his true form before him. What a surprise. I intended to possess someone strong to finish off Artho, but who would have thought this girl would harm herself with wind release? He put on his mask and added, oh well, forget it. Baro's entire body was encased in iron armor. Anyway, this was bound to happen sooner or later. He reached up to smooth his hair. Her talent is actually quite useful, all things considered. He stood arrogantly before him. I'm Dagobaro, the third parasitic high priest of the sun-worshipping sect. The fish urgently warned Tuan, Master, be careful of this one. He's 100 times more dangerous than that woman. Baro appeared in a flash behind him. So it's you, the powerhouse I've been searching for so long, little brother. Tuan was stunned. The speed was too fast. He suddenly lunged and grabbed him. Then, he soared into the sky with Tuan, both flying straight toward the moon. I originally intended to wait for this girl to possess many more experts before seizing her talent. Orals, below, was restless. Things were bad. That was the parasite's signature move. He immediately ordered the other two, leave this place right now. Get as far away as possible. He still held him tightly, saying, but now I must finish you off first before seizing your talent. Suddenly, both of them collapsed to the ground. The surrounding earth and rocks exploded into fragments. Dubai was also left dazed by the impact. She was trembling with fear as Barrow looked at him lying on the ground and sneered. It seems you only amount to this, but keeping this body as a vessel is fine too. Suddenly, Zion's entire body glowed with a strange light. He was shocked by the sight. What? I didn't expect it to be evil karma. This kid's body hides the core of a powerful beast. Barrow was no longer interested in this body. Puff, puff. What a shame. Puff, forget it. It was just a wasted clone. But Zion swung his blade and sent his head flying. He silently observed his own hands. His body gradually dissipated. What the hell just happened? Zion frantically called out to Dubai. Dubai. What's wrong with her? He hurriedly removed his outer armor. Oral was still frantically searching the area. We haven't seen her since the earthquake. Could it be? Zion fell into a panic. She fell into the cave. What is going on? A scene of desolation and ruins appeared. The bee was diligently analyzing the scene, its wings flapping continuously in the air. Barrow stepped forward leisurely. Truly unexpected. Despite such a heavy blow, you are still unharmed. His figure was reflected in his eyes. It seems Lady Luck is on your side. Lilith was stunned witnessing this. Is this what Iswadin went through before he died? Barrow glanced aside. Not just that. More importantly, Oral of the Moon Seal sect is connected to young Master Zion of Silver Scale City. At the mention of him, she gritted her teeth in hatred. That Zion caused us to lose 2 priests. Sensor Oral is plotting to ally with outsiders to oppose our soul sect. Mephisto spoke up. If that's the case, then things are dire. It's already extremely difficult to use spiritual shortwaves to locate the queen. The Lars could not sit still. We cannot afford to remain passive like this. We must deploy more people to Silver Scale City. We can't let those outsiders collude with the Moon Seal sect. Meanwhile, Zion was still diligently searching for his companion. 6 months had passed. It truly was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He used a shovel to dig through the dirt and rocks again, even though he had already found the hidden spirit heavenly warder. Zion tied his hay back tightly. After such a long time, there was still no sign of Dubai. He looked back. These ghosts just wouldn't stop clinging to him. Corpse spirits were swarming toward Zion. You corpse spirits are truly infuriating. He grabbed his shovel and moved toward them. Then I'll send you on your way first before I continue looking for Dubai. Zion called his pet. Nasha, you've eaten so many spirit stones. Now it's time to work. Nasha replied annoyedly. What? To level up, I need to consume a lot of energy. Nasha belonged to the Phi-type Sun Wheel race, at the mid-silver rank. Its talent was Roaring Sun like 555, with a male 5 spirit body, initial epic aptitude, and damaged origin. Its skills included Sun Wheel Ray Orange, Scorching Sun Break Purple, and Flowing Sun Fire Purple. It immediately spat out a series of blazing flames, flowing sun fire. The corpse spirits instantly erupted into intense flames. Having finished the task, Nasha said, Zion, I really don't understand you humans' emotions. It gave him a meaningful look. It's been half a year. Your obsession is still so heavy. You're nothing like your former self. Teal led one ED and looked back and said, if you had said this 5 months ago, it would have been true, but now I have thought things through much more thoroughly. Mentioning his teammate, he felt a pang in his heart. Her talent is rare and hard to find. For me, she was invaluable help. My rapid promotion was largely thanks to her. Teal led one ED and continued, without her, this month I would have only reached the peak silver rank. Before, not only did I advance quickly, but opportunities also came flooding in. Even signing this contract with you was thanks to her. Well, I hope you find that mechanical secretary soon and bring spirit stones back to me. Teal led one ED and was still sad. Atul? What? Or? No, that's not it. He looked up at the darkening sky and told himself, it's late. Let's stop here for today. Teal led one ED and returned to his tent in the ruins of Ti led one EC3 Yusan's mineral vein. He turned to look at someone and called out, Aorai, a woman standing next to a luxurious car spoke up, Ti led one EC3 Yuan, how have you been doing lately? Teal led one ED and was stunned, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Who are you? It turned out the stranger was Teal led one ED and's grandfather, but his youthful appearance made it difficult for him to recognize. Teal led one ED and secretly made wild guesses. His grandfather, seeing his grandson's amusing expression, laughed and said, when I saw myself become young again, I was just as surprised as you are now. Hearing Teal led one EA3NH son say that, his mind was racing with questions. Wait, that's not right. How did you suddenly become young again? And why is your right arm completely healed? Teal led one EA3NH son patiently explained everything to his grandson. You foolish boy, wasn't it you who asked Captain Zich to send the spirit-nurturing heavenly warder? This right arm was also thanks to the azure fruit. He continued to explain his new appearance. The rejuvenation is probably due to the B led one EA1CH clan's bloodline, which has a water hexagram origin, and its true essence is also water hexagram. The azure fruit must have stimulated energy, awakening the process of reversing aging and returning to youth. However, I still need time to refine it. Although my appearance has recovered, I can't actually use spiritual power yet. After chatting for a while, Teal led one EA3NH son remembered his main purpose. He sternly told his grandson, I came here today for something more important. Silver Scale City is still under construction, but while I was away for treatment, I don't know who, from the Demon Curse sect or another organization, took control of this place. They also disappeared without a trace, but rest assured, your parents are currently safe. As he spoke, he sighed helplessly. Escaping was a blessing, but I don't know what happened to the city's residents. Teal led one ED and listened silently to everything. After pondering, he threw the token in his hand onto the ground. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Teal led one EA3NH son, seeing his expression, worriedly stopped him. Ti led one EC3 Yuan, I know that girl is very important to you. But before he could finish, he interrupted. Grandfather, Teal led one ED and stopped and confidently replied to his grandfather, I understand your meaning. I haven't lost my mind. I will return to Silver Scale City to uncover the identity of those people. Grandfather, don't treat me like a child anymore. Witnessing this mature and dignified demeanor, Teal led one EA3NH son couldn't help but be stunned. He could only force a smile and rest assured, entrusting everything to his grandson. Before parting, Teal led one EA3NH son reminded him, this time is not like before. You will no longer receive any additional support, neither in manpower nor finances. His eyes filled with worry as he advised, you must be extremely careful. Absolutely nothing must go wrong. Finally, C led one EA3NH son, full of trust, entrusted everything to him. The B led one EA1CH family and Silver Scale City are both relying on you. T led one EDN. When the two parted ways, it was late evening. The last rays of sunlight had faded, dyeing the entire space golden. T-led-1-ED and finally set foot in Silverscale City. He covered his face, and without hesitation, kicked the door open with force, sending it flying outwards. He landed softly and sneaked inside. Returning to the old place after a long time, he thought to himself, I can't believe so many incidents have occurred. I've been away from Silverscale City for less than a year, but it feels like I've been separated for a very long time, working along the damp sewer. T-led-1-ED and observed as he went. His path was exactly the same as before, yet he hadn't expected Silverscale City's sewer system to still be so intact. A loud noise from a strange man's back made him wary. Someone's here. As soon as T-led-1-ED and turned his head, the other person immediately panicked and fled, leaving him bewildered. The vagrant? His reaction is too obvious. The appearance of the vagrant made him suspicious about the current situation. With Silverscale City's strength, after the earthquake, it shouldn't have come to the point where homeless people are wandering around like this, should it? As he climbed up, he speculated, the occupiers must have done something shady. He opened the manhole cover, looked around, and felt a sense of unfamiliarity. This place. Could it be the city center? T-led-1-ED and quickly climbed all the way up, standing and looking at the colossal city before him in disbelief. Why has Silverscale City been disfigured to this extent? He worked, his eyes surveying the surroundings. This place had completely transformed into an unfamiliar city. Moreover, at this time, the streets were unusually deserted. Suddenly, a wanted poster caught his attention. Wait, this is the wanted poster. T-led-1-ED and took the paper and carefully observed the face in the picture. He frowned and muttered, this person is, seeing his own photo on a wanted poster. Tuan was stunned by the charge of colluding with and aiding the Marchu terrorist organization and infiltrating the city. Now, officially a fugitive on the run with a massive bounty of nearly 2 million on his head, he felt deeply aggrieved and shouted, why me? How dare they frame me for colluding with the enemy and being a terrorist? Tuan suddenly remembered the attitude of the guy Wajakuban had earlier and thought to himself, I'm done for. That bus in the sewer has recognized me. While lost in thought, wondering if that old man had already reported him to the police, voices behind him made him jump and turn around. Tell me, if we catch that guy Tuan, will we get the bounty? Dream on, if we catch him, we're just doing our duty. At most, we'll get a second-class commendation. Hearing them discussing him, he quickly tried to think of an escape route, telling himself, I must find a hiding place immediately. Being alone right now, I hope I don't attract any more trouble. A brilliant neon sign in the dark alley suddenly caught his eye. Bar. Might as well go in there. At least in a place like this, I can pick up some information. Tuan worked in, glanced around, and assessed the place. Compared to the outside, this place was truly lively. However, the large crowd made him even more vigilant. Although it was crowded, there was a mixed bag, and someone might report him to the police on a whim. Let me find out some information first. Tuan thought, heading to the bar to order a drink. Hello, I want. But before he could finish, a sharp scream rang out. Hey, why are you touching my butt? Further away, the waitress was grabbing the pervert, shouting, don't even think about running, you creep. That familiar voice made Tuan curious. Why does this voice sound so familiar? He leaned slightly to the side to get a better look. Rabbit ears, red hair. Could it be? Suddenly, the sleazy guy was sent flying into the bar counter. The bartender, seeing this, just sighed. Not again. The waitress, still furious after the scuffle, blazed straight at the man. You damn pervert, remember my words. She loudly warned him. Not everyone is someone you can just mess with. Tuan stepped forward and hesitantly greeted her. I really didn't expect, but someone interrupted him. She frowned and asked, Bah. He calmly continued, isn't this the young miss, Fuan Hong? But when he mentioned Fuan Hong, she hurriedly covered his mouth. Fuan, she signaled, SSS, don't say my name, otherwise we'll both be in big trouble. Fuan Hong hurriedly pulled Tuan somewhere else. All right, this is my friend. I'm taking him to the basement. He helplessly agreed, you sure have a lot of friends. As they walked, they caught up on the situation. Little Fuan Hong, what's the situation in Barkline now? You and I are the same. We are both wanted. Moreover, besides us, the great beast tamer families of Barkline are also wanted. Why? After grandfather was injured, my father. I'm not sure. Currently, there is a stranger in power in Barkline, but he's just a puppet. So what about your situation? You seem to be struggling to make a living. It's not what you think. I'm just in disguise to make it easier to gather information. She continued, after all, we need someone to scout ahead. But hearing her say that, he asked in confusion, wait, who is this we are talking about? From below the basement, the sound of someone chewing food rang out incessantly, along with the sound of rapid keyboard typing. Farthine didn't notice Tuan's arrival, still calmly reporting to Fuan Hong. Little Fuan Hong, I've finished organizing part of the previous data. The rest is yours. That was until she reminded him. Look who's here, Fadi. Farthine was surprised and blurted out, Brother-in. He ran over, looking full of joy. Brother-in. You left for training without saying a word, didn't even tell me. I missed you so much. This scene made Tuan shiver, and he exclaimed, oh my god, the scene is way too familiar. He quickly put his hand up to stop him. Don't come any closer. I see you still have snack crumbs all over you. And wait, he realized, how long has it been since you showered? Little Fuan Hong leaned against the wall and praised Tuan. You've become stronger, haven't you? Hearing her say that, he replied in confusion, Pa, why are you suddenly talking about this? She said bluntly, I just have a feeling. During the last awakening, Fatty ran towards you just like that, and you dodged. Now, you could probably lift his 300 kg frame. Tuan asked, the last awakening. Wait, how do you remember that? As he spoke, he thought to himself, little Fuan Hong, have you been paying that much attention to me? Fuan Hong hurriedly changed the subject, working away and ordering Farthine and Fatty, let's get to work. He quickly replied, all right. After a while, Tuan asked seriously, so what do you actually want to do? Farthine, looking at the computer screen while reading data, replied, of course, We want to investigate thoroughly to see who framed us. Fyunhon suddenly remembered something. I haven't told you this before, she said, starting to tell him about the mercenary group. Recently, a group of unknown mercenaries has been operating in the city. We suspect they are connected to those who framed us. He quickly guessed what she was implying. So your news is related to them. At the same time, Farthine finished reading the data and exclaimed, Done. Fyunhon became angry when mentioning them. She said, the most important thing is that my family and fatties have been captured by them. Therefore, we must quickly rescue everyone and then clear the truth. I am not a wanted criminal. As she spoke, she analyzed the information she had. They are coming to the hard track area. It seems like the commander is also there. Is it possible to know what they'll be doing? It seems they want to meet someone. This is our chance to meet their boss. Farthine suddenly discovered something strange and blurted out. Wait, there's a file here. It seems to be the person they want to meet. The computer showed an image of a girl with red hair and a lung scar on her face, looking very bold, but there was no information about her. Fyunhon sighed. Only an image. Farthine explained, our equipment is too old. There's no way to decrypt everything. Hearing this, she had to accept it. Alright then, at least we know what the other party looks like. Tuan, who had been silent, suddenly made a suggestion. I have a proposal. Let me go meet the commander. Fyunhon teased him. What's this? Were you looking to join our group? He shrugged and replied calmly, of course. The society. I am the grandson of the true city lord, so I will participate in your operation. And for myself, if you fulfill our previous promise, all our past grievances will be completely cleared. As soon as he finished speaking, Zion glanced at the rabbit outfit Fenghuan was wearing, making her blush bead red. She exclaimed, Pei, what is the meaning of this? Not waiting for her to explain, he turned his back and walked away, saying, I'm leaving, while ignoring Fenghuan, who was red-faced and screaming, Zion, you jerk. In the deserted, silent construction site without a soul in sight, Zion scanned the area and whispered to himself, this must be the place. He kept scanning his surroundings, searching for a place to hide. The area looked like it had been abandoned for a long time, but he still needed a concealed spot. Suddenly, a voice rang out from right behind him. Pei, kid over there. A girl standing on the high scaffolding above called down, the night breeze fluttering her coat to reveal legs covered in scars. Are you waiting for someone, little brother? Zion jumped at the voice, thinking, damn it, I'm being followed, and upon seeing her scarred face and flaming red hair, he immediately recognized the woman from the photo. She continued, what a coincidence, so am I. After she finished, she leaped down in front of Zion and mumbled something about being a stranger in this land. Still unsure of who she was, he remained on guard, wondering about her background. She stared at Zion and speculated, judging by your appearance, you must be from the lower realm. Why don't we have a little chat? Sensing murderous intent, he immediately activated his defensive abilities, wondering if his cover had been blown. Seeing his heightened alertness, she quickly tried to soothe him. Oh, you're too tense. You misunderstood me. I don't have any malicious intent. But, suddenly, she challenged him. If you are a beast master, would you dare to have a duel with me? He silently wondered if this woman was a martial artist. Just then, the system revealed her identity as Qian, the diamond rank beast master. Zion refused flatly, thinking to himself, I'm not doing it. You're from the upper realm, and who am I, a lowly person, to challenge you? Isn't this just bullying the weak? Qian nodded in agreement but wouldn't give up. Fair enough, let's do this instead, she proposed. We'll temporarily lower our ranks. This should be fine, right? The system displayed Qian's information. Talent S, Tuang H183 and GS, Silver rank level, Beast Companion Night Patrol Demon Phi Diamond rank, Daoming Brilliance Tiger Gold rank, Seal Bronze rank, and Larva Spirit Bronze rank. Seeing this, Zion set his own condition. If I win, you must agree to 3 requests from me. As he calculated if he could extract any information from her, without caring about the conditions. In a flash, Qian closed the distance and urged, stop dawdling. Zion cried out in panic. Pei, I haven't finished stating my conditions. She rushed toward him like a whirlwind, saying, defeat me first, then we'll talk, and as soon as he finished, she threw a kick at his face. Everything happened so fast, but thanks to his combat instincts, he managed to dodge it. Her speed was terrifying. Qian did not give him a second to breathe, launching a series of relentless attacks. She delivered a kick from above, aimed straight at Zion's head. The terrifying speed made his eyes widen, only having time to think, or soul. Fortunately, he managed to block it with his hands, but the force of the kick sent him flying. Seeing that Zion had successfully activated a shield, she was intrigued. Precision shield. It seems I underestimated you. She summoned her beast companion and ordered, Larva Spirit, crush him for me. Zion was not to be outdone and quickly called out his battle beast, Jing Zai. Come on out. A massive entity suddenly appeared from the void, its imposing form leaving Qian stunned. She thought to herself, you're not bad, kid, but, as she spoke, she looked up at the two beasts engaging in a fierce battle. Jing Zai did not disappoint its master, using its powerful tail to knock its opponent down to the ground. It didn't stop there but continued to swing its tail. In the blink of an eye, Jing Zai struck the larva spirit on the head, forcing it back several meters as dust filled the area. Witnessing the scene, Zion cheered happily, well done. But Jing Zai did not let its guard down, warning, Master, do not be complacent. No sooner had it spoken than the larva spirit launched a counterattack, firing molten rocks with tremendous heat straight at Zion and Jing Zai. He immediately activated his protective shield, preventing the molten rocks from touching them. Watching this dramatic battle, Qian smirked, a rare sight indeed. After the dust settled, he turned to check on his beast. Jing Zai, are you alright? He responded softly, I'm fine. Qian observed and silently judged, in the upper realm, no one bothers to protect the beasts. It seems this kid really values this creature. She spoke to Zion. In the upper realm, there is no one brave enough to accept my challenge, and very few of those who dare have the strength. And as she worked toward him, she continued, I never expected someone like you to be able to go toe-to-toe with me. In the upper realm, few people ever dare to venture here. Too intensely watched his opponent approach. He thought to himself that this female warrior was extremely formidable, and he couldn't imagine how terrifying her strength would be at her peak, so he would have to go all out. Yanveen suddenly rushed forward silently and shouted, "Use your full strength. Fight with your soul." Tuan, no longer flustered, immediately ordered Qin Tu to counterattack. Qin Tu, unleash that move. It rushed forward with a flurry of attacks, leaving the two with no time to respond. Yanveen was forced to retreat into a glass sphere for defense. She was sweating profusely, her face showing clear signs of anxiety as she thought, what kind of freakish skill is this kid using? Yanveen observed Qin Tu's every move, predicting it was a high-level technique Karm Thai and Guide Din Chu Fan knew. In a flash, Qin Tu swung its tail powerfully to execute the next move, the Guide Din Chu Fan. Yanveen raised her hand into the air, summoning her weapon. She delivered a blow that knocked Qin Tu into the air, leaving Tuan utterly astonished. He anxiously ran over and sat down to check on it. "Qin Tu, were you okay?" Qin Tu replied weakly with a dazed face, "Master, she broke the rules." As the smoke gradually cleared, Yanveen appeared with a sweat-drenched face as if exhausted. She said, "I've lost. Kid, you're the first one to force me to break my oath." She added, "My name is Yanveen. As a warrior who lacked etiquette and offended you, I ask for the honor of knowing your name." Tuan put Qin Tu into his private space and looked at Yanveen, thinking to himself that in this situation, it would be best not to reveal his identity. Suddenly, the voice rang out as a silver-haired individual smirked sinisterly and mocked, "Pei, the beauty asked for your name, so why are you stammering? Were you scared or just don't dare to speak?" It turned out to be the siblings Tu Hao and Tu Nin. The sister smirked while the brother raised his hand in contempt, saying, "Being a descendant of the exiled Barkdar in the upper realm is truly shameful." Tuan took a defensive stance and asked loudly, "Who are you?" Tu Hao replied sarcastically, "Oh, I almost forgot. This cousin has always been in the lower realm, so he's quite inexperienced." He looked on disdainfully. "He probably doesn't even know the situation regarding our Barkdar clan." "What do you think, brother?" Tu Nin added mockingly, "It's normal for someone from a low-level world like the lower realm not to know about the upper realm, let alone a descendant of an exile." Yanveen interrupted, "Did the higher-ups send you two Barkdar brats to meet me?" This statement made Tuan look over in surprise. Did they know each other? Yanveen carried her talisman-covered spear and worked past Tu Hao and Tu Nin. The siblings watched her back as she indifferently replied, "We didn't come here to worry about Barkdar family business. It to work quickly and be serious." At that moment, a group of black-clad subordinates and an orange-haired individual appeared behind Tu Hao. One said, "Young master, we broke the person." Tu Hao glanced back. That was fast. Thien Vu was being restrained by the group. She shouted angrily, "You bastards. Do you know who I am? Let me go right now." Tuan stared wide-eyed at the scene. "Little Phoenix. Aveen." Tu Hao immediately swung his hand and slapped Thien Vu hard across the face, shouting, "Shut up, you lower realm scum. How dare a lowly insect from the Fuan family venture here?" Seeing this, Tuan screamed in anger, "Stop it right now," and immediately summoned the winged serpent to attack him. It soared high into the air, creating a series of sparks that shot straight down, all focusing on one point to create a thunderous explosion and a cloud of dust. The smoke gradually cleared, and Tu Nin's group still stood firm. Tu Hao spoke from within the smoke, "Such a lowly status yet such a big tempo. My dear cousin." The scene became clear. Tu Hao stood in the center, restraining Thien Vu with one hand and placing the other on his sister's shoulder while laughing scornfully. "Is this lowly girl from the lower realm worth you going up against us against the upper realm?" A system panel appeared. Any spiritual power shield, made from any soul alloy, cannot be destroyed by any spiritual power skill. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. "Tisk, this type of shield again." A subordinate raised his gun and barked, "Insolent. How dare you oppose the young master? Protect the young master. You are authorized to shoot down the target." Tu Hao waved his hand to stop them. "Stand down. After all, he carries a name bark. Let's give him a chance. We in the upper realm have always been very generous." Tuan shouted in frustration, "Who are you people exactly? Why do you want to seize Barkland City? What is your purpose?" Tu Hao stroked his hair and replied with a sneer, "Seize? What's wrong with me coming to reclaim a colony, dismiss officials, and appoint a new manager? Your grandfather was nothing more than an exile ordered to pioneer a new world, just a criminal redeeming himself through service." Tu Nin also struck a pose in agreement. "Exactly. It's a pity he never purged all the natives on this planet. The higher-ups have sent us here. Pahar." He continued with a sinister laugh. "Furthermore, this world is gradually merging with another place." Tu Nin added, "We want to use Barkland City as a base to control the transmission gates to the new world to search for powerful creatures." Tu Hao turned back to ask his subordinate, "What is the status of the transmission gate?" The man replied, "The soul energy in the area has stabilized. For now, there are no signs of the transmission gate appearing." Hearing this, he waved his hand to summon a blue venom electric eel from his personal space, smirking excitedly. "In that case, I'll clear these useless obstacles first." The system displayed information. Zai Hao, talent, pure water spell S rank, realm, primary gold, battle beasts, crimson-eyed silverfish primary gold, blue venom electric eel primary gold. After reviewing, Zai Hao calculated thoughtfully, gold rank. "I'm sure to win." He directed the blue venom electric eel toward Tan Yu and said, "Start by dealing with this low realm girl first." The system screen continued updating its status. Blue venom electric eel, primary gold level. The blue venom electric eel accumulated power in its mouth, creating a potent ball of lightning. Tan Yu tightly shut her eyes, waiting resignedly for the blow to fall, when suddenly a streak of spiritual energy arrived at breakneck speed, sweeping past the phoenix then circling back to catch her. It turned out that Zion had used his own power in time to shield both the phoenix and Awaken. His face was flushed and strained from the effort, but he still leaned down to ask anxiously, "Are you alright?" Tan Yu was so flustered that her ears burned. She quickly turned away and kicked hard at Zion's shin, screaming, "Let go of me right now, you bastard Zion." He grimaced in pain and replied, "Don't be so ungrateful." Zai Hao witnessed the entire scene and thought in surprise, what kind of monster just appeared? It feels no different from an ancient beast. He immediately waved his hand and commanded the blue venom electric eel, quickly, burn them to ashes for me. The blue venom electric eel lunged forward, discharging a deadly surge of purple electricity straight towards Zion's position. He crossed his arms and laughed boastfully. Zion, if you want to blame someone, blame your grandfather. Dining stood behind, watching in shock. Brother, have you become this strong again? Both of the siblings suddenly saw something that caused an expression of pure bewilderment to appear on their faces. He asked in confusion, what the hell is that? His younger sister speculated, is it a monkey? A voice rang out, Zion, are you still doing okay? Zion held the phoenix tightly and replied, I'm okay, but you must be careful. The opponent is a gold rank from the upper realm. It's unknown if their power differs from ours. The girl in his arms struggled angrily. Zion, let go of me now. Daihao appeared annoyed and surmised. It seems this guy isn't as ordinary as other scum from the lower realm. He shouted at the blue venom electric eel, charge. Finish this quickly for me. Covered in a powerful spiritual aura, the blue venom electric eel lunged forward. The tree-shaped spiritual beast raised its hand, and a pale green mist began to swirl into a destructive beam of light. In an instant, it fired an energy beam that tore through space toward the blue venom electric eel, but the creature was no pushover, dexterously dodging the attack just in time. The trained beast narrowed its eyes at its opponent as if assessing it. Quite fast, isn't it? Without stepping, it extended its arms toward the blue venom electric eel encircling it and mocked, what a slippery eel. The insult enraged the eel, which opened its mouth to launch a counterattack. However, before it could finish gathering its tower, the trained beast seized the moment to extend its sturdy arm and firmly grasp its opponent's snout. It slammed the blue venom electric eel hard into the ground, sending clouds of dust flying into the air. While the enemy lay stunned and powerless, the trained beast spoke, finally, you shut your mouth. Zion's system showed a flashing red notification. He muttered, damn it. Beside him, Farthene urged, brother in, decode it quickly. What are you standing there for? Zaihao's subordinate ran up behind him to report, master, the soul power is unstable. The space portal is about to open. As he spoke, the ground shook violently and a glowing blue circle gradually appeared at the center. That circle expanded continuously, spinning like a ghostly cyclone, as if opening a gateway to an alien land. Tan Yu screamed in fear, what is this? The teleportation gate? Zion answered, it is the merger of the former worlds. She looked at him and asked, world merger? Zion fixed his eyes on the blue vortex and said, the previous earthquake was a sign of this. Daihao gestured to his subordinates. Everyone, prepare to teleport now. Dining seemed to notice something abnormal and broke into a sweat, saying, brother, wait a second, there's something inside. From the heart of the vortex, thorn-covered tentacles were reaching out. Lung tentacles grabbed Farthane and Thainvu. He screamed in panic. Oh, save me. Thainvu was also suddenly entangled and cried out. Oh, the tentacles continued to swarm around the trained beast and Tieled-1-Ed. He struggled and shouted, what kind of monstrous thing is going on here? Although tightly bound, Tieled-1-Edh-Led-1-E-A-1-O was still deeply worried about his sister. Tieled-1-Ed was screaming in fear, big brother, save me. The tentacles grabbed everyone, pulling them into the blue vortex. Inside, they were released and floated in midair. Thainvu called out in a panic, Tieled-1-Edn. He frantically replied, little phoenix. A moment later, at the other end of the entrance, a deep blue space emerged, shrouded in gloom. Tieled-1-Edn felt his body heavy as he fell. Oh, it's so hard to breathe. He slowly opened his eyes. Wait, what is this feeling of impact? Thainvu sat up, clutching his head. He suddenly realized someone was pressing down on him, and that person was Thainvu. Farthane was currently being pressed down by the two of them, causing him some distress. Though not very polite, he still spoke up, you two are too heady. You've completely flattened me. A moment later, all three stood up and looked around. Farthane wondered, where are we falling to? Thainvu softly replied, I'm not sure either. I'm only certain this is another world. Tieled-1-Ed saw something and called out to the two, look over there. Before their eyes was an extremely strange-looking creature. Thainvu looked around suspiciously and asked, is that a spider? Farthane retorted, I think it looks more like a crab. Tieled-1-Ed replied, whatever it is, we just need to know that this place is extremely dangerous. The staff was made from overlapping leaf-shaped stone slabs, with a blue flame blazing at its top, and a dangling seashell emitting eerie sounds. All three exclaimed, what's that sound? The owner of the sepet could not hide his surprise upon hearing their voices. The scene shifted to where Tieled-1-Edh-Led-1-E-A-1-OS group had just landed. A subordinate approached to report, master, no one survived at the space station, probably caused by the native creatures. He calmly replied, it seems the environment here is even more terrifying than the secret spider nest kingdom. The subordinate continued, master, there's one more thing. Our supplies were lost when we passed through the transfer gate. This news surprised him, and he asked, what about the space station's reserve supplies? The subordinate recalled the scene he had just witnessed and replied, not even a bit of supplies remained. Tieled-1-Edh-Led-1-E-A-1-O frowned, won't we be trapped in this world until we die? The subordinate bowed his head to reassure him, master, there's no need to worry. The subordinate had used the K-Train scanning device along with data from the base station's terminal. We have detected signs of activity nearby. This is likely the living area of the native creatures in this world. Upon hearing this, Tieled-1-Edh-Led-1-E-A-1-O waved his hand in commanded, then get ready. He smiled sinisterly, let's stop by that settlement to gather some necessary supplies. On this side, the three, including Tieled-1-Edn, were facing Ti-Led-1-EC3 Lime. Both sides looked at each other cautiously. Farthane hid behind Tieled-1-Edn and loudly asked, what kind of weird thing is that over there? Thainvu also asked in fear, will it attack us? He stretched out his arms in front of them to reassure them. Wait, it seems to be scared. He solemnly told himself, oh, I God, reveal to me in detail about the creature standing before me. Before the IGUD could operate, Ti-Led-1-EC3 Ulam extended its tentacles towards Tieled-1-Edn, making him freeze and think, tentacles? and it's even actively reaching out. The tentacle gently touched Tieladwanidian's forehead, and his eyes suddenly glowed. This feeling is so familiar. Both floated in midair, their bodies radiating a mystical blue light. He asked suspiciously, "Were you transmitting thoughts to me?" At this, Tieladwani-C3U Lam spoke up hesitantly. Hello. He introduced himself. "I'm Lam from Re. Just call me Tieladwani-C3U Lam. Your appearance doesn't look like someone from this world." Upon hearing this, he politely replied, "I'm Tieladwanidian from the secret spider nest kingdom. My friends and I were unfortunately caught in a teleportation gate and ended up here, now stranded." He thought to himself, if really is an intelligent creature, Thainvu, who had witnessed the entire event, then wondered, Fatty, can you understand that octopus's language? How can Tieladwanidian communicate with it? Farthain tilted his head and replied, "I can't make out anything. And is this octopus-like creature's speech even a real language?" Tieladwanidian was still chatting with Tieladwani-C3U Lam. "I've really bothered you too much. Thank you." Thainvu couldn't hold back anymore. He irritably worked closer and yelled, "Tieladwanidian, what do you mean just simply understand? Answer me quickly." He didn't pay attention to her words and continued asking Tieladwani-C3U Lam, what's with this quartz block?" The system panel displayed information, soul crystal, the crystallization of a creature's spiritual power and soul. Tieladwani-C3U Lam began to introduce himself. "I am a resident of Re, a race created by our master, Abyss Maiden Toner." An image of a powerful woman looking down at subordinates kneeling at her feet appeared. He continued, "But 300 years ago, our master contracted a plague and became tyrannical. We were forced to seal her on the throne." According to the narration, it was a scene of a large woman tightly bound to a throne, surrounded by 3 figures in black cloaks performing a bizarre ritual. Not only that, but the plague also turned our servants into soulless monsters. Tieladwani-C3U Lam pointed to the blue crystals that Tieladwani-Ed had seen earlier. "When souls leave their bodies, they crystallize into these stones." He looked at the sparkling blue crystals. "My parents both died from that year's plague. Who knows, these crystallized fragments might contain their souls." Zara Lam's face looked mournful. It seemed this was a final stop for our group. Seeing him so gloomy, Tuan patted his shoulder to offer some comfort. Although they weren't close yet, he still wanted to ease his heart, and even though the words felt a bit hollow, he continued to encourage him, saying that since they had held out for 300 years, the future would surely be fine. When suddenly the ground shook violently along with terrifying noises, forcing Tuan to ask in a panic what was happening and if it was an earthquake, but Zara Lam beside him immediately calmed him down, saying this wasn't a tectonic aftershock. He explained that it was caused by the soulless ones. No sooner had he finished speaking than a swarm of soulless ones charged forward frantically. In the blink of an eye, everyone was tightly surrounded, so Tuan anxiously asked how to manage and Zara Lam instructed everyone to stand still beside him and not move a step, a command Tuan relayed to everyone before Zara Lam raised his scepter and chanted, "O ghosts of the past, listen to the whispers of the living." At the command, the charging soulless ones suddenly began flying in a circle around them, following the direction of the scepter. "O wandering spirits, follow our guidance." Tuan watched the formation before him in amazement and wondered if he was actually controlling those soulless ones. Immediately after, he shouted, "O wanderers, go quickly and find the lost souls," then lowered his scepter to lead the creatures forward. Once things were settled, Zara Lam explained that the soulless ones do not attack proactively and that one can pass through their territory safely as long as there is a guide, hearing which by Tuan exclaimed that they really were a peace-loving race. He looked around and asked if the terrain looked like the ocean floor, to which Zara Lam quickly replied that it was true but the ancient plague had corrupted the ocean, leaving no life behind, and the master had granted them a strong ability to adapt so they could survive even without water, perhaps having foreseen this calamity, leading Tuan to realize that the master herself could not escape the fate of being corrupted. "It's best if you don't touch the mucus on the path, as that is the corruption." Tuan hurriedly warned Awaken when he saw him about to touch the strange substance by the roadside. "Awaken, don't touch that poisonous thing." And upon hearing it was toxic, Awaken's face turned pale as he immediately withdrew his hand while the system panel displayed subworld corruption, fungi from the outside that do not belong to this world. It parasites on the environment and surrounding organisms to remodel them. Suddenly, Zara Lam stopped in his tracks, his whole body trembling, which made Tuan ask why. Othin Vu standing behind only now learned his name was Zara Lam as the boy trembled violently and uttered 2 words, "The village." Zara Lam looked ahead at the deserted village and was speechless. The village has been. It turned out that Tu Hao and Bai Tunin were frantically hunting the villagers. Tunin waved her hand and ordered the killing-fish. Zara Bai, go, and the monster immediately unleashed a terrifying power from its mouth. The devastating blast of energy struck directly toward the village. Tu Hao frowned and lightly tapped Tunin's head. "If you destroy everything, how can I hang them up for public display?" The girl looked innocent, twisting her fingers together pitifully, but at that moment, Tuan quickly used his energy to create a shield to protect the villagers behind him and shouted angrily, "What on earth are you people doing?" Hearing the voice, Tu Hao asked in surprise if the shield belonged to Tuan. Then as if confirming the owner, he thought to himself that it seemed he hadn't been devoured by these native creatures yet, while Tunin yelled out in frustration for him to stop hitting her head or she wouldn't grow any taller. But Tu Hao ignored her and asked Tuan why he, a human, was protecting these inferior creatures. Tuan blazed angrily with furrowed brows and shouted, "Life shouldn't be ranked as superior or inferior. Besides, this is the home and they are the true masters of this place." Tu Hao looked at the hanging villagers and sneered coldly, asking if Tuan had been in the secret realm so long that his brain was broken and if these speechless creatures deserved to be masters. Then he laughed dismissively and pointed to his head, saying Tuan was full of holy mother sentiment and that humans conquer planets through force while people like him only deserve to linger at the borders, emphasizing that the strong destroying the weak is the law of nature. Tuan countered, asking if he, as a self-proclaimed strong person, had ever considered facing someone stronger, and if he wouldn't be the weak one then, shouting in dissatisfaction that using current power to slaughter the weak would only lead to him being destroyed by someone stronger one day. He still replied disdainfully, "What? Someone stronger? Then his eyes widened as he raised a handful of spiritual energy and growled, "Big fish eat little fish. The strength of my Bai family will only grow after devouring the weak, as that is the peak of the food chain and no existence can surpass us," to which Tuan replied coldly that it was ridiculous, stating bluntly that he was just using power to rob others and that his philosophy was nothing but killing and greed with no respect for life, the two standing opposite each other in a space full of hostility. Immediately, he summoned Jingzai. He pointed forward to order an attack and shouted, "The road of slaughter leads only to destruction, while a shared future is eternal. Balancing the strong and the weak, drawing wisdom from the weak, and cultivating one's own roots is the true path to becoming the strongest beast master." Enraged, the veins on Tu Hao's forehead bulged as he said Tuan was stubborn and that more torque was useless, so he immediately summoned the killing-fish and shouted for him to become food for the strong along with these weaklings. As the ferocious killing-fish opened its giant maw and lunged straight at Tuan, the two beasts clashed, but Jingzai nimbly dodged the attack and seized the opportunity to bite down hard on the tail, forcing the killing-fish to look back in panic. The killing-fish remained arrogant, looking at Jingzai with contempt and sneering, "Look at your oddly appearance. It's an eyesore just like your useless master." Unfazed, Jingzai retorted, "Let me tell you, your mouth stinks just like your master's. You probably never brush your teeth, do you?" Asking sarcastically if it was because he had too many teeth to clean, both beasts slashed their tails at each other violently, neither side yielding, as the killing-fish roared that Jingzai was no better than it was. On the opposite side, the pair was also looking directly at each other to converse. "You're not doing much better." The two beasts charged at each other, tearing and biting madly. Dai Hao intently watched the battle between the two fierce beasts and then muttered, "So they're fellow disciples from the same sect who have emerged. No wonder their moves cancel each other out." On the side, Dian also secretly assessed, both are bi-lineage spirit beasts, so their moves completely match. But he suddenly realized with a start, wait, there's still one unique move left. Immediately, he called out loudly, "Jingzi, the terrain here is extremely spacious." Jingzi immediately understood, it's finally time to use the trump card move. On the other side, Dai Hao unexpectedly cheered, "They've revealed a weakness. Crush them." Instantly, then you released a massive surge of energy that swept across the surroundings. However, all of that power was repelled by Jingzi's outer defense, without even a single hair being harmed. Seeing a giant black shadow engulfing itself, then you bewilderedly wondered, what the hell is this? Immediately after, Jingzi, with a body hundreds of times larger than its opponent, calmly declared, "Now, let me show you what the big fish eats the small fish truly means." Dai Hao gnashed his teeth and wondered, full of doubt, so this is its true original form. Meanwhile, Zining cheered excitedly, "Oh my god, this fish is super huge." Jingzi opened its mouth wide and swallowed Lin Yu whole, making the small fish scream in terror, playing like that is cheating. Jingzi immediately closed its mouth tightly then casually replied, "Where's the cheating? This is my natural size." Witnessing that scene, Dai Hao was so scared he gaped in astonishment. "Oh my god, it really swallowed it." Lin Yu, inside Jingzi's belly, trembled and screamed, "Let me out quickly. It's too dark and scary in here." Zion calmly reminded, the big fish eats the small fish is not just a basic lesson but also a truth of survival. However, he then turned to Zai Hao and asked, "If I really did that, how would we be any different?" Just then, Jingzi forcefully spat Lin Yu out, making it spin wildly in midair, then grimaced and complained, "It stinks." And with that, Lin Yu was flung far away, and flew straight towards Zai Hao, who was standing motionless. Zion and Jingzi looked down at their opponent from above, full of arrogance. "You were so boastful earlier, have you come to your senses yet? Your distorted worldview from the upper realm is completely wrong." Zai Hao clutched his head, gnashing his teeth in indignation and dissatisfaction. "I lost. So I'm this weak. This cannot be happening." He frantically screamed in despair, "I'm absolutely not weak." What he was referring to were the blue crystals, a substance with extremely superior efficacy, abundant spiritual energy reserves, and 50 times the purity of all common spirit stones. He continued, "Furthermore, it also amplifies the spirit beast's consciousness to strengthen the spiritual energy connection to a new level. Using this energy source to tame spirit beasts would undoubtedly shorten an immense amount of time." Hearing this, Zai Hao quietly pondered for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he revealed a strange smile. "Excellent, this is great." Zai Hao secretly thought, "Zion, just you wait and see." On Zion's side, Tian Wu curiously asked Po Tian, "Pei Fadi, just hypothetically, if the Silver Scale City is safe and sound, will Zion become the city lord later?" Po Tian scratched his head hesitantly. "That's hard to say, but since he's my sworn brother, I'll wholeheartedly support him." Then he turned and asked her back, "Little Phoenix, what about you? Were you going to object?" In front, Zion was happily chatting with the villagers. "Oh, it's nothing. We're just stuck in this world and haven't found our way back." Hearing that, they cheered happily. "That's great." Tian Wu pondered thoughtfully, then gently shook her head. "I'm not sure either." She watched Zion laughing and joking happily. "Before, I only saw him as my biggest rival, always looking for an opening to defeat him at all costs. But after journeying through so many trials together recently, I suddenly realized he has very special qualities, the potential to be an excellent leader in the future." As soon as she finished speaking, she blushed awkwardly and quickly defended herself. "I just said that, but it doesn't mean I acknowledge his abilities, okay? But I also didn't say I disliked him or anything." Her voice gradually lowered maybe just a little bit. Po Chan, hearing this, displayed a knowing expression, gave a thumbs up, and narrowed his eyes in a smile. "I get it. I totally get it. That's the kind of feeling, right?" A moment later, Zion finally had a moment to return to the two and announce, "We currently have 2 new pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first?" Tian Wu asked blankly, "But, what's going on?" Seeing her face flushed bright red, Zion anxiously pressed, "Little Phoenix, are you sick? Your face is so red. Do you feel unwell?" Hearing that question, her face flushed even hotter, and she awkwardly waved her hand dismissively. "I'm fine." Just tell us the good news first. Without further delay, Diane excitedly announced, the good news is that before its demise, the Re civilization successfully developed a transspatial travel device. As long as we reach the ancient Re city, we'll have a chance to find that spatial teleportation machine. The three of them were now standing clustered in a small triangle. Diane suddenly continued in a grave voice, as for the bad news, it's this. He began to analyze carefully. Our current location is actually deep underground, also known as a deep sea trench. Meanwhile, the ancient Re city is located directly on the surface. Therefore, the group must find an ancient lifting system. Unfortunately, that place has now become the lair of the soulless beings. Zion continued to express his concern, even though if we had the Fairmen accompanying us, the soulless beings would be nothing to worry about. But unfortunately, as you can see, Cyril Lem is the only Fairman left here, so he has to stay and guard this land. Finally, he turned back and said with a sigh, therefore, on this journey, we can only rely on ourselves. Then Zion's group, holding onto each other, advanced into a dark area. He turned his head back and instructed, it seems this is a place we're looking for. Tianwu, trailing behind, suddenly discovered a corpse sprawled on the ground. Judging by the attire, it was likely a mercenary who had lost their way. Zion, without a hint of hesitation, decisively pushed the door open and stepped inside. It's also possible that they arrived here before us. In any case, staying vigilant is paramount. Suddenly, he stopped in surprise. Wait, what's that? Zion's entire group all stopped dead in their tracks at the strange sight before them. Tichuhar held her weapon, her feet on the corpses of monsters, a proud smile on her face. Is that all? How boring. Tuan looked at her cautiously. Tichuhar greeted him. Isn't this my little brother Tuan? Suddenly, guards with guns approached, aiming their weapons at the group and ordering, freeze. Pens up. Two soldiers urged the three of them, be smart and cooperate. Tuan slowly stepped forward and quickly said, Pay, this isn't the time for a game of cops and robbers. Team this. Tichuhar became enraged. Looking down from above, she shouted, You too, Sup. How can your masters teach you to observe the situation when you're stuck in this world? Seeing the two soldiers retreat, Tuan said, Sister Zich is truly reasonable. I thought everyone from the upper realm was a brainless berserker. She worked closer to Tuan, pointed at him, and replied, First, I don't care what you think of the people from the upper realm. As I said, I have my own mission and don't want to get involved in Baishi schemes. Tichuhar's eyes met Tuan sternly. Suddenly, she grabbed him by the neck and smiled, Second, you're the first beast tamer to defeat me, so I'm quite interested in you. Tuan gasped for air and yelled, Interested or not, what are you doing? Let go of me. Tanyu witnessed the scene and angrily exclaimed. Tuan dared not look, while Tichuhar shyly scratched her head. Farthine, standing nearby, didn't even bother to stop her. Suddenly, both of them froze. Tuan loudly asked, What kind of situation is this? A monstrous creature appeared right in front of them. Tichuhar immediately released Tuan, pushed him behind her, and said, Fall back. Let me handle this one. In front of them, a colossal monster stood imposingly and terrifyingly. Tuan's eyes widened as he looked at what was before him and exclaimed in horror, What is that? The Eye of God. What kind of abomination is this? The abomination you mentioned was a giant, dark green carnivorous flower with drill-like features. After using the Eye of God, information appeared before his eyes. Spirit Beast, a subordinate of the Spirit Clan, or a Diamond Tier, with a still void roar and the special ability of mind manipulation. Yan, who had been planning a surprise attack from above, was unfortunately discovered and counterattacked. She quickly crossed her arms, summoning a shield to block the attack. Yan was flung back, skidding across the ground. She managed to use her weapon to stop her body and couldn't help but exclaim, That's quite a sight. Suddenly, a mysterious figure spoke. How interesting. The soldier standing next to him curiously asked, What are you doing? He removed his mask and threw it to the ground, slowly advancing and saying, I originally just wanted to see if you outsiders would ally with the Moon Hin sect. I didn't expect to witness this. It turned out he was Dago, the third priest of the Demon Lord cult. Seeing him, Yan asked suspiciously, you stop right there. Who are you? Dago didn't pay attention to her words. He arrogantly walked towards the monstrous beast, excitedly continuing, I never expected to find such a rare monstrous beast here. Saying that, he threw his lance sword at it and shouted, Then obey me. The sword, radiating a brilliant golden light, shot out like lightning and embedded itself firmly in the spirit beast's body. The powerful sword pierced a large hole, causing a strange golden liquid to gush out like a spring. The monster's body immediately changed from dark green to black and gold, and its information also completely changed accordingly. Parasitic worms, forcibly controlling spirit beasts, even those with strong mental power cannot resist. Tuan exclaimed in panic, Parasitic worms. Why is the Demon Lord cult here? Farthine listened in extreme shock. Brother N, have you been confronting the Demon Lord cult for the past 6 months? Upon hearing the Demon Lord cult, Yan exploded with rage. She madly charged forward and roared, Demon Lord cult. Pay with your lives. Yan directly faced the monstrous beast, fiercely swinging her weapon and unleashing a powerful slash, but Dago remained unfazed. Standing on the monster's shoulder, he calmly asked, Madam, we don't seem to know each other. Why do you have a personal vendetta against me? Yan was extremely angry. Stop pretending. Do you need me to use my spear to help you remember? Dago seemed to recall something upon hearing this. He asked in surprise, This is... Yan, could you be that person? Before Dago could wait for an answer, a column of energy from the spirit beast shot directly towards him, but this attack couldn't shake his shield. It dissipated upon contact. Dago lowered his gaze, his voice full of annoyance. Almost forgot, there's still one easily fooled person. Below, Tuan had rushed to Yan's side. He pointed at Dago's face and shouted, Parasitic worms. I don't care how you resurrected, but this debt is not settled yet. He turned his head to look at Yanveem, thinking to himself that it seemed there was deep enmity between the lady the Zish family and the parasite. Yanveem seemed to catch his gaze and glanced back, suddenly thinking that Tuan was quite something. Dago stood arrogantly on the back of the star beast, waiting for it to accumulate energy, then shouted triumphantly that he would use them as test subjects for this beast's power. Yanbin took a defensive stance against the monster and suggested that if the two of them worked together to deal with him, they might succeed, to which Tuan quickly replied, "Why don't we both strike at once?" He squinted at her, smiling suggestively. "Miss Sish, that is what you call great minds think alike." Yanbin curled her lips slightly and replied meaningfully, "Great minds do indeed think alike." Just as they finished speaking, the star beast had fully charged its energy, its mouth spewing a gigantic beam of light along with dazzling golden electric currents. Witnessing the attack, Dago could not hide his satisfaction as he exclaimed, "How truly astonishing." The ground in front was plowed into a deep trench like a dried-up river, and the swirling dust obscured their vision. The terrifying power made Dago exclaim excitedly, "With this much power, it must be at least at the diamond rank. This time, I have really struck gold." However, the joy did not last long. From within the grey smoke, a beam of purple-pink light tore through the wind and shot straight toward him. Dago frowned slightly, calmly tilting his head to dodge, the spear grazing his face by a hair's breadth. The person who threw the spear was none other than Yanbin. She gradually emerged from behind the smoke, clicking her tongue in regret. Almost had him. Dago glanced over, not at all surprised by the situation, and wondered to himself, "Why am I not at all surprised to see you still safe and sound?" He turned his gaze toward the person still hiding behind the dusty A using a shield, and spoke coldly, "You tell me, why is that?" Yanbin also looked in that direction and called out suspiciously, "Bark too." But when the smoke cleared, the person holding the shield was not who she expected, making Yanbin immediately tense up. "Who are you?" The man, being pressed, replied tremblingly, "I'm just a lowly mercenary." Tuan appeared behind him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and smiled in a friendly manner. "You see, I told you I wasn't run. The capabilities of this spirit-reflecting shield are absolutely reliable." The soldier replied blankly, Yes." Tuan stared at his opponent, calculating silently, "Using this move to force us to put up a shield in order to drain our spiritual energy. This guy is truly a crafty fucks. I must be wary of his trump card." Right before Tuan's eyes, all of Dago's information was displayed clearly under the vision of the Eye of the Gods. Parasite, Dago Baro, native of the Vanshu secret realm, diamond rank, beast tamer class, innate talent, spirit beast equipment. After reading the stats, he couldn't help but admire it. He possesses 2 innate talents, and the second one cannot even be displayed. Instantly, a plan flashed through his mind. He waved his hand to summon a pair of golden chains and said, "Let's try cupping this." Heaven's chain. 2 golden chains immediately flew out and wrapped around Dago's body. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Innate talent spirit beast equipment successfully copied. Air talent failed to copy. Hearing this, Tuan was full of questions. The copy error. Why couldn't this talent be copied? At the end of his question, the system responded, "Diagnostic result, cannot copy hidden talents." Tuan quickly regained his composure, his eyes sharp, thinking to himself, "It's fine if I can't copy it. I can still use one of them anyway." Next, a warning from the system sounded again. "The heavenly repository is full. Please replace an old talent." Tuan pondered upon hearing this. This copy talent can only store a maximum of 3. The system listed the items: A rank Phoenix Flame, A rank Flowing Fire, and A rank Soul Possession. He carefully considered, the live fire talent from before and the soul possession with the live fire attribute don't seem to match my compatibility well. After deciding, the system sound confirmed, replaced with fire spirit body. The fire element icon within the circle also changed its shape accordingly. Fire spirit body talent had replaced spirit beast equipment, and Dago on the other side suddenly felt uneasy. He muttered, "What was that strange feeling just now? It's as if something has invaded my body." Thinking this, he snarled loudly, "What tricks have you pulled, you damned outsider, you fool?" Hearing this, Tuan was extremely stunned, wondering, could he sense the heaven's chain? The star beast, under Dago's control, unleashed energy, and yellow-green electric currents like rolling waves radiated outward. The power awakened the roots beneath the ground, causing them to burst through the surface and surround the group. Seeing this, Yanbin panicked. "This is bad. The trees underground are coming to life." The tree branches extended, and their roots wrapped around the legs of someone in the group, carrying hissing yellow-green electric sparks. The mercenary was quickly subdued, his entire body tightly bound by the tree roots. Immediately, the roots showed no mercy, tearing off his limbs. Seeing this, Tuan exclaimed in horror, using physical attacks to wipe out the mercenaries with the spirit-reflecting shields first. How truly ruthless. In a moment of distraction, the tree roots aimed directly at Tuan, intending to sneak attack him from behind. By the time he realized and looked back, it was already too late. He could only scream inwardly, "Oh no!" The ferocious tree roots hadn't even touched Zion before they dissolved into smoke and mist in the blink of an eye. The sight stunned him, making him wonder what had just happened. The savior was none other than Tian Yu and Jin Cairo. The girl declared proudly with a laugh, "Zion, you probably never dreamed you'd need me to save your life one day, did you?" Zion didn't pay much attention to her teasing, simply giving a thumbs up and replying concisely, "Thank you very much." This unexpected action infuriated Tian Yu. She asked irritably, "Aren't you going to argue back? I feel like you're insulting me." Parthen, in another corner, was trembling and cowering at the feet of his armored gorilla, seeking shelter from the terrifying tree roots. He hugged his head and muttered, "My body's shaking uncontrollably. Armored gorilla, please help me." Witnessing the day's situation before him, Zion's mind began to race as he devised a plan. He had destroyed all the shields, which proved his strategy still revolved around attacking with spiritual energy. However, his allies were pinned down and could only wait for him to launch his attack before counterattacking. After careful consideration, he realized this anomalous entity originated from mold, and mold feared high temperatures the most. Therefore, fire, specifically hellfire, was a key. Having found the counter strategy, Zion excitedly shouted, "Little Phoenix, I figured it out. I need your help." Tan Yu frowned slightly in confusion at his words. You're actively asking for my help now." Zion didn't answer her immediately but continued, "And a Yuan, you too." Parthen, still trembling with his head in his hands, asked blankly, "What can I do to help?" He ignored that question and continued shouting, "And Miss Yan too." Yan Yan smiled brightly upon hearing her name and replied, "Of, what do you want me to help you with?" Dago stood proudly above, frowning unhappily before declaring arrogantly, "With that damn shield gone, today is the day you will pay." As he watched the spirit beast gather immense power, Diego smirked with satisfaction. "Don't worry, I'll turn your corpses into perfect backup buddies. This attack will surely be even stronger than the last, with a much wider area of effect." Seeing that the spirit beasts had begun to unleash their attack, Diane quickly shouted, "Now is the time." Immediately following his command, Farthine controlled the armored gorilla to block the attack, shouting powerfully, "Unlock, energy absorption, armored gorilla, Sepit." An instant energy shield appeared around the armored gorilla, absorbing the full force of the surging power. Diego was utterly astonished by this sight, shouting, "That ape dares to absorb energy." After swallowing the immense power from the spirit beasts, the armored gorilla roared furiously, raising its arms high as if preparing to unleash a world-shattering blow. It slammed its hands down on the ground, releasing all the absorbed energy, accompanied by a roar, "Unlock, energy release." Its counterattack caused the ground to tremble violently, sending rocks and earth flying into the sky. Sensing the golden opportunity, Zion shouted loudly, "Little Phoenix, it's our turn to shine." Tanyu replied upon hearing this, a smile of excitement on her lips, "You don't need to tell me, you jerk." Zion. As soon as they finished speaking, both of them simultaneously unleashed the Lai Yan Lu Huo attack, one using Kairuk Nha and the other using Jin Kairo, simultaneously launching blazing flames towards the spirit beasts. Since the spirit beast was originally a plant-type anomalous creature, it suffered extremely severe critical injuries when attacked by fire. At this moment, Yan Yan began chanting a summoning spell, raising one hand to the sky and clutching her weapon with the other. Gods know, though the prophecy echoes, the wicked refuse to listen. The wise are clear, the unrighteous 3,000, chaos descends, all life 3,000. If the countless cycles endure, then I swear to become a demon. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, and Yan Yan shouted, "This is the Asura path. I'm the demon. Summon my name." With her majestic voice, a fiery spirit beast with deep purple eyes emerged from the depths of the night. "With this Asura demonic fire, I will sever everything." As soon as the spell was finished, a bird-like spirit beast with proud gray and white feathers appeared before them. Yan Yan looked at it and declared triumphantly, "It's time to hunt." Night Guardian Demonic Fire NHA. Immediately after her words, the system displayed detailed information about the spirit beast. Night Guardian Demonic Fire NHA. Tech, Winged NHA Subspecies Demonic Fire NHA. Rank, Orla Diamond. Skills, Demonic 5 Stance, Palmer Fear Stance, Sur Stance. With 3 flexible and diverse combat stance skills like martial arts techniques, this was truly an extremely rare Winged NHA subspecies. Zion was utterly astonished by the sight, his mouth agape in admiration, another rare spirit beast like this. The skills are completely different from before. Stance skills. Zion pondered while intently observing every movement of the Demonic Fire NHA. He wondered, are these stance skills similar to human combat stances? Creating different skills through different stances, the Demonic Fire NHA leaped into the air, preparing to unleash a lightning strike on Diego's position with a Demonic 5 stance. Diego was utterly shocked to see it, shouting, "Demonic Fire NHA. Isn't that a species that has been extinct?" He couldn't believe his eyes, standing frozen, his eyes wide. The Demonic Fire NHA didn't hesitate, using its sharp claws to slash fiercely at the spirit beast, severely wounding it. Immediately afterward, it leaped backward, maintaining a safe distance from the anomalous creature. The Demonic Fire NHA closed its wings, and streams of purple-pink energy quickly gathered towards its wings. The spirit beast, sensing an opportunity to counterattack, also gathered energy in its mouth. Then, the Demonic Fire NHA unleashed its Karma Phase stance. 2 columns of golden-purple energy collided with terrifying force, creating a powerful shockwave that spread everywhere. Zion, witnessing their earth-shattering battle from afar, exclaimed in amazement, "Parmareksharsa." The fiery battle between the 2 spirit beasts finally came to an end. The victor was none other than the Demonic Fire NHA, as its energy column completely crushed the spirit beast. The Demonic Fire NHA landed on the ground, and immediately, streams of brilliant purple energy erupted beneath its feet. Yan Yan, who had been silent until now, began chanting again, "Is this the astonishing power of a rare subspecies? The road ahead is full of danger. Truly a mirror reflecting the world." The Demonic Fire NHA stood proudly amidst the purple-pink energy, its eyes sharp as daggers, staring directly at the enemy. Diego stumbled out of the thick smoke from the previous attack, constantly muttering about purifying the 6 realms and asserting that otherworldly creatures could never defeat a supreme spirit beast. He looked forward, still muttering that it would be so much better if the other person would serve him, but before he could finish his sentence, a spear was pointed directly at his face. Yan Vam, carried on the back of the Five-Fang Demon, growled, "Degenerates like you demon masters will never gain recognition from the Five-Fang Demon. Go and atone for your sins." Diego seemed to snap awake, shouting in surprise, "So you are the legendary heir of the Five-Fang Demon. I never thought I would fall by your hand." Immediately, Yan Vam swung her hand, and a brilliant pinkish-purple energy radiated around her. She yelled, "Shut up, you fake." Teal had 1 ED and watched the scene, drenched in sweat. He thought to himself, is this the level of the upper echelons? Possessing rare spirit beasts and having superior personal strength. Looking at Yan Vam's majestic and sharp demeanor, he guessed that her power might even surpass his grandfather's. Teal had 1 ED and clenched his fists, his face hardening. He told himself that after this incident, the Myriad Cycle Secret Realm would definitely displease his superiors, so he had to become stronger sooner. Before that day arrived, watching Yan Vam right before him, a series of speculations arose in his mind. However, the grade limit of the Myriad Cycle Secret Realm had been sealed. To break through, he could only seek out the upper echelons, which was also his original goal, but that was a matter for after everything concluded. Yan Vam pulled the sword deeply embedded in the ground out. She hoisted it onto her shoulder and walked closer to the group, casually remarking, "You all look like descendants of great families." Than Vu observed her thoughtfully, her gaze sweeping over the phoenix remnant appearance and the fiery strip on her back. She must be the A currently awakening the Phoenix Flame, right? Upon hearing this, Teal had one ED and wondered how she knew everything so well. Then, when it was his turn, he uttered the name Starseed Dragon Old Bai and mentioned that he was a grandson of an exile, his grandfather having been a figure who shook the upper echelons in his youth. When it was Farthaean's turn, she concluded with the name Ice Mountain Thunderclap, asserting that the ancestors of the Vian family were all martial prodigies, and that the Starsea always bore the imprint of the Vian family's military generals. Yin Vian propped her sword, placed her other hand on her chest, and smirked triumphantly at Tealetta 1EDN. Then she formally introduced herself as the current wielder of the Five-Fang demonic flame, the true martial practitioner who had been somewhat disrespectful. She continued to explain that, as stated, she had no interest in family feuds. Her exploration of this world was essentially to complete a mission from her superiors and to use the powerful creatures here as a measure of the spear's strength. At this point, Yin Vian frowned because, as they could see, after being sucked into a teleportation gate that veered off its predicted coordinates, her mission couldn't proceed smoothly either. Tealetta 1EDN's face darkened as he asked if Miss Sish was also stuck here. Yin Vian scratched her head awkwardly and chuckled, admitting that although she didn't want to, that was indeed the situation. Hearing this, Tealetta 1EDN excitedly clapped his hands. He instantly suggested they travel together. Danvu, standing behind him, immediately shouted, "Don't make such thoughtless decisions on your own." She angrily looked at Tealetta 1EDN, unable to help but snap, "Are you serious? She's from the upper echelons." She then emphasized that her family's suffering this time in Silverscale City was all due to them. As she finished speaking, Tealetta 1EDN patted her shoulder and chuckled, explaining, "Have you forgotten what my innate beast is? Super intuition. Just put your faith in my intuition." Seeing this, Danvu shyly brushed his hand away. She reluctantly agreed and told him, "Alright, stop showing off that S-rank talent of yours." Meanwhile, Tealetta 1EDN secretly thought, actually, his mythical rank. They left the cave one by one. Tealetta 1EDN couldn't help but ask Danvu again, "So, you've agreed, right?" She simply changed the subject, telling him to quickly get to the surface. In Re City, Tealetta 1EDN looked up at the dark castle, thickly covered in moss. VM spoke first, saying that this world's civilization was quite similar to theirs. Tealetta 1EDN's face became strange, his lips twitching as he wondered why it was still so gloomy even after reaching the surface. Looking at the time-stained stone statues, he continued, "At any rate, it's clear that Re's civilization was originally very grand." The whole group looked around. Tealetta 1EDN was still the one to speak, saying, "It feels like every place is the same. I don't know where to look for a teleportation device." Danvu turned to him, her voice sarcastic, "Why don't you use your proud S-rank talent now?" Tealetta 1EDN's eyes widened in surprise, as if he had just remembered something. He nodded and said, "That's right. The materials for crafting a teleportation device must be precious treasures. Want using the search function of the Divine Eye reveal them immediately." Tealetta 1EDN closed his eyes tightly, stretched his hand forward, and ordered the Divine Eye to perform a treasure scan within its effective range. The system was conducting a check. The Divine Eye reported that because the matter was from another world, it couldn't display it normally, but could only pinpoint the relative location. He secretly wondered if it was the throne, or perhaps the tower or imperial palace that had been mentioned. Tealetta 1EDN continued to speculate suspiciously, but is there any connection between a throne and a teleportation device? Well, let's just go and check it out first. He looked at the gloomy surroundings and hesitated a little. It was truly like searching for a needle in a haystack. The scene shifted to a dark place covered in roots, where bright blue spirit stones were embedded in the ground. Tealetta 1EDH-1EA10 frowned and crossed his arms, asking if there had been any new progress. The guard, who was observing the spirit stones, respectfully replied, "Yes, young master." He took the item and explained in detail that the crystal in this region possessed entirely different, unique energy properties. Along the way, we noticed that the closer the crystal formations got to a certain location, the more immense power they radiated. In the dim space, only his voice echoed, saying that these crystals seemed to be connected to some great energy source. I told myself that perhaps this very power was the entity that operated this world and also the goal we needed to seize, because the amount of crystals collected so far had reached a level equivalent to a spirit line tamer. But the story didn't end there. He continued, as if the crystals needed a stronger source to be absorbed, as the young master needed to recuperate, using them should be temporarily postponed. Then Tu Hao abruptly interrupted, "No, we are imprisoned here, so we must speed up. Who knows if we'll have to face someone even more formidable than that Tu-Nin before we find our way back." Tu-Nin's eyes sparkled. Holding the spirit stone, she looked up and said, "Lun Lun, Big Brother said this rock is very nutritious. Maybe it will help you evolve faster." Tu Hao looked at his sister, utterly confused. "Tu-Nin, what are you doing?" Then she explained, "Well, Lun Lun is hungry." Tu-Nin added, her voice slightly hesitant, "It's been a long time since Lun Lun has been upgraded at all." Lun Lun looked at the spirit stone, its eyes shining brightly, and it subtly licked its lips with a look of desire. "I think it's really eager to level up," Tu-Nin said. Hearing this, Tu Hao's face showed horror. He replied, "The energy of this soul crystal is extremely potent. If it's consumed directly, it might cause serious damage to its foundation. It's not allowed right now." Tu-Nin was slightly startled. Before she could stop it, Lun Lun snatched the spirit stone as quick as lightning. It immediately put it in its mouth and chewed and swallowed it with relish. Suddenly, Lun Lun's eyes flashed with all sorts of colors. Seeing this, Tu-Nin asked anxiously, "Lun Lun, are you okay?" Both Tu Hao and the soldier witnessing the scene were utterly astonished. He yelled, "Damn it. It ate it. Its spiritual energy is skyrocketing. It's about to reach its limit." Lun Lun spread its wings, its body radiating a strange but incredibly powerful purple-pink light. Its ears visibly elongated, and its neck also became broader and larger. In just the blink of an eye, its body had become colossal. Tiny Tu-Nin stood at its feet and cheered, "Big brother, look. Lun Lun is much bigger now." Tu Hao clutched his head in helplessness. Thankfully nothing bad happened. "What's going on now?" The soldier replied, "Its actual power has increased significantly. Glancing at the info panel, he continued, but it still hasn't broken through its level yet, but it has, at least, reached the peak golden rank. It's fortunate that the young lady's familiar has a strong foundation to withstand such a violent surge of spiritual energy. Tu Hao pondered, peak golden rank. Just one step away from diamond rank. Tu Nin's talent truly far surpasses mine. Seeing Lan Lan licking Tu Nin's face, with the girl's expression full of joy, he couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy, recalling his past, having strived relentlessly to become strong, only to be defeated by a lowly creature. If they get out, it would be truly humiliating. Tu Hao held the spirit stone, pondering, but the current method of increasing power is still unstable. We can only hope to use it when we have enough real strength. Looking at the brightly glowing spirit stone, he told himself, the strong will only become more dominant. Then he frowned. His soul crystal is also quite compatible with my own nature. Suddenly, Tu Nin's loud shout startled Tu Hao. Big brother. Tu Nin stood on Lan Lan's head, excitedly waving her arms and cheering. Lan Lan and I want to go for a walk. It's so boring here. Tu Hao snapped. Are we here on vacation or something? Tu Nin wasn't the least bit afraid. She eagerly urged, Lan Lan, let's go. Seeing his sister ignore him, Tu Hao became irritated. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? You stubborn girl. The scene shifted to a silent night. Before Tu Nin stood a colossal stone statue. He thought to himself, straight ahead must be where Kasuna's throne is sealed. He looked around curiously. How strange, why aren't these creatures transforming into soulless beings when they're corrupted? Then he noticed a golden sword. What is this? It seems to have the ability to prevent corruption. Thien Vu spoke up. Is it no normal place in this world? For heaven's sake. Tu Nin thought to himself, it seems these things are the relics of those who sacrificed themselves to seal Kasuna. He tensely wondered, what exactly is that item? Then he called out, Divine Eye, answer me. Information from the Divine Eye appeared. Otherworldly metal. Specific properties unknown. A sophisticated alchemical product crafted with unique techniques from Re City, capable of absorbing souls. The Re people used it to seal corruption because it absorbs a significant amount of souls, thereby releasing power to maintain the seal's position. However, over time, its intensity will gradually weaken. Grasping the information, he deduced, this means these special Re people sacrificed their souls to power this item. No wonder they weren't corrupted or turned into soulless beings, as their souls had already dissipated. Just as Tu Nin was about to touch the sword, a loud shout echoed from somewhere. Don't touch random things. Thien Vu, hearing the stranger's voice, reflexively turned around, on guard. She asked, who just spoke? Yan Veen replied, I don't know, probably just someone nearby. Tu Nin, covered in sweat, muttered to himself, everyone heard it, so it seems this isn't an illusion. The blue crystal spirit gripped the sword tightly and questioned, what species are you? Outsiders. When Tan Wu saw it speak, he shrieked, it's that thing. Yan Yan also chimed in, that's right, it's that very thing. Po Tan also agreed, I heard it perfectly clearly too. Tu Nin had to raise his hand to stop everyone, don't act rashly. This is a divine artifact that has been sealed and corrupted. Suddenly, something wriggled out from the sword's body. The crystal spirit was surprised, sealed and corrupted. Wait a minute. Could it be? It howled, why am I stuck in this spiritual power sword? What's more, my form, why has it become like this? Where is the warder? Where is the warder? Gazing at the dark space around it, it exclaimed, the seal has weakened. Damn it. In the end, we still failed. Tu Nin's eyes lit up upon witnessing the scene. He seriously pondered, why can our group hear its voice? The crystal spirit yelled at them, hey, you despicable outsiders. Hurry and lend me a hand. The divine eye is transmitting information. The nature of the seal is a form of resonant spiritual energy. Anyone standing within the sword's power range will hear its voice. Tu Nin continued to listen intently to the crystal spirit. Quickly, destroy this spiritual sword. Existing like this achieves nothing. Then he shouted, wait. You haven't failed. He rummaged through his memories and explained, moreover, your descendants are still surviving in the ocean trenches. Although they live in hardship, they still have hope. After hearing this, the crystal spirit shook its head, but the seal cannot stop the corruption of the descendants. The complete erosion of this world is only a matter of time. Tu Nin immediately replied, I refuse. Yan Yan, standing behind, continuously muttered, powerless to do anything. Tu Nin continued, we are looking for a teleportation device. We don't have time to waste with this over 500-year-old anachronism. Glancing at the sword, the crystal spirit cautiously asked, you want to find a teleportation device? Are you planning to enter the Grand Hall? Recalling the terrifying scene in the colossal form, it advised, don't go in there. Kasuna is imprisoned inside. If you enter, you will awaken her. That's Kasuna, who has been corrupted into a monstrous form. Tu Nin immediately brushed it aside. I don't care if she's corrupted or Kasuna or whatever. Out there, a city is waiting for me to save it. Anyone who dares to stop me will have to step over her corpse. The crystal spirit clasped the sword tightly, continuously gathering brilliant blue energy. It sneered at, you hateful outsiders. Well, it makes sense. The seal was going to be broken anyway. You people, quickly lift me up. Tu Nin turned around, listening with a skeptical expression. If you have sensed it, then I am the Hogwarts graphic switch here. The corrupted part of the sword cracked into three. From the cracks, the blue crystal spirit seeped out, forcing the sword to shatter. They emitted dazzling light, using this withered body to become a torch. The blue parts of the sword became sharp, using the soul as fuel for burning. The light flared up, using spirit as fire. The pommel of the sword looked like an eye. This is the final mission of this body. Tu Nin asked himself in astonishment. It can even take on a form. The sword plunged into the ground. The crystal spirit urged, come here, outsider. Lift the sword. He approached and grasped the sword, not forgetting to remind it. You said this, don't regret it. Hearing this, it grew impatient. Don't dawdle anymore. Hurry up. The moment he lifted the sword, the jade-green energy gathered from the sword's body and spread into the air. All things revolve. All events have phases. All things understand spirits. All matters understand humanity. The way of taming beasts. The way of heaven. The way of taming spirits, the supreme way. The sword was pulled out of the ground, creating a colossal streak of water. Tuan raised the sword high. The jade-green energy rays grew stronger and stronger, weaving through the corrupted layers. There, I establish a covenant with you. I will complete what you have left unfinished until your soul returns to the void. After finishing, Tuan smiled contentedly. All right, the covenant is complete. The crystal spirit asked in astonishment. Wait, what kind of ritual is this? He immediately replied, it's establishing a covenant. Didn't you want me to take you with me? Suddenly, a green vortex-like energy coiled around the four of them. Tuan shouted loudly, an earthquake? Is it the soulless? The crystal spirit objected, that's wrong, it's not the soulless. This aura is very similar to an outsider. Suddenly, a pinkish-purple pillar of light shot up from the ground as if wanting to tear through space. He looked up in astonishment. Isn't that the flow of stars? The divine eye displayed information about it. Jade Dragoness, Pillinfish species, a subspecies of the fall-lighted flying dragon, specifically the Jade Dragoness type. Golden realm peak. Abilities, poetic elegance, wind expansion, emerald subjugation art, inverse moon white bone, plain jade sword slash, elegance no chaotic dance. Dewy trigram marsh, a variant of the subspecies within the killinfish's fall-lighted flying dragon species. It belongs to a conserved lineage and possesses some cat-like behaviors and an adorable appearance. It possesses combat power completely contrary to its pretty appearance, hence it is very popular among female beast tamers and once became a famous pet. Tunin exclaimed with delight. Finally, we found an open space. Sitting on the back of the small dragon, she leaned down to observe. Her eyes caught sight of the four people below. Tunin squinted. Wait a minute. Is that Tunin? Tunin exclaimed in admiration, the strong woman of the red clan. When Yan Yan saw her, he sighed in exasperation, truly the foolish lass of the white clan. Tunin could not accept her actions. It was clear she was from the upper realm, yet she was shaking hands with the foolish Zion from the lower realm. Enveem opened her eyes lethargically and replied, didn't I make it clear from the beginning? They only required me to accompany you through the portal. They never forced me to travel with all of you. Tunin crossed her arms in irritation and shouted, my older brother once said that Zion's grandfather was a scoundrel who caused so many evil things, so Zion must be trash, too. Anyone who defends him is no good either. Standing on the head of the Jade Engine Dragon, Tunin looked down with contempt, shattering the quiet atmosphere. Anyone who helps Zion is scum, so even that muscular woman is trash. Today, on behalf of my brother, I will punish all of you. Zion found this ridiculous. What kind of logic was this? Yanveem spoke up, just ignore her. Your cousin is just a fool. Zion broke into a cold sweat and laughed sheepishly. It seems I have implicated Miss Kai. I apologize. However, she didn't care at all and calmly replied, it's fine. I severed ties with those upper realm people long ago. After speaking, Yanveem signaled the flaming tiger with her hand. The tiger crossed its arms arrogantly, its muscular body radiating intense heat, making it look incredibly majestic. Flaming tiger, come here and burn some things for me. Zion looked at the sword and sighed. Sorry, we have to stop for a moment. Hey, crystal soul inside the sword, are you planning to use my strength to fight that dragon? I need to save my soul. Don't waste it on pointless things. The flaming tiger smirked and looked down at Zion. Little brother, don't worry, we are more than capable of handling this. Zion could only let out a helpless cry upon hearing this. He turned back to call Yanveem. This battle is happening because of me. After all, she waved her hand confidently. Forget it, don't you have more important things to do? Yanveem created a purple sword and said generously, go take care of your business. I'll catch up with you once I finish off this dragon. Tunin ordered Lun Lun, quickly, attack her. Upon receiving the command, its eyes changed. The innocent look vanished, replaced by a sinister one. It lifted its foot, intending to crush Yanveem. Lun Lun's heavy stomp caused the ground to shake as if it were about to explode, sending debris and stone fragments flying into the air. However, a hand appeared just in time to block the attack. Seeing this, Tunin gasped in astonishment. It actually blocked it. It was a flaming tiger. It had appeared just in time to protect Yanveem. Then, it replied disdainfully, is that all you've got? Just after finishing its sentence, it clenched its fist, a surging energy glowing brilliantly around its knuckles. Its expression turned serious. Try tasting this blow. At this moment, the flaming tiger was channeling the tiger roar fist. It struck the foot of the Jade Engine Dragon without even looking. Yanveem turned to urge Zion, aren't you going to leave quickly? He nutted, but didn't forget to remind her, you must be careful. That dragon is not easy to deal with. Then he shouted to his two companions, Little Phoenix, Awaken, let's go. The crystal soul could not help but warn him, outsider, I don't have much soul remaining. You are only allowed to make 2 more mistakes, otherwise. Zion answered confidently, 2 times. 1 time is more than enough for me to end everything. He raised his sword high and smirked. I have never failed in my life. He swung his sword hard toward the ground, creating a straight, sharp dash. Beams of light from the gash intertwined. Zion hugged his sword and said arrogantly, I told you, didn't I? It hesitated. Thus, it continued, seriously, never failed. Suddenly, it seemed to discover something unusual. Wait, look over there. It continued, the corruption is pouring out from inside. Seeing this, he was astonished. Why is there still more? Corruption had covered the surface of the road ahead. Powerful surges of energy radiated from the sword, and a voice spoke, it's okay, there is still one chance. This final blow will surely stop it from regenerating. The sword emphasized, outsider, this is my final chance. Hearing this, Zion gave a mischievous, teasing smile. Wait a moment, why are you acting like you're about to die so soon? He raised his sword, his eyes full of determination. Don't you want to see the end of your guts with your own eyes? The sword hesitated, but this is the only way. Only the soul of the Re-people can do it. Zion whispered to himself, there must be another way. He secretly commanded, Dub's eye, analyze this sword. Data immediately appeared, this is living metal, a relic from the Re-era, forged from Re-metal and the soul of a Re-person. It has the ability to change shape according to the user. It possesses self-awareness and can convert souls into mental energy. It is an effective tool for releasing energy to combat corruption. A soul will increase its functionality significantly. In the Ghost Shadow world, the Re have no souls but possess special mental energy that can be used as a substitute for a soul. However, mental energy is much stronger than a soul, so it requires high output spiritual power sources, such as the evil karma from the core of a ferocious beast. Dian immediately gathered all his strength and said spiritedly, "Then let's take my essence and connect it with his to activate the evil karma again." The sword cried out in panic, "Hey, outsider, what are you doing?" At the same time, a notification appeared, essence linked. Energy source has been switched from soul to evil karma. Feeling the surging internal force pouring in from Zion, the precious sword was stunned. Where on earth did this terrifying power come from? Driven by the power surging through his veins, Zion observed the terrain and calculated that if they remained stuck at the gate, they would be finished. Then, he shouted with excitement, "We destroyed Alun with this door." The terrifying wave of energy tore through the air and surged forward. Zion continuously unleashed decisive strikes with incredible power. This terrifying strength quickly blew away the vines blocking the path and shattered the solid wall behind them in the process. Scene change. At that same moment, the confrontation between two horrific sources of energy was taking place. Red and blue lights clashed without yielding, creating a violent earthquake. The white fox, enveloped in a blue aura, was exerting its full strength, continuously releasing massive amounts of power to suppress its opponent. The colliding energies created a destructive vortex, while the fiery red dragon refused to be outdone. Both spirit beasts were straining themselves, pouring all their focus into this life or death battle. At this moment, Zining pointed directly at Yan Yan's face and said sarcastically, "You are clearly the most outstanding genius at the Upper Realm Academy. Why defend the descendant of a sinner?" Hearing this, Yan Yan coolly replied that those titles were nothing more than vanity. With a sharp gaze, she said, "I have practiced for so long and realized a certain truth." Yan Yan believed that spiritual power is the foundation of beast taming and a mirror reflecting one's character. One only needs to exchange a couple of blows to know the opponent's true nature. Yan Yan firmly added, "You ask why I stand by him? Because the descendant of a criminal in your eyes has never committed atrocities like slaughtering civilians. Your narrow mind probably can't comprehend that, can it?" Hearing that, Zining was choked with rage. She frowned and let out a cold snort, thinking that no one could understand such roundabout torque, and immediately ordered Lun Lun to attack relentlessly. Seeing this, Yan Ziro teased that the girl seemed unable to grasp such profound matters, to which Yan Yan calmly replied, "Does Baiyi's teaching method only stop at independent thinking? Enough nonsense. Throw me over there." Receiving the order, Yan Ziro replied, "All right." Thanks to Yan Ziro's toss, Yan Yan surged forward and said, "Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Baiyi." Despite Lun Lun's torrential attacks, Yan Yan gracefully and easily dodged them. Zining's face immediately turned pale as he panicked internally. Is he attacking again? With piercing, intimidating eyes, Yan Yan swung her weapon and charged at Zining, making the girl tremble and think, "This woman is absolutely terrifying." With overwhelming power, Yan Yan plunged her weapon into the ground right where Zining and Lun Lun stood, causing a violent tremor. Lun Lun was instantly knocked away and lay flattened amidst the rubble. Seeing this, Yan Yan thought triumphantly, "You talk big about punching me, but now who's the one lying on the ground?" Looking back, Yan Yan suddenly wondered if she had gone a bit too far. After all, seeing Zining lying there with a dazed look, Yan Yan told herself, after all, she's just a child. Scene change. Over at Zion's side, the large wall had completely disappeared after the strike. Seeing this, Zion thought he might have overdone it. Po Chan remarked, "Brother-in, with this much destructive power, how can you say you're just a white human?" However, Tan Wu, with a look of shock, shouted, "Hey, you two, look." Before them, the giant monster sat motionless on a throne. Seeing this, the crystal spirit explained that Kasuna was once a wise ruler who fought against corruption but was ultimately tainted and became its embodiment. It believed that as a deity and a queen, she truly did not deserve such a tragic end. Suddenly, the monster slowly opened its eyes. At that moment, Lung Lung, with lifeless eyes as if merged with a monster, also woke up and silently stood up right behind Yan Yan. Yan Yan suddenly noticed something strange and couldn't help but wonder in shock. What is this? Facing the roaring spirit beast with wide open eyes and a newly appeared mark, Yan Vime wondered how it had managed to hold on until now. She hurriedly turned to check on Tunin, who was lying sprawled out, and thought to herself that things seemed to have spiraled out of control. Yan Vime could only let out a weary sigh. She briefly thought to herself that, after all, she was still just a child. Just then, Lun Lun began frantically spewing streams of brilliant blue flames everywhere, appearing from out of nowhere. Vime T was suddenly struck by a surge of turquoise power, sending it flying straight toward Tuin, much to his astonishment. Tuin immediately erected a barrier to protect everyone from the falling debris and warned them to be careful. Following closely behind Vime T was Lun Lun, the creature now approaching with strangely deep blue eyes. Seeing Yan Vime and Tunin being protected in Vime T's arms, Tuin secretly wondered what this situation was, but the crystal soul realized the problem in time and shouted, "Look at the dragon's eyes," pointing out the resemblance between Lun Lun and Kasuna, who sat on the throne ahead. The crystal soul speculated that Kasuna must be controlling it, perhaps having absorbed the crystal soul of the Re people as well. Suddenly, Kasuna also attempted to reach out. Instead of backing away, Lun Lun moved even closer. Seeing this, the crystal soul shouted in panic, "What is it doing? This is bad." It's trying to pull Kasuna off the throne. Lun Lun tried its best to tear away the vines tightly wrapped around Kasuna, and the crystal soul yelled, "We cannot let it act so recklessly." Faced with this desperate situation, Tuin shouted, "Miss Sid, wake that girl up quickly. Tell her to recall the Jade Dragon to the beast taming space. If she lets the person on the throne loose, we won't be able to hold them off." Hearing this, Yan Vime hurriedly shook Tunin. "Hey, you idiot, wake up now." Realizing the girl showed no signs of waking, Yan Vime slapped Tunin directly in the face. Dizzily opening her eyes and seeing Yan Vime's expression, the girl couldn't help but think indignantly that this woman was truly rude. As soon as she regained consciousness, she snapped irritably, ordering, Stay away from me, you brute of a woman. Yen Vime couldn't help but shout, what time do you think it is? Take a look at your spirit beast. Forcing Tunin to look around in a daze. Seeing Lun Lun tightly gripped by Kasuna, Tunin cried out in alarm, and Lun Lun, beside Yen Vime, advised, recall it to the beast taming space quickly. Seeing this, Tunin hurriedly commanded, Lun Lun, return at once. Immediately, Lun Lun's form on Kasuna's hand began to dissolve. Along with it, a part of her arm was also severed. Enraged by the pain, Kasuna shrieked madly. She immediately released a source of terrifying power, with energy surging through her body, watching the tentacles rise ceaselessly. Tuin stood there and thought to himself, aren't those tentacles the same things that appeared when the teleportation gate was activated? Besides that, Yen Vime spoke up, this is great, the priestess of this world has revealed herself, and in her hand, the staff began to emit mysterious purple rays of light. Filled with spirit, Yen Vime stepped forward and declared, taste this prototype weapon crafted from spirit phi crystal. But the crystal soul quickly intervened, wait, don't act yet, let me handle this. Before the sentence was finished, Yen Vime had already closed in on the giant form of Kasuna looming before her. Seeing this, the crystal soul screamed, you have to listen to me. On Kasuna's arm, her sword was growing in both size and power. She swung the sword, poised to finish off Yen Vime. Seeing that scene, she kept a cold expression and thought, so she can still use a sword after all. Yen Vime quickly ordered Vime Tu to join the fray, believing that this side was not to be bullied, and while Vime Tu was using its strength to hold back Kasuna's sword to block the attack, Yen Vime seized the opportunity, stamped her feet, and leaped high into the air. The girl confidently rushed down, intending to give Kasuna a thorough beating with her lightning technique. However, to her surprise, Kasuna woke up just in time, and its hand immediately shot out countless sharp blades. In just the blink of an eye, those blades suddenly intertwined, forming a majestic spear. Kasuna raised the spear high into the sky. Seeing this, the MTI-led 1EBFU suddenly realized that it could even control demon fire. The MTI-led 1EBFU immediately retreated, taking a firm defensive stance. At this moment, the monster Kasuna, as if going mad, rushed forward to attack with a new spear in its hand. In just a moment, it had pierced through VMTI-led 1EBFU's body, making the girl only now suddenly realize that it was just a deceptive move. Outside, Yen Vime was also affected by that attack. She collapsed in pain. Seeing this, T-led 1ED and immediately rushed over to inquire, my lady, are you alright? Yen Vime looked at the ongoing battle, thinking to herself, I'm finished, I couldn't dodge in time. Yen Vime tried to use the last bit of remaining magic, muttering in her head, it's better to just go back and rest. Immediately after, the MTI-led 1EBFU was also quickly brought back to safety. Seeing the scene, T-led 1ED and couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, a creature revered as a deity. The water spirit spoke up, after all, Kasuna is also a great being, capable of creating life. The God's Eye also added more information to the conversation. The corrupted incarnation of Kasuna originated from an ancient high priest at the former peak, poisoned by an even older entity. It originally held the rank of a deity, but after being poisoned, it was demoted and deeply integrated to become corrupted. As long as its soul is not destroyed, it can revive infinitely. The crystal spirit stated, to destroy him, the only way is to completely deplete his soul, and the only method that can deplete his soul is with a soul. The crystal spirit added, however, the spiritual energy of these foreign visitors can only weaken its physical existence. It cannot harm its soul. T-led 1ED and immediately replied, does this mean we can't cause any actual harm to Kasuna? But then, Yen Vime just smiled and said, it's alright, everything is still fine. She tried to struggle up, saying, let me try again. T-led 1ED and immediately stopped her, but your pet has just been injured. That has already proven your strength. Yen Vime, with determined eyes, said, that also proves he is worthy to be my opponent, just like you. Even though injured, she still keeps her spirits up and gets up. Yen Vime believed that if the spear could defeat her, then she could prove to those watching from above that she was the one who was right. After hearing this, T-led 1ED and just sighed, not bothering to say another word. He wearily thought, truly the kind of person who only knows how to use strength. Does she completely not know what fear is? But right at that moment, he suddenly realized, wait a minute. Speaking of fear, T-led 1ED and recalled every detail that had just happened and calculated, enduring any attack would result in regeneration. He remembered that when facing the attack of that spear, however, it was stopped. T-led 1ED and thought to himself, could it be that she is afraid? Is a reason because of that spear. The God's Eye quickly provided information. Demon Fire Crystal. This is a special spirit crystal formed from demon fire with unique spiritual energy properties through a refinement process in a super high pressure environment, possessing all attributes of demon fire. It can be used to forge demon fire weapons, a special form of spiritual energy capable of affecting both the physical dimension and things existing beyond the physical dimension. According to legend, this power can even destroy non-physical soul entities. At this point, T-led 1ED and confidently said, it is indeed so. Then that spear has the ability to harm souls. The crystal spirit also chimed in, what does that mean? It said, that spear is currently the only weapon that can destroy Kasuna. T-led 1ED and then approached Yen Vime and said, my lady, before he could finish speaking, Yen Vime interrupted, she has already heard. T-led 1ED and proposed, then I will take responsibility for restraining her. Yen Vime then smiled and said, I will be responsible for giving her a devastating blow. Yen Vime said, to be honest, if it weren't for the annoying rules of this planet, perhaps we would be very compatible. Hearing this, T-led 1ED and replied, I think so too. By the way, T-led 1ED and added, it's a great honor for me to fight alongside you, my lady. And so, both of them stood together on the same front line to destroy this monster. T-led 1ED and then declared, then I won't hide anything anymore. Hearing this, the sword spirit wondered, guess from afar, what do you intend to do? And then, in just a moment, he was gradually covered by powerful magical armor. At this moment, Zion looked exactly like a true warrior, completely encased in advanced armor as a series of parameters appeared. Beast Taming Spirit Armor is a manifested form of primordial power used to increase strength. Depending on the specific type of primordial power, the user's abilities will change flexibly. Zion thought to himself, could this be the unique talent of his parasitic master? Nearby, the sword soul screamed in panic, asking what tricks the outsider was pulling now. Zion suddenly noticed that the sword's shape had also completely changed. The sword frantically urged him to wake up because the enemy was charging. Instantly, Kasuna loomed in front of Zion, raising a weapon high, ready to deliver a lethal blow. As Kasuna brought the strike down, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, with brilliant light piercing through the atmosphere. Witnessing the scene, the monster seemed slightly flustered. Zion spoke calmly, I'm truly sorry, and the crystal soul added, don't think we are that easily defeated. It turned out Zion had used the crystal soul to block the attack in time. Immediately, the crystal soul grumbled, but hey, outsider, while struggling to block Kasuna's giant blade, it complained, don't use me as a shield, to which Zion replied briefly, natural reflex. Besides, now is not the time to grumble. Seizing the opportunity, Zion shouted, Miss Sitch. At that exact moment, without letting the opponent react, Yan Yan lunged down from above with a spear in hand. She carried a fiery aura, fiercely charging straight toward Kasuna's position. However, from below, Kasuna swiftly unleashed bizarre tentacles. They immediately tightened around Yan Yan. She panicked, thinking she was finished, as Kasuna controlled her in an instant, making Yan Yan curse the hateful tentacles furiously. Zion immediately recognized the danger surrounding Miss Sitch. Seeing the monster about to deliver a finishing blow to Yan Yan, Zion told himself he had to find a way to support her. He immediately escaped the confinement of Kasuna's blade and then used his own sword to summon a magical rhinoceros. Then, he directed it to speed toward Yan Yan's direction. The sword soul exclaimed excitedly, outsider, you really have a lot of tricks. To which Zion could only respond in embarrassment. I don't even know how I just did that. Zion pondered. It was clearly manifestation, yet he hadn't even reached gold rank. The Eye of God replied that metallic life forms have a close connection with spiritual force. It has the ability to amplify the user's spiritual force many times over. The essence of manifestation is achieving virtualization efficiency through the resonance between master and beast. Reaching the gold rank is merely a requirement of personal spiritual power. When the beast taming spirit armor releases the master's spiritual power and all conditions are met, one reaches a state of manifestation. Watching Yan Yan being rescued by the mysterious rhinoceros, Zion wondered if the technique of the demon curse sect was behind this young man. Although wounded, Kasuna still maintained a stable condition. At this point, the crystal soul warned, Senza, the outsider's tricks aren't enough to defeat her yet, but he simply replied, I have no ulterior motives. Facing the powerful monster, he thought to himself, if things have come to this point, it's better to just clear his mind. Zion decided to use Jingzai despite the crystal soul's protests. He told himself since he had manifestation, he must fully utilize it, and then ordered Jingzai to attack Kasuna. He thought to himself, it's time for the main character to enter the fray, and then confidently called out, Jingzai, right behind Kasuna's back. A spatial portal suddenly opened. Seeing this, she became alert, but it was too late. Jingzai lunged from behind violently, targeting Kasuna directly. It seized the opportunity to bite firmly onto the monster's head. At that very moment, Tuan swung his sword up and charged forward. Taking advantage of the moment Kasuna was still struggling in the pile of deathly debris, he delivered a fatal stab into the monster's flank. Tuan didn't forget to taunt, Hey, do you know what whales like to eat the most? He swung his sword, drawing a few basic lines. As Kasuna endured a series of painful blows, Tuan announced loudly, the answer is giant squid. At the same time, he gestured, Lady Zish, this is a moment. Yanvim, seeing that the opportunity had arrived, confidently declared, it's time to win this. She gripped her spear tightly, aiming directly at Kasuna. I'll let you taste this. Choosing the right timing and a favorable position, Yanvim put all her strength into thrusting the spear, accompanied by a joyful shout, this is the power of the demon fire. But the spear was suddenly blocked by a magic shield. Both were shocked to realize, it's a shield again. Yanvim couldn't help but mutter, damn it. Just a little more. Sticking his sword into Kasuna's severed, misty Leia, Tuan spoke up, I'm real sorry. The sword spirit immediately yelled, Hey, why did you suddenly say that? It asked frantically, wait, what are you going to do? Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Tuan jumped onto the sword and politely replied, I'll borrow your surface for a moment. Okay, just as he gathered momentum for his scheme, the sword spirit continuously cried for help, it's going to break. It's going to break. Then, Tuan immediately let go of the sword. He darted away like the wind, leaving the sword behind, furiously cursing, you despicable outsider. While Tuan soared high into the air, shifting his focus to Yanvim's spear stuck in the shield, without hesitation, positioned himself for a kick. With just one kick, the spear tip pierced through the shield, stabbing directly into the monster's still unhealed misty part. This stab created a horrifying tremor throughout Kasuna's body. Brilliant purple lights radiated everywhere. Yanvim asked aloud, this time, it's definitely finished, right? Just then, Tuan landed on the ground, leaving the monster burning to ashes behind him. Looking at the remnants of Kasuna's body, he suddenly thought, is this what happens to those who play God? Tuan exclaimed, I never expected this scene to be so beautiful. After he removed his armor, Yanvim approached to express her gratitude. Thank you, Tuan. She believed that the old-fashioned crowd would no longer be able to question her, and there would be no reason to doubt the power of the demon fire. Tuan asked curiously, I've always wondered, what exactly does Lady Zich want to prove? Hearing this, Yanvim replied, when you have the chance to set foot on the primeval star, you'll understand naturally. Suddenly, the crystal spirit interrupted, spoiling the atmosphere somewhat rudely. But I need to remind you all, quick, look over there. In the silent space, a teleportation gate suddenly appeared and grew larger. Tuan thought to himself, this is a spatial gate. Faced with a terrifying pull from the gate, everything around them was swallowed. Tuan's group had to brace themselves and hold on. While bracing himself, Tuan asked, why did it appear at this very moment? The crystal spirit wondered, don't you all want to return? Beside him, Thin Vu hastily said, "But not now, when the culprit hasn't even shown themselves yet." Sensing something unusual, Tu Hao exclaimed, "What's happening?" A subordinate hurriedly reported, "Young master, this energy reaction." He stared intently at the wandering screen, then continued in astonishment, "That's a teleportation gate." Lun with a booming sound, a terrifying surge of power appeared, like a hungry beast wanting to devour everything. The giant vortex greedily sucked away everything nearby. Tu Hao, bewildered, wondered to himself, even the structures are being sucked in. The subordinate hurriedly explained the fusion portal, implying that the current world and the myriad hive secret realm were merging through this very gate. The crystal spirit suddenly spoke up, shouting angrily, asking where the outsider intended to take it. Hearing this, Zion chuckled with delight and replied that he was taking it to his home, adding that his home was quite spacious. At that moment, the spatial portal continued to swallow all surrounding matter into its core. It felt like a leap through space. As soon as he woke up, Zai found himself in an unfamiliar place. He muttered, asking if this was truly his home. Once the dizziness subsided, he noticed someone staring intently at him. Rolling Hills came into view. Tian Yu crossed her arms and questioned Zion about how much longer he intended to keep up his antics. Zion instinctively flushed red and grumpily asked what she was looking at so intently. Zion scrambled to his feet. Tian Yu explained that the portal had brought them to the wrong location, possibly due to a time lag between the two worlds. She looked around and said they were in a desert near White Scale City but closer to Black Sand City. Zion, looking dazed with his face still red, agreed that the desert was indeed vast. Suddenly, Po Chan pointed forward and shouted for everyone to look, suggesting they go over to a nearby city to investigate. The crystal spirit looked dissatisfied, complaining to the outsider about why his home was so dry and barren. It grumbled incessantly about ending up in such a godforsaken place after fighting all day, demanding a magnificent city instead. Zion gripped his sword and told it to shut up because they were in a desert. Losing patience, he sheathed his sword and told the spirit to look for water wherever it pleased, causing the spirit to angrily call him a despicable outsider. Once it was recalled, the crystal spirit's nagging ceased. Satisfied, Zion decided to head toward Black Sand City. There was no other choice since they could not work back to White Scale City, he thought with a sigh. The scenery at Black Sand City appeared incredibly harsh, completely devoid of any signs of life. Zai Hao braced himself against a piece of architecture that had been pulled through and stood up. He looked around and guessed they were back in the myriad hive secret realm. Suddenly, a woman's cry for help rang out, forcing him to startle and call Zaining's name. It was Zaining. She was hanging in midair because her collar was caught on some debris. She screamed for him to look up. Zaining winced, unsure herself how she had ended up in such a bizarre predicament. After being rescued, Zaining looked much more relaxed. She sat in a chair with a bright smile. The subordinate reported that the master was initiating a video call. Before Zai Hao could answer, Zaining cheered that she was finally home. The master's voice came from the other side, inquiring about the collection of items. Zai Hao respectfully replied that they had found exactly what was expected and that it was a great utility, his voice full of satisfaction. Zai Hao continued reporting that he and Zaining were on their way back to Argent Star. Hearing this, the master appeared pleased and proceeded to ask about Kai Yan Yan. Zai Hao's voice suddenly faltered as he reported she wasn't coming along, but before he could finish, the family head interrupted. "I already know, but keep this a secret for now. Currently, we need to join forces to deal with the enemy in the myriad hive secret realm." The blurry silhouette of a man appeared on the screen. It was a family head, peering deep in calculation. He remarked that when the time came, wiping out the remnants would be a trivial matter. "Just carry out the tasks I have arranged well," the family head said before ending the communication. Zai Hao respectfully answered, "Yes, sir." Immediately after disconnecting, Zai Hao suddenly shouted for everyone to stop. He got up from his seat and began questioning the subordinate who had just reported, as the Bai family had always revered the head of the house. Therefore, the term of address should be sovereign, while the leader of the family is called family head. He had never heard of the title clan leader. It was assumed he wasn't paying attention, but Zai Hao proved to be extremely meticulous. He closed in on the subordinate, his voice full of murderous intent as he demanded to know who dared to impersonate a member of the Bai family. Understanding that the act was over, the person removed the uncomfortable disguise they were wearing. The disguise fell away to reveal a figure with short silver hair in a tight black outfit and alluring fishnet stockings. It was Dubai, who was supposed to be in a completely different place. Dubai revealed herself and admitted to Zai Hao that he was quite sharp, never expecting to be exposed just because of some outdated feudal rules. Immediately, the subordinates surrounded her, barking warnings for her to stay still. However, Dubai showed no fear and even teased the security team for their quick reactions. Dubai's voice suddenly lowered, while her hands began to ready her weapon. C letter 1ED 1B letter 1EA1CH bravely charged forward, smiling provocatively. "Do you think I'll just obediently surrender?" Seeing C letter 1ED 1B letter 1EA1CH rushing towards them, T letter 1EDH letter 1EA1OS soldiers immediately opened fire without hesitation, a hail of bullets flying straight at her, but strangely, they all missed their target. Seeing this, C letter 1ED 1B letter 1EA1CH was astonished and thought to herself, "Why aren't they hitting me? What kind of strange luck is this?" Even T letter 1EDH letter 1EA10, who was lying still, was hit by a stray bullet. He immediately shouted orders to his subordinates. "Hey, stop shooting wildly." At this moment, C letter 1ED 1B letter 1EA1CH had quickly closed the distance with T letter 1EDH letter 1EA10. As she appeared right in front of him, ready to strike, only one thought flashed through his mind, "I'm finished." She decisively swung her weapon, cutting straight through T letter 1EDH letter 1EA10. T letter 1EDH letter 1EA10's mouth bled. Despite the extreme pain, he still struggled to ask, "Who exactly are you?" C letter 1ED 1B letter 1EA1CH didn't bother to give him a full answer. She coldly said, "You can see for yourself, I'm your enemy." T letter 1ED Nin, with teary eyes, helped the wounded T letter 1EDH letter 1EA10. He still struggled to say, "Why? You don't look like those primordial lower beings from the lower realm." Suddenly, B letter 1EA1CHR soldiers were attacked from behind. The deep, contemptuous voice rang out, What do you mean mongrels? Dagobaro had just appeared and quickly dealt with B-1EA1CHR security guards. He sneered, you outsiders are truly insufferably arrogant. He continued, his voice burning with hatred, you invaded our planet and still dare to call us low beings. Now, whose life is more valuable? Dagobaro grabbed T-1EDH-1EA1OS face. He smirked, looking smug because he had the advantage, and said, humans, once killed, you just die. Aren't we all the same? But their objective wasn't to kill T-1EDH-1EA1O and his kin. That was only a matter of time. What they truly needed was a lifeboat. Dagobaro began to reveal his true intentions. Today is just a warning. We will spare you, but in the future, there will be no more gentle interrogations like this. Finally, quickly tell me where the lifeboat is. On the battleship, a strange object was launched into space. Meanwhile, T-1ED's group was still on their way to H-1EAFC's Zarthan, but things didn't seem to be going smoothly. Farthan was a bit impatient and sighed heavily. We've already come this far. T-1ED observed the surrounding scenery and remarked, it seems the teleportation gates here don't just exist in our area. Thainvu also felt incredibly hot. She sighed, compared to the situation, I just wish it were like the old days when the butler would send a driver to pick me up. Seeing her still lost in thought, T-1ED reminded her, let me remind you, the matter of B-1EA1CH Lanthan is still unresolved. We are currently considered criminals in that incident. Farthane couldn't stand it anymore but still managed to say, T-1ED, I'm dying from the heat. Thainvu brushed aside all arguments. Enough. Let's just get to H-1EAFC's Zarthan and figure it out then. From high above, a figure stood on a tall wall looking down. A somewhat familiar voice rang out. Jove, what a coincidence. Hearing this voice, T-1ED involuntarily froze. He thought to himself, the situation. Why is it so strangely familiar? The figure gently jumped down right behind T-1ED's group. It was Sitchin Vayam. She continued, I thought you were still in the Phantom world. Without giving T-1ED any chance to reply, she spoke endlessly. Since it's such a coincidence, let's stop wasting useless words. Before I go, I want to give you some heartfelt advice. The higher-ups have made a decision. They're about to attack the V-1EA1 and Shuzao's secret realm for the second time. Right behind her, a colossal object suddenly appeared. T-1ED stared, dumbfounded. He exclaimed in shock, This is a warship, Sishin Vayam immediately explained. Once the attack begins, this won't be the only warship participating. There's only one thing that can stop the higher-ups, and that is to prove the dominant power of the B-1EA1CH Lanthan city-states over this world, which also means killing the high priest of that world. As she spoke, she clung to a cable and climbed onto the warship, not forgetting to give T-1ED's group a cool farewell gesture. As for me, I hope you can go to B-1ED5 and Guy and 10 instead. Don't worry about the small world anymore. That's enough talk. I have to go back and report. I'm leaving. T-1ED wanted to stop her. He hurriedly called out, wait. But the warship had already disappeared from sight. T-1ED, with teary eyes, lamented, at least give us a ride for a while. He looked up at the warship gliding swiftly across the sky and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Ah, that's fast. He continued to ponder, attack the V-1EA1 and Shuzao's secret realm, kill the high priest. T-1ED sighed to himself, they really don't give anyone a chance to rest. At the same time, night gradually fell over H-1EAFC's Zarthan. Although there were many clouds in the sky, they couldn't completely obscure the stars trying to shine. T-1ED's group finally arrived at H-1EAFC's Zarthan. Farthane joyfully shouted, we're finally at H-1EAFC's Zarthan. T-1ED was utterly exhausted at this point. He suggested, I'm dying from the heat, let's find something to drink. Thainvu quickly agreed. T-1ED's group stopped at the C-1ED Ulanbang T-1EA5T store, a popular social media spot in H-1EAFC's Zarthan. The waiter's voice echoed from inside, here are your 3 mint lemon teas. Farthane lay sprawled on the couch as news from the TV screen suddenly echoed. Today is Friday, August 18th. Welcome to the latest news program. T-1ED heard this and felt something was off. He turned to Thainvu and said, wait, when we entered the Phantom world, it was August 15th, wasn't it? He also noticed the strangeness and replied, we were only in there for about a day, weren't we? The news continued to report, today's most important news, a border patrol warship that infiltrated 2 days ago is under investigation. All those injured are government officials from B-1ED5 and Guy and 10. Interspersed with this was the sound of the news broadcast. The bilateral summit between H-1EAFC's Zarthan and Lam Lam Than concluded today. The Lord of Lam Lam Than, Dunlai T-1ED, participated in today's bilateral friendly meeting parade, followed by previously reported news. T-1ED continued to discuss, offering his speculation, it might be a problem with the teleportation gate. It didn't just pierce through space, but time as well. Thainvu said in a somewhat urgent voice, regardless, we're already late to say farther. The news continued to play in the shop. Currently, a military vehicle has arrived at a popular social media spot in H-1EAFC's Zarthan, the C-1ED Ulanbang T-1EA5T store. Unexpectedly, a terrifying explosion shook the entire establishment. T-1ED quickly used his hands to shield himself from the sharp blast shards flying in all directions. In the dusty air, an urgent message was heard. The military convoy of the Southern City Lord had been ambushed. Farthane cried out in panic. Could this really be happening right here? What omen is this? Outside the scene, the cars were severely damaged. It seemed like a meticulously orchestrated attack. T-1ED's group couldn't sit still and drink any longer. All 3 rushed outside and encountered a blurry figure. After a dense pink smoke, the silhouette of a girl gradually appeared, carrying someone on her back. Could this be a kidnapping? Thu PH-1E5 and Gthayan sensed something unusual and immediately covered her nose and mouth, simultaneously warning, the smoke is poisonous. T-1ED squinted, trying to clearly see who those people were. He muttered to himself, who dares to make a move like this? What is that emblem? He was astonished to realize that the emblem belonged to the magic curse sect. Seeing the group move like lightning, Teal had one ED and was caught off guard and could only curse inwardly. Damn it, they're too fast. By then, the toxin had entered his body. Teal had one ED and felt dizzy but still tried to think, has the magic curse sect truly risen again? Unable to stand any longer, Teal had one ED and staggered and fell. His thoughts gradually became hazy. They must be plotting some dark scheme. I can't let them escape. Finally, he sank into a deep coma. He only managed to utter a few words, Dem toxin. Fresh blood ceaselessly poured from his mouth and nose. The last sight that lingered in Teal had one ED's eyes was the army advancing for rescue, led by the figure of a woman. The soldiers shouted orders to prioritize searching for survivors. He only had time to think of the military uniform colors of Lam Lam City before completely losing consciousness. The woman approached Teal had one EDN and spoke, your old man Beled one EA1CH's grandson, aren't you? When Teal had one EDN woke up, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. He mumbled, what kind of luxurious and splendid room is this? Teal had one EDN was lying on a soft bed in a clean room. Before he could ask where he was, the voice rang out, Pei, he's awake. Go inform the city lord. The two strangers looked at each other and spoke into a walkie-talkie. City lord, and Master Beled one EA1CH has woken up. He struggled to sit up, his head still spinning, asking himself, who are they? Is this a hospital? A woman with blue hair appeared in the doorway. She said, you finally decided to wake up. Teal had one ED and looked at her, finding her somewhat familiar. Who is this person? After all, before he could collect himself, Dunlai spoke again. I want to inquire why a subordinate of Beled one EA1CH Len City appeared in H-led one EAFC SAR City. That's not my concern. But since you were present at the scene, we need to clarify some things. Do you remember the kidnapper's appearance or anything suspicious? It was then that he realized she was a city lord of Lam Lam City. He pondered, recalling the moment of the attack. Teal had one ED and inwardly deduced, if the city lord herself is here asking questions, could it be that she was the one kidnapped? Takil had one EF3. He recalled the image of Lam Kaikil had one EF3, a vibrant and dynamic girl he had met at an auction, a rare genius with innate talent. Everything that had just happened replayed in Teal had one ED's mind. He was startled, thinking, that girl must have signed a contract with a space element spirit beast, and space element skills can even traverse time. What purpose do the magic curse sect have in capturing her? A subordinate reported, yes, I understand. Teal had one ED and recounted everything without reservation. It was a magic curse sect. I saw the people there with my own eyes. Dunlai looked displeased and replied, tell me something I don't already know. The subordinate interjected again, City Lord Lam. City Lord Lam has informed us that the camera data has been recovered. Please come and see. Understood, Dunlai replied. Teal had one ED and was surprised. Cameras. She stood up and walked out of the room, not forgetting to urge, you come with me, quickly. Teal had one ED and sat in a daze for a moment, thinking to himself, why does City Lord Lam always speak to me so coldly? Should I just call her an old hack to vent my annoyance? But after thinking it over, he realized he hadn't done anything to offend her, so he just clicked his tongue and let it go. Dunlai led Teal had one ED into the control room, filled with modern technological equipment. She spoke to the person inside, Old Lam, what's the situation? The other person replied in a reassuring voice, Dunlai, don't worry too much. That's Lam Qu led one EF7, known as the Black-Tailed King, the city lord of H led one EAFC SAR City. Lam Qu led one EF7 reminded her, there are juniors present here. Please maintain some decorum. Teal led one ED and stared at Lam Qu led one EF7, who was wearing a mask that sent shivers down his spine. He thought to himself, that face is truly terrifying. A familiar voice suddenly rang out, Teal led one ED and he turned around, surprised, little Phoenix. Wait, why does she look so furious? Teal led one ED and froze, thinking, I better apologize first to avoid trouble. If she makes a scene, it'll be a headache. He stammered, Pei, little Phoenix. Why, contrary to Teal led one ED's thoughts, PH led one E5 and Vuthayan rushed forward and hugged him tightly, emotionally saying, it's so good that you're okay. This made Teal led one ED and blush furiously, and he thought to himself, what's wrong with this woman? He guessed that she had inhaled too much poisonous gas and her brain was fried, so he asked, Pei, what about Kai led one EF3? Upon hearing that, PH led one E5 and Vuthayan's expression changed. She snarled and grabbed his collar tightly. PH led one E5 and Vuthayan furiously said, I've been so worried about you, and you're asking about the damn fatty. Teal led one ED and cried out in pain, let go, I'm suffocating. She growled, I'll just choke you to death and get it over with. To the side, Dunlai sternly looked at Lam Qu led one EF7. Why are you looking at me? He lowered his voice, youth is truly happy, isn't it, Dunlai? After a moment of teasing, Lam Qu led one EF7 turned serious again. He opened the system and said, let's get back to business. System, display the data. The video of last night's incident appeared on the screen. Lam Qu led one EF7 pointed at the video and analyzed, this is data from the camera. It shows that the culprit acted alone. Zion also worked over curiously, pointed at the video clip, and asked what was happening. Lam Kui immediately replied, that's a car accident on the outskirts of the city. Recognizing a familiar silhouette, Zion continued, this figure is extremely similar to the one who kidnapped Kai Kai years ago. Lam Kui immediately ordered the system to zoom in on the image. Its code barked. Zion secretly thought, startled, standing right behind, asking what was happening. Lam Kui wanted to know if it was real or her. He nutted, confirming it was her, but Zion still harbored doubts because her demeanor seemed slightly different. Lam Kui immediately instructed his subordinates to inform the Secret Service that a suspect had been identified. Seeing Zion suddenly fall silent, Dean Vu secretly guessed he was preoccupied with something. Dunlai now appeared quite anxious, which was understandable, as it was her niece. Once the suspect was found, they had to act immediately. She was sure to personally join the operation. Lam Kui intended to stop her but had to give in, saying he would go with her to avoid diplomatic issues. At this moment, Zion suddenly spoke up hesitantly, turning around with a curious expression. Lam Kui asked if Zion still had anything else he wanted to express. Although the words were on the tip of his tongue, Zion still hesitated. He truly wanted to clarify whether that person was Ko-Bark or not. He subtly clenched his fist, thinking of the unresolved troubles in Barkland City. Following the two city lords would put him in an awkward position with Little Phoenix and Awaken. Feng Vuthien gently sighed, as if she could read his mind. She suddenly called out Zion's name loudly to bring him back to reality. Vuthien put her hands on her hips and stepped in to mediate, advising him that if he wanted to go solve the case, he should just be decisive instead of hesitating like that. Despite Zion's continued hesitation, she brushed it off and told him to let her and Awaken handle matters in Barkland City. Not to mention, Farda had good connections in Haksar City, so there was nothing to worry about. Besides, you also have an irresistible reason to participate, Lam Kui added upon hearing this. Legally speaking, neither city has the right to arrest criminals from other places. It's not like I'm giving old Bark special treatment, you know. What do you think, Dunlai? Dunlai sighed wearily. He is, after all, the direct witness, so just go. Now is the time to race against time. Don't dawdle. Zion felt a pang of guilt, and quietly whispered Little Phoenix's name. He subtly turned his head to watch Vuthien's retreating back and silently apologized. She let out a long, drawn-out sigh, then suddenly realized she had been too delusional and ended up mocking herself. What exactly am I hoping for? Outside, a long line of military vehicles was steadily moving, one after another. While reviewing the files and briefing on the operational plan, Lam Kui stated that the entire team was closing in on the target and needed to pay attention to several important points. The suspect was aboard a train running along the coastal railway line, heading towards Kuenat City. Sitting in the passenger compartment, Ko-Bark discreetly studied the file through her sunglasses to avoid arousing suspicion from the opposing party. The authorities did not demand an abrupt stop but merely had the train slowed down. Simultaneously, two military vehicles sped up and clung closely to both sides of the train's front. The plan was to assault from the rear of the train, as infiltrating the compartments would certainly cause a commotion. Lam Kui glued his eyes to the tablet to monitor, then emphasized, as soon as you approach, you must quickly take control of the situation to prevent any potential case. He calmly outlined each step and instructed, the identification of the suspect will then rely on young Master Bar. At that time, we will have to trouble you to lend a hand. Zion looked up and softly affirmed. However, he still frowned in thought, feeling that something was unusual. Revealing one's whereabouts at this moment was akin to putting oneself into a tightly sealed iron box. The train still sped rapidly through the windswept, arid desert, further intensifying his endless restlessness. Why had they chosen this high-risk method of transportation to escort someone? And was it truly Ko-Bark? Just then, the train conductor turned around and reported reaching the position. Lam Kui decisively waved his hand, ordering the assault. Immediately, 3 fully armed Special Forces soldiers jumped onto the roof of the carriage and approached from the side. Meanwhile, Ko-Bark calmly listened to the footsteps rapidly approaching her. Ko-Bark subtly glared in that direction with a razor-sharp gaze, and a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on her lips. Suddenly, a soldier whispered a report of a passenger being detected at close range. He then slowly pointed the cold muzzle of his gun directly at her. Just as he approached to conduct the surprise baggage inspection and demanded cooperation, Ko-Bark's figure had already vanished without a trace, leaving him bewildered. Suddenly, she shed her disguise and lunged down from above, directly attacking him. By the time the soldier realized, it was already too late. Ko-Bark landed gracefully, using her slender legs to clamp tightly around the soldier's neck, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. His comrades immediately surrounded them and yelled the order to fire. Despite this, she swiftly leaned back and tilted her head down to the floor, securely pinning her target, ignoring the storm of bullets tearing through the air around them. The volley of bullets thus poured directly into his comrade in front, but fortunately, thanks to his protective bulletproof vest, he still managed to save his life. Suddenly, Ko-Bark used the momentum to flip backward and launched a lightning-fast kick, sweeping away the surrounding soldiers. One by one, they were knocked out without being able to resist, because the enemy before them was a true beast tamer. Finally, Dubai finished off the last 2 remaining soldiers. She gently brushed her hair, her eyes gleaming with disdain as she looked at the soldiers lying sprawled, not even bothering to warm her body. Just then, a hesitant voice rang out from behind. Dubai. She turned her head back. There's still one person left, Zion stammered. Is that you, Dubai? Why did you? Hearing the familiar name, she replied in a cold voice. Dubai. Dunlai stood behind the large machine. What are you doing? Why haven't you acted yet? Lam Kui hurriedly stopped him. Dunlai, calm down. Young Master Bai seems to know her. At this moment, Dubai's gaze was sharp as a blade, possessing an eerie and dangerous quality. She sneered, the one you're referring to must be that unlucky child. They are no longer here. The person standing before you now has completely changed. There's no Sani left. Zion hurriedly asked, what do you mean? Dubai smirked. It seems you know nothing at all. Her eyes suddenly turned crimson, the demonic light flashing before she gave a contemptuous smile. That weak, orphaned, unlucky child. Who do you think has always protected them as they grew up? As she spoke, she put a finger to her lips as if darting a secret. It was I. This is something even they didn't know. Zion's eyes widened in shock. Could it be a second personality? He remembered the image of her weak Dubai once crying for help. So Dubai is in danger, and another personality has appeared to protect her. Zion calmed down and looked directly at her. Even so, why are you helping the demon curse sect? But the current Dubai didn't care at all, replying frankly, just for my own benefit. Suddenly, the voice rang out. Report. There's an unexpected incident. Lam Kui immediately asked, what is it? The soldier hesitated. If I say it, I'm afraid you won't believe it. Recalling the chaotic scene outside with swirling dust, he hastily reported, a sandstorm. Ever since the techniques of Lam Lam City were implemented, there haven't been any sandstorms for the past 20 years, but for some reason, one is happening today. He was startled, muttering, how can this be? This is too unusual. The soldier hastily continued, wait, there's more. The sandstorm grew more violent, and someone quickly noticed a strange object hidden in the sand. Immediately after, the ground beneath the train tracks shook violently, and a colossal monster with rough skin and sharp horns emerged from underground, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The entire train car swayed violently, making it difficult for everyone to stand firm. Lunku immediately called its name, Black Sand Stuffed Worm. Its mouth gaped open like a bottomless abyss, revealing sharp, spiral teeth inside, poised to crush the entire train. Puddled in the corner of the train door, Dubai stared intently at the Black Sand Stuffed Worm as if she had been waiting for a long time. She whispered, finally, it's here. A slight cough rang out from behind. Zion hardly stepped forward. Wait, he panted, frowning as he pressed, what exactly is your purpose? Dubai didn't care. She calmly took her suitcase and walked out. From somewhere, a figure appeared, seemingly waiting at the train car door. How is this still a survivor? She replied casually, see for yourself who it is, then you'll know. Dagobara wondered if it was someone she couldn't bring herself to harm. Dubai worked away, replying coldly, didn't you yourself say to keep him as a backup hostage? He squatted down, surprised to see the person in front of him. What a coincidence. Zion shouted furiously upon seeing the person in front. Mr. Parasite. Dagobara bowed his head and reminded him, don't shout anymore. Just lie still obediently. It was then that he realized his entire body was encased in a layer of milky white liquid, unable to move. When did this happen? He calmly stood up and chuckled, wait until you mature a bit more, then I will come find you myself. After all, a special backup hostage like you needs to be nurtured for a while longer. Both of them climbed onto the back of the Black Sand Stuffed Worm. Dagobara looked at Dubai. The boss has been waiting for a long time. Hurry up and deliver the package. Don't sit on that package, do you hear me? But she just remained silent, her eyes gazing into space, full of contemplation. Meanwhile, the train was still in chaos, and urgent calls rang out. Commander, please respond. The communication system completely lost signal. Lunku announced, the sandstorm is causing signal interference. For now, we can only wait for the storm to pass. Dunlai leaned against the train wall, frowning in dissatisfaction. Are you just going to let her go like that? Zion just silently lowered his head in thought. Finally, she decisively stood up. Even if you have secrets with anyone, that doesn't make me feel good at all. Immediately after, Dunlai made up his mind right now, saving Kiki is a top priority. Zion was still deep in thought. Considering the situation, they could have completely taken the person from the very beginning. It wasn't necessary to stop halfway. Lunku placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. Calm down, Dunlai. I understand you're worried about Kiki, but young Master Bai understanding the enemy isn't a bad thing either. Someone analyzed. Dubai deliberately showed herself on camera as if to lure us to this desert. Hearing that, Dunlai silently turned and walked away. I'm going to smoke, she said. Lunku looked at her and called, Dunlai, but received no response. He then sat cross-legged on the ship's floor, turning to reassure Tuan that the city lord's attitude was simply due to her overzealousness for Kai. He glared at the other person, wondering why this old man had suddenly changed. The man gently continued, I hope young Master Bark understands. Lunku tilted his head, looking into the distance, and slowly asked, seeing your weakness, that person must be an incredibly important teammate, right? Tuan was startled at this, thinking, could this old man really think I'm losing heart? The man put a cigarette in his mouth and began to confide. This happened a long time ago, when I wasn't yet the master of Black Sand City. He couldn't help but be surprised to see the other person suddenly in the mood to tell a story. Lunku continued to explain, your grandfather, Dunlai, and I, an exile from the Four Argent Stars, a genius from humble beginnings, and an illegitimate child of a great family. He added, at that time, we all shared one goal, to head towards the Four Argent Stars. The image of Rashai Dunlai, her mind filled with love, gradually reappeared in his memory. That was when Dunlai was secretly pining for his grandfather. Recalling that person's figure gradually fading with time, Lunku continued, but just as we were about to reach our goal, Kansun suddenly left. When they met Kansun again, the distance between them had become vast. By the time they met once more, he was already the city lord of Silver Scale City, gradually separating from the group like strangers. He also revealed a secret about a woman of breathtaking beauty named Dunlai. Later, thanks to her capabilities, she courted the attention of Azure City. She married a greatly untalented young master, and after her husband's death, she officially became the first female city lord of Azure City. Lunku returned to his own story, softly expressing, as for me, I inherited Black Sand City from my biological father with the title of Black Tail King. Perhaps sensing Tuan's dissatisfaction, he slowly said, I'm telling you these things so you know not to cling too much to old teammates, because you'll realize that reality isn't all that impressive. As Lunku slowly walked away, Tuan's gaze became unfocused and pensive. I never imagined these two city lords were old friends of grandfather. No wonder the previous city lord always seemed displeased. It turns out it was all because of his relationship with grandfather. At this moment, everyone went their separate ways, but Tuan remained immersed in a jumbled mess of thoughts. Kobar's appearance had truly affected his judgment. As the ship lay tilted, he silently told himself, instead of making irrational guesses about the demon curse cult's objectives, I might as well change my way of thinking and wait calmly. Who knows, when the sandstorm clears, the truth will reveal itself. Suddenly, strange noises from the glass window attracted Tuan's attention. What kind of movement is that? Immediately after, the crisp sound of someone eating noodles loudly echoed from somewhere. As that person chewed, they felt, the desert flavor infused in this cup of noodles is so incredibly dry. Suddenly, there was a sound of feet slipping due to carelessness. He fell sideways and then nonchalantly concluded, it truly is dry. Finally, that person smashed the train car window and fell freely outside. Everything happened too quickly for anyone to react. Tuan was stunned. What just fell down there? He and Lunku approached, clearly seeing the person who had just appeared. You are... Oral braced his hands on the ground, frowned, and stood up. He regretfully mumbled, such a waste of a cup of noodles. From afar, Dunlai immediately noticed something unusual. Looking directly into those deep, piercing eyes, she was startled to recognize the horizontal rectangular pupils. Dunlai drew a glowing blue sword and pointed it directly at his neck, shouting, "You are a member of the demon curse cult." Unable to control her emotions, she yelled, "What is your purpose in kidnapping my granddaughter?" Oral quickly raised both hands to stop her and emphasized, "Don't just point your sword like that. Besides, I'm not a member of the demon curse cult." Tuan immediately interjected, "Oh city lord, I know this person." She glared and asked, "Who is he?" He hesitantly raised a finger and explained, "This is an old friend of my grandfather from when he was still in his hometown." Tuan scratched his head and added, "Their relationship is very complicated, but he's definitely not an accomplice of Kai Kai's kidnapper." Dunlai lowered her sword, gazing intently at the unconcerned man in front of her. "So that's how it is." But suddenly, the sword tip was once again pressed against Oral's neck, making him flinch. She glared, "Look, he's still friends with that person. After all, it's hard to believe." Hearing this, Tuan clutched his forehead and sighed helplessly. "Oh grandfather, what kind of trouble have you caused now?" Suddenly, Lun Kuei approached, gently lowered the hand holding the sword, and called, "Dunlai, don't get agitated. Let the past rest in peace." He embraced Dunlai and sighed, "You haven't changed at all, have you?" Oral then raised two fingers, politely seeking permission. "All right, I'd like to understand the current situation, so I apologize for interrupting briefly." After that, he continued to explain what he knew. First, the granddaughter of the Sasha City Lord has been kidnapped by an evil cult or the demon curse cult. Amidst the scene of the ship flattened on the ground, Oral continued, "While in pursuit, I encountered an accident and got trapped due to the sandstorm." Oral rubbed his chin, recalling the destroyed plane cabin. Deer counted, then the sandstorm stopped. "I accidentally fell down and met all of you. Is everyone alright?" Tuan gradually lost patience. He waved his hand to interrupt, staring at Oral with cold eyes, then asked, "Mr. Orv, since you've gone to the trouble of speaking at such length, why don't you explain why you're here?" He smiled, pointed a finger at Tuan, and replied, "Don't you realize? Our goals are originally one." Tuan was stunned. He crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes wide as he asked again, "Were you also pursuing the cursed magic sect?" Orr immediately nodded and replied, "Of course. We, the Hidden Sun sect, want to suppress those drunken Sun sect members. They keep playing strange tricks." Hearing this, Lun Kuei in the spaceship spoke up, puzzled. "Wait, do you mean the Hidden Sun sect and the Drunken Sun sect are opposing each other?" Orr quickly explained, "The Drunken Sun sect is actually what you call the cursed magic sect, and the Hidden Sun sect is the opposing faction. The name Orr is just a local term we use." Just then, the loud whirring of helicopter blades echoed in the sky. Someone reported, "Commanding officer, we've arrived." The people inside the spaceship watched Lun Kuei adjusting the radio. He gave an order, "Dud, take us up there first." The helicopter hovered in the fiery red sky. The pilot turned his head and asked, "Commanding officer, where do we go now?" Lun Kuei quickly turned and gestured, "Just scout around here first to see if there are any traces of giant creatures. We must stick close to the target they have in their hands. We absolutely must find them as quickly as possible." On the ground, Tuan sat next to Donlai. They looked over at the man and started a conversation. "Hey Orr, you must have some news, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been to all this trouble to come to this desert." Orr looked straight at him, raised his index finger, and calmly replied, "It's true that I have some sources, and this matter also involves you." Tuan pointed to himself in surprise and asked again, "It concerns me?" Orr immediately confirmed, "Exactly." Then, he counted on his fingers and calculated, "Do you still remember half a year ago in Green Cloud Forest and Ancient Wood City?" Tuan gave a faint smile, recalling his encounter with Arthur and Ismaden. He asked, "Wait, do you mean those two high priests of the cursed magic sect?" Orr frowned and confirmed, "That's right." He continued to recount their scheme, saying that the Drunken Sun sect is currently lacking combat power, so they are trying their best to hunt down the Spider Queen to increase their strength through an altar. "This is all because of you, and Tuan, for sending those two high priests on their way." Hearing this, Dunlai was horrified, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, "What?" Lun Kuei was also stunned. He gritted his teeth, marveling at Tuan's strength. "You're so young, yet you've already accomplished that." Dunlai showered Tuan with praise. "That's a diamond-level expert." He quickly rubbed his head, skillfully deflecting the praise, humbly replying, "It's nothing special, I just got a bit lucky." Despite being praised, he remained vigilant. The current situation was indeed very complicated. He pondered his next moves. Yanbeam had once said that the four primal spirits had gathered their armies and would soon defeat the Spider Queen. Kai Kai had already made a move. He thought to himself, perhaps Kai Kai's actions this time will lead me to find the Spider Queen, but then I'll have to face both the cursed magic sect and the Spider Queen simultaneously. Too many unknowns remain, and especially, some things still need to be clarified. Dunlai clenched her hands on her lap, frowning as he wondered, "So, what does the cursed magic sect finding the Spider Queen have to do with my granddaughter?" Aurora was also troubled by that. He said, "This is precisely the issue I want to clarify. Their behavior is very puzzling." He suspected that the cursed magic sect was constantly abducting ordinary people without innate talents. Could it be? Just then, Tuan suddenly remembered. He thought in alarm, "That's right, the person named Thai Koi once mentioned Kai Kai, or seemed to have guessed Kai Kai's identity as well." He pointed and asked, "Your daughter is a beast tamer with a rare innate talent, isn't she?" Dunlai also seemed to understand. She recounted, "That's right. It happened when we visited Dark Chariot City. At that time, little Kai Kai awakened her innate talent by herself, without needing an awakening stone. She easily gained extraordinary abilities in front of so many people." Lun Kuei scratched his head, recalling. He added, "I remember it was too chaotic back then, so there wasn't enough time to appraise her talent. What's even more surprising is that there were reports of spatial cracks in the desert." Tuan shrugged and smiled faintly, thinking to himself, actually, that was just the fusion of two worlds. At the moment Kai Kai awakened, the divine beast with an azure appearance appeared next to the girl, startling everyone. not to mention the dimensional anomaly creature, which was only a legend, now actively formed a contract with Kai Kai. This was truly a rare occurrence. Or suddenly stood up, startling the other three. He pointed and exclaimed, "That's it." BunRv, with a worried expression, frowned and explained, "The dimensional anomaly creature is a multidimensional being that can freely open warp gates between worlds. The Drunken Sun sect wants to exploit this very characteristic." He hesitated at this point. Therefore, they must first control the person who formed the contract with it. Kai Kai was standing before a door emitting a strange purple light, and according to BunRv, they would then use the warp gate to find the Spider Queen. He urged everyone, "We don't have much time left." Just then, the helicopter flying in the sky passed over a deep trench. The pilot immediately reported, "Commanding officer, traces have been found." BunRv rushed forward, gripping the back of the seat while the pilot was still speaking. The tracks below definitely belonged to the dark chariot earthworm. He ordered them to pursue the traces. The sky gradually darkened, and time grew short. He urged everyone to make the most of every second. The helicopter immediately flew in the direction of the tracks below. The scene shifted to a space filled with intricate cobwebs. Dubai walked behind Dago, grumbling, "Our tracks on the sand are so obvious. How can we fool anyone like this? It's so unprofessional." Dago spun around to look at her, growling, "I have my own plans." Then he warned, "Don't think I don't know what schemes you're plotting behind my back." Dubai was quite calm. He challenged, "Then why don't you just say it? Don't arbitrarily slander others like that." Dago frowned, pointing directly at her face and saying, "I don't care what your objective is, but remember not to get in my way." He added, "That's the most important thing." The atmosphere between the two became tense. Dago's eyes widened, and he gripped Dubai's chin tightly. He growled each word, "Don't forget that without me, you would still be buried in that pile of minerals." Dubai showed no fear at his action. She maintained a mocking attitude. "Well, then I sincerely thank you very much, don't I?" Faced with a blatant provocation, Dago let go and turned away. He left with the words, "Remember this, don't cross the line." Dubai picked up her luggage, rubbed her neck, and looked at him with a profound gaze. Dago turned his head back and ordered, "Finally, don't forget to keep that informant alive. He's not allowed to die." At this moment, night had fallen, and the red hues gradually faded at the horizon. The helicopter had arrived at an area with gray, seemingly abandoned buildings. An announcement rang out, "Commanding officer, the traces disappear here." BunRv poked his head out of the helicopter door. He said, "This is the abandoned research institute of Dark Chariot City," then ordered his teammates, "Go inside and check it out first." As they stepped inside, everyone looked around curiously. Zion spoke up and asked what this place used to be used for, and Lin Kui quickly explained, replying that it was a comprehensive research institute specializing in sandstorm control methods. But Donnie immediately countered, saying that the technology of Lam Lam City had already helped Taxar City solve the sandstorm problem, at least for now. At that moment, Zion raised his hand and used his spiritual power, thinking to himself that within this range, the Eye of Initial Genesis would surely detect something. He softly called out to let the Eye of Initial Genesis scan the surrounding area, and his eyes lit up as if something were underground, so he placed his hand on the floor to investigate, and as images appeared, he was stunned, wondering about the kinetic reaction of the spirit stones. At that exact moment, a rectangular block with depth appeared right beneath his feet. It was an elevator, and he wondered in surprise why there was an elevator right there. Zion quickly stepped back and accidentally stepped on a swish, causing his foot to stop abruptly. Just then, the underground elevator suddenly appeared, startling Oral so much that he fell to the floor and blurted out a curse. "My goodness." As all four of them moved toward the elevator door, Donnie looked annoyed and pressed Lin Kui for an explanation, while he seemed quite flustered and stammered, unsure how to explain it smoothly, until Donnie noticed his attitude and remarked that it seemed this lab had not been abandoned after all. Only then did Oral regain his composure, frowning and peeking inside to observe before tentatively suggesting that since everything was so suspicious, they should conduct a preliminary probe first. They stepped into the elevator, and Lin Kui leisurely put his hands in his pockets, encouraging everyone by saying that at least the suspicious elevator proved they weren't in the run place, while Zion rubbed his chin in deep thought, noting it wasn't just a suspicious elevator, and Donnie looked around alertly, asking where the elevator would take them. Zion's eyes flashed green as he pondered that he felt more and more like he was being led by the nose. Inside the cramped space, the elevator moved slowly, creating a sense of immense depth, as Zion continued to calculate that even the Lord of Haxar City didn't know about this facility, meaning the only possibility was a spy inside the city, or something else. Then Lin Kui finally answered Donnie's question, saying honestly that he had no idea where the elevator led. Zion used his divine sense to check and found he wasn't lying, though he still had some doubts about him, suspecting it wasn't that Lord Lin was lying. As soon as the elevator doors opened, the four of them stepped out and looked around. Lin Kui spoke hesitantly about how something was so unexpected that Zion had to exclaim in amazement. Right beneath the Haxar Desert, an entire city appeared, a vibrant city with high-rise buildings standing tall before them, leading them to remark that if this was a city of the cult of sorcery, it was truly far too advanced. The system suddenly issued an announcement that unauthorized intruders had been detected, and immediately countless armed people surrounded the four of them, causing Oral to cry out in panic that they were surrounded. Zion recalled the monsters they had encountered before, which looked very similar to the assassins activated by the White-Scale City Soul. He was on high alert but constantly felt that something wasn't quite right. The system then issued a command to start the enemy extermination plan, and robots with glowing red eyes and weapons prepared to attack. Zion assessed them silently, noting they were different from what was on the news, then confidently glanced at them, removed something from his back, and smirked, saying they had arrived at the right place since such a warm welcome proved they wanted to summon the portal here. Lin Kui also pointed toward the group and said that first, they had to break through the encirclement. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately summoned the Scorpion Queen. Dunlai then also summoned her spiritual beast, ordering the blue-spined ash insect that it was time to eat. Seeing the giant salamander appear, Oral couldn't help but exclaim that it had been a while since they met and ask if it had evolved again, while Zion looked at the beast sleeping on Oral's head before Oral noted that his Machimachi hadn't changed at all. One spiritual beast heard this and angrily sat up with its arms folded, while Oral smiled and teased Zion, saying that he hadn't come here simply to save people, right? Zion looked at him coldly and intentionally asked what he meant. Oral voiced his guess that it was clear he had something on his mind since it was written all over his face, causing Zion to click his tongue and think irritably that the old man had guessed correctly. By then, they had plunged into battle, with the blue-spined ash insect using its sharp tongues to take down many enemies, while below them the scorpion queen fired purple light attacks. Lin Kui knocked down an enemy and lifted its head, deducing what they were. The head was hard and made entirely of sturdy metal. They were biorobots. The most suspicious point was a red circle that looked like an eye on their faces. Suddenly, something exploded, blowing everything away. At that moment, a dark silhouette stood on the roof of a building looking down, the powerful voice echoing out, "What a shame," it said, and Zion looked up curiously, wondering who it was. It turned out to be the second priest, Lilith. She massaged her neck and her voice rang out, saying next time to please make the fuse a bit shorter. Oral recognized her then and called out her name, while Zion was surprised she was another acquaintance. Muling also looked that way, standing in an attack stance, while Oral frowned and began to say, "Didn't you?" Before Lilith interrupted, asking if teacher Or meant that she had died 20 years ago. Oral trembled and muttered that it was impossible because he had done it with his own hands, while Zion looked at him curiously, repeating Oral's student. While Kintu fought hard against the robots, she continued her story from 20 years ago, saying she could stand the thanks to the technology of the Celestials, and that they were nothing more than puppets. She then held out her hands and summoned her spiritual beast, Baphomet. Insect race, demon, rank peak diamond, as a massive monster appeared. Lilith ordered that the pleasantries were over and it was time to take care of business. Zion maintained a cold expression, his sharp eyes full of danger. He snapped his fingers, signaling to Kintiledwani, then said, "Another big guy. Hey, Kintiledwani, let's move forward." Just as Zion was about to charge, a hand reached out and stopped him. The person said, "Wait." Zion looked over in surprise. It turned out to be Oral. He pondered something deeply, then gritted his teeth and said, "Don't get involved. Let me handle this." With that, he released a spirit into the crack and commanded, "Thun, reveal your true form for Connie to see." A spirit beast appeared with 6 arms, its entire body covered in a verdant green. It was a spirit lore body of the Wild Gug clan. Having reached the peak diamond rank, he transmitted a message, "Zion, this is our business." Before Zion's astonished gaze, he shut off, leaving a trail of white smoke behind. After flying a short distance, Oral looked back, his face full of remorse. "Zion, honestly, we shouldn't have dragged you into this trouble from the very beginning." Zion cut him off. "Wait a minute, hold on." He imagined the impending scenario and asked loudly, "Were you going to tell me to run away by myself, or tell me to find a safe place to hide, right?" He suddenly recalled the fierce battles they had just faced. He asserted, "That's right. Many previous battles all involved you seniors." He confessed, "It's not that I lack respect for you elders, but..." At this point, he snapped at Oral, "Don't treat me like a child who needs to be protected anymore." He firmly punched his own chest. "I have my own convictions. You don't need to make decisions for me." He raised an eyebrow, pointing to himself as he elaborated, "So, you elders should be clear, from rescuing Kai Kaled 1EF3 to the plan to clean up the cursed cult. It was all arranged by me, Zion, from the beginning. So, you don't need to wear those guilty expressions." He looked straight ahead with determination, gave a thumbs up, and concluded, "My own decisions. I know how to handle them myself." Then live, busy dealing with the robot army, heard this and sneered, praising, "Quite sharp-tongued, aren't you? Wonder who taught you that habit." Lun Qiu led 1EF7, below, also didn't keep quiet, striking blows while adding, "It's obvious, isn't it? That personality is exactly like our respected city lord Bileta 1EA1CH. Madame Baphomet rushed towards Oral and Zion, intending to attack, but both remained still. He even shrugged and asked Zion, "So, do you have any plans yet?" At this moment, Zion confidently replied, "They're blocking our way here, so Kai Kaled 1EF3 must be nearby." The spirit lore buddy charged forward, blocking the line of sight with its hand, stopping the formidable Madame Baphomet. Zion continued to outline the plan. "My spirit beasts have a speed advantage. We just need to hold them back, and I'll break through the encirclement to find Kai Kaled 1EF3. Dun Lai and Lon Qiu led 1EF7 listened and found it reasonable. They agreed, the current situation only allows for this. Lilith, at this moment, kicked her leg high, launching an attack towards Zion while angrily shouting, "Were you all standing here playing as if I'm invisible?" Zion's face was cold as he waited for her to fall into the trap. He looked up at the notification. "Of course, we're talking for someone to hear. Otherwise, how could we lure someone into the net?" Oral seized the opportunity, swinging his blade towards Lilith. Standing opposite her, he hesitated and said, "Lilith, I really don't want to have to fight you again." In front of her former teacher, her eyes flashed red as she dangerously retorted, "The Lilith of old died long ago, Master Oral." In the dim space between the buildings, Oral slashed his blade to the ground, but she swiftly dodged it. He turned back and pleaded, "Stop with the veiled words. I only have one request, no matter what your objective is, don't kill the remaining people." He replied evasively, "I will make the most appropriate choice." With that, he turned around, leaving the two of them to fight, waved his hand to call Kintiledwani, Kintiledwani, "Let's go." Zion climbed onto Kintiledwani's back and asked uncertainly, "Is this okay?" Kintiledwani reassured him, "It's perfectly fine. Don't worry." Only then did he relax, controlling Kintiledwani to fly straight towards the robot army, raising his hand to command, "Let's go." Zion and Kintiledwani unleashed rays of earth guy attacks at the surrounding obstacles, including the robot army, excitedly shouting as they did so, "Sorry, but I don't have time to linger around. Both had escaped the encirclement of the people below, soaring above the skyscrapers. Zion put a hand to his forehead, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sight. The space down here is much larger than I imagined. Kinti-led 1ED also added, it feels just like the Master Spirit Beast space. This is a disadvantage, Zion mused, frowning. If that's the case, it would be difficult to find KK-led 1EF3 just by relying on normal sight. The current scanning range of the Divine Eye isn't wide enough. Only by using the treasure finding function can it cover the entire area. You recalled the sparkling gem from earlier. That's right. Didn't I give KK-led 1EF3 a treasure before? He mused, if the girl is still carrying it with her now. With authority, he gripped Kinti-led 1ED's shoulder tightly, scanning his eyes around. As long as we combine with Kinti-led 1ED's speed, searching this entire area should be very quick. Let's do it. Zion extended his hand forward and commanded, Divine Eye, search for treasures in the vicinity. A stream of divine consciousness, like a flash of lightning, swept through the buildings, illuminating the entire sky with a brilliant blue. Kinti-led 1ED darted rapidly through the air. At this very moment, Zion's eyes lit up. There's a signal. He sensed something and quickly said, Kinti-led 1ED, slow down a bit. With that, he pointed at the building below and commanded, fly in that direction. Kinti-led 1ED immediately replied, all right. Then wagged its tail and flew towards it. At the same time, the group holding back the robot army was also gradually losing strength. Even the Scorpion Queen and the Greythorn Abomination couldn't avoid this situation. Lun Qiu-led 1EF7 and Dun Lai stood back to back, exclaiming, these bastards are real tough. No matter how many we kill, they don't seem to decrease at all. Meanwhile, on the other side, M-led 1E5C10 was fighting Baphomet and had just been knocked to the ground by him. Its master was also taking the full brunt of Lilith's relentless attacks, forcing him to raise his sword to block them, or swept his sword, drawing a line on the ground to steady his footing. His face darkened with fatigue. He thought to himself that this unexpected situation was difficult to handle. Realizing he had underestimated his opponent, he never expected Lilith to have become this powerful. Observing the way Lilith unleashed her moves, surrounded by surging red electricity, he couldn't help but marvel at how much the girl had grown. But, he signaled with 2 fingers and smirked, remarking that external techniques had significantly boosted her spiritual power, guessing that the enhancement device was a thing attached to her head. Lilith flinched, guardedly touching the back of her neck, thinking this old man was truly not to be trifled with. Facing Lilith's defensive stance, rested his sword on his shoulder and spoke in a lecturing tone, asking how long it had been, and yet she still hadn't understood the lesson he once taught. At the same time, Baphomet repeatedly launched strikes at Muk-Tin but to no avail, as every move was easily neutralized, or began to analyze. Currently, most of you are using beast taming incorrectly, he said, pointing directly at Lilith to expose her fatal weakness, that treating spirit beasts as mere tools would never awaken their true potential. In his mind, he visualized the similarity between human and beast through every battle. One realizes both possess spiritual power, and beast taming is actually the resonance between master and beast into a single unified entity to achieve optimal performance. As a teacher, or advised Lilith that she had to depend on that support device only because her relationship with the spirit beast was purely master and servant, which went against the way of beast taming passed down by their ancestors. He continued, saying that it teaches us to appreciate and understand spirit beasts rather than enslaving or coercing them. Baphomet then shrank back to its original small size and perched on her head as he smiled and said it had been hard work for the creature, and now it was time for the second act of the play. Baphomet was still aggressive, baring its teeth and growling at her, but he calmly ordered it to get ready. The Baphomet monster then slammed its massive hand down, causing clouds of dust to billow through the air. It lifted its hand, leaving a large crater but with no sign of anyone beneath. It wondered where the person had gone and how it could have missed, and just as Lilith was wondering in shock where her opponent had vanished, the dark shadow swung his staff, poised to attack from above, or suddenly struck down at Lilith, his powerful surge of electricity seemingly ready to tear her in half. Her mask shattered into pieces, revealing terrified eyes staring straight ahead. Right then, the LUC robot short-circuited all at once, their eyes losing their red glow. They wobbled as if disconnected and then collapsed motionless, while Lam Kuei and Dun Lai looked around in amazement, asking what had happened. Having said that, he turned to ask Dun Lai if she was alright. She replied that she was fine and then looked straight ahead, saying it seemed they had old Back's friend to thank. Muk-Tin was sitting cross-legged, resting on Aura's shoulder. He stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Lilith as she lay curled on the ground, and asked pityingly what was wrong and if she was finished fighting, noting that the scar must have been etched since that day. Lilith was too afraid to look him in the eye, keeping her head down as if to hide the vertical scar on her forehead, while Aura looked at it and silently recalled the moment he had killed her with his own hands. Seeing her trembling and clutching her arm, Aura suddenly felt a heavy heart. Perhaps the scene reminded her of the pain of her own death. He looked away and turned to walk away, saying he had promised never to kill her again, while watching Aura approach. Leaving Lilith behind, Lam Kuei exclaimed that he had no idea how much longer this war between them and the Machu cult would drag on. Dun Lai, working behind, gave him a sharp look and asked if he was sympathizing with them. He hurriedly clarified that he wasn't, and was just thinking a bit. Facing Aura's somber expression after the battle with his former student, he wondered aloud whether they were like us, also capable of feeling joy, anger, love, and sorrow. While they were off guard, another figure suddenly appeared on the very building where Lilith had stood before. The mysterious individual looked at Dun Lai and exclaimed that there was no more time for speculation. Go find Kai Kai quickly, he said, while Lam Kuei calmly replied that he wasn't sure how things were going for the young master bar. Seemingly unaware that someone was lurking behind them, Or pointed and shouted a warning for everyone to look up. Ko Bark flashed a dangerous smile and drew a dagger, lunging down from above. Lam Kuei was startled and could only cry out, "What is that?" as he looked up just in time for the dark shadow to descend directly upon him. At Two N's position, his eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "What is happening?" Inside the Crimson Tower, as red as blood, was Chicky, the one they had been desperately searching for, but she was unconscious, her eyes tightly closed, without a shred of vitality. He called out loudly, "Chicky, Chicky, you are inside that tower." Aren't you? Right then. A figure appeared in the darkness behind him. The person wore a hat and spoke up. Say calm. The little lady will be fine. Tuan turned around warily and asked, who are you? This man introduced himself. I'm Mephisto, the fourth priest of the Solar sect. He nonchalantly justified the kidnapping. We only wanted to borrow this little lady's spirit beast for a bit. Tuan gritted his teeth and replied, so your cult has such a culture of borrowing things. Faced with this blatant robbery, he added sarcastically, you certainly didn't speak with such logic during your terrorist attacks. Mephisto had a single glowing red eye on his forehead, looking extremely eerie. He argued stubbornly, terrorist attacks. So that is how you view our resistance. This place was originally our home. I just want you to understand that clearly. Amidst the deserted, empty buildings, he labeled Tuan as an outlander and accused him. It seems you are just an outsider who cannot understand us. Tuan roared, even if I did understand, I would never accept your actions. I advise you to release Chicky immediately. Jingzai also felt the discomfort of approaching this place and remained on high alert. He used every means to save Chicky as Jingzai hovered above gathering spiritual energy. Tuan continued to threaten, if not, remember the fate of Asmodon and Artha. Mephisto replied, so, we have mutual acquaintances. Behind him, a spirit beast appeared with purple flames and glowing red eyes as he murmured, then there will inevitably be a battle to the death between us. Both Tuan and Jingzai widened their eyes in shock, exclaiming, Master, that is impossible. How did it become like this? A face with an angular jawline, a high straight nose, and sturdy arms marked with strange patterns. A suit of metal armor fit tightly against her body. Mephisto's spirit beast officially appeared. It was the evil spirit queen, a fierce beast species of peak diamond rank. From a natural evolutionary perspective, an alchemical beast could not reach this realm. Only external intervention could create it. Tuan speculated about the newly revealed spirit beast, an evolved form of an alchemical beast. He hadn't expected the man to be able to form a contract with such a creature. Mephisto opened his palm, revealing an additional dangerous-looking red eye inside. It seemed he was using it to control the spirit beast. Tuan thought to himself, regardless of the method he used to sign the contract with the beast, this action will surely erode his own essence. It is extremely dangerous. In that moment, the monster evil spirit queen lunged rapidly toward him. Tuan clenched his fist and calculated, it seems this guy and that beast are no pushovers. I cannot be careless. Jingzai opened its mouth and spat a stream of blue fire to attack the evil spirit queen, but she quickly dodged to the side. Tuan realized their weakness and regained his confidence, smiling as he thought, it seems just like last time. Its vision only catches spiritual energy. The evil spirit queen delivered the first strike, and Tuan and Jingzai both jumped up to dodge. From above, he swung his arm to command, then let's use the old trick. Call out the winged snake. The phoenix dove down as the winged snake soared high and spat fire to surround the evil spirit queen, causing her to completely lose her bearings. The fire blazed intensely, but there was no sound from inside, as if she had been incinerated, causing Tuan and the two spirit beasts standing outside to exclaim, it seems it was too easy. However, at that moment, she glided out from within with murderous eyes, glowing red eyes and sharp teeth. Her pupils suddenly changed completely. Sharp claws appeared on her hands. She looked in Tuan's direction from behind the screen of fire, her pointed nails gleaming coldly. The evil spirit queen struck with both hands, tearing through the curtain of fire to find an escape. Seeing the wall of fire that winged snake had just built being torn apart, Tuan cried out in shock. What? He backed away, gritting his teeth and wondering, could it be that she isn't unable to see? Just then, a large explosion shook the red tower. Mephisto narrowed his eyes at him and sneered. Is this all you have? How exactly did Arthur and Asmodon lose to you? Tuan used a protective shield to emerge from the smoke, stepped toward him, and replied, you've concluded far too early. The battle isn't over yet. The evil spirit queen had fully emerged, waving her hand to disperse the white smoke. Tuan stood below, staring in stunned silence. It is unbelievable. He bit his lip and blamed himself for being too subjective, having just promised not to underestimate the enemy and immediately making a mistake right after. It seems it can switch its visual signals. I must find another strategy. After all, I am no longer that bronze rank kid from the old days. Tuan pondered while looking for a way to deal with it, but the physical resistance of this beast was almost peerless. Spiritual attacks were completely dodged, and even the visual weakness was gone. This truly was a perfect enemy. While he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out, reminding him that besides those two types of damage, a third form still existed. Startled, he turned around to search for the owner of the voice. Tuan directed his gaze toward the evil spirit queen, who was standing motionless and suspicious. Was this an illusion? But wait, from the very beginning, he had sensed something was wrong. Why did it feel as if time was standing still? The voice continued to echo. It turned out to be the crystal soul boasting smugly. Of course, this is all thanks to my credit. He had to offer his thanks. Only then did Tuan understand why time had stopped. He spoke to it. Wait, aren't you supposed to stay still in the beast taming space? He wondered. How can I hear your voice? He suddenly remembered a previous battle. It seemed the situation had happened before. That's right, a similar situation occurred in the ghost world. Then he deduced that this meant it was the root of field induction. He had fully grasped how to use this ability. While moving, he muttered, this makes sense now. The effect of the time freeze is that even though I've left my position, thanks to the superpower, my afterimage remains there. Because, in truth, field induction has helped you accelerate your thinking manifold. And this must be your doing, right? The soul sealed within the sword let out a proud laugh. You're quick to understand, it explained further. Not only that, field induction also has the ability to create a distinct thought space. Thanks to field induction, their existence became blurred, and according to the crystal soul, Tuan could completely connect his thoughts with his contracted creatures, meaning Yuya and Jingzai could also use this ability. However, there was one point Tuan was still uncertain about. He crossed his arms and questioned, so, what does the third type of attack you mentioned have to do with this? The crystal soul immediately sneered. I just praised you for being bright. Why are you suddenly as dumb as a log? Nevertheless, it patiently explained to him. In this thought space, we all exist in a non-physical form, which is a soul. It continued, this space has the ability to link our souls together. Tuan looked at it, then turned his eyes toward Jingzai and Yuya, then glanced at his opponent, the evil spirit queen. The answer seemed crystal clear. He woke up to the truth, understood everything, and thanked the crystal soul profusely. The evil spirit queen charged straight at Tuan, her face ferocious as if she wanted to devour him. She tried to pounce on him but struck a sturdy shield. Despite her frantic clawing and the purple lightning she unleashed, she couldn't touch him by even a single millimeter. Tuan remained calm inside the shield from the sword. Didn't I tell you not to use me as a shield? He turned to his two spirit beasts. Yuya, Jingzai, both of you returned to the beast taming space. Yuya flew over and looked at him resentfully. What? I just came out and you're already sending me back. Hearing this, Jingzai gently advised, the master surely has his own plan. We should listen and return. Tuan swung his sword horizontally, severing one of her arms and sending it flying. The impact caused her to lose balance and tumble into a cloud of dust. He immediately activated a skill, enveloping his body in armor of transcendent physical power, the beast taming spirit armor. He immediately summoned Jingzai in the form of manifested energy, shot forward like an arrow, forcing the evil spirit queen to dodge frantically. At that moment, Tuan separated his soul from his body and made time stop moving, just as predicted, by utilizing super speed movement to ambush the opponent. He thought triumphantly, now that I have guidance from the thought space, this kind of tactic is too easy to counter. Yuan, it's your turn to strike. He concentrated all his internal energy and shouted, manifestation. The essence of manifestation is the resonance between a beast tamer and the spirit beast, the supreme technique of the soul. Tuan pointed the sword at the tightly bound evil spirit queen. By infusing the manifested spirit form into the sword through field induction, he could transform it into the pure soul energy, impulse power. He focused all his strength into the sword, creating two brilliant rings of blue and red lightning that surrounded the target. This was a vibration born from the soul, a lethal strike from a master beast tamer. Tuan plunged the sword into the ground, unleashing a surge of energy that rushed straight toward her. He shouted, Yuan, wash out and move away. You can let go now. The threads binding the evil spirit queen's body slowly loosened as a long-range slash flew in and cleaved her body in two. Tuan's attack, filled with lethal energy, struck, causing the evil spirit queen to slowly collapse. By now, he had returned to his own body, and the sword echoed, outsider, I didn't expect an antique like me to still be of some use in your world. However, this fellow is still far inferior to a god. After all, we've slain gods before, haven't we? Tuan immediately replied, your timing is terrible. I'm actually looking to meet the deity of this world to see just what kind of power they possess. Suddenly, a mysterious black shadow appeared from the void. The person stayed at Tuan and said, worthy of a beast tamer who defeated two priests. But I advise you not to be foolish enough to face the spider queen. As soon as he woke up, he realized it was Mephisto. Being a priest of the sun, protecting the spider queen was naturally my duty. Eradicating heresy is the ultimate mission. Mephisto closed in step by step. He was an original resident, and merging one's soul with a contracted spirit beast was an act of madness. Yet this man dared to do it. Zion was stunned by the sight before him. How could this guy dare to merge with his own spirit beast? To be honest, our world's aesthetic sense could never tolerate someone like him. Suddenly, Mephisto unleashed a series of tentacles that surged towards Zion. Moving to another street, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. That silence was suddenly broken by a strange voice, quite different from what had been previously agreed upon. It turned out the owner of that voice was Dunlai. She bit her lip in pain, clutching her stomach while Ghost Bristle stood nearby and asked with concern, Dunlai, are you okay? She gradually sank to the ground. Ghost Bristle quickly stepped in front of her and shouted at Dubai, wasn't there an agreement before? Or do you people want to back out now? Dubai shrugged with an innocent look, as if surrendering, I'm just following orders without any additional conditions. Besides, I'm just a hired hand. I don't know a thing. Ghost Bristle turned back hesitantly. Dunlai, I'm sorry. She stared at him in shock. You're collaborating with the demon curse cult? Dunlai demanded angrily. Why would you do that? He was flustered, not knowing how to explain. I have my own voice sorrows too. She sprang up and threw a full force punch at his face, sending his hat flying. It rolled across the ground. If you have grievances, then spill them all now. Dunlai looked at him with contempt. When you inherited the Black-Tail King, you didn't say a word, and now what? Flicker of doubt passed through her mind, making her gaze pause on him. Suddenly noticing something unusual, she said, wait, your eyes, do you belong to the demon curse cult? Or suddenly spoke up, half-blood? Or you a hybrid? Hearing this, Dunlai exclaimed in shock, half-blood? Ghost Bristle admitted without hiding anything. That's right, I'm an illegitimate child of the Lin family. Since my mother was an original resident, I carried mixed blood from birth. Original resident traits often manifest over time. I only knew my true identity once my eye color changed. Dunlai screamed in rage. Is this the concern you kept mentioning all the time? Unable to suppress her emotions, she said, just because you're a half-blood, you're willing to side with terrorists. Standing high above with hands on his hips, Dago arrogantly interjected, Pei, don't go throwing blame around like that. He glanced at the people below. We simply want to reclaim the territory that belongs to us. Or ignored the arrogant words and calmly replied, no wonder I've been hearing buzzing all this time. Turns out there's a queen bee here. He replied irritably, indeed. He jumped down beside Ghost Bristle and praised him. Well done, Ghost Bristle. Dago narrowed his eyes warily at the two before him. But I didn't expect you people to find this place. The plan will likely have to change. He slowly stood up straight. We can't let too many people know about this place. Silence is the only way. Ghost Bristle asked back in amazement. The plan is changing. Just as Dago was about to charge into battle with Aura, he suddenly shouted, wait, Dago. Putting his mask back on, Ghost Bristle said, I agree to cooperate, but with conditions. He pointed at Dago as if to expose him. You've been secretly building a base under my city, and you almost killed Dunlai. Dunlai clutched her stomach, looking toward them with a pale face. Ghost Bristle continued, these actions are completely contrary to our initial agreement. Both Dubai and Dago were speechless, sharing the thought that this uncle understood nothing about the situation. He glanced over and wondered in a low voice, didn't you want to end this war? Then please cooperate properly. With that, Dago rushed straight at Oro, his arms glowing as he prepared to strike. A heavy slash came down, light flashing brilliantly before his eyes. Ghost Bristle ran over and knelt before Dunlai, his hands flailing helplessly as he hardly tried to explain. Dunlai, listen to me Kai Kai, it's true I helped them, but... He lowered his voice, I only want to end this pointless war. The Argent spirits keep oppressing us, which is why I had to join hands with them. Dunlai was stunned upon hearing this. Do you even know what you're doing? Ghost Bristle reassured her, don't worry, Kai Kai will be fine. Kobark approached from behind, hand still twirling his blade. Hey uncle, you heard that clearly, right? It's best you stay out of the way. Dunlai asked with a grimace, you're not a local, so why are you helping them? Kobark tightened his grip on the knife handle and smirked. Many people ask that. It's just for a bit of profit. Don't blame me. Opposite them, Aor leapt high into the air, gesturing defiantly. Try this one on for size, you damn demon. His massive hand slammed into the ground, forcing a tremor, and Dago quickly created a bubble to protect himself. Landing on the ground, he stared at Aor and whispered to himself, show your true form. Dago's eyes turned deathly white, a surge of power erupted, and he growled, don't act like I don't know anything. Immediately after, Dago launched a counterattack, channeling his power to make the surrounding rocks and debris hover. Flash later, he shot straight into the air. Behind him, Lamquiz's voice rang out, forcing Aor to glance back and pause. Stop, I won't let you touch Dunlai. By then, Dago had channeled all his spiritual energy into his feet. Like a bee stinger, he prepared to strike Aor. Go to hell. Aor wasn't an easy target. 6 more arms grew from his shoulders and swung out. You come at the perfect time. Just as Dago lunged, he was seized by 4 giant arms before he could react. What? Aor said smugly, surprised, darling. He curled his lip and kindly offered a reminder, don't be in such a hurry, the fun part is still coming. Another arm swung, punching Dago straight in the back. Dead last, the powerful impact sent him flying far away until he hit the ground, creating a resounding explosion and a cloud of dust. Kobark brushed the dust off his buddy, looking annoyed. What the hell is going on? But an instant later, a beam of light flashed past as quick as the wind, leaving her frozen, her buddy too stiff to react. The power from Aor brushed past Kobark, aimed straight at another target. She could only think to herself, it's over. Lamque immediately rushed after them and shouted, Dunlai. Aor had quickly used his spiritual arms to carry Dunlai away, not forgetting to politely say, sorry, city lord, we're only in economy class. Please bear with it. She looked blankly at the arms holding her tight. What is this? Can spiritual energy really be used like this? Kobark blayed in frustration but couldn't catch up. Dago pulled the aforementioned guy out of the rubble. It's fine, I still have a backup plan. All 3 looked at Lamque. What about him? One of the 2 Dagers spoke up first. He still has utility value. The other added, after all, the blueprints for this fortress were all his doing. Hearing this, Kobark gave a lun, satisfied. Alright then, as for Aor and Dunlai, the 2 were heading deep into a fortress. He helped her take each step and began to analyze. It seems this place is uninhabited. We're safe for now. Dunlai replied, this is Udacutor City after all. Aor asked curiously, what is Udacutor City? Dunlai tried her best to explain, our home planet, the Source Star, always wants complete control over all the spirit stone veins in this world. Her voice was steady, as if she were reminiscing about old events. They want to use starships to destroy the outer protective shell of all living beings, including the locals and colonists like us. Udacutor City was the evacuation plan for Black Sand City at the time. Aor stood with his arms crossed, listening intently, but most guilds thought that plan was akin to declaring war on the Source Star government, so they rejected it. Instead, they chose to negotiate for a 50-year deadline, but we must destroy the Spider Queen to prove our strength, and the deadline is almost up. Hearing this, he thought in astonishment, so that's it. No wonder Tuan was so weighed down with concerns. His real goal was to hunt the Spider Queen directly. The atmosphere grew heavy with the actions of Dunlai and Aor. The silence made his expression uncomfortable. That reminds me, I wonder how things are on Tuan side. Surely everything is going smoothly. From far away, the sound of an explosion echoed, and Aor snapped his head around, his eyes filled with shock at the scene unfolding before him, and he blurted out, damn it, what is happening? It turned out to be Tuan, holding his familiar metal sword, his playful face showing obvious delight toward his opponent. The strange creature had red tentacles that were smoldering. Its ferocity made the surrounding air feel strangely oppressive. How interesting. You are the first to endure this attack. It pointed a finger, the eye atop its head rolling back as it threatened him. Regrettably, you are about to become the last. The tentacles began to emit a blinding light, and its body surged upward, channeling all its energy toward Tuan. He was already at a disadvantage and struggling to hold on, but he still tried to lift his sword to block the beams from the monster. Pay, again. Damn it, he's using that move. The moment he realized something, Tuan pondered in his inner world, his brow furrowing as he moved his lips right. If the thought space can accelerate thinking, it means time outside will stand still, which means, after a few seconds of pondering, his body dodged the beams that were slamming into the ground, and he chuckled, so I can still dodge it. The pale blue light spread over Tuan. He slightly curled his lips in excitement and called his teammates, quickly outlining a strategy that only required rhythmic coordination with Kin 2 speed. From beneath the water, Tuan surged upward, stepped firmly on her body and lunged straight toward the monster, calculating rapidly as he moved to seize the superior evasion abilities of the alchemical beast, his body skillfully weaving through the bright red beams fired by the opponent. The monster began to go berserk, unable to understand why the opponent still evaded every deadly strike or why the dense fiber kept missing the target. Kin 2 and Tuan approached simultaneously, causing the monster to stay straight ahead in horror. The sword suddenly vibrated violently as the crystal spirit inside began to resist because Tuan had overused its power too much. It spoke to remind the outsider that while this ability was powerful, it could not be used indiscriminately. Upon hearing this, he did not feel at all comfortable, his eyes changing strangely as he spoke in astonishment. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? His body still automatically performed the previous actions, indeed having lost control due to overload. It was terrible, his body would not obey and had already missed a beat. Mephisto immediately seized the moment he was vulnerable to launch a counterattack. It was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The move was extremely intense, with a single strike powerful enough to hurl the opponent far away. Tuan landed staggeringly as the crystal spirit began to explain his actions. Perhaps the human body was not yet accustomed to maintaining the thinking space for long periods. He hovered in the air laughing mockingly. To be honest, your fighting style isn't like a normal beastmaster. It reminds me of someone from years ago. With an arrogant and sarcastic voice, he asserted that both that person and you were not worthy opponents for me. Therefore, Mephisto began to gather internal energy for a new move, a bright red sphere ready to crush him, confidently declaring that your life would end here. Despite being injured, Tuan's face was still defiant as he spoke back mockingly. It seems everything useful comes with a high price. I should be more moderate next time. The bright red light flashed, lunging forward like a cup full of rage. A massive flow of power struck directly down at Tuan's position, dyeing a vast area red enough to show how terrifying the destructive force was. Or suddenly flew over, laughing mockingly at Mephisto who had just displayed his power. Hey now, don't brag like that. He jumped down, exposing the monster's lies. I clearly remember it was I who defeated you that time. The monster could not help but be flustered upon seeing Or. Seeing the savior, Tuan immediately stood up and sighed at the difficulty of the situation. Or, you arrived at the right time. This guy is incredibly troublesome. Having finished speaking, without paying attention to the other's expression, the sword was drawn from its scabbard as quick as lightning. The sword tip was placed against his throat, causing him to panic at the sudden change from ally to enemy. Before he could understand, he heard Or's stone-cold voice asking whether his goal was to kill the Spider Queen or not. Tuan felt something unusual and barked out in a growling voice, his bloodied face full of tension. Now is not the time to discuss this. Besides, didn't I already say? The blade began to slice lightly into his flesh, and he slightly bit his lips in pain. Or's face did not look like he was joking as he raised his eyebrows and probed to the end of the old question even though Tuan purposely avoided it. I need a precise answer. Is your ultimate goal to kill the Spider Queen? Tuan gritted his teeth and looked at the person opposite, wondering about this strange action while the dust surrounded them, making the scene chaotic. What was wrong with this immortal old man? But to stop the Argent essence, one clearly had to kill the Spider Queen. His shoulders suddenly felt light as the sword was retracted, and it was with great difficulty that he managed to speak. It is true I once thought about killing the Spider Queen. That is because, as if having predicted everything, ignoring Tuan's shock, Or's voice still coldly replied, the alien army will wipe out all life on Earth, right? Did you know it all? Mephisto was angry at being ignored, continuously launching attacks to attract attention. Do you treat me like thin air? Or still casually conversed with Tuan without paying any mind to the flow of power pouring down behind him, his scowling face re-asking the old matter. The Spider Queen's core is closely linked to this world. Because the Spider Queen was once injured, the world's level limit was lowered to Purple Star. The two of them still leisurely conversed as if no one was around. Despite the monster's raging wind of fury howling, it is truly hard to imagine what form this world will mutate into after the Spider Queen dies. He began to sink into melancholy contemplation as the images and scenarios he had seen returned. His face gradually became less tense but his lips were still pressed tight. If that was true, Banshee would likely suffer the same fate as a phantom world, disintegrating and merging into another realm. Both began to join forces to block the opponent while still discussing the unfinished topic. Everyone's faces grimacing amidst the dust, so killing the Spider Queen also means destroying this world, no doubt about it. Tuan suddenly realized something, turning to look at Or with a cute, annoyed expression. It seemed he had done it to tease him as well as warn of the seriousness. Couldn't you have said that directly from the start? What if I were a heartless alien who didn't care about the life or death of this place? The conversation between Or and him was about to come to an end when it was interrupted by the enemy, forcing them to stop and focus on fighting. Let's take this guy down together first. Breed. Or gave a devious smile, greeting his old opponent by recalling memories covered in dust. Mephisto avoided that embarrassment by grumbling, how long has it been since we last fought? Who has time to remember those ancient things? He began to swing his moves in return, and the other man did not back down either, trekking back, not forgetting to mock the opponent's old bad habits. That's right. Anyway, this time you will be miserably defeated, because the end of the loser is simply fading into the void. He slightly narrowed his eyes at him, his voice dropping low with implication. If that is the case, then forget it. He understood his opponent's intention, his face showing excitement to fight once again. The duel officially began as techniques from both the monster and Auri were unleashed in a frenzied scene. Mephisto began to concentrate his power for a fierce attack, with mincing tentacles lunging straight toward where Auri was standing. He smirked at those moves, recalling the times he had fought him long ago. It has been quite a while. Looking closely at this technique reel brings back memories. Not showing any inferiority, several arms suddenly appeared to block those 6 techniques. His cold eyes washed as he muttered under his breath upon seeing the man strike. At that moment, 1,000 years of memories flooded back. Their ability to recall each other's every move by heart was remarkable, just like back then, but now they had allies by their side. Tuan and Kin 2 coordinated to swing the crystal soul-trapping sword, emitting a brilliant blue light. It was so well calculated that even he was taken by surprise. He smiled confidently and ordered, Kin 2, use that move. She understood immediately and replied in a suggestive tone, that is a move. Tuan gathered momentum and leaped skillfully. It was clear he had performed this maneuver so many times that he was incredibly proficient. The sword swung down as Kin 2 soared upward, and the technique was activated. Dual Shadow, Moon-Faced Reflection Pillar. A beam of blue light swept across, severing the 6 tentacles on Mephisto's body, while energetic hands surged forward to knock him far away after the powerful impact. Seizing the opportunity, Tuan rushed forward with his sword in hand, aiming straight for the center of Mephisto's body with the intention of cleaving him in two. Despite being thrown back after the slash, his mood was incredibly excited. As soon as he landed, he exclaimed enthusiastically, "White Scale C team, nice shot." Kin 2 immediately lunged forward, opening her mouth wide to swallow Mephisto whole. He felt a terrifying pressure behind him, his eyes wide with horror amidst the thick dust. She rushed forward like lightning and swallowed Mephisto's entire body into her stomach. Tuan continued to close in with his sword. His eyes changed strangely and his smile became fervent. Competitive. Tuan was just one step away from reaching his opponent. On the other side, Auri also charged forward with his sword, his face full of annoyance as he heard him shout, "Why are you screaming so much? Is this baseball?" Both swung their swords from two directions, sending the monster's head flying high. He turned to advise her against indiscriminate eating. Kin 2 spit it out quickly. "This guy has a contract with a ferocious beast. Be careful not to get poisoned." She obeyed instantly and spat out his body. Perhaps because they had been apart for so long, they were gradually closing the distance. "You have improved. If you knew where I have been recently, you wouldn't find it strange." Auri smirked playfully. "Tell the truth. Did you learn this fighting style from me?" Tuan did not back down. "Who would bother imitating an immortal guy like you?" The monster's head landed far away. It was unclear where, but its curses still echoed. "Damn it. I've been hit." From the shadows, a hind grabbed the head with a frantic gaze. Recognizing the enemy's aggression, he quickly evaded. "I'm sorry for disappointing you, my lord." Behind Auri, the voice suddenly broke the celebratory atmosphere. "I didn't expect us to cross paths again." Dolores appeared from behind with extreme dissatisfaction. "I am right, aren't I, Auri? Even now, do you still choose the side of those invaders?" Her brows arched slightly, her voice filled with anger just like years ago, as she pointed directly at the two of them. The shouting was so loud that Auri was startled by this presence. "Why beat around the bush with invaders? Dolores, how many more of your own compatriots do you want to harm before you are satisfied?" Rage was etched clearly on her face. "Traitors." Red lightning flashed and the wind swirled, forcing Tuan and Auri to cover their faces. Dolores' strength was terrifying, and as they struggled to hold their ground, they searched for an opening. The spiritual power and aura were truly frightening. Hearing this, Auri stood still and frowned at her actions, speaking up in helplessness. "Stop it, Dolores. Violence solves nothing. If this continues, the whole world will be destroyed by your luck." He ripped off his outer jacket, revealing his lean and sharp muscles in the gusty wind. "Do you understand the nonsense you're spouting? The ones who eradicate all things are those foreign invaders." Aura was struck speechless by those stern words. She and Solaris faced each other, his voice as sharp as a knife cutting through her every word. "Didn't we once share the same allegiance, fighting side by side on the same front?" Solaris' expression darkened. The fruit truly never showed mercy. Just a few words from him were enough to stir the thick smell of blood. "From now on, you will not show leniency just because the opponent is a child. No matter the cost, you must complete the mission by any means necessary." He began psychological warfare, spewing sarcasm to break the opponent's spirit for his own schemes. "How many foreigners do you remember who died by your hand? If my memory serves me correctly, people used to call you a ruthless butcher." Zion was stunned by Solaris' revelation, his face showing clear shock. "Wait a moment, does that mean Or used to be a dark sorcerer?" A ray of light shone down on his face, and the image of a lonely, remorseful figure gradually appeared on his body. Life is inherently a series of separations, like the sun and moon, as day and night, a full moon then waning. Or's eyes blazed with an unnamed rage. He didn't bother arguing about dogma. "In the past, I worshipped the light of the red sun, believing the red sun was the key to ending all wars." He shrugged off his heavy cloak, his brows furrowed tightly. "But now, what I pursue is the twilight of the moon god. Believing in the hidden moon doctrine is the hope for our people's future. I can betray my beliefs, but I will never betray this world teetering on the brink." He glanced back, entrusting the heavy responsibility to Zion to deal with the young girl. "I have decided to fight Solaris to the death. Zion, I'll leave that little girl to you. Is that all right?" Zion spoke with concern, his eyes showing a flicker of unease. "Wait, what are you planning to do?" Istron straightened slightly, his eyes piercing through one's heart. A green light flashed. He instructed, "The situation is more complicated than you think. This time, listen to your elder obediently." He smirked sinisterly, tilting his chin up to the sky with arrogance, and teased Zion. "Just lend the senior a little trust. A junior like you should know your place a bit." Or turned to face his true opponent. The spiritual beast Enled 189 Zelin on his head smiled provocatively. "Enled 189 Zelin, we're real busy today, aren't we?" In the dim space, Solaris' face looked somber, his brows furrowed, and his eyes contemplative as he looked down as if reminiscing, a subtle, meaningful smile playing on his lips. How nostalgic. She stood amidst a city shrouded in a dense mist. Solaris arrogantly brought up old memories with Enled 189 Zelin. The spiritual beast on Or's head grew angry upon hearing her words. "Remember that year, we made a pact." The crimson spatial portal above Solaris suddenly spewed out flames, and a fire demon emerged from it, looking smug at her call. "Come out, fire demon." As soon as it appeared, Solaris' hand was engulfed by blazing red spiritual energy. He looked at it and explained, Enled 189 Zelin and Fire Demon are originally from the same spiritual beast lineage. In the past, on a rock in the middle of a dense forest, 5 tiny, pure white creatures, like pure souls, bathed. That image appeared as he spoke. They were born between heaven and earth, the purest spiritual bodies in the world. Following that is the process of Enled 189 Zelin and Fire Demon after undergoing many transformations from pure creatures to the current forms. After months of tempering, the primordial spiritual energy gradually differentiated. By this time, the spiritually homologous bodies had separated into Enled 189 Zelin and Fire Demon. Returning to reality, both Solaris and Or's expressions darkened. They stared at each other with sharp eyes. Or spoke coldly, "Just like you and me." He replied with a feigned, cold laugh. At this point, there's no turning back to the past. Solaris still emanated an incredibly powerful spiritual energy. Her sword was engulfed in roaring flames, a great slash, fast slash, Or was no less capable. The power from his sword emanated a swirling wind along with blue lightning bolts that enveloped his body. He took a fighting stance, wind bloom. Dolores lunged forward with lightning speed, her face full of confidence as she reached out to grab her opponent. At the same time, Aura also lunged forward with a serious fighting demeanor. When the two swords clashed, the blinding light exploded, forming a colossal column of energy that swept everywhere. Everything seemed to be blown away, and thick smoke enveloped both of them. She widened her eyes with delight. He maintained his cold, serious expression. Both of them shouted in unison, "Divine form manifest." With the words, from within the smoke, the M-1ED9 Lin divine form and the Phi demon divine form appeared with great majesty. 4 additional arms suddenly sprouted from the back of the Phi demon divine form and reached out. The M-1ED9 Lin divine form and the Phi demon divine form, after transforming, charged at each other for a decisive battle. Below, the battle was still undecided. Both simultaneously swung their swords backward, and the two divine forms rushed at each other, pouring all their strength from 6 arms to overpower the opponent. The two people on the ground switched to close combat. Thalars pushed Aura back with force and said, "BunRv, I think you've met Lid, haven't you? Even your student doesn't support you, so what are you persisting for?" He blocked her attack and replied, "Stop using the child to provoke me." Thalars grew angry as he thought of Asmandan and Lid. "You yourself said you wanted to negotiate peace with the extraterrestrials for your kin, but all you received was pain and suffering for them. Do you truly believe the extraterrestrials will live in peace with us?" He looked at her with eyes as sharp as knives and replied, "That day will come too." Amidst the chaotic battle, Zion seized the opportunity to run away and thought to himself, "This is the time. I must quickly save Chicky." He lunged forward, standing directly in front of the blazing red pillar of light where Chicky was imprisoned inside. He waved his hand toward the fiery red pillar and shouted, "Kin-2, hurry up and charge. Destroy that pillar." No sooner had he spoken than it darted forward like a storm, crashing into the stone pillar with a violent impact, sending water splashing everywhere amidst a thick cloud of smoke. The dense mist from the collision was gradually being absorbed into Lamkai's body. It looked back at him and grumbled, "Master, I am a spirit beast, not a piece of iron. Don't make me use my head to ram it." Seeing that the ramming attack had done nothing, it narrowed its eyes and winced, clearly realizing the pillar was harder than its head. Meanwhile, Chicky, trapped inside the water block, slowly opened her eyes, panicked as she saw her body floating amidst the column of water. She whispered to herself, "What on earth is happening?" Chicky looked around and asked, "Where is this place?" Upon seeing the person standing there, she muttered in confusion, "Where am I? And who is that person?" Tuan stepped closer, and when she recognized who was inside, she exclaimed in shock, "Tuan, why are you here?" He moved close to the red pillar and told Lamkai, "This pillar is too sturdy. We must find another way." Tuan smiled gently to reassure the panicked Chicky. "Don't worry, I will definitely save you." Hearing that resolute promise, her mind gradually began to settle. It darted toward the pillar in the direction he pointed and shouted, "Kin-2, giant form." He lowered his hand to point directly at the place holding Chicky, his face tightening as he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Crush it immediately." Receiving the command, it opened its jaws, filled with shark teeth, and lunged straight into the pillar of light. At that very moment, Thalars, who was battling Aura, stopped short when she saw Kin-2 biting and tearing at the red pillar. Her eyes and smile revealed a wicked malice, and after realizing she had been tricked, she said arrogantly, "So that's it, you want to block my path." She used her flame demon manifestation to create a gigantic ball of energy and sneered, "How naive." Aura frowned at her and calmly replied, "Thalars, you don't understand the current situation at all." He also ordered his spirit manifestation to summon a massive source of energy for the battle, confidently asserting, "Your move was completely right from the very beginning." Both manifestations simultaneously launched their energy balls at their opponents. The two immense forces collided, creating a blinding shockwave of light. That brilliant radiance was gradually overpowering one of the spirit manifestations. The destructive energy caused one spirit manifestation to gradually weaken and be completely overwhelmed by the flame demon manifestation. Aura was crushed by that wave of power. He shielded his eyes from the blinding glare and grumbled, "Damn it, I can't hold on much longer." Immediately, the terrifying explosion from the flame demon manifestation blew everything away, including the red pillar that Kin-2 had bitten through. The scene of devastation left only swirling dust. The space was followed by white smoke following the collision, and everyone had been defeated. Only Solaris and her flame demon manifestation stood tall. She stood with hands on her hips, looking at the rubble, and boasted, "BunRv, don't even think about stopping me." A small flame demon flew back and perched on her hand. She worked slowly toward the group with a stern gaze, lecturing as she went, "If you don't know how to fight, you lose everything. Don't you even understand such a simple truth?" Tuan sat tattered on the ground, leaning his back against Kin-2 with a pained expression. He wearily asked Aura, "Aura, why does this high priest seem like she's trying to get rid of you?" Aura struggled to rise from the smoke, with the spirit beast anxiously watching him. Despite being covered in wounds, he smiled gently and replied, "We'll understand when you have a girlfriend." As Solaris approached, they had recovered slightly and struggled to stand up. Tuan continued the conversation. "So, according to you, she is your ex-girlfriend?" Aura struggled to lean on his sword for balance and answered, "At least that's what she thinks. After all, she was the one who broke up with me unilaterally." In the Dea situation, despite being covered in injuries, he still smirked at Aura and teased, "We're at this point, and you still have the mind for idle talk." Hearing this, Aura glanced at him with a triumphant look and said, "This is what you call the composure of an adult." After the exchange, Aura looked at Solaris, who was full of murderous intent amidst the thick smoke, and asked cautiously, "We can't fight her now." He replied dejectedly, "So this is the matriarchal society people keep talking about." Suddenly, the cold voice rang out from the mysterious white-tailed man, "Blow it up." Following that command, an earth-shattering explosion echoed in the sky. The blast successfully drew Solaris' attention downward. Aura looked up happily and asked, "Is this the reinforcement you called for?" Conversely, Tuan's pupils constricted in shock as he replied, "Do I look like the type of person who knows that guy?" When she looked up at the man's ultimate move, her face darkened and she frowned in disgust, growling, "It seems the troublesome one has arrived." A massive, crystal-shaped ice block plummeted from above onto Solaris's position. The powerful collision created a violent tremor, with gales and dust swirling everywhere. Having just discovered the iceberg, I instinctively looked over and thought to myself, "Isn't this an ice crystal?" The surrounding temperature also dropped significantly. From within that block of ice, a pair of armored legs stepped out, and the thick smoke forced me to raise my hand to cover my eyes. As the mist gradually cleared, Solaris lowered his hand to identify the person who had just appeared. Upon seeing that face, Solaris immediately frowned in annoyance, his irritation evident in his exclamation, "TCH." The person stepping out from the crystal block was none other than Kansun. Every step he took caused the surrounding temperature to plummet and emit a cold vapor. On his hand, there was still a trace of the power he had just used to shatter the iceberg. Kansun's expression was as cold as stone as he scowled and grumbled, "You all still maintain that habit of living and hiding underground, don't you? This place is incredibly hard to find." An image of a young frost dragon appeared, with a phantom mist and a majestic presence behind it. Kansun soothed it. "It's all right, you've done very well, frost dragon." Witnessing Kansun right before my eyes, I couldn't help but feel shocked and unsettled, thinking to myself, "Grandfather." Furthermore, the spirit beast has even evolved. As he turned around, his gaze was razor-sharp, surrounded by floating crystal ice shards in the smoke along with a mysterious smirk. Or stood watching Kansun's impressive appearance and then spoke up to draw attention. "So you've arrived." Kansun turned and replied, "BunRv, how many years has it been since we last met?" Or approached, mocking him as he walked, "You brat, you still dare to ask me that?" Both men simultaneously raised their hands, preparing for a high-five greeting. The two men exerted great force in the contact. While using his strength, one questioned, "Seeking back to become a city lord and then getting married and having grandchildren, you've got some nerve." Kansun didn't back down, sneering, "It seems an old man like you is still living well. Time truly is meaningless to you." Or, at this moment, the frost dragon's gaze lowered to look at the small Tuan and Ken2 below. Meeting eyes with the frost dragon, Ken2 was a bit stunned. Its eyes suddenly lit up with affection as a thought came to its mind, "Mother." Ken2 sadly asked me, "Master, do you think I am too weak?" Surprised by the sudden question, I turned to look and replied, "Of course not. Why would you suddenly think that?" Other spirit beasts appeared one after another with proud appearances. Ken2 became pensive again when thinking about that image. "I clearly belong to the next generation of dragons, but I'm still just in the form of a fish. Seeing my peer like that, I don't know what I should do." Still immersed in its complex, Ken2 continued, "I stay stuck at the silver rank, preventing Master from breaking through. Clearly, my past self was inherently very full of potential." Hearing these words, Tuan's hand suddenly trembled and then clenched tightly. A knock on the head landed, making it tear up. I shouted irritably, "What kind of nonsense are you talking?" Then, I used both hands to squeeze its face so it couldn't look away and said loudly, "Listen closely." Tuan's voice softened to soothe it. "You don't need to blame yourself like that, nor should you be discouraged because you haven't turned into a dragon yet." Ken2, still unable to escape its mental burden, replied, "But it's so embarrassing like this." I used a warm gaze and a sincere expression to explain it so it would understand. While speaking, my hand lightly squeezed its face, surprising Ken2. I explained, "Maybe you were originally meant to be a dragon, but in reality, due to unforeseen circumstances, you haven't reached your ideal form. Even so, you've never given up, right?" My words were like a film rewinding, showing all its past achievements. Even when pushed to a dead end by fate and threatened through our weaknesses, we never surrendered. With our own two hands, we have struck down so many powerful foes. Think about it. On our past journey, with bronze and silver buddies, we defeated countless diamond-level experts. In the end, my expression became serious and my voice dropped with determination to achieve such feats while being bound by those limits. "You have been absolutely outstanding." Tuan pulled Ken2's face close, and both smiled, "But I didn't forget to advise. I know you're just concerned about how others see you. But listen, they understand nothing at all." I let go of Ken2's face, staring firmly at the sky. Self-righteous people only watch dragons flying in the clouds, without having any idea how long and dangerous the path ahead is. An image of the past appeared when both combined their powers to destroy enemies. With broken bodies turning into intense flames and shekels into sharp blades, we slashed through all injustice, oppression, and arrogance. After finishing, I turned to look at it, smiled, and concluded, "So how can that be embarrassing?" With a sincere look and affirmation from its own master, it was moved. "Being bonded to you is my honor." My actions and words deeply moved Ken2. It looked at me with glistening eyes and called out, "Master." Turning back to Kansun and the Frost Dragon, he maintained a sharp gaze with spiritual power surrounding him. He pointed forward and commanded the Frost Dragon, go." Obeying the command, the cold blue smoke as frigid as ice began to pour from its mouth. The moment it took flight, that smoke transformed into a giant crystal ice block. Solaris agilely created a fire shield to stop the Frost Dragon's attack with a calm expression. Feeling intrigued by the power of the Frost Dragon and Kansun, he smiled slightly and exclaimed, "Quite impressive, isn't it?" Solaris's eyes burned with fire. She gripped her sword tightly against her chest with a smug smile, yet she still seemed unsatisfied. Kansun suddenly changed his expression, becoming serious as his spiritual power erupted violently. What on earth was happening here? Or observed carefully before speaking slowly. Hearing this, Kansun turned his head toward him and questioned, "Is he truly gone insane?" "What are you implying?" He grimaced and gritted his teeth, saying, "That is a superlimit synchronization state." Alba, while observing her releasing her power, took the opportunity to explain. Using superlimit synchronization forces the tamer and the beast to fuse their souls. It is an agonizing process for both. Solaris's beast was unleashing an unprecedented surge of energy, a dazzling golden light radiating with an overwhelming presence. Albert continued, "But in exchange, it upgrades the combat capabilities of both the tamer and the beast. Using the superlimit manifestation form, it stomped its feet hard against the ground and let out a resounding roar, causing a horrific tremor. The earth shook, cracked, and bulged up terrifyingly. Everyone present felt the immediate danger as waves of lava surged from deep underground as if to swallow everything. Albert shouted urgently, "Lava is erupting." Seeing the precarious situation, Ken-sun swung his arms high, his eyes flashing with indignation. Moments later, he slammed his hands onto the ground, and freezing ice immediately spread across the space. He erected giant ice walls around himself to block the scorching waves of lava attacking in full force. Observing the situation for a moment, Ken-sun let out a sigh of relief and said, "That should be enough to block this attack." Affected by his technique, Alba shivered, tucking his arms and muttering, "This guy. It's freezing to the bone." Seeing him like that, Ken-sun blurted out, sorry. The frost dragon, standing behind its master, also watched quietly, arching its body forward with pride. Ken-sun held his hand up, feeling the air with 2 fingers. "Indeed. Frost dragon, the opponent has revealed their trump card, so we should go all out as well." He clenched his fists, and as he channeled his inner power, his palms began to glow with a distinctive, shimmering emerald light. The frost dragon suddenly turned white and vanished like smoke. A faint halo appeared on Ken-sun's hands as he roared, "Frost dragon, spirit power manifestation is weapon." Instantly, a striking green sword appeared in Ken-sun's hand, emanating an incredibly powerful aura. He held the sword firmly, this tall figure in a combat stance, his eyes full of determination and ferocity. The sword had eye-catching details and an exquisite design, with its green tones reflecting the temperament of its master. Ken-sun smiled faintly and said excitedly to Frost Dragon, "Of course, you've been impatient, haven't you?" The red and blue colors of Solaris and Ken-sun blended to create a captivating picture. Seeing her rushing toward him, he did not waver. "Well then, let her witness the roar of the Star Sea Dragon." Across from him, Solaris' eyes glowed with fierce red fire. She swung her arms back and roared, "Die!" Ken-sun also took a defensive stance with his eyes blazing. The two were like fire and ice, red against blue, creating a breathtaking scene. Solaris and Ken-sun swung their swords at each other simultaneously to deliver the decisive blow. A massive, glowing wave pillar erupted dozens of meters high, creating an extremely heavy tremor. Or cast his eyes around and pondered in his heart. He wondered how things were going on too inside. He turned his head back and asked quietly, Ted, how are things going on your end?" Tuan, who was holding Ken-2, suddenly felt something strange. "Ken-2, what's wrong?" Ken-2 gradually became faint and turned into a plume of smoke, soaring high into the air. It gathered into a small whirlpool. To the astonishment of everyone, the vortex radiated a beautiful blue light, enveloped by a massive wave of power. Seeing this, he could only shout, "Ken-2." A completely new Ken-2 appeared in the form of a beautiful white-haired girl with her eyes closed. She had undergone changes compared to before. It seemed her body features had become softer. Aura and Tuan were stunned for a few seconds witnessing the scene. "Tuan, this is Ken-2." Aura twitched his eyes and said to him, "I feel that in this situation, calling her Ken-2 sounds a bit impolite." She also looked at her new figure in astonishment and stammered, "Master, why? What on earth is going on?" Zion looked around to observe and concluded, "I see." Looking at her in front of him, Zion asserted, "Genzi, you've turned into a girl." Zion held his head in confusion, unable to process the truth yet, while Jingzi quickly clarified, "Why are you suddenly treating me like a brother? I was a girl from the very beginning." On the other side, Jinshan was swinging his sword down at the ground, causing giant blocks of ice to rise up to block the attack from Solaris. Quickly assessing the situation in his mind, he clearly felt the danger and exclaimed, "Damn it, we are clearly both diamond rank, why do I feel so uneasy?" Solaris laughed smugly, "How many years have you upworlders learned beast taming? We are the species that mastered beast taming earliest on this land." She waved her hand, and the spiritual beast, following her command, applied additional terrifying pressure below. Realizing that Jinshan was falling into a perilous situation, Zion began to panic. "This is bad, Grandpa." Before he could say another word, he gasped as he saw Jingzi rush off, determinedly saying, "Leave everything to me." A silent void quietly opened up, still and terrifying. A youth of unknown appearance appeared, exclaiming, "It's so cold." His tall back moved toward the door as he muttered, "I don't know what that guy's planning, just giving random orders. Are these people all obsessed with micromanaging?" The door burst open, and a blinding light blurred the scenery behind. "I hope things progress a bit better today." Two figures of unidentified identity faced each other, but the pressure they radiated was extremely formidable. "Let's torque a bit, there's nothing else." A muscular, bay-backed figure sitting huddled in the corner listened to the other's questioning. Still the same question as before. "Who on earth are you?"